Dragon God Supreme Chapter 3342 to Chapter 3425. Even Feng Wuchen couldn't improve so fast. How could Yimo do it? Feng Wuchen knew a little about Yimo's strength. It was impossible for him to break through to 8-star Ancient Immortal Monarch in such a short time. The Dragon Soul Venerable had the heaven-defying Divine Pearl and the 5-time Space Ring, so he could instantly increase his cultivation by 5 stars. Moreover, he had to use a top heaven-defying Divine Pearl. Ordinary heaven-defying Divine Pearls could only increase his cultivation by 3 to 4 stars. But Yimo did it, reaching the speed of a top heaven-defying God Bead. Yimo definitely didn't have heaven-defying God Bead or 5-time Space Ring, but there must be a problem for his cultivation to increase so rapidly. Xiao Tian shook his head and said respectfully, I don't understand either. Luo Sha hasn't found any news and Yimo should still be in seclusion. Such a shocking increase is beyond the means of the ancient immortal realm. You should know better than me how difficult it is to break through to 6-star ancient immortal monarch and above. Feng Wuchen frowned. He didn't believe that the cultivators of the ancient immortal realm could cultivate at such a terrifying speed. Above 6-star ancient immortal monarch, each breakthrough was extremely difficult and required a huge amount of energy. Xiao Tian had spent 1,000,000 years to reach 7-star ancient immortal monarch before he met Feng Wuchen. One could imagine how difficult it was to break through to 1 star. Beyond the means of the ancient immortal realm? Xiao Tian's face changed as if he guessed something. Feng Wuchen said solemnly, in the entire ancient immortal realm, other than us, who else can improve so quickly? There must be a problem with Yimo's increase in cultivation. Since it's impossible in the ancient immortal realm, it can only be the Panga realm. Panga realm's experts? Xiao Tian frowned and guessed, is it related to Xianxia being a titled ancient god? As a titled ancient god, he indeed has the ability to help the people of the ancient immortal world increase their cultivation. It should be related to Xianxia. Feng Wuchen nodded. The first person he guessed was Xianxia. But why didn't Xianxia help Mo Yan and the others improve their cultivation? This made Feng Wuchen feel very strange. The longevity power was mobilized. Under Feng Wuchen's control, it instantly spread throughout the entire ancient immortal plane. Everyone's life aura appeared in Feng Wuchen's mind. I can't sense the life aura of ancient god Xianxia. Isn't he in the ancient immortal world? Could it be that it's not him? I can't sense the life auras of Fentianji and Shi Shanming. The experts of the 2 great forces can't sense them either. It seems like they are cultivating in seclusion. I can't sense Yimo's life chi either. At that time, there will be dozens of powerful ancient immortal venerables. The strength of the Supreme Divine Palace has already surpassed that of the Heavenly Court. Feng Wuchen thought to himself. After a simple check, he did not find anything. Master, could it be that Yimo absorbed the essence blood of those masters? Xiao Tian guessed. The essence blood of hundreds of masters could indeed increase one's power by a terrifying amount. Feng Wuchen shook his head. No, if it was Yimo who absorbed it, his cultivation wouldn't have increased so quickly. It takes a lot of time to refine the essence blood. If the Panga realm intervened, wouldn't the consequences be very serious? Xiao Tian said worriedly. Our strength is no match for the experts of the Panga realm. Feng Wuchen frowned and said solemnly, it seems that our feeling was right. The dangerous aura is getting closer and closer. Send a message to Yiqingyu and send someone to secretly watch the Supreme Divine Palace. Perhaps there will be unexpected gains. Understood. Xiao Tian said respectfully with a solemn expression. Feng Wuchen was very curious about how Yimo's cultivation increased so quickly. He wanted to know who was secretly helping Yimo. However, what Feng Wuchen didn't know was that other than Yimo, many people's cultivation had increased tremendously, including the Heaven Illumination Immortal Abode. However, they were all in seclusion and Feng Wuchen couldn't sense them with his power of immortality. A conspiracy against the Dragon Soul was already in the midst of planning. By the way, how did Yiqingyu react? Yi Shuihan is her biological father. Feng Wuchen asked, worried that Yiqingyu would be affected. Although they had severed ties, he was still her biological father. Xiao Tian shook his head and said, I'm not too sure, but Chu Shi Tian said that Yiqingyu didn't have any reaction, so there shouldn't be a big problem. However, Yi Wuhan is very sad. That's good. Feng Wuchen nodded. Lord, if it wasn't Yemo who absorbed the essence blood, aren't you worried about the person who did? Qiu Tian asked. Feng Wuchen spread his hands and said, unless we can find out who it is, but it's almost impossible. Also, there are many things that are useless to worry about. Don't worry too much about it. Let's go to Feng restaurant for a drink. Yes. Lord. Qiu Tian said respectfully. Feng Wuchen entered the teleportation formation with Qiu Tian following behind. They went straight to Feng restaurant in Heavenly Moon Immortal City. Soon, Feng Wuchen and Qiu Tian came out from the teleportation formation on the balcony of the third floor. Greetings, Lord, Battle God Qiu Tian. Wei Tianzhong and Wei Qingwan bowed respectfully. Get up, Feng Wuchen said with a smile, 8-star Great Principal Golden Immortal, about to break through to Ancient Immortal Emperor. It's all thanks to Lord's heaven-defying divine orb, otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to improve so quickly. Wei Tianzhong said respectfully, his heart full of gratitude. Sit down. Tian Yao, Battle Emperor, you guys come too. Feng Wuchen smiled. He was in a good mood after breaking through to 3-star Ancient Immortal Emperor. Tian Yao and Battle Emperor appeared and bowed respectfully, greetings, Lord. Ancient Immortal Emperor realm, not bad. Sit down. Feng Wuchen smiled and asked, where are Bingwu and Juner? Lord, they haven't come out of seclusion yet. Wei Qingwan said respectfully. Greetings, Lord. Battle God Qiu Tian. Qiu Bufan appeared with 8 elemental wine. Feng Wuchen looked at Qiu Bufan and said with a smile, Senior Brother Qiu, there's still some distance to go before you break through to Ancient Immortal Emperor. Qiu Bufan poured wine for Feng Wuchen and the rest while smiling happily. I'm already very satisfied that my cultivation can improve so quickly. There are now a few restaurants near the Immortal City, and the Shinra Temple just moved to Heaven Immortal World half a month ago. There are many things to be done. Oh? The Shinra Temple moved to Heaven Immortal World? Does that mean Senior Dongfeng is already in Heaven Immortal World? Feng Wuchen asked in surprise. Amen, the Palace Master and the Elders have already arrived at the Heaven Immortal Realm a month ago. The Saintess and junior sister Susu have already gone to help. The Palace Master is currently at the Burning Moon Immortal Palace. Qiu Bufan respectfully replied. Feng Wuchen nodded and smiled happily, it's been a long time since I saw Senior Dongfeng. If there's time, I'll bring Senior Dongfeng to Emperor Immortal Palace as a guest. Definitely. Qiu Bufan said respectfully. Feng Wuchen raised his cup and smiled happily, cheers, I hope the dragon's soul will become stronger and stronger. End of chapter, not simple at all. Even I can't see through him. Above the void, a young man was looking at Feng Wuchen on the 3rd floor of Feng restaurant. This isn't a treasure hiding his aura and cultivation, but an extremely powerful cultivation method. The man muttered to himself. This man didn't emit any aura, so no one noticed his existence. Even Feng Wuchen didn't notice this person's presence. If Feng Wuchen activated the power of immortality again, he might notice his existence. This was the mysterious man. The mysterious man had never appeared in the ancient immortal world. Even if he appeared in front of Feng Wuchen now, Feng Wuchen didn't know his origin. Feng Wuchen and the mysterious man didn't know each other at all. But if they didn't know each other, why did the mysterious man want to deal with the dragon's soul? Looking at Feng Wuchen, the man smiled faintly. Qiu Tian's strength has improved a lot, and the other's cultivation seems to have improved a lot too. Their talent is average, but their cultivation has improved a lot. The dragon's soul and the other's strength should have improved a lot too. Although I don't know the reason, it doesn't change anything. No matter how fast their cultivation improves, they can't be faster than my method. The cultivators of the ancient immortal world are just ants after all. The young man's tone was calm, but it was full of confidence and arrogance, as if he was looking down on the world. Drinking so happily, it seems like you don't notice the impending danger at all. Or rather, you notice it, but you're not worried at all. This arrogance will be your fatal flaw. No matter which one it is, the dragon's soul will no longer exist. The man smiled faintly, as if he could already see the scene of the dragon's soul's destruction. Before destroying the dragon's soul, why don't we give Feng Wuchen a sense of danger, so that they'll be shocked and won't be too boring? The mysterious man smiled faintly. How confident was he? Who should I send? The mysterious man thought for a moment, then smiled. If Feng Wuchen and the others see Hongyun, they'll be very shocked, right? On the third floor of the Wind restaurant, Feng Wuchen raised his head to look at the void, but he did not see anything, nor did he seem to notice anything. That young man was nowhere to be found. Divine Prefecture of the Ancient Immortal Realms. After the Heaven Illumination Immortal Abode left the Heaven Immortal Realm, it went to the easternmost Divine Prefecture of the Ancient Immortal Realm. The Divine Prefecture's strength was on par with the Immortal Soul Realm. When the Heavenly Illumination Immortal Abode moved to the Divine Prefecture, it had undoubtedly become an overlord. Although it was an overlord, it was the biggest joke of the Divine Prefecture. The Heaven Illumination Immortal Manor no longer had its former glory and glory. Now, the Dragon's Soul had become the most terrifying existence in the ancient immortal realms. Even if all the major powers in the Divine Continent were mocking them, the Heaven Illumination Immortal Manor could only endure it. That feeling was worse than death. At the peak of an immortal mountain, there was a majestic palace. This was the Heavenly Illumination Immortal Abode. Yi Hongyun. Inside a palace, Yi Hongyun was cultivating wholeheartedly when a faint laughter suddenly sounded. To be more precise, Yi Hongyun was consolidating her realm. Yi Hongyun opened her eyes, and a chilling light shot out from her eyes. She knelt down respectfully. Your subordinate is here. I have a mission for you. You'll definitely like it. Feng Wuchen is in Heavenly Moon Immortal City. Show your face and let them feel the danger. The faint laughter sounded. Yes, Your Majesty. Yi Hongyun said respectfully. The current Yi Hongyun was very different from the previous Yi Hongyun. She was not as arrogant as before, but she was more ferocious and confident. I know that you're filled with hatred, but now is not the best time. Of course, you can fight if you want, but with your current strength, you're still no match for Qiu Tian. When the time is right, that will be the best time for you to vent your hatred. The faint laughter sounded. Your subordinate understands. Yi Hongyun said respectfully, then disappeared. From Yi Hongyun's movement technique, it could be seen that her strength had undergone a tremendous change. When Yi Hongyun appeared again, she was already in the familiar Immortal Soul World, the Heavenly Illumination Immortal Palace that was once the overlord of the Heavenly Immortal World. Looking at the Heavenly Illumination Immortal Palace that was no longer as glorious as it used to be, an intense rage erupted. Her eyes were filled with viciousness and killing intent. This was the place where Yi Hongyun suffered the greatest humiliation, and also the place where she suffered the greatest blow. Yi Hongyun's mind was filled with the scene of her being humiliated by Jian Chou. Jian Chou's arrogance, Jian Chou's disdain and contempt. Everything made Yi Hongyun feel endless anger. The monstrous fury was quickly suppressed by Yi Hongyun again. Yi Hongyun was no longer the Yi Hongyun of the past. After experiencing that incident, she had grown a lot. Rumble. Buzz buzz. Yi Hongyun waved her hand, and the palace of the Heavenly Illumination Immortal Palace turned into ashes. There's no need for the Heavenly Illumination Immortal Palace of the past to exist. I will make all the humiliation disappear like this palace. Yi Hongyun said coldly. Her figure disappeared again, and she rushed towards Heavenly Moon Immortal City. At that moment, Feng Wuchen and the rest were still drinking happily. My lord, when the demon puppet clan comes again, can we still fight them? Tianyao asked respectfully. This was what he was most worried about. If Xianxia titled Ancient God invites an even more terrifying titled Ancient God, or an elder of the Sky Sword mysterious sect, can Jing Yan titled Ancient God fight them? The War Emperor asked. Qiu Tian said solemnly, the elder of the Sky Sword mysterious sect is definitely stronger than Jing Yan titled Ancient God. If we can't change something, we have to face it bravely. We haven't tried, and no one knows what the result will be. If we give up fighting because the enemy is too strong, there's no point in living. Hence, no matter who comes, we have no other choice but to fight back with all our might. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Just as Feng Wuchen finished speaking, he suddenly frowned and looked into the void. It was as if he had sensed something. At the same time, Qiu Tian also looked up. It was obvious that he had sensed something too. So fast. What a terrifying aura. Tianyao said in shock. Is it an enemy? The War Emperor frowned. Don't you feel that this aura is very familiar? It's just that it has become very powerful. Feng Wuchen frowned and said with a solemn expression. Swish, in the sky above the restaurant, a figure suddenly appeared, and a surging aura swept out like an avalanche. The moment this person appeared, all the cultivators in the immortal city were scared out of their wits. Yi Hongyun. After seeing who it was, Qiu Bufan and the War Emperor exclaimed at the same time. It's really him. Tian Yao said in shock, but how? 5-star ancient immortal venerable. Qiu Tian said in disbelief, how is this possible? How did Yi Hongyun's cultivation become a 5-star ancient immortal venerable? It seems like things aren't as simple as we thought. Feng Wuchen frowned and thought of Yi Mo immediately. Feng Wuchen, long time no see, Yi Hongyun said coldly. End of chapter. A 3-star ancient immortal emperor suddenly became a 5-star ancient immortal monarch. It's even more terrifying than Yi Mo. Yi Hongyun's change is too great. His previous manic and immature look has disappeared. His eyes are filled with hatred and anger. The current Yi Hongyun is dominated by hatred and anger. Yi Hongyun still has the chi of Panga Realm's treasures. Panga Realm's people are indeed involved. Who's helping her? What's the relationship between Yi Hongyun and Yi Mo? Feng Wuchen sized Yi Hongyun up. He could feel the changes in her. It's been a long time. I almost couldn't recognize you after 2 months. I'm very surprised, Feng Wuchen said faintly without any fear. Yi Hongyun's cultivation level instantly soared to a 5-star ancient immortal monarch. Even an idiot could guess that there was a terrifying expert behind her. Yi Hongyun's appearance indeed made Feng Wuchen and the rest feel danger. But what made Feng Wuchen even more curious was who was helping Yi Hongyun and what was that person's goal. The identity of the Master of Dragon's Soul also surprised me. Back in Immortal Soul Realm, I was kept in the dark. Now that I think about it, I was really stupid, Yi Hongyun said coldly without any expression. Yi Hongyun, what's up with your cultivation level? Don't tell me that with your talent, you can reach this level in just 2 months, Qiu Tian asked in confusion. Is Jianqiu not here? Or is he in seclusion? Yi Hongyun asked coldly, ignoring Qiu Tian. How could Yi Hongyun answer such a sensitive question? Yi Hongyun's disregard made Qiu Tian's face turn colder. His eyes flashed with murderous intent. Perhaps Yi Hongyun was afraid of Qiu Tian in the past. But now, even if she wasn't as strong as Qiu Tian, she didn't need to be afraid. Jianqiu is indeed in seclusion, Feng Wuchen said faintly. Why? Do you want to take revenge on Jianqiu? Jianqiu hasn't broken through to ancient immortal monarch realm. Yi Hongyun, I think you can only win by bullying the weak, Qiu Bufan said with a faint smile. There was a hint of sarcasm in his words. Since I'm in seclusion, I can look for you, said Yi Hongyun coldly. She stared coldly at Feng Wuchen, ignoring the others. If you want to find the High Lord, you'll have to go through me first. Aren't you very arrogant? If you can't even get past me, then you don't have the qualifications. Don't forget, the people of the Heaven Illumination Immortal Matter are not allowed to step into the Heaven Immortal World for the rest of their lives. Now that you're here, I can definitely kill you. Qiu Tian said coldly as a terrifying aura burst out. Feng Wuchen, do you only know how to hide behind others? Yi Hongyun said coldly. Using the strong to bully the weak to make it sound so dignified? In the entire ancient immortal world, you, Yi Hongyun, are probably the only one who can say something like that without blushing, the Heavenly Yao said coldly. Yi Hongyun ignored Qiu Tian and Tian Yao's words again as she stared coldly at Feng Wuchen. Seems like you're pretty confident in your strength. Feng Wuchen grinned and said, you've improved so much in 2 months. I wonder if you can really unleash the true strength of a 5-star ancient immortal venerable. You can try, said Yi Hongyun coldly. That's what I was thinking. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Now that he had broken through to the 3-star ancient immortal venerable realm, it was a good opportunity to test his strength. High Lord. Qiu Tian and the others were worried. Don't worry. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly as he flew up slowly. High Lord, have you already broken through to the ancient immortal venerable realm? Qiu Tian was shocked when he saw that Feng Wuchen was not afraid at all. His eyes were filled with confidence. A 5-star ancient immortal emperor dares to accept the challenge? Where does High Lord get his confidence from? Xiao Bufan frowned. The Heavenly Yao and the others were also confused. High Lord can't have broken through to the ancient immortal venerable realm, right? Wei Tianzhong guessed. Broken through to the ancient immortal venerable realm? Xiao Bufan and the others were shocked. That's right. Feng Wuchen's cultivation had always been a terrifying existence. Who knew if he had broken through to the ancient immortal venerable realm? After all, Feng Wuchen had already refined the powerful heaven-defying divine bead. It wasn't difficult for him to break through to the ancient immortal venerable realm. Otherwise, how could Feng Wuchen have the confidence to fight against a 5-star ancient immortal venerable? Feng Wuchen actually dares to accept the challenge. This really surprised me. A 5-star ancient immortal emperor wants to fight against a 5-star ancient immortal venerable? The mysterious person in the void was shocked. Feng Wuchen, since Jian Chou is able to step into the ancient immortal emperor realm, your cultivation must not be weak. However, you don't have to worry. I'm not here to kill anyone today, Yi Hongyun said coldly as cold killing intent erupted. Even if you're here to kill, it'll depend on your ability. Come on. Feng Wuchen grinned. Although he was only a 3-star ancient immortal venerable, Feng Wuchen was pretty confident in his strength. Boom. Buzz. Yi Hongyun did not waste any time and unleashed the power of a 5-star ancient immortal venerable. She stepped into the void and shot out like a bolt of blue lightning. Wherever she passed, the void would tremble and explode. Her aura was incomparably ferocious. What shocking speed. Heaven Demon frowned deeply. Xiao Tian frowned and said, her strength isn't weak either. Yi Hongyun arrived in the blink of an eye. She threw a ferocious punch at Feng Wuchen without any fancy moves. Her attack was extremely violent. Feng Wuchen grinned and blocked with his palms. Boom. Buzz. Yi Hongyun's fist landed on Feng Wuchen's palms. The violent force sent Feng Wuchen flying, and he felt a sharp pain in his hands. Oh? Not injured? Seems like I've underestimated this kid. The mysterious person was surprised again. Apparently, he had already guessed it. To be able to reach the 5-star ancient immortal venerable realm in 2 months and unleash his true strength, he must be an expert from the Pengu domain. Feng Wuchen was very sure. Reverend is not injured. Reverend has indeed broken through to the ancient immortal venerable realm. Xiao Tian was relieved. It's true. Reverend is already in the ancient immortal venerable realm. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to block Yi Hongyun's attack. Heaven Demon and the others were overjoyed, and the worry in their hearts vanished instantly. How is this possible? Feng Wuchen did not even use his strength. How could he withstand my punch with just his physical body? Yi Hongyun frowned and was shocked. She could not believe it. Feng Wuchen, what's your cultivation? Yi Hongyun asked coldly. You'll know soon. Feng Wuchen grinned and said, your cultivation has increased so quickly, and you can even unleash the power of a 5-star ancient immortal venerable. You're worthy of me taking action. After saying that, Feng Wuchen activated his bloodline power and the power of the eternal life realm. His combat strength soared crazily, and the space trembled violently. The air was like a storm of death. Dazzling golden light suddenly shot into the sky. It was an extremely overbearing aura that seemed to be above everything. Peak 3-star ancient immortal venerables. Xiao Tian and Tian Yao exclaimed at the same time. Their eyes widened in shock. What? 3-star ancient immortal venerables? How is this possible? Yi Hongyun was even more shocked and could not believe it. How could a weak ancient immortal general suddenly become a 3-star ancient immortal venerables? In Yi Hongyun's opinion, Feng Wuchen's cultivation was at most in the ancient immortal emperor realm. However, when Feng Wuchen blocked his punch, Yi Hongyun concluded that Feng Wuchen was in the ancient immortal venerables realm. But now that he saw it with his own eyes, he was still in disbelief. A 3-star ancient immortal venerables withstood the power of a 5-star ancient immortal venerables. This was enough to shock Yi Hongyun. Ancient immortal venerables. Who are they? Eh? That kid looks familiar. Hey! Isn't that the young master of sky illumination immortal matter, Yi Hongyun? Oh my god, when did he become a 5-star ancient immortal venerables? It's really Yi Hongyun. How is this possible? Am I seeing things? The terrifying power instantly alarmed many cultivators in the Immortal City, but when they saw Yi Hongyun, they were all stunned. No one could believe that Yi Hongyun had become a 5-star Ancient Immortal Venerables. When did this kid become a 3-star Ancient Immortal Venerables? He was only a 5-star Ancient Immortal Emperor during the battle with the Demon Mantis clan. The mysterious man was shocked and puzzled. He did not know how Feng Wuchen managed to raise his cultivation. This is his bloodline power. Although it's not as strong as the mysterious power, it's still extraordinary. The ancient powers in Panga domain are not as strong as his bloodline power. Moreover, there's an extremely domineering mysterious power in his bloodline power that seems to come from his physical body. Looks like Yi Hongyun is not his match. A high cultivation realm is not everything. This kid is not simple. If I can't obtain that powerful mysterious power, this kid's bloodline power is also a good choice. At least, it can trample all my opponents. Feng Wuchen's terrifying power shocked the mysterious man. Feng Wuchen activated his bloodline power and the power of the eternal life realm. His battle prowess soared to the level of a 5-star Ancient Immortal Venerable without using his Ancient Immortal weapon. 5-star Ancient Immortal Venerable. Xiao Tian and the rest gasped in shock. Isn't the Honorable Lord too terrifying? It hasn't been that long, yet he has already reached such a level. I'm afraid it won't be long before he surpasses young Master Xiao Tian. The heavenly demon exclaimed in fear, his body trembling violently. Even a 6-star Ancient Immortal Venerable might not be a match for Reverend Lord. Xiao Tian said in shock. Although he didn't know Feng Wuchen's strength very well, he knew that Feng Wuchen's Panga technique was definitely more terrifying than theirs. How is this possible? Yi Hongyun was dumbfounded. Originally, he thought that with his 5-star Ancient Immortal Venerable cultivation, he could completely suppress Jian Chou and Feng Wuchen. Unexpectedly, Feng Wuchen could also erupt with the power of a 5-star Ancient Immortal Venerable. He's just a 3-star Ancient Immortal Venerable, but he can actually make me feel so pressured. Yi Hongyun was extremely shocked, and a strong sense of defeat surged in his heart. Before the fight even started, Yi Hongyun already felt that she couldn't win. How great was the pressure? Come, show me your true strength. Let me see how powerful you are after advancing to a 5-star Ancient Immortal Venerable in these 2 months. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Yi Hongyun, go all out. Feng Wuchen isn't simple. The mysterious person's voice sounded. Buzz, buzz, Yi Hongyun's eyes narrowed, and ruthless killing intent flickered in them. Shortly after, she took out her grade 6 Ancient Immortal Sword, and her combat strength soared again, nearing the peak of a 5-star Ancient Immortal Venerable. Boom, Yi Hongyun stepped on the void, and with a loud boom, she shot out like a bolt of lightning. Surging sword intent soared into the 9 heavens, and it was breathtaking. Feng Wuchen grabbed the air, and his domineering sword intent condensed into an energy sword. He held the energy sword in his hand and shot it out, unwilling to be outdone. Sword intent manifestation. Xiao Tian was shocked. My lord's sword intent manifestation has reached the realm of being able to control it at will. The same sword technique in my lord's hands is probably several times stronger. Sword intent manifestation. The mysterious person was shocked. This brat actually comprehended such a supreme sword Dao. What sword is that? Yi Hongyun didn't know about sword intent manifestation, but she didn't think too much about it. Clang, buzz, buzz, Yi Hongyun arrived in an instant and slashed down with her sword. Feng Wuchen didn't hesitate to block with his sword. With a crisp clang, sparks flew everywhere, and a terrifying sword shadow was formed. At the moment of collision, Feng Wuchen forcefully sent Yi Hongyun flying. How is this possible? What kind of attack is this? Yi Hongyun was shocked, and her arms were numb. The domineering penetrating force instantly spread throughout her body. That was the feeling of being powerless. Xiao Tian and the rest were stunned. This was the first time they saw Feng Wuchen display such terrifying strength. A casual swing of the sword could send a 5-star Ancient Immortal Supremacy flying. What kind of terrifying strength was that? As expected of sword intent manifestation. Its power is indeed not simple. The mysterious person was shocked again. Pengu art. Meteor phantom art. Yi Hongyun suddenly shouted, and her figure instantly disappeared. She used her movement technique, and her speed instantly skyrocketed, turning into flashes of blue lightning. Clang, 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 buzz, buzz. In the next second, Yi Hongyun launched a fierce attack. Dozens of flashes of blue lightning surrounded Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen held his sword with one hand and blocked Yi Hongyun's fierce attack effortlessly. Waves of terrifying collision force rolled and spread. One hand. Yi Hongyun was shocked and angry. She was shocked at Feng Wuchen's strength, and angry at Feng Wuchen's underestimation. No matter how strong Yi Hongyun's sword art is, it can't be stronger than a supremacy. Using the sword in front of a supremacy is Yi Hongyun's biggest failure. Xiao Tian thought to himself. Yi Hongyun's attack is completely useless. The Battle Emperor stared at the scene with his mouth agape. He was shocked beyond words. Yi Hongyun was already attacking with all her might, but she couldn't do anything to Feng Wuchen at all. Yi Hongyun, is this all you've got? Feng Wuchen asked with a faint smile, and then swung his sword fiercely. Boom, buzz, buzz, the domineering sword intent energy spread out, and with a boom, it forced Yi Hongyun back. How can Feng Wuchen be so strong? Yi Hongyun said in disbelief, and she couldn't understand it. Swish, a golden lightning flashed, and Yi Hongyun's face changed drastically. Yi Hongyun. With your strength, you can't hurt me. You can't hurt me. Feng Wuchen sneered and swung his sword again. Spiritual Yuan shield. Yi Hongyun shouted, and quickly condensed an energy shield. Boom. Crack. An overbearing sword swept out, and with a boom, it shattered Yi Hongyun's energy shield on the spot. Once again, Yi Hongyun was sent flying. Impossible. This is impossible. How can a 3-star ancient immortal venerable have such terrifying strength? Yi Hongyun, who was sent flying, was extremely shocked. She could not imagine how powerful Feng Wuchen's sword was. Moreover, it was just a casual swing of the sword, yet it could easily shatter her energy shield. The overbearing power of the sword intent had almost injured Yi Hongyun. Yi Hongyun did not even have the strength to fight back. The Reverend has not even used his full strength. Zhan Huang was dumbfounded and his face turned pale. The Reverend's strength has completely suppressed Yi Hongyun. Wei Tianzhong was both shocked and excited. Yi Hongyun has come at the wrong time. She is simply courting death. Tian Yao sneered as he looked at Yi Hongyun with schadenfreude. The Reverend's sword Dao domain is extremely high. It is beyond our imagination. It looks like a simple swing of the sword, but the sword Dao within it is extremely terrifying. Under the guidance of the Reverend, I have only grasped a little of it, but I was able to defeat Xiao Wuxuan, Qiu Tian said. No wonder the Reverend's casual swing is so terrifying. Zhan Huang nodded in horror. The manifestation of sword intent was the highest realm of the sword Dao. Even the titled ancient gods of Panga Field could not comprehend it. Even great emperors would find it extremely difficult to comprehend it. Yi Hongyun, if you had come earlier, you might have had a chance to win. Unfortunately, you are late. You cannot defeat me, Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. The shocked Yi Hongyun's face instantly turned sinister and her eyes were filled with ruthlessness. Buzz buzz. Yi Hongyun circulated her full strength and poured it into the 6th grade ancient immortal sword. The sword flashed with dazzling blue light and violent sword radiance gushed out like a volcanic eruption, causing the space to tremble violently. Pengu art. Myriad sky-piercing sword. Yi Hongyun roared furiously as tens of thousands of powerful energy swords condensed in the void. The power was extremely terrifying. Such power is enough to contend with a 6-star ancient immortal venerable. The person behind this is really generous. Feng Wuchen grinned. Even though Yi Hongyun had used the Pengu art, Feng Wuchen was not worried at all. Sure enough, Yi Hongyun has the Pengu method. She is indeed supported by the experts of the Pengu realm. Xiao Tian frowned and thought to himself. Yi Hongyun actually has the Pengu art. The Battle Emperor and the Heavenly Demon were both shocked and confused. Feng Wuchen. Die. Yi Hongyun shouted angrily. She swung her ancient immortal sword and over 10,000 terrifying energy swords shot out at the same time. Her attack was so sharp that it caused one's soul to tremble. Swish! Swish! Buzz! Tens of thousands of swords flew together, and the sharp and ear-piercing sound of explosions caused the eardrums of many cultivators in the immortal city to hurt. The space within a radius of 1,000,000 feet was shaking and exploding, and the scene was extremely visually impactful. I can't believe that Yi Hongyun has improved so much in such a short period of time. Even if he's not as strong as the High Lord, I have to say that he's very strong. Xiao Bufan frowned. In terms of individual strength, Yi Hongyun was indeed not weak. There was no doubt about this. Unfortunately, Yi Hongyun's opponent was Feng Wuchen. The power of the Pengu art is not weak. Feng Wuchen grinned. Immediately after, a domineering and terrifying sword intent burst out. A terrifying aura that could take one's soul surged crazily. Sorrowful Soul Destroyer Sword. Feng Wuchen bellowed, and his aura suddenly changed. The Dragon God sword gathered its strongest power, and an invisible, domineering chi wave swept out with an unstoppable force. What kind of aura is this? Xiao Tian's face changed and he was extremely shocked. How is this possible? What kind of skill is the High Lord going to use? The Heavenly Demon and the Battle Emperor were scared out of their wits. They had never felt such an unimaginable aura. What? Feeling the aura that Feng Wuchen released, Yi Hongyun's face changed drastically. She was shocked and cold sweat broke out on her back. Feng Wuchen grinned and swept out his sword. Swish! Buzz buzz! A terrifying golden sword light that was hundreds of thousands of feet long burst out with the power to split the heavens and earth. The dark space was shrouded by the dazzling golden light, and the air was completely dispersed by the domineering sword light. What a terrifying sword art! It's much stronger than the heaven-destroying proud sword art that I cultivated. Xiao Tian's eyeballs almost fell out. One could imagine how shocked he was. The Heavenly Demon and the rest were completely in a vegetative state and could not move at all. What a domineering sword art! Even I feel a strong sense of danger from this terrifying aura. The mysterious man was also shocked. Boom boom boom. Buzz buzz. Thousands of energy swords bombarded the sword light. The deafening explosions were endless, but they could not shake the domineering sword light. All the energy swords were destroyed. How is this possible? Yi Hongyun was dumbfounded. Her eyes were filled with fear. She could not believe that Feng Wuchen could use such a terrifying sword art. Facing the terrifying sword light, Yi Hongyun was completely stunned. She could not move and looked at the sword light rushing towards her in fear. Rumble. Buzz buzz. In an instant, the overbearing and terrifying sword aura blasted onto Yi Hongyun's body, instantly engulfing her aura. Destructive energy ripples swept out in all directions with an earth-shattering aura. Such a terrifying sword art. Even a 6-star ancient immortal venerable might not be able to block it. Yi Hongyun is dead for sure. Xiao Tian exclaimed. However, at this moment, the power of the wind attribute was activated. Feng Wuchen waved his hand, and a gust of wind swept out and blew away the energy ripples. Yi Hongyun's figure appeared in the void. Yi Hongyun's aura was very weak. She was covered in blood and was in a sorry state. Seeing the heavily injured Yi Hongyun, the Heavenly Demon and the rest were stunned again. The power of Feng Wuchen's sword was enough to injure Yi Hongyun. If Feng Wuchen did not disperse the energy ripples in time, Yi Hongyun would definitely die. Yi Hongyun, you have lost. Feng Wuchen grinned. Yi Hongyun did not expect that she would be defeated by Feng Wuchen in one strike and almost lose her life. She originally wanted to show off her strength and let Feng Wuchen feel the danger. Yi Hongyun, the person behind you is so generous to raise your cultivation and even taught you the Pengu technique. He definitely won't leave you in the lurch. Don't you think so? Feng Wuchen sneered. Then, he reached out and grabbed the air. His sword intent instantly condensed into an energy sword. Swoosh! Feng Wuchen stepped on the void and shot out with the energy sword in his hand. He turned into a golden lightning bolt and locked onto Yi Hongyun with a terrifying killing intent. If no one saved Yi Hongyun, Feng Wuchen would kill her. Feng Wuchen arrived in an instant and ruthlessly swept out his sword. If nothing went wrong, Yi Hongyun's head would definitely fly off. However, just as Feng Wuchen's sword was about to hit Yi Hongyun's heavily injured body mysteriously disappeared. As expected, he won't leave you in the lurch. As an expert of the Panga realm, don't you plan to show yourself? Feng Wuchen grinned. End of chapter. An expert from the Panga realm? Heaven Demon, Battle Emperor, and the others turned pale with fright. They immediately guessed what was going on. Yi Hongyun's cultivation had suddenly become a 5-star ancient immortal venerable, and she had the Panga technique. She must have the support of an expert from the Panga realm. I can't sense anything. Yi Hongyun's aura has disappeared. Qiu Tian frowned. He couldn't sense anything. Did they leave? Qiu Bufan was puzzled. I don't know. Qiu Tian shook his head slightly. No one showed up in the void. I can't sense the ancestor of Ice Soul, ancestor of Soul, and the power of longevity. Ordinary experts from the Panga realm can't avoid the ancestor of Ice Soul and the power of longevity unless they are not in the ancient immortal world. But I can't sense this person's existence. He must be above the ancient god realm. Feng Wuchen thought to himself, and his expression became serious. I can't sense Yi Hongyun's aura in the heaven immortal world. Feng Wuchen thought. Yi Hongyun had mysteriously disappeared. It was not strange that Feng Wuchen couldn't sense the experts from the Panga realm. But it was strange that even Yi Hongyun couldn't sense it. There's no response. Has she left? There's no reason for her to leave like this. Feng Wuchen thought to himself. There was no response for a long time. Feng Wuchen wanted to force this person to show up and see who was behind this. What? As an expert from the Panga realm, you don't dare to show up? Feng Wuchen provoked with contempt. Good boy, you dare to talk to an expert from the Panga realm like this. I'm afraid you are the only one in the ancient immortal world who has the guts. But I won't be provoked by you. In my eyes, you are just an ant. The mysterious man smiled and said to himself. The mysterious man still didn't respond and didn't show up. It's fine if you don't want to show yourself. I hope that the next time I see Yi Hongyun, he will be even stronger. You have to work harder and help him improve his cultivation as soon as possible, Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. Since the mysterious man was unwilling to show himself, Feng Wuchen could do nothing about it. Feng Wuchen's words were obviously saying that the cultivation that the mysterious man had raised for Yi Hongyun was not strong enough. With that, Feng Wuchen flashed to the balcony on the 3rd floor. My lord, you can't sense this person's presence either? Seeing Feng Wuchen return in a flash, Qiu Tian quickly asked. If an expert from the Panga realm wants to hide, of course I can't detect him. What's more, this person is at least above the ancient god realm. In the heaven immortal realm, I can't sense Yi Hongyun's aura. Since he doesn't want to show up, and we can't do anything about it, let's leave him alone and continue drinking. Feng Wuchen spread his hands and smiled. My lord, that must be Xianxia titled ancient god. The battle emperor insisted that it was Xianxia titled ancient god. That's right. Only he would want to deal with us. The heavenly demon nodded. He also believed that it was Xianxia titled ancient god. Feng Wuchen shook his head slightly and said, that's not necessarily true. If it was him, he would have attacked me long ago. That old man doesn't have that kind of patience. Why would he play this kind of game with us? My lord, could it have something to do with the ancient god and titled ancient god that we killed last time? If it wasn't Xianxia titled ancient god, it could only be them. Qiu Tian frowned and guessed. Killed an ancient god and titled ancient god? Wei Tianzhong and Qiu Bufan's eyes widened in an instant, and they were filled with intense fear. Yes, that's possible. Feng Wuchen nodded and thought to himself, if it was really them, the titled ancient god of fighting soul shouldn't be in danger. Otherwise, why would he trace it to the ancient immortal realm? Previously, in the mysterious space, the titled ancient god of fighting soul had killed 3 titled ancient gods and 7 ancient gods. This matter had already been known by the Panga realm. If it wasn't Xianxia titled ancient god, it was most likely the people behind the 3 titled ancient gods. If it was them, they must be very powerful titled ancient gods. I'm afraid that they are even more powerful than the titled ancient god of fighting soul. Qiu Tian frowned and was quite worried. More powerful than the titled ancient god of fighting soul? The heavenly demon and the war emperor's expressions changed drastically, and their hearts beat wildly. Feng Wuchen drank a cup of wine and said indifferently, "If it was just someone from the ancient immortal realm, we wouldn't be afraid at all. Currently, there aren't many experts in the ancient immortal realm who can compete with the dragon's soul. If this person doesn't show up, he must be afraid of something, so we don't have to worry too much." In the void above, the mysterious person had been there all along. It was just that Feng Wuchen couldn't see or sense him. What an arrogant kid. Even though he guessed that it was someone from the Panga realm, there wasn't the slightest trace of fear in his eyes. Is it because he has the help of a titled ancient god? A mere titled ancient god is not enough to make me afraid. The mysterious person smiled faintly. He didn't put Jing Yan titled ancient god in his eyes at all. Yi Hongyun is just the weakest one. I just wanted to give you a surprise. Is tasting a little bit of sweetness enough to make you feel so happy? However, your strength is indeed not weak. You should be able to compete with a 6-star ancient immortal master. Since that's the case, I'll let you know who is more powerful next time. If Yi Hongyun obtains the power of the Panga realm, you may not be his match. This is just the beginning. I hope that you can still be so arrogant at that time. The mysterious person laughed again as he talked to himself. At this moment, Yi Hongyun had returned to the heavenly illumination immortal mansion in the divine land and was recuperating. Yi Hongyun, strengthen your body as soon as possible. The mysterious person's indifferent voice sounded. This subordinate has disappointed my lord. Yi Hongyun, who was recuperating, quickly knelt down respectfully. This is not your fault. Even I did not expect that Feng Wuchen has reached the realm of a 3-star ancient immortal master. He has cultivated the powerful Panga technique. It's not strange that you are not his match. The mysterious person smiled faintly. As soon as the mysterious person finished speaking, Yi Hongyun's injuries miraculously healed. Thank you, my lord. Yi Hongyun quickly thanked him respectfully. Feng Wuchen's combat strength is enough to compete with a 6-star ancient immortal master. I will help you to become a 6-star ancient immortal master. This is Feng Wuchen's request. He is looking forward to fighting with you again. The mysterious person smiled faintly. As soon as the mysterious person finished speaking, Yi Hongyun instantly felt a pure and terrifying energy surging into her body. In an instant, her cultivation had broken through to the 6-star ancient immortal master realm. Thank you, my lord. Yi Hongyun thanked him again. When your physical body has reached a sufficiently powerful realm, I will bestow you with the power of the Panga realm. At that time, it will be easy to deal with Feng Wuchen. Even if he has the powerful Panga technique, he will not be able to defeat you. The mysterious person laughed faintly. Yes. This subordinate will strengthen my physical body as soon as possible. I will not let you down. Yi Hongyun said respectfully as a ruthless killing intent flashed across her eyes. Yi Hongyun's cultivation had reached the level of a 6-star ancient immortal master. If she received the power of the Panga realm, she was confident that she could defeat Feng Wuchen. End of chapter. On the peak of a mountain, a young man was lying on a rock with his legs crossed. He looked very relaxed. The young man was the mysterious man. The mysterious man yawned and muttered to himself, with their speed, many of them should be able to withstand the power of the Panga realm within a month. By then, even if they haven't reached the immortal realm, they will be able to fight against the experts with Dragon's Soul. As for Fen Tianji and Gu Chongqing, they will need a lot of time to break through to the immortal realm. However, I am not in a hurry. I have plenty of time to play with Feng Wuchen. Whoosh! At this moment, a figure appeared. This person was emitting a very terrifying aura. A golden titled ancient god, the person said respectfully to the mysterious man, "My lord, other than the 36 levels of heaven, we have searched the entire Panga realm 3 times. There is no trace of the mysterious power." The golden titled ancient god was so respectful to the mysterious man and addressed him as my lord. This showed that the mysterious man's identity was very terrifying. As expected, the mysterious man looked helpless. Apparently, he had already guessed the result. "My lord, should we go to the 36 levels of heaven to search?" the person asked respectfully. The mysterious man shook his head slightly and said, if this power appeared in the 36 levels of heaven, would it be our turn? Moreover, there is no movement in the 36 levels of heaven. No matter how stupid the owner of this mysterious power is, he will not walk into a trap. Therefore, it cannot be in the 36 levels of heaven. Should we continue searching? The person asked respectfully. The mysterious man thought for a moment and said, no need. That power is very powerful. If it really hides, even I will not be able to find it, let alone you. Go to the 33 levels of heaven. Those old things have fought with the owner of this mysterious power. Maybe you can find out something. Wait, send a titled ancient god. Don't go to avoid exposing your identity. Yes, my lord. The person said respectfully and disappeared. The mysterious man muttered, that mysterious power disappeared in the 36 levels of heaven. No one knows where it went. It has not appeared until now. There is no news about it. If those old things do not know, I can only hope to find some clues on Feng Wuchen. The mysterious power that the mysterious man was talking about was undoubtedly the bloodline power of the chaotic mysterious fire beast. The mysterious man had come to the ancient immortal world for this mysterious force. Since the mysterious man was able to find Feng Wuchen, it was obvious that he had sensed the power of the chaotic mysterious fire beast before the battle between it and the titled ancient god of the Panga realm. In other words, when Feng Wuchen used the Chaos Xian fire beast to break the barrier that sealed the ancient immortal realm, the mysterious person also noticed this power. Where did that brat Feng Wuchen obtain such terrifying power? Even the great emperors of the Panga realm don't have them. That's strange. The mysterious man was puzzled. Sigh, forget it. I'll find out one day. In any case, Feng Wuchen can't escape from my grasp. The mysterious man sighed. Although this man was a cultivator from Panga realm, he was too young. If he were a top cultivator of the older generation, he might know what kind of power Feng Wuchen had. Who did it? The mysterious man frowned and tried to sense it. Then, he said in surprise, oh? Yemo? Not bad. He's a 9-star ancient immortal venerable and has mastered this powerful Pangu art. His body is almost strong enough to withstand the power of Panga realm. In that case, sure Tian Feng and the others can also withstand the power of Panga realm. There's a good show to watch. Finally, it won't be too boring. The mysterious man grinned and disappeared. On the 3rd floor of the Wind Restaurant, Feng Wuchen and the others were drinking happily when Chu Shitian suddenly came out of the teleportation formation with an anxious face. Lord, something happened. Chu Shitian said anxiously. What happened to Yiqingyu? Feng Wuchen asked with a frown. Seeing Chu Shitian so anxious, the matter must not be simple. Chu Shitian hurriedly said, Heavenly Court residence was massacred by Yemo and suffered heavy casualties. Yi Wuhan is seriously injured and has been captured by Yemo. Luosha received the news and rushed over immediately. However, Yemo's strength has reached the 9-star ancient immortal venerable realm. The Supreme Commander is fighting with Yemo 9-star ancient immortal venerable? Feng Wuchen, Qiu Tian, and the others were shocked. 1 month. In just 1 month, Yemo broke through to the 9-star ancient immortal venerable realm. How is this possible? Yemo broke through to the 9-star ancient immortal venerable realm? Tian Yao's eyes widened in disbelief. The Battle Emperor and Qiu Bufan were shocked. It's true. Yemo is very strong. The Supreme Commander might not be his match. I don't know what's going on either. In a moment of desperation, I can only report to Lord, Chu Shitian said anxiously. Let's go. Let's go take a look. Feng Wuchen said solemnly. He immediately entered the teleportation formation, with Chu Shitian following behind. Yanhu. Ao Zhu. Anaconda. Guisu. Something happened. Head to Heavenly Court residence immediately. Qiu Tian immediately transmitted and entered the teleportation formation. Ancient Heavenly Court, above Heavenly Court residence. Boom. Boom. Boom, buzz. Buzz, Yiqingyu was in an intense battle with Yi Mo. Panga technique clashed and deafening explosions sounded continuously. The terrifying power instantly spread throughout the entire ancient immortal world, causing the space to shake violently. Whoosh, soon, Yiqingyu flashed out of the terrifying energy ripples. She looked a bit haggard. Supreme Commander. Seeing Yiqingyu's haggard state, Qin Qingyuan, black-white double demons, and the other Luosha sovereigns were shocked. You The heavily injured Yi Wuhan was full of panic. What's with Yimo's strength? How did he suddenly become so strong? He can actually fight against my Panga technique. Where did he get the Panga technique? Yiqingyu was confused. Is that all the Supreme Commander's strength? Isn't your Panga technique very strong? Isn't your mystical power very strong? Why isn't it working anymore? Yimo's arrogant laughter sounded. Boom, in the next second, a strong roar suddenly came from the energy ripple. Yimo's figure shot out like lightning, his aura surging. What? Yiqingyu's pretty face changed. She used all her supreme water power and poured it into the grade 9 ancient immortal sword. Not good. Yimo's strength has increased. Qin Qingyuan's face changed. Yimo arrived in a flash and slashed down with his sword. This was Yimo's full strength. Yiqingyu didn't want to be outdone and slashed back. She yelled coldly, Panga technique. Water Moon illusion sword. Boom, pft, buzz. Buzz, the moment the ancient immortal swords clashed, a loud explosion sounded. The terrifying power of the sword rays clashed at zero distance. Yiqingyu spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. Supreme Commander. Qin Qingyuan and the other Luosha sovereigns panicked. Yimo's Panga technique can devour power. Yiqingyu was shocked. Supreme water is enough to suppress Yimo's power, but his Panga method can not only increase battle power but also devour my power to increase the power of his Panga method. I've never seen such a strange Panga method. The reason why he could injure me was because his Panga method's power increased instantly. What's going on? The moment the Panga method clashed, Yiqingyu clearly felt that not only was her power being devoured by Yimo's Panga method, but it was also being converted into Yimo's Panga method. If it wasn't for her power being devoured, how could Yiqingyu be injured? This was the first time Yiqingyu saw such a strange Panga method. Yiqingyu was now an 8-star ancient immortal monarch. When she used supreme water and the powerful Panga method, she could fight against a 9-star ancient immortal monarch. But now, because of the strange Panga method, he was actually injured by Yimo in the battle. Yiqingyu, you can also instantly recover from your injuries. Although I don't know the reason, you are no match for me now, Yimo said arrogantly. This was the first time he had stepped on Yiqingyu, so he was very happy. Yiqingyu's injuries were completely healed now. Yiqingyu had an immortal body, so she wasn't afraid of Yimo. She was just curious how Yimo's cultivation increased so quickly and how he had the special Panga method. Yimo, how did you increase your cultivation level? It's impossible for you to break through to 9-star ancient immortal monarch in such a short time. Yiqingyu asked coldly. Didn't you break through to 8-star ancient immortal monarch in a short time too? Yimo asked back. As he spoke, his terrifying power was once again activated, and his terrifying aura soared madly. Yiqingyu frowned and thought, Yimo definitely doesn't have a heaven-defying god orb or a powerful space magic artifact. Other than the monarchs, no one else in the ancient immortal realm can refine them. Perhaps he cultivated some evil cultivation method. Yiqingyu, my good sister, I wonder if you can recover after your soul is destroyed? Yimo asked with a mocking sneer. His dark eyes flashed with an extremely cold murderous aura. Yimo. Don't be too arrogant. Qin Qingyuan roared. Humph. Yimo's fierce eyes swept over and snorted. Pfft. Qin Qingyuan spat out a mouthful of blood and was heavily injured. Big brother Qin. The black-white double demons were shocked. Ants have no right to speak. If you dare to speak another word, I'll kill you. Yimo said coldly as he stared at Qin Qingyuan as though he was a dead man to him. Yimo looked at Yiqingyu coldly again and changed his expression. My good sister, let's continue. Panga method. 9 separate slash. Yimo suddenly roared and swept out with his sword. A huge energy slash that was close to 100,000 feet long broke through the air and rushed towards Yiqingyu with an aura that could destroy the world. The power of the Panga technique was extremely terrifying and intimidating, giving people the feeling that they were powerless. Can this Panga mantra also devour energy? Yi Qingyu frowned. She wasn't sure, but she didn't have time to think about it. Ongzi, yes, on. On. The energy slash instantly doubled in strength. This had already surpassed the limits of what Yi Qingyu could endure. This power caused Yi Qingyu to feel an intense threat. It was clear that Yi Mo's Panga method was close to the peak of 9-star ancient immortal monarch. Supreme Commander, watch out. The black-white double demons and the Luosha knights yelled. Heaven-destroying sword. At this moment, a cold voice rang out. Then, an incomparably terrifying aura swept over. Prisoner Heaven. Yi Mo's face darkened. Battle God Prisoner Heaven. Yi Qingyu was overjoyed. Great! Battle God Qiu Tian is here. The Luosha martial highnesses became excited as the fear and worry in their hearts dissipated. Whoosh! Weng weng. A sword light that was hundreds of thousands of feet long shot out from the void in the distance. Everywhere it passed, mountains collapsed. Its power was beyond imagination. The entire ancient immortal world fell into a violent tremor. The scene was extremely spectacular and visually impactful. Battle God Prisoner Heaven's power has increased again. Qin Qingyuan said excitedly. Battle God Prisoner Heaven's power has surpassed the peak of 9-star ancient immortal monarch. Yi Qingyu was also shocked and her face stiffened. Qiu Tian's strength is indeed terrifying. Even though I've become a 9-star ancient celestial venerable, I still feel a strong sense of danger and terrifying pressure when facing him and his sword skill. It even makes me tremble. Yi Mo thought to himself with fear in his eyes. Prisoner Heaven's power not only suppressed Yi Mo in terms of external power but also gave Yi Mo a lot of psychological pressure. Rumble. Weng weng. In the blink of an eye, the domineering sword radiance collided with the energy slash. A deafening explosion resounded throughout the ancient immortal world. Yi Mo was forced back by the explosion. His face was pale and he spat out blood. The power is indeed terrifying. Yi Mo said. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In the next second, the Dragon Soul experts led by Feng Wuchen appeared. Even the Lord of Dragon Soul is here. Yi Mo frowned. Greetings, my lord. Yi Qingyu and the other Luosha sovereigns knelt down respectfully. Get up, Feng Wuchen said faintly and looked at Yi Mo. I didn't expect the Lord of Dragon Soul to come personally. I'm really flattered. Yi Mo was the first to speak with a smile. He wasn't afraid at all. I heard that you've become an 8-star ancient immortal monarch not long ago and now you've become a 9-star ancient immortal monarch. I'm really shocked. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and signaled Yanhu to save Yi Wuhan. Just as Yanhu went down, Yi Mo said coldly, I'd like to see if you can save faster or if I can kill faster. As soon as Yi Mo said that, the expert who trapped Yi Wuhan in the palace grabbed Yi Wuhan's throat. Grandpa. Yi Qingyu was shocked. Yanhu had to stop and looked at Feng Wuchen. However, Feng Wuchen didn't let Yanhu save Yi Wuhan. What's wrong, my lord? He's not afraid of Yi Mo, is he? Even if Yi Wuhan is killed, she can still be revived. Yanhu felt strange but didn't ask. Yi Mo, you must have your reasons for suddenly massacring Heavenly Court. Tell me, what do you want? Feng Wuchen asked faintly. Lord of Dragon Soul, did I hear wrong? You're lowering your head for him? Yi Wuhan doesn't seem to have anything to do with you. What does bringing my grandpa back to Wushang Divine Palace have to do with you? Yi Mo sneered with a playful look. Heavenly Court is my Dragon Soul's faction. Do you think it has anything to do with me? Feng Wuchen asked with a faint smile. Is that so? I don't know. Anyway, she's dead. What can you do to me? Yi Mo sneered with an extremely arrogant look. End of chapter. This kid is ridiculously arrogant, Gue Su said coldly. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. He couldn't wait to tear Yi Mo apart. How dare he? This bastard. Yi Qingyu was really pissed off by Yi Mo. Her pretty face had never been this cold before. If it wasn't for Yi Mo's strange strength, Yi Qingyu would have killed him already. Supreme Commander, the Lord must have a way to deal with him, Chu Shirtian whispered. Who is supporting him from behind? Who made him so arrogant? He dares to speak to the High Lord with such an arrogant attitude, Ao Zhu said coldly. His face was extremely cold. No one has survived being so arrogant in front of the Lord. Yimo is looking for death. Xiong Meng said with disdain. Don't talk, the Lord seems to have a plan, Qiu Tian whispered. Looking at the arrogant Yimo, Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. The Supreme Temple alone isn't enough for you to be so arrogant in front of me. I don't think I need to tell you how much of a loser you were in front of Luosha before. Looking at your arrogant attitude, your backer must be very powerful, right? You're able to break through to the 9-star ancient immortal monarch realm in such a short time. An expert with such means isn't from the ancient immortal realm, but the Panga realm. Am I right? An expert from the Panga realm? Yi Qingyu and Chu Shirtian were shocked. That's right. In the entire ancient immortal realm, other than the Lord, only an expert from the Panga realm can do this. Plus, Yimo has the Panga method. That's the only explanation. Chu Shirtian finally reacted. So he has the help of an expert from the Panga realm. No wonder he's so arrogant. Qin Qingyuan gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. We were wondering why his cultivation improved so fast and how he could unleash such a powerful force. It turns out that the cultivators of the Panga realm helped him improve his cultivation. He didn't cultivate it himself, the black and white ghost said coldly. Yimo grinned and said arrogantly, who knows? This bastard. Chu Shirtian clenched his teeth. If it wasn't for Yi Qingyu wanting to do it herself, Chu Shirtian would have already taught Yimo a lesson. Yimo, if your life was in danger, would the person behind you save you? Feng Wuchen asked with a faint smile. His eyes flashed with murderous intent. Life-threatening? Yimo sneered and said arrogantly, to be honest, many of you here can defeat me, but who dares to kill me? It's the Lord of Dragon's Soul. What about you? Or Prisoner Heaven? Or Chu Shirtian and Yanhu? I don't think there's even a single one. How could there be a threat to their lives? Yimo was very confident and certain that Feng Wuchen and the others wouldn't dare to touch him. Firstly, Feng Wuchen and the others didn't know who Yimo was, so they didn't dare to act rashly. Secondly, Yimo still had Ji Wuhan as a hostage. Just based on these 2 points, Yimo was sure that Feng Wuchen couldn't do anything. Lord, let me kill him. Chu Shirtian clenched his teeth in anger. He had reached the end of his patience, and his cold-killing intent locked onto Yimo. No. Feng Wuchen smiled, for Yimo's cultivation to rise so quickly, his backer must be very powerful. How can you kill him? Oh? The Lord of Dragon's Soul also has times when he's afraid. I heard that the Lord of Dragon's Soul is very domineering. Yimo sneered proudly. It seemed that he was very excited to be able to make Feng Wuchen lower his head. Yanhu, do it. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Whoosh, Yanhu immediately flashed and disappeared at a terrifying speed. Kill Yi Wuhan. Yimo suddenly shouted coldly. His face instantly darkened. The 8-star ancient immortal monarch holding Yi Wuhan's throat was about to crush it. However, at this moment, Yanhu had already appeared and grabbed the 8-star ancient immortal monarch's wrist. He sneered, you're just an 8-star ancient immortal monarch. In front of a 9-star ancient immortal monarch, you're just an ant. You want to kill me? What? The 8-star ancient immortal monarch's face changed greatly. So fast. What movement technique is this? Yimo was shocked. He didn't even notice Yanhu's terrifying speed. It was beyond his imagination. Attack together. Another ancient immortal monarch shouted. Dozens of powerful ancient immortal monarchs attacked at the same time. Crack. Ah. Yanhu gently twisted and the 8-star ancient immortal monarch's wrist was broken. The 8-star ancient immortal monarch suddenly screamed. Before the dozens of powerful ancient immortal monarchs could attack, Yi Wuhan had already been saved by Yanhu and disappeared in a flash. What? He disappeared. A 7-star ancient immortal monarch's face changed greatly. The others were dumbfounded. Yanhu's speed was too fast and didn't give them a chance to attack. Among them, the strongest was only an 8-star ancient immortal monarch. With Yanhu's terrifying speed, how could they keep up? What a powerful movement technique. This is definitely not an ordinary Pengu art. The mysterious person was shocked. Before the dozens of powerful ancient immortal monarchs could react, Yanhu had already appeared again. His speed was terrifying to the extreme. What? Dozens of ancient immortal venerables were startled, and their souls almost flew away. How terrifying was the speed? I don't know if Yimo can save you. Yanhu sneered mockingly. His eyes flashed with ruthless killing intent. Swish swish swish, chi chi chi. The moment he finished speaking, Yanhu's figure disappeared again. Sword light flashed and dozens of blood spurted out at the same time. Dozens of ancient immortal monarchs' throats were slit by Yanhu's sword at almost the same time. Yanhu's attack was ruthless and merciless. It could be said that he killed in one blow. Weak as hell. Seems like my speed is still faster after all. Yanhu sneered mockingly. He even intentionally glanced at Yimo in the void as if he was showing off his power to Yimo in an instant. Yimo's eyes widened. Yanhu's terrifying strength and speed once again shocked him greatly. Instantly killing dozens of powerful ancient immortal monarchs, Yimo definitely couldn't do such a terrifying speed. Yimo, do you still think that your life isn't in danger? Your strength has indeed become very strong, but if the dragon soul wants to kill you, it's no different from squashing an ant. The cultivation level that the person behind you raised for you is too weak. Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. Yimo, you're not arrogant anymore? Weren't you very strong just now? Guisu sneered. Yimo's face was incomparably ferocious. He said in his heart, with my strength, I'm no match for the 5 war gods. I must find a way to leave. When I obtain the power of Pengu realm, I'll make them all kneel before me. But it won't be easy to leave. The 5 war gods of Dragon Soul had terrifying strength. Moreover, there was also Chu Shitian and Yiqingyu. The possibility of escaping was almost zero. But just as Yimo was at his wit's end, Feng Wuchen smiled faintly, but don't worry, I won't kill you today. Your backer is so strong, I don't dare to kill you. End of chapter. Hearing Feng Wuchen's words, Yimo was stunned and couldn't believe his ears. Qiu Tian and Yiqingyu looked at Feng Wuchen in shock but didn't say anything. You're not going to kill me? Yimo asked in shock. Feng Wuchen grinned, you didn't hear wrong, I'm not going to kill you. Lord of Dragon Soul, are you sure you want to miss such a good opportunity? Aren't you afraid that I'll seek revenge after I become stronger? Yimo sneered, obviously thinking that Feng Wuchen was really afraid of the powerful backer behind him. Feng Wuchen shrugged and smiled, I don't want to miss it either, but if you choose to fight now, it's a different story. The next time we meet, I'll show you my strength. I hope you don't regret it, I won't go easy on you. Yimo sneered. He wasn't stupid enough to attack now. Even though Yimo had a powerful backer behind him, Yimo wasn't sure if that person would come to save him. I hope you won't disappoint me. Feng Wuchen grinned. Humph. Yimo snorted coldly and immediately disappeared. Lord, why did you let him go? After Yimo left, Qin Qingyuan asked in confusion. This isn't the place to talk, let's talk inside the palace. Feng Wuchen said faintly, obviously guarding against the person behind Yimo. Is there someone secretly watching? Qiu Tian frowned but couldn't sense anything. Palace of the Heavenly Court. In the palace, Feng Wuchen waved his hand and set up a powerful barrier. There really is someone secretly watching. Qiu Tian and the others guessed. Otherwise, Feng Wuchen wouldn't be so cautious and wouldn't set up a barrier. Send someone to take care of our brothers' bodies later, I'll revive them later. Feng Wuchen said faintly. Yes. Lord. Yiqingyu replied respectfully. Feng Wuchen frowned and said solemnly, I'm not sure who's behind Yimo, but this person is very powerful, at least an ancient god. We might not be able to kill Yimo, and now isn't the time. I don't know if the person behind Yi Hongyun is the same as the one behind Yimo. If it's the same person, I'm afraid it's not just Yi Hongyun and Yimo. I think there are more people behind us. If my guess is right, we're facing a very powerful enemy. We don't know what the purpose of the person behind this is, but he's after the dragon soul. This person hasn't shown himself yet. Perhaps there's something that he's afraid of. We don't have to force him to show himself. It's not good for us. I see. Qiu Tian and the others nodded. Now we are in great danger. The experts of Panga realm may attack us at any time. Therefore, what we need to do now is to improve our cultivation as soon as possible, Feng Wuchen continued. Fortunately, there were a lot of treasures in the Panga realm, enough to help the Dragon Soul Luosha Venerable improve his cultivation in a short time. Lord, what if this person intervenes? Yanhu asked. We don't know his strength yet, so it's hard to make a decision. Let's wait until he shows himself. He may not show himself. Feng Wuchen shook his head. If the person behind Yi Hongyun and Yi Mo is the same person, the consequences will be very serious. At least, those who have a grudge against the Dragon Soul could be his people. If this person helps them improve their cultivation, the Dragon Soul will have a hard fight. Feng Wuchen said seriously. Hearing this, Qiu Tian and the others were shocked. They never thought of this. If what Feng Wuchen said was true, then the Dragon Soul would have to face an existence more terrifying than the Nightmare Clan. If what you said is true, then won't the Nightmare Clan, Heavenly Illumination Immortal Mansion, Heavenly Abyss Temple, Guzun Temple, and Eternal Temple all take action? Yanhu asked in shock. Qiu Tian frowned. If the experts of these big forces all improve their strength, then it will be the most terrifying. Feng Wuchen said seriously, Qiu Tian is right. That's what I'm worried about. After all, our cultivation can't improve as fast as theirs. We can only rely on the 5-time space ring to cultivate. I hope it's not like what I think. Otherwise, this will be a hard fight. I can't give every Dragon Soul Venerable immortality. There are too many Dragon Soul Venerables. I can't remember everyone's aura, so it'll be hard to revive them. At this point, Feng Wuchen's expression became even more solemn. He continued, if we really fight this battle, we won't be able to avoid it. Therefore, the Dragon Soul Luosha supremacy will definitely suffer many casualties. However, before the battle, whether it's a battle or not, I'll try my best to improve your cultivation. I'll do everything I can to save more brothers. Don't worry, Lord. The Dragon Soul Venerables are not cowards. Gue Su gritted his teeth. His eyes were filled with ferocity. That's right. We'll fight them. Ao Zhu shouted. Qiu Tian said respectfully, Lord, the Dragon Soul clan members never know that they will be revived. They're all prepared to die in battle. Don't worry, it's just a guess. We're just taking precautions. Everyone, go back and cultivate. All Dragon Soul Venerables, go into seclusion. Feng Wuchen smiled. Yes. Lord. Qiu Tian and the others replied respectfully. It's time to activate the 10-time space ring. Feng Wuchen thought to himself. In the Supreme Palace. Welcome, Palace Lord. Yi Mo just arrived and the strong people in the palace all greeted him respectfully. Go back and cultivate. Don't waste time. Yi Mo said gloomily. Yes. Hall Master. Everyone said respectfully before disappearing in a flash. Yi Mo. As soon as Yi Mo entered the palace, the mysterious man's voice sounded. Lord. Yi Mo immediately knelt down respectfully. Your performance just now was very good. The mysterious man smiled. Yi Mo was dazed and immediately said respectfully, I'm useless. I couldn't scare the Dragon Soul clan. I didn't expect Qiu Tian and the others to appear. It's okay. You've made them feel real danger this time. Now it's interesting. The mysterious man smiled. With Lord's help, the Dragon Soul clan is nothing to be afraid of. Destroying the Dragon Soul clan is just around the corner. Yi Mo said respectfully. Since Feng Wuchen wants to improve your cultivation, I'll do as he wishes. I'll help you improve your cultivation now, but you must strengthen your body as soon as possible so that I can give you the power of the Panga realm. The mysterious man smiled. Thank you, Lord. I'll strengthen my body as soon as possible. I won't let you down. Yi Mo was overjoyed and quickly kowtowed to express his gratitude. This is Feng Wuchen's request. I'm looking forward to seeing his frightened and regretful expression. Qiu Tian is indeed powerful. If you don't have the power of the Panga realm, you're really not his match. The mysterious man transmitted his voice. Then, a purple energy instantly entered Yimo's body. In the next second, Yimo's cultivation suddenly soared. End of chapter. Peak 9-star Ancient Immortal Monarch. In the blink of an eye, Yimo's cultivation had reached such a height. Even though he had experienced a crazy increase in cultivation before, Yimo was still shocked to see such a rapid increase. Is this the power of a peak 9-star Ancient Immortal Monarch? It's so powerful. I've already caught up with Shi Tianfeng. Yimo was overjoyed. That kind of power made Yimo feel invincible. Thank you, Master, for granting me this power. Yimo thanked him respectfully. He was extremely excited. Next, you only need to strengthen your body. You don't need to cultivate for now. You can't increase your cultivation anymore or it'll affect your foundation. It'll be almost impossible for you to break through to the immortal spirit realm, the mysterious man said. I understand. Yimo answered respectfully. He couldn't wait to get the power of Panga realm. With the help of powerful pills, it should be about a month. By then, all the experts of the major forces will be able to get the power of Panga realm. I'm really looking forward to it, the mysterious man said with a faint smile. Feng Wuchen, just you wait. I'll find you soon. When I get the power of Panga realm, Qiu Tian will be nothing to me, Yimo sneered with a murderous look in his eyes. But why does Master want to deal with the dragon soul? Master's strength is so terrifying, he shouldn't be here for the Panga method. Yimo was puzzled. If I can get the dragon soul's powerful Panga method. Yimo's lips curled up into an evil smile. Emperor Immortal Palace. In the alchemy pavilion, Feng Wuchen was refining pills and runes. Pills were healing pills, power recovery pills, and pills that could temporarily increase battle power. These pills were very important in a battle and could be said to be life-saving. Runes were the 3 types of runes that increased speed, power, and defense. They were also very important in battle. Grand Elder Gu Yu, Dongfeng Wushan, Lu Tianlu, Lei Yi, and other alchemists were also refining pills. After all, the number of pills needed was huge. Feng Wuchen's primordial spirit avatar was also being refined in the divine ring. Over the past few days, Feng Wuchen and Gu Yu had refined a large number of pills and talisman patterns. Many powerful and precious herbs and materials were nearly exhausted. The alchemists were all exhausted. Everyone, take a rest first. We don't have enough herbs and materials. Feng Wuchen said indifferently. He was also sweating profusely. His soul force had been greatly consumed, and his face was pale. The Ancient Immortal Sovereign Grade and Ancient Immortal Venerable Grade 3 Lives Yang Restoration Pill and Regenerative Green Lotus Pill require a huge amount of medicinal ingredients. The Heaven Demon and the others are currently in seclusion. Grand Elder, go to the Lightning Shadow Sky Wolf clan and order them to mobilize all their immortal beasts. The members of the 4 great clans will also help. Give them priority in finding these precious medicinal ingredients. Feng Wuchen said indifferently. Yes. Gu Yu respectfully said and immediately set off for the Lightning Shadow Heavenly Wolf clan. My lord, the Dragon Soul Rakshasa and the other 4 races have too many people. We will need too many pills. These pills are far from enough. Lu Tianlu said solemnly. I know. Feng Wuchen nodded and said solemnly, give priority to the Ancient Immortal Sovereign Grade and Ancient Immortal Venerable Grade pills. Make as many as you can. With that, Feng Wuchen flashed and disappeared. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the array above the palace. The experts of the Panga field are helping to improve their cultivation. They must open up 10 times the space for the Dragon Soul Ancient Immortal Sovereign and Ancient Immortal Venerable experts to cultivate. Although it will consume a lot of energy, this is the only way. Feng Wuchen thought to himself. Without any hesitation, Feng Wuchen immediately began to set up 10 times the space. The 10 times the space in the array was not big. It could only accommodate Ling Xiaoxiao and the others to cultivate. Feng Wuchen could only set up another 10 times the space. For hours later, the second 10 times the space had been integrated into the array. Feng Wuchen's face was pale. Obviously, he had consumed a lot of energy. Prisoner Heaven. Pass down the order. Dragon Soul Venerable, Rakshasa Venerable Ancient Immortal Sovereign and Ancient Immortal Venerable Experts, gather at the Emperor's Celestial Palace immediately. Feng Wuchen transmitted his order. Yes. Prisoner Heaven replied respectfully and immediately ordered, Dragon Soul Venerable, Ancient Immortal Sovereign and Ancient Immortal Venerable, gather at the Emperor's Celestial Palace immediately. Rakshasa Supreme Commander, Honorable Lord, Rakshasa Ancient Immortal Sovereign and Ancient Immortal Venerable, gather at the Emperor's Celestial Palace immediately. Prisoner Heaven transmitted his voice to Xianxia. Yes. War God Prisoner Heaven. Xianxia replied respectfully and immediately gave the order. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The 5 war gods of the Dragon Soul were the first to appear. The 3 ancient immortal souls, Cold Blade Jinglin, and other ancient immortal venerables and ancient immortal sovereign experts also appeared. In the teleportation array, the Rakshasa ancient immortal sovereign and ancient immortal sovereign experts led by Xianxia also appeared. In less than 2 minutes, thousands of experts had gathered at the square of the Emperor's Celestial Palace. Honorable Lord, the Supreme Commander and Deputy Commander are still in seclusion. Prisoner Heaven reported respectfully. Feng Wuchen nodded and said, they should be breaking through to the ancient immortal sovereign realm. Don't disturb them. Don't disturb those honorables who are in the critical moment of their seclusion either. Although it's just a guess, we have to be prepared for the war just in case. We can't fall into a passive position and can't give the enemy any chance. With that, Feng Wuchen waved his hand, and a large number of powerful elixirs and runes flew out and appeared in front of every honorable in an instant. Feng Wuchen said seriously, these are healing elixirs and energy recovery elixirs. They can temporarily increase your strength. Don't use them unless it's a last resort. The runes can increase your speed, strength, and defense. They're very important in the war. My instincts tell me that the war is coming. In the war, your strength is very important. You're the backbone of the Dragon Soul Rakshasa. I've already created another 10 times space for you to cultivate. I hope that your cultivation can become stronger before the war. 10 times space. Xiao Tian and the others were shocked and overjoyed. With 10 times space, their cultivation could definitely increase by leaps and bounds if they cultivated for a month. After all, they had the help of Panga Realm's natural treasures and the powerful heaven-defying God Orb. At the same time, I'll also bestow you with great strength. If this war is unavoidable, then go all out. Feng Wuchen said majestically. Yes, sir. Everyone shouted respectfully. While speaking, Feng Wuchen had already set up a huge formation to cover thousands of honorables. Under Feng Wuchen's control, thousands of miniature formations were created and inserted into their bodies. Feng Wuchen said, this is a healing and energy recovery formation. Xiao Tian immediately summoned the ancient immortal sovereigns of the 4 races. Patriarch Xianxia might have a chance to reach a higher realm. Feng Wuchen continued. Yes, sir. Xiao Tian replied respectfully and immediately transmitted a message to Xianxia. 10 times space has been prepared for you. Go in and cultivate immediately. When the war comes, kill the enemy with all your strength. Feng Wuchen shouted. Peak swish. Swish. The supremacies flew into the sky and entered the space that was 10 times bigger. My lord, aren't you going to cultivate? With your terrifying cultivation speed, you will definitely surpass all of us, Xianxia asked. Feng Wuchen smiled and said, I still need to make elixir runes and strengthen the arrays of the palace. You guys cultivate first. I will enter in a few days. Yes, my lord. Xianxia said respectfully and entered the space that was 10 times bigger. 10 times bigger is enough for them to become stronger. As long as no ancient gods or titled ancient gods interfere, the Dragon Soul will definitely not lose. Feng Wuchen thought to himself. He was very confident in the Dragon Soul's strength. Swish. Swish. After a while, the leaders and elders of the 4 races, as well as many ancient immortal supremacies, appeared. Greetings, Lord Feng. Xianxia and the others bowed respectfully. No need to be so polite. Feng Wuchen smiled and said, leaders and elders, Xiao Tian should have already explained the situation to you. Xianxia said respectfully, Tian'er has already told us everything. Feng Wuchen nodded and said seriously, the enemies we are going to face are very powerful, and I feel that they are coming soon. So, we need to increase our cultivation as soon as possible. This time, I asked you to use 10 times bigger space to increase your cultivation. 10 times bigger space? Xianxia and the others were shocked. 5 times bigger space was already so terrifying. What would 10 times be like? Leader Xianxia, with 10 times bigger space and the treasures of the Pengu world, you might have a chance to enter the legendary realm of the ancient immortal world, Feng Wuchen said with a smile. The immortal realm? Xianxia said in shock, Lord Feng, ancient immortal venerable Yan Chen and demon devil fiend haven't been able to reach the immortal realm for so many years. It seems that it is very difficult to break through. It is indeed very difficult to break through to the immortal realm. They have cultivated for 1,000,000 years and still haven't broken through, but that is because they don't have enough power to cultivate. But we do. Feng Wuchen smiled with pride. The natural treasures of the Pengu realm could solve this problem. Time is of the essence. Everyone, go in and cultivate. Qiu Tian and the rest are already inside. 10 times the space should be enough to increase your cultivation by a lot, Feng Wuchen continued with a smile. Yes. Lord Feng. Xianxia and the others entered the tenfold space. Looking at the space that was 10 times larger than before, Feng Wuchen thought, the Dragon Soul Rakshasa and the ancient immortal emperors and ancient immortal venerables of the 4 races should be enough to deal with them. It would be best if the person behind them is the one. Buzz. Feng Wuchen put his palms together and activated the domineering power of primeval. The array of the palace started to shake violently. In the next moment, the aura of the formation skyrocketed, emitting an extremely terrifying power. With my current strength, the power of the formation can at least resist a peak 9-star ancient immortal venerable. Feng Wuchen smiled confidently. It wasn't that Feng Wuchen was strong, but that the formation was terrifying. Master, how's the defensive power of the formation? Dragon God Sword asked. I'm not sure how strong the defensive power is, but my wife and the rest won't be affected by the battle. In a few months, my wife and the rest should be able to reach the ancient immortal emperor level. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. He was looking forward to it. Whoosh! Elder Guyu came out of the teleportation formation. After seeing Feng Wuchen, he said respectfully, Honorable Lord, the Sky Wolf clan leader will personally send the herbs over in 2 hours. All the races in the illusion realm have already moved out. Very good. Feng Wuchen nodded. In the next few days, Feng Wuchen, Elder Guyu and the rest were frantically refining elixir runes and distributing them to the Dragon Soul Rakshasa supremacy. After finishing the elixir runes, Feng Wuchen and Elder Guyu entered the tenfold space to cultivate. The peaceful ancient immortal world was surging with undercurrents. All the major forces in the ancient immortal world had also sensed something unusual. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. In the terrifyingly peaceful ancient immortal world, terrifying auras suddenly appeared in the 3 major domains, and they all came from the transcendent forces. This is Shi Xianming's aura. How is this possible? How can his aura reach such a level? Shi Tianfeng's aura is also extremely terrifying. It has already surpassed the peak 9-star ancient immortal supremacy realm. What's going on? There is also a terrifying aura coming from the Supreme Divine Palace and the Heavenly Abyss Divine Palace of the Immortal God Realm. The Underworld Ghost King's cultivation has also reached such a level. This is impossible. This is Yi Hongyun's aura. Isn't she in the ancient immortal emperor realm? How can she be a peak 9-star ancient immortal supremacy? Inside the ancient immortal palace, ancient immortal venerable Yan Chen, He Qing, and the others all turned pale with fright. What the hell is going on? How can their cultivation suddenly become so terrifying? Their cultivation has reached the level of Xiao Wuxuan and the evil emperor. Protector Tianhen said in horror. Protector Tianhen, immediately go to the Emperor Immortal Palace and report to Lord Feng. Ancient Immortal Venerable Yan Chen said in a panic. Yes. I will go immediately. Protector Tianhen said in a panic, his face extremely pale. The ancient immortal world's calamity is coming. These experts of the major forces are the enemies of the dragon's soul. Ancient Immortal Venerable Xianxia said in a panic. Ancient Immortal Venerable Xianxia had not even panicked when facing the Devil Nightmare clan. Not only the Ancient Immortal Palace, but the Celestial Moon Pavilion and the other major forces of the Ancient Immortal World also felt the terrifying aura. No one knew what was going on. However, the terrifying aura soon disappeared. It was very strange. Eternal Divine Palace. Fentianji, Zhuge Qinghuai and the other top experts gathered in the square, including Shi Xianming of the Ancient Immortal Palace. My lord, the news has been passed. They will arrive at the Eternal Divine Palace soon. Fentianji said respectfully to the void. Very good. You did not disappoint me. The strength of your physical body is indeed able to withstand the power of the Panga realm. I guess you are all looking forward to the power of the Panga realm? The mysterious man's faint laughter sounded in the void. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. The moment the mysterious man finished speaking, 3 people suddenly appeared in the independent space. Ancient God experts. Fentianji and the others became unusually excited. Bestow them with the power of the Panga realm. Their physical bodies should be able to withstand it. The mysterious man's voice sounded. Yes, my lord. My lord, the 3 ancient gods respectfully replied. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. At this moment, Yi Mo, Yi Hongyun and the other experts of the major forces appeared one after another. Greetings, my lord. Yi Mo and the others knelt on one knee respectfully. You came at the right time. Let's begin. I will let you feel the power of the Panga realm and give you enough confidence to destroy the dragon's soul. The mysterious man smiled faintly. End of chapter. Emperor Immortal Palace. The palace was cold and empty and it was very quiet. Protector Tianhen appeared in a flash and rushed into the palace. He had a panicked expression. Lord Feng. Something happened. Protector Tianhen shouted anxiously. But when Protector Tianhen rushed into the palace, there wasn't a single person in the palace. Only then did he react. The entire palace was empty. Apart from the ancient immortal emperors and ancient immortal sovereigns who cultivated in the 10 times space, the other dragon soul sovereigns were either cultivating in the 5 times space ring or scattered around the ancient immortal domain. Right, Feng Restaurant. Protector Tianhen suddenly thought of something and entered the teleportation array. Within Feng Restaurant, Qiu Bufan and company sensed the terrifying aura from before and guessed that a huge battle was about to happen. All the major powers and cultivators in the ancient immortal domain guessed that it had something to do with the dragon soul. Heavenly Moon Immortal City could be said to have become deserted once again. These terrifying auras are extraordinary. Yi Hongyun, Yi Mo, and Shi Tianfeng have all reached such a terrifying realm. This is unbelievable. Wei Tianzhong said solemnly. The terrifying auras came from the Heaven Illumination Immortal Matter, Ghost Underworld Immortal Palace, Guzun Hall, Unparalleled God Hall, Heaven Abyss God Hall and other major powers. They either have grudges with the Dragon Soul or Luo Sha. Recently, Heaven Abyss God Hall has been devouring the other major powers and is planning to chase the Dragon Soul out of the Immortal God domain. It's indeed not a good thing to be peaceful for too long. I hope that the reverends will come out soon. I also hope that it's not what the reverends think. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Qiu Bufan said in his heart with a frown. Swish. Right at this moment, Protector Tianhen suddenly came out of the teleportation array. Protector Tianhen. Qiu Bufan and company bowed respectfully. Qiu Bufan, is Lord Feng not here? Protector Tianhen asked anxiously when he couldn't see Feng Wuchen. Protector Tianhen, the reverends, great commanders, and battle god Qiu Tian are all in seclusion. Qiu Bufan said respectfully. He could guess the reason why Protector Tianhen was so anxious. Seclusion? Tianheng frowned and said anxiously, so Lord Feng doesn't know about that terrifying aura. They are definitely here for the dragon soul. Qiu Bufan said solemnly, Protector Tianheng is right. We are guessing that they are here for the dragon soul and we are waiting for them to come out. Their auras are extraordinary. Shi Tianfeng, Shi Xianming and Yi Hongyun's cultivation have all reached the realm of Xiao Wuxuan and the evil emperor. I'm afraid that old thing Fan Tianji can fight against Mo Yan. This time, it's definitely a disaster. Protector Tianhen said anxiously, unable to calm down. Protector Tianhen, there is no need to worry. Reverend has predicted this and will definitely come out when they attack. Reverend will definitely have a way to deal with them. Xiao Bufan said. Lord Feng, do you know what happened to their cultivation bases? Yi Hongyun was only a 3-star ancient immortal emperor. How did he become a peak 9-star ancient immortal venerable? This increase is too terrifying. Protector Tianhen quickly asked. He couldn't understand at all. Xiao Bufan said solemnly, Reverend is guessing that they have the help of experts from the Pangu domain. Otherwise, their cultivation wouldn't be able to reach their current realm. Experts from the Pangu domain? Protector Tianhen's expression changed drastically and he said, it can't be wrong. Only the experts from the Pangu domain can help them increase their cultivation to such a terrifying level. Protector Tianhen frowned again and said doubtfully, why would the experts from the Pangu domain come for the dragon's soul? Lord Feng didn't offend them, right? Could it be the titled ancient god from the devil nightmare race? Reverend is guessing that it isn't him. The battle just ended not long ago. That old thing Xianxia shouldn't dare to attack the dragon's soul. Wei Tianzhong shook his head. Then who could it be? Could it be someone stronger than Xianxia? Protector Tianhen guessed. Reverend isn't sure either. He is also waiting for this person to appear. Xiao Bufan shook his head. Whoosh! Right at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in the sky above Heavenly Moon Immortal City. It was very abrupt. Immediately after, a terrifying aura spread out crazily and enveloped Heavenly Moon Immortal City. Many cultivators fled in fear. Yi Hongyun. Seeing the person who came, Xiao Bufan and the others were shocked. They didn't expect Yi Hongyun to find them so quickly. The person who came was Yi Hongyun. Since Yi Hongyun appeared here, it was clear that she was here to take the lead. This is Yi Hongyun's aura. I sensed this terrifying aura just now. What the hell is going on here? Wasn't Yi Hongyun a 5-star ancient immortal reverend a month ago? How did she suddenly become a peak 9-star ancient immortal reverend? She is too terrifying. Yi Hongyun's cultivation is rising too quickly. The cultivators who fled Heavenly Moon Immortal City were frightened and confused. No one knew how Yi Hongyun's cultivation rose so quickly. Protector Tianhen. Yi Hongyun stared coldly at Protector Tianhen, Xiao Bufan and the others. Looking at Yi Hongyun, Protector Tianhen frowned and said, Yi Hongyun, your cultivation has risen too quickly. Protector Tianhen finds it hard to believe. Protector Tianhen, there seems to be some grudges between us. You haven't forgotten about it, right? Yi Hongyun said coldly. She wouldn't forget what happened in the immortal soul world. Protector Tianhen's face instantly turned gloomy. It doesn't matter if you have forgotten. It's fine as long as I remember. Yi Hongyun said coldly. Before she finished her words, Yi Hongyun's figure had silently appeared on the balcony of the 3rd floor. Her speed was terrifying to the extreme. Protector Tianhen, Xiao Bufan and the others didn't notice anything. So fast. Xiao Bufan was incomparably shocked. Although I'm not here to find you today, since you are here, let's settle the grudges between us. Yi Hongyun said coldly. Terrifying energy had already gathered in her palm. As she spoke, Yi Hongyun made a grabbing motion and forcefully pulled Protector Tianhen over. Protector Tianhen. Xiao Bufan and the others cried out in panic. However, they didn't dare to make a move. Protector Tianhen couldn't resist the terrifying energy. He felt that his body wasn't under his control and intense fear surged in his heart. Even though Protector Tianhen's cultivation had reached the level of a 4-star ancient immortal sovereign, it was nothing in front of Yi Hongyun. Purple-green Emperor Soul Art. Protector Tianhen suddenly roared. His strength surged crazily. Oh? Pangu art? Yi Hongyun was slightly surprised. She said in disbelief, I didn't expect Protector Tianhen to cultivate the powerful Pangu art. Did the Lord of the Dragon Soul give it to you? It was a pity that Protector Tianhen's cultivation was too weak. Even if he executed the Pangu art and his strength surged, he still couldn't resist. Boom. PFFF. Yi Hongyun struck out with her palm. With a loud explosion, Protector Tianhen spat out a mouthful of blood. His chest caved in and his body shot out, piercing through the restaurant. Protector Tianhen. Qiu Bufan and the others cried out in fear. End of chapter. Protector Tianhen's injuries are very serious. Qiu Bufan's heart is burning with anxiety as he tries to fly out. Swish. A terrifying energy beam suddenly shot over and blocked Qiu Bufan's path. If this terrifying energy were to land on Qiu Bufan, he would definitely turn into ashes. Qiu Bufan, you better not interfere. Yi Hongyun said coldly. Yi Hongyun, this stinking brat's cultivation has increased so quickly and he still has such terrifying strength. He can actually forcefully break my Panga technique. Protector Tianhen's heart is filled with fear. He was struck by a palm and was heavily injured on the spot. The destruction spread from the restaurant to the edge of the immortal city. Everywhere it passed, buildings were destroyed. Yi Hongyun made a grabbing motion and the heavily injured Protector Tianhen was suddenly sucked over. In a blink of an eye, Yi Hongyun grabbed his throat, making him unable to breathe. Yi Hongyun, stop! Qiu Bufan shouted in panic. Qiu Bufan, you are not qualified to ask what I want to do. You should be glad that I do not have any grudges with you. Otherwise, your corpse would already be cold. Yi Hongyun said coldly as he glanced at Qiu Bufan. Arrogant bastard. Wei Tianzhong gritted his teeth in anger, looking as though he is going to risk his life. We are not his match. Don't be rash. Qiu Bufan suppressed the fear in his heart and immediately stopped Wei Tianzhong. Yi Hongyun's strength is terrifying. With their cultivation, if they were to make a move, they would only be sending themselves to death. Protector Tianhen, do you remember now? Yi Hongyun asked coldly as she increased the strength of her wrist. It seems like she is going to crush Protector Tianhen's throat. Protector Tianhen is unable to speak. Under the situation where he is unable to breathe, he is frantically struggling. Qiu Bufan and the rest can only feel anxious. There is nothing they can do. Swish. Buzz buzz. Just at this moment, an intense ear-piercing sound suddenly came from the sky and struck Yi Hongyun. The space violently trembled and collapsed. Boom. Buzz. Yi Hongyun glanced at it from the corner of her eyes. Soon after, she waved her hand. With a boom, she forcefully shattered the terrifying power. This is ancient immortal venerable Yan Chen's aura. Qiu Bufan was overjoyed and felt relieved. Although Yi Hongyun was strong, she was still much weaker than ancient immortal sovereign Yan Chen. Ancient immortal sovereign Yan Chen, I didn't expect that you would personally act. But then again, Protector Tianhen is a major character under you. Yi Hongyun coldly spoke, her face was still expressionless. The grudge between you and Protector Tianhen is just a small misunderstanding. You don't have to take his life, right? A faint laughter resounded from the sky. Shortly after, an elderly figure appeared. It was none other than ancient immortal sovereign Yan Chen. Protector Tianhen was a popular figure under ancient immortal venerable Yan Chen. How could ancient immortal venerable Yan Chen not save him? Ancient immortal sovereign Yan Chen is magnanimous and naturally thinks that it's a small misunderstanding. Unfortunately, I'm a narrow-minded person who holds grudges. I don't think that it's a small misunderstanding. Yi Hongyun said coldly. Even when facing ancient immortal Exalt Yan Chen, her expression did not change in the slightest. She did not give ancient immortal sovereign Yan Chen any face. In the past, she might have been afraid of ancient immortal sovereign Yan Chen. But today was different. Yi Hongyun was not afraid of ancient immortal sovereign Yan Chen. If you want to kill, then kill. Protector Tianhen spat out a few words with difficulty. Yi Hongyun coldly said, Protector Tianhen, if I want to kill you now, it'll be as easy as crushing an ant. You don't have to rush to die. If you fall into my hands, you won't be able to survive today. Ancient immortal sovereign Yan Chen won't be able to save you. Arrogant. Arrogant to the extreme, her cultivation was inferior to ancient immortal sovereign Yan Chen. But she still dared to be so arrogant and not put ancient immortal sovereign Yan Chen in her eyes. Ancient immortal sovereign Yan Chen frowned slightly and thought to himself, there's only Yi Hongyun here. I can't sense the aura of other experts. Even if others come, I can save him before they act. Where did Yi Hongyun get her confidence from? Could it be that there's an expert from Pangu domain in the dark? Yi Hongyun was only a peak 9-star ancient immortal sovereign. She was even weaker than ancient immortal sovereign Yan Chen. However, Yi Hongyun's arrogance wasn't false bravado. I'd like to see if your strength can make you so confident. Ancient immortal sovereign Yan Chen said with a faint smile. His old eyes flashed with a hint of ruthlessness. The moment his words fell, ancient immortal sovereign Yan Chen's figure suddenly appeared in front of Yi Hongyun. Moreover, his palm fiercely blasted out with a soul-stirring might. Ancient immortal sovereign Yan Chen, do you look down on me so much? Seeing that ancient immortal sovereign Yan Chen was only casually attacking, Yi Hongyun couldn't help but grin. Then, she countered with a palm. Boom. Buzz. The two palms collided with a loud bang. The destructive energy ripples from the collision spread out fiercely and mercilessly. The space trembled violently. How is this possible? Protector Tianhen was greatly shocked. Impossible. How can Yi Hongyun have such strength? Qiu Bufan couldn't help but exclaim in horror. His eyes widened to the extreme. Ancient immortal sovereign Yan Chen frowned deeply. His old face turned solemn. Yi Hongyun had actually blocked his palm. Ancient immortal sovereign Yan Chen, I'm not as weak as you think. If you want to save people, then show me your true strength. Yi Hongyun said coldly. Peak 9-star ancient immortal sovereign cultivation base. However, her strength has already surpassed this realm, ancient immortal sovereign Yan Chen thought to himself. Buzz. An extremely powerful force was activated. The monstrous aura swept out wildly like an avalanche. The space of the ancient immortal realm trembled violently. Other than Devil Nightmare and the Evil Emperor, you're the first opponent that this immortal sovereign has to take seriously. Ancient immortal sovereign Yan Chen said in a deep voice. The strength of his palm instantly increased by several times. Humph. The corners of Yi Hongyun's mouth curled up into a sinister smile. Immediately, a terrifying power erupted from her body. The violent aura rapidly increased. The two palms collided. The power soared wildly. The space trembled even more violently. It had already spread throughout the entire ancient immortal world. However, even with ancient immortal sovereign Yan Chen's strength, he couldn't suppress Yi Hongyun. In terms of strength, Yi Hongyun didn't lose to ancient immortal sovereign Yan Chen. In fact, he was even suppressed by Yi Hongyun's strength. This is the power of the Panga realm. Ancient immortal sovereign Yan Chen was shocked. His old face was filled with disbelief. How is this possible? The power of the Panga realm? Protector Tianhen was dumbfounded. He could clearly feel the violent and terrifying power of Yi Hongyun. It had indeed surpassed the spiritual source power of the ancient immortal world. Yi Hongyun was actually hiding her strength. Qiu Bufan and Wei Tianzhong were petrified. Boom. Buzz. At this moment, Yi Hongyun had indeed used the power of the Panga realm. Moreover, it was getting more and more terrifying. Soon after, there was an explosion and ancient immortal sovereign Yan Chen was sent flying. The power of the Panga realm is definitely not wrong. Ancient immortal sovereign Yan Chen said in shock. Ancient immortal sovereign Yan Chen, you want to save someone with this little power? Aren't you underestimating me too much? Yi Hongyun sneered proudly. Forcing ancient immortal sovereign Yan Chen to retreat with one palm was enough for Yi Hongyun to shock the entire ancient immortal world. End of chapter. How is this possible? Qiu Bufan and the rest were dumbfounded when they saw ancient immortal venerable Yan Chen being pushed back by Yi Hongyun. How powerful was Yi Hongyun? Lord Ancient Immortal Venerable, Yi Hongyun has the support of the experts of the Panga realm. The reason why her cultivation improved so quickly is because of the help of the experts of the Panga realm. Protector Tianhen transmitted his voice. I see. No wonder Yi Hongyun has the power of the Panga realm. Such a powerful force completely suppressed my power. Ancient Immortal Venerable Yan Chen's face darkened. Yi Hongyun's cultivation was indeed inferior to Ancient Immortal Venerable Yan Chen. However, it was a different story when she had the power of the Panga realm. When Yi Hongyun activated the power of the Panga realm, her combat power had already surpassed Ancient Immortal Venerable Yan Chen. I've always heard that ancient immortal venerable Yan Chen is very powerful, second only to devil demon old monster. Now, it seems like it's nothing. Yi Hongyun said arrogantly. Her cold eyes were filled with contempt. After saying that, Yi Hongyun activated a force to trap Protector Tianhen. She said coldly, Protector Tianhen, take a good look at how ancient immortal venerable Yan Chen is defeated by me. Yi Hongyun loosened her grip on Protector Tianhen's throat. Only then did Protector Tianhen feel much better. At least, he no longer felt suffocated. Ancient immortal venerable Yan Chen, you haven't cultivated the Panga technique, right? Yi Hongyun said coldly. She had already activated the power of the Panga realm. Her hands quickly formed seals, and an extremely violent aura erupted. Panga technique. Ancient immortal venerable Yan Chen's face was extremely solemn. He was even worried in his heart. After all, ancient immortal venerable Yan Chen did not have the Panga technique. Panga technique. Heaven's wrath and heaven's punishment palm. Yi Hongyun clasped her hands together and roared out. A huge, terrifying palm of energy over 100,000 meters large rapidly condensed in the air. Under Yi Hongyun's control, it smashed down mercilessly. It seemed like it could destroy the ground. The power of the Panga technique was terrifying. Its soul-stirring aura pressured ancient immortal venerable Yan Chen. At that moment, ancient immortal venerable Yan Chen felt like a planet was pressing on his body. The Panga technique was that terrifying. Lord Ancient Immortal Venerable, be careful. Protector Tianhen shouted in panic. Ancient Immortal Sovereign Yan Chen, can you stop him? I heard that Ancient Gods of the Deep is imprisoned, he won't be able to save you. Yi Hongyun proudly sneered, as if she was waiting to see Ancient Immortal Venerable Yan Chen make a fool of himself. Ancient Immortal Venerable Yan Chen did not dare to be careless, nor did he dare to underestimate his opponent. He immediately activated his ancient power and took out his Grade 8 Ancient Immortal Artifact. His terrifying battle prowess skyrocketed. In an instant, Ancient Immortal Sovereign Yan Chen's battle prowess had reached the level of the Vile Emperor. The ancient power of the ancient immortal world is no match for the power of the Panga realm. Yi Hongyun sneered mockingly, as if she could already see ancient immortal sovereign Yan Chen's miserable defeat. Ancient Immortal Technique. Clear Sky 8 Desolation / Ancient Immortal Sovereign Yan Chen formed a seal with both hands and roared as he slashed out with both hands. Swish. Swish. Buzz. More than a dozen enormous and terrifying energy slashes soared into the sky, as if they wanted to split open the heavens and earth. They carried with them a world-destroying momentum as they rushed towards Yi Hongyun's energy palm. Space violently shook. Ancient Immortal Sovereign Yan Chen, you want to fight against the Pangu art with just your ancient immortal technique? You are looking down on the Pangu art too much. Yi Hongyun sneered contemptuously, not putting the ancient immortal technique in her eyes at all. Boom. Boom. Buzz. More than a dozen terrifying energy slashes bombarded the palm that was descending from the sky. The deafening explosion resounded throughout the ancient immortal world as unimaginable energy ripples swept out. Ancient Immortal Sovereign Yan Chen's ancient immortal technique was definitely not weak. Every energy slash contained absolutely terrifying power. However, the bombardment of more than a dozen terrifying energy slashes was unable to shake Yi Hongyun's palm. They couldn't even block it for a moment. It was completely useless. In front of the Pangu art, ancient immortal techniques were very weak. Not good. Ancient Immortal Sovereign Yan Chen can't block the power of the Pangu art. Wei Tianzhong, go to the Sovereign Immortal Palace immediately and report to the Sovereign Lord. Qiu Bufan's expression changed drastically as he said anxiously. Yes. Wei Tianzhong hurriedly replied and quickly entered the teleportation array. It's over. Protector Tianhen was extremely terrified as he suddenly shouted, Lord Ancient Immortal Sovereign, quickly dodge. Dodge? Yi Hongyun sneered and said, if he dodges, Qiu Bufan will definitely die and the entire immortal city will disappear. The power of the Pangu art is indeed terrifying. Yi Hongyun's strength has already surpassed the evil emperor's. Ancient Immortal Sovereign Yan Chen thought in his heart as a strong sense of powerlessness surged in his heart. Shoo. Shoo, shoo. Shoo. At this moment, Great Elder He Qing and the other top experts of the ancient immortal palace appeared. There were more than a dozen powerful ancient immortal sovereigns. Great Elder, why are you all here? Quickly leave. You all can't withstand the power of the Pengu art. Ancient Immortal Sovereign Yan Chen's old face changed drastically. Lord Ancient Immortal Sovereign, let's not talk so much. Let's fight together. Great Elder He Qing shouted and immediately unleashed his full strength. More than a dozen ancient immortal sovereigns unleashed their full strength and were prepared to fight to the death. Even the guardian elders of the ancient immortal palace are here. Unfortunately, it won't change the outcome. No matter how many of you come, it won't change anything. Yi Hongyun sneered. Give your strength to this immortal sovereign. Ancient immortal sovereign Yan Chen quickly shouted. Great Elder He Qing and the rest immediately channeled their strength into ancient immortal sovereign Yan Chen's body. In an instant, ancient immortal sovereign Yan Chen's strength surged crazily and his aura became even more terrifying. Ancient immortal technique. Boundless 10,000 miles. Divine wind howling firmament. Ancient immortal sovereign Yan Chen quickly formed hand seals and roared. A destructive storm instantly condensed and then compressed into a huge wind-attributed energy sword that was hundreds of thousands of feet long. Shoo! Buzz! Ancient immortal sovereign Yan Chen suddenly waved his hand and the energy sword soared into the sky with a sharp and ear-piercing sound. The terrifying attack seemed to be breaking through the void of the ancient immortal world. Rumble! Puff! 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 The two destructive forces collided and exploded. Ancient immortal sovereign Yan Chen, Great Elder He Qing and the rest of the ancient immortal sovereigns vomited blood at the same time. Their bodies were sent flying and were instantly devoured. Lord Ancient Immortal Sovereign! Great Elder! Protector Tian Hen screamed in panic. Qiu Bufan also shouted in panic, Lord Ancient Immortal Sovereign! Facing the terrifying power of the Pengu art, they simply couldn't withstand it. The combined strength of more than a dozen ancient immortal sovereigns was actually no match for the power of the Pengu art. Buzz! The destructive energy ripples swept across the entire ancient immortal world like a tsunami. Countless cultivators were scared out of their wits and their souls were trembling. Not long after, Yi Hongyun floated out from the terrifying energy ripples. Her body was protected by an energy shield. Ancient immortal techniques are ultimately ancient immortal techniques. They can't compete with the Pengu art. The ancient power of the ancient immortal world can't compete with the power of the Pengu world. Yi Hongyun said coldly. The auras of ancient immortal sovereign Yan Chen and Great Elder He Qing have weakened instantly. In the celestial moon pavilion, Xiangyuan Tian frowned, his eyes filled with fear. Yi Hongyun's strength has already reached such a level? What is going on? Elder Xianyu was both shocked and confused. The auras of Shi Xianming and the rest are stronger than Yi Hongyun. Something must have happened to them that we don't know about. Second Elder said solemnly, his face pale. Dragon Soul's calamity is coming. I wonder what the Master of Dragon Soul has to deal with it. If he doesn't, the Dragon Soul will be destroyed. Immortal Sovereign Wu Liang said, his heart trembling. Xiang Yuantian frowned. The auras of clan leader Qian Yao and the rest have disappeared. Now that Yi Hongyun has appeared in Heavenly Moon Immortal City, she must be seeking revenge on the Master of Dragon Soul. However, the Dragon Soul experts have yet to appear. Guzun Palace. In the palace, Shi Xianming, Xing Wuying, and the other upper echelons were smiling happily. Old monster Yan Chen is done for. He can't even defeat Yi Hongyun. Shi Tianfeng smiled, his face full of arrogance. Shi Xianming smiled. Don't underestimate old monster Yan Chen's strength. Without the power of Panga realm, the Panga technique alone won't be enough to deal with him. Palace Master is right. The power of Panga realm is too terrifying. Xing Wuying smiled and nodded. Hall Master, the few of us have joined forces. Even if the Dragon Soul has the support of a titled ancient god, it will still be defeated this time. Our power has far surpassed theirs. Among the Dragon Soul, the strongest are only Qiu Tian and the 4 clan leaders, Gai Jun said respectfully. Shi Xianming nodded and smiled. You are right. Our strength has indeed surpassed Qiu Tian and the rest. The Master of Dragon's Soul is only an ancient immortal emperor. Even if they have strong recovery abilities, they will still die. It's about time for the Lord of Dragon's Soul and the others to appear. I wonder what kind of shocked expression the Lord of Dragon's Soul will have when he sees our strength. I'm really looking forward to it. Shi Tianfeng grinned as a cold light flashed across his eyes. Xing Wuying smiled happily and said, "Young master, there's no need to be anxious. Just wait patiently for Sir's orders." Ghost Underworld Immortal Palace. In the main hall, young Master Guiluo said excitedly, "Father, old monster Yanchen and the rest are already heavily injured. Let's take action. Otherwise, Yi Hongyun alone can wipe them all out. Let's take action together and annihilate the Dragon Soul completely. By then, Guesu's good days will come to an end." Ghost Underworld King shook his head slightly and said seriously, "Although our cultivation has been improved and we have gained the power of Panga Realm and the Panga tactics, we can't underestimate the Dragon Soul. Father, don't forget that the Eternal Shrine, Guzun Temple, Deep Heaven Temple, and Outermost Shrine are all on our side. Moreover, they have all gained the power of Panga tactics and Panga Realm. Dealing with the Dragon Soul will be a piece of cake." Guiluo said proudly, not taking the Dragon Soul seriously at all. "Young master, without Sir's orders, we can't take action." Grand Elder shook his head. Grand Elder is right. However, I will definitely kill Guesu with my own hands. Guiluo said fiercely as his eyes narrowed and flashed with cold killing intent. At the same time, the experts of Outermost Shrine, Deep Heaven Temple, Eternal Shrine, and the others were also gloating. Yi Hongyun had heavily injured ancient immortal Yanchen and the rest with her own strength. They probably didn't need to take action as she could easily annihilate the Dragon Soul. In the sky above Heavenly Moon Immortal City, the terrifying energy ripples lasted for a full 5 minutes. After it gradually dissipated, the figures of ancient immortal Yanchen and more than a dozen experts slowly appeared in the void. Ancient immortal Yanchen was heavily injured and was gasping for breath. His face was as pale as paper, and his aura was very weak. Elder He Qing and the others were even more seriously injured. They were already on the verge of collapsing and could fall at any time. They had all lost their fighting strength. More than a dozen ancient immortal venerables and ancient immortal Yanchen were no match for Yi Hongyun. It's over. If Lord Feng and the rest don't come, Lord Ancient Immortal Yanchen and Grand Elder will all die. Protector Tianhen was in a panic. Yi Hongyun's strength has actually reached such a terrifying level. Is the power of Panga Realm really so terrifying? Qiu Bufan said in horror, his pale face petrified. Wei Tianzhong has been gone for so long. Have the honorable masters and the rest not come out yet? Qiu Bufan said anxiously. Yi Hongyun's attack was ruthless. If they didn't come, ancient immortal Yanchen and the rest would definitely die. What Qiu Bufan didn't know was that there were several terrifying forces waiting for the Dragon Soul to appear. Oh? To be able to withstand such a powerful force, it's really out of my expectations. Yi Hongyun sneered. As she spoke, Yi Hongyun had already condensed more than a dozen terrifying energy swords. With your current situation, you don't have the ability to resist anymore, right? Yi Hongyun sneered and waved her hand without hesitation. More than a dozen energy swords shot out mercilessly. Yi Hongyun, stop. Protector Tianhen roared in panic. But it was too late. Chi. Chi, chi. More than a dozen terrifying energy swords instantly pierced through the hearts of Elder He Qing and the rest. They died on the spot and their corpses fell. The elders and protectors were all killed. Only ancient immortal Yanchen was still alive. Grand Elder. Second Elder. Ancient immortal Yanchen shouted in grief. Yi Hongyun. You bastard. Protector Tianhen scolded crazily. His eyes were bloodshot and his killing intent soared. Yi Hongyun coldly glanced at Protector Tianhen and sneered, they are the ones who interfered. You can't blame me. But you don't have to be too sad. After I kill ancient immortal Yanchen, it will be your turn. The reason why I killed you last is to let you feel fear for a while longer. After saying that, Yi Hongyun stepped into the void and looked at ancient immortal Yanchen coldly. Ancient immortal Yanchen, if you have any last words, say it quickly. I have never been a patient person. Yi Hongyun coldly said and arrived before ancient immortal Yanchen in the blink of an eye. Yi Hongyun. Stop. Protector Tianhen roared crazily. Ancient immortal Yanchen half opened his eyes and looked at Yi Hongyun. He said weakly, I really didn't expect that I would die in your hands. To be honest, I also didn't expect that the overlord of the ancient immortal world would die in my hands. After I kill you, Yi Hongyun's name will definitely shake the entire ancient immortal world. Alright, it's time to go. I don't like to waste time. Yi Hongyun grinned and said. Her palm was already condensing energy. The experts of the Pangu world are backing you. This immortal Yanchen is indeed not a match for them. I'm really unwilling to accept this. Ancient immortal Yanchen said weakly. Boom. PFFF. Yi Hongyun didn't say any more nonsense. She slammed her palm on ancient immortal Yanchen's chest. The terrifying force caused ancient immortal Yanchen to vomit blood and his body was sent flying. Rumble. Buzz. Ancient immortal Lord Yanchen was sent flying. He crashed into many immortal mountains and countless rocks fell. Lord Ancient Immortal Lord. Protector Tianhen roared madly and struggled with all his might. Lord. Lord Ancient Immortal Lord, was he killed? Wei Tianzhong asked in horror. His body trembled uncontrollably. He's still alive. His aura is very weak and I can barely sense it. But. Xiao Bufan said in a panic. His frightened face was as if he had seen a ghost. Xiao Bufan's soul power could still sense ancient immortal Lord Yan Chen's extremely weak aura. But what? Wei Tianzhong asked. When he saw Xiao Bufan's expression, he had already realized that something even more terrifying had happened. Xiao Bufan said in a trembling voice, Ancient immortal Lord Yan Chen, his physical body was destroyed, what? Wei Tianzhong and the others were scared out of their wits. They were completely dumbfounded. This was the strongest overlord of the ancient immortal world, but now, his physical body was destroyed by Yi Hongyun's overwhelming power. Oh? He can still survive after receiving such a powerful palm strike from me. As expected of the overlord of the ancient immortal world. Yi Hongyun sneered. She could also sense ancient immortal Lord Yan Chen's extremely weak aura. Whoosh! Not long after, a light figure soared into the sky from the destroyed immortal mountain in the distance. It was ancient immortal Lord Yan Chen, but it was an illusory figure. It was a soul body. Yi Hongyun's terrifying palm strike had destroyed ancient immortal Lord Yan Chen's physical body. Even though it was a soul body, it was severely damaged and extremely weak. Seeing ancient immortal Lord Yan Chen's weak soul body, Xiao Bufan and the others were speechless. Lord Ancient Immortal Lord. Protector Tianhen cried in grief and indignation. That palm strike was really powerful. As expected of the power of the Panga realm. This immortal lord's physical body couldn't withstand it, Ancient Immortal Lord Yanchen said weakly. Ancient Immortal Lord Yanchen, I'm sorry for making you suffer so much pain. This time I'll make sure you won't feel any pain. Yi Hongyun sneered. Yi Hongyun. You will die a horrible death. Protector Tianhen roared furiously. Protector Tianhen, you will definitely die faster than me. Once Ancient Immortal Sovereign Yanchen dies, you will be next. Yi Hongyun coldly glanced at Protector Tianhen. Shortly after, a terrifying force gathered on her index finger. Ancient Immortal Sovereign Yanchen stared at Yi Hongyun and said weakly, this immortal sovereign's strength is indeed inferior to yours. Grand Elder and the others died because of this immortal sovereign, so how can this immortal sovereign live? Do it. Ancient Immortal Sovereign Yanchen already knew that there was no chance of him surviving. Coupled with the fact that his injuries were too severe, he had already given up. It's my honor to be able to kill Ancient Immortal Sovereign Yanchen. Yi Hongyun sneered. Swish. Buzz. As soon as she finished speaking, a terrifying blue energy beam shot out from Yi Hongyun's index finger like lightning, bringing with it a sharp and ear-piercing sonic boom, causing the space to shake violently. No. Protector Tianhen roared in despair. Lord Ancient Immortal Venerable. Get out of the way. Xiao Bufan hastily shouted. Not to mention Yi Hongyun's terrifying power, Anyone with a little bit of cultivation would be able to kill ancient immortal sovereign Yan Chen's weakened soul. Swish, however, just when Protector Tianhen and Xiao Bufan thought that ancient immortal sovereign Yan Chen was dead for sure, a terrifying force suddenly soared into the sky. It was as fast as lightning, bringing with it an invincible might. You're finally here. Your strength isn't weak. Yi Hongyan's lips curled into an evil smile. Bloodline power. This is the Devil Sovereign's bloodline power. And it has become several times stronger than before. Ancient immortal sovereign Yan Chen was shocked, and his old face stiffened on the spot. This is... Xiao Bufan and the others were shocked, and their hearts were filled with intense ecstasy. Peak 9-star ancient immortal sovereign. A very domineering bloodline power. This person's strength isn't simple. Fen Tianji's old face turned serious. How could this kid's cultivation have reached such a realm? Zhuge Qinghuai frowned and asked doubtfully. Gui Su. In the main hall of the Ghost Underworld Immortal Palace, Gui Luo's face suddenly changed as he said in disbelief, "What's going on with Gui Su's cultivation? How could he break through to the peak 9-star ancient immortal sovereign realm in just a month? Gui Su's bloodline power is very terrifying. Even the power of Panga Domain can't suppress it. What's going on?" Ghost Underworld King frowned deeply. His intuition told him that Gui Su's strength was very terrifying. Dragon Soul is here. Xikong Tianyuan frowned slightly and said solemnly, "A very terrifying bloodline power. It's not inferior to the power of Pangu Domain." Another peak 9-star ancient immortal sovereign expert has appeared in Dragon Soul. It seems that Qiao Tian's strength has also become stronger. Shi Tianfeng sneered, his eyes filled with intense battle intent and expectation. The moment the terrifying power appeared, the super experts of the various forces sensed it immediately. Boom, buzz. Buzz, in an instant, the purple energy that soared into the sky collided with the blue light. With a loud explosion, Yi Hongyan's attack was forcibly destroyed. Even the power of Panga Domain could not resist it. "So it's Yi Hongyan. You've become so powerful." An indifferent voice sounded out. Immediately, a figure appeared. It was Gui Su, one of the war gods of Dragon Soul. Gui Su looked at Yi Hongyan expressionlessly without the slightest fear. The former second young master of the Ghost Underworld Immortal Palace, Gui Su. The Dragon Soul finally has a powerful one. At least it won't make me feel bored. Yi Hongyan said indifferently, staring at Gui Su with cold eyes. Ancient immortal sovereign Yan Chen, you're seriously injured and your soul has been damaged. You can no longer fight. Leave Yi Hongyan to me. Gui Su looked at ancient immortal sovereign Yan Chen and smiled confidently. All right. Ancient immortal sovereign Yan Chen nodded blankly. He was extremely shocked. Ancient immortal sovereign Yan Chen did not know how Gui Su's bloodline power became so terrifying. Guardian Tianhen, are you all right? Gui Su looked at the trapped Guardian Tianhen and asked. I'm fine. Guardian Tianhen said excitedly, his eyes filled with hope. Gui Su, if you want to save them, you'll have to see. Yi Hongyan sneered. But before she could finish, her sneer froze. Gui Su had already disappeared without a trace. He even brought Protector Tianhen and ancient immortal Yan Chen to the 3rd floor of the Fengfeng Inn. Terrifying speed. Beyond comprehension. When did he? Yi Hongyan was dumbfounded. Her heart was in turmoil. Gui Su's speed was so terrifying, Yi Hongyan did not notice it at first. Yi Hongyan, where are you looking? Gui Su's cold voice suddenly sounded in Yi Hongyan's ears. What? Yi Hongyan's body shook. Her stiff face was shocked again. Yi Hongyan turned around and looked at Gui Su. Then, she looked at the Wind Restaurant. She was shocked. Doppelganger. Yi Hongyan was shocked. Impossible. I didn't notice Gui Su's doppelganger behind me. End of chapter. What kind of doppelganger is this? How can it avoid my divine sense? Yi Hongyan was shocked and could not believe it. Not only Yi Hongyan, but ancient immortal master Yan Chen, Protector Tianhen, and Xiao Bufan were all in a vegetative state, staring at Gui Su with wide eyes. In such a short time, you have broken through from a 5-star ancient immortal master to your current level and defeated ancient immortal master Xianxia. Your strength is indeed shocking. Guisu stared coldly at Yi Hongyun and said expressionlessly, without any contempt or fear. Didn't you also break through? Your strength has also surpassed ancient immortal master Xianxia. Yi Hongyun suppressed the shock in her heart and said coldly, with a ruthless murderous look in her cold eyes. After a pause, Yi Hongyun continued, but you should know who I am here for. If Feng Wuchen and Jianzhou do not dare to show up, I don't mind killing you one by one. In my impression, Yi Hongyun is a coward, not a talkative person. Guisu said expressionlessly, crossing his arms in front of his chest, looking very cold. Hearing this, Yi Hongyun's face turned gloomy. The power of Panga Realm burst out crazily, and the monstrous aura was like a sleeping beast that was suddenly awakened. The power of Panga Realm? Guisu's face still did not change. You will soon know the consequences of humiliating me. Yi Hongyun said coldly. Her voice was bone-chilling, as if it came from hell. Before her voice died away, an unimaginable destructive aura came instantly, with the power to tear everything apart. However, the terrifying aura did not shake Guisu at all. Yi Hongyun's figure abruptly appeared on Guisu's left side. She coldly said, your strength has indeed improved a lot. The Pangu art of the dragon soul is indeed powerful. However, it is as easy as flipping my hand for me to kill you. The moment her voice died away, Yi Hongyun's figure disappeared again. Oh? Is that so? Guisu's lips curled up slightly, as if he had sensed something. When Yi Hongyun appeared again, she came to Guisu's right and said coldly, you will know soon. The power of Panga Realm makes you so confident? Why don't you try and show me the power of Panga Realm? Guisu sneered, quite confident in his strength. Just as Guisu's voice fell, Yi Hongyun had already appeared in front of him all of a sudden. Moreover, she struck out with her palm, her attack speed and offensive power incomparably tyrannical. Boom! Buzz buzz! Guisu quickly countered with a palm strike. His reaction speed was astonishing. With a loud boom, the force of the collision swept out with an unstoppable force, causing the space of the ancient immortal world to tremble and collapse. In the fierce head-on collision, no one had the upper hand. Even though Yi Hongyun had unleashed the terrifying power of the Panga Realm, she still failed to push Guisu back even half a step. This is the power of Pangu of a POF? Yi is a POF. Pangu of Panga Realm is of realm is Panga Dai Panga Realm. Do you think you can kill me easily with this power? Guisu asked expressionlessly. Pangabees of Pangabi BB? Of a fee? The power of Panga Realm was suppressed in an instant. Guisu's bloodline power is overbearing, but it is not strong enough to suppress the power of Panga Realm. Yi Hongyun did not believe that Guisu had the power to surpass Panga Realm. Guisu slowly retracted his palm and said expressionlessly, show me your more powerful strength. I am not as weak as you think. Or is this your full strength? Don't be so arrogant. Yi Hongyun was furious. Her face became ferocious, and a cold murderous aura burst out. Whoosh! Yi Hongyun's speed was terrifying, not to mention that she was attacking from zero distance. But just as Yi Hongyun was about to hit, Guisu suddenly disappeared. What? Yi Hongyun's face changed. She said in disbelief, he dodged at such a distance. Bam! Before Yi Hongyun could retract his palm, there was a sudden muffled sound. Guisu's fist had already smashed onto his face, and the domineering power directly sent Yi Hongyun flying. Why can't I sense his aura? What kind of body movement is this? Yi Hongyun was angry and shocked. How could she not be angry when she could not sense Guisu's aura when her cultivation had reached such a high level? What a terrifying speed! Ancient Immortal Master Xianxia said in horror. Is this an even more powerful body movement technique? Yi Hongyun can't sense the direction of Battle God Guisu's attack. Qiu Bufan was dumbfounded. Protector Tian Hen swallowed his saliva in horror and said in a daze, his strength and speed are completely above Yi Hongyun's. Has Battle God Guisu become so powerful in a month's time? Yi Hongyun forcefully stabilized her body. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of her mouth. She looked over with a vicious gaze. With a glance, Guesu's figure was nowhere to be seen. You don't even know where I am. How are you going to kill me? Guesu's cold voice sounded behind her. Yi Hongyun's face changed again, and her eyes widened. If Guesu attacked, she would not be able to avoid it. It was impossible to guard against. You. What kind of body movement technique is this? Why can't I sense your aura? Yi Hongyun asked in a deep voice. The power you set up just now shouldn't be just for show. Why didn't you use it? You said that killing me would be as easy as flipping your hand. Was this what you meant? If I'm not wrong, it should be a formation. My position seems to be right in the center. If that's the case, do it as soon as possible. Guesu asked back. He seemed to have lost his patience. Before Yi Hongyun made her move, Guesu had already sensed the power that flashed around Yi Hongyun's body. Yi Hongyun was shocked again. She thought to herself, the killing formation of the Pangu domain is completely undetectable. How could Guesu know? After the shock, Yi Hongyun gritted her teeth, and her eyes flashed with murderous intent. Pa! Yi Hongyun clasped her hands together and shouted, Pangu technique. Demon soul suppressor. Buzz buzz. As Yi Hongyun's shout fell, the space suddenly shook violently, and an extremely terrifying power erupted. And in the void below Guesu's feet, an azure array appeared. The array diagram was filled with profound runes, and it was very strange. My body can't move, and my soul can't be suppressed. Plus, the formation is very powerful. Guesu thought to himself, but his expression did not change. Guesu, if you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish now. Yi Hongyun said viciously, and her hands quickly formed seals. Rumble. Buzz buzz. The formation quickly condensed a terrifying power. The green light shrouded the void, and then it exploded. The explosion was earth-shattering. Unable to move, Guesu was mercilessly bombarded. Haha. Guesu, even I can't withstand the power of the demon soul suppressor. Even if you don't die, you will be seriously injured. Yi Hongyun laughed wildly. End of chapter. War God Guesu. Qiu Bufan and the others shouted worriedly. They were extremely nervous. Ancient Immortal Venerable, how is War God Guesu? Can you sense his aura? Protector Tian Hen asked worriedly. Since War God Guesu could sense the power of Yi Hongyun and did not avoid it, he must not be afraid of it. Ancient Immortal Venerable Xianxia said solemnly, but he was not sure. The killing formation of Pangu realm was too powerful. Even though Guesu's strength was strong enough to suppress Yi Hongyun, no one dared to say that Guesu could withstand the power of such a powerful formation. Guesu, can you bear the consequences of your arrogance in front of me? Yi Hongyun sneered proudly, as if she could already imagine Guesu's miserable appearance. The formation of Pangu realm is indeed powerful, but unfortunately, it is not as easy to kill me as you said. Guesu's cold voice suddenly came from the destructive energy ripples. What? Yi Hongyun's proud smile froze on her face. A storm swept out, and the energy ripples were blown away. Guesu appeared in his original position, unharmed, but he was still trapped by the formation. However, there was an energy shield on the surface of Guesu's body. Great! War God Guesu is fine. Qiu Bufan and the others were overjoyed. Ancient Immortal Venerable Xianxia was stunned. He stared at Guesu without blinking and said, This is the aura of a grade 9 ancient immortal artifact. Self-defense. This is a grade 9 ancient immortal artifact armor. Yi Hongyun exclaimed. Good eyesight, you can recognize a grade 9 ancient immortal artifact armor. What a pity for such a powerful formation. Guesu grinned proudly. Impossible. Even if it is a grade 9 ancient immortal artifact armor, it cannot withstand the power of Pangu realm's killing formation. Yi Hongyun said gloomily, her face twitching violently. Su grabbed the air and summoned his grade 9 ancient immortal sword. His combat strength and terrifying aura surged crazily, surpassing the peak 9-star ancient immortal venerable realm in an instant. Staring coldly at Yi Hongyun, Guesu said coldly, Yi Hongyun, use any other powerful Pangu technique. I have no patience. Fighting with you is too boring. You. Yi Hongyun was enraged. His eyes were bloodshot. He could not tolerate being looked down upon. His terrifying killing intent once again erupted. Xianxia Annihilation Sword. Yi Hongyun roared and took out the 8th-tier ancient immortal sword. She activated the power of the Panga realm with all her might. An unparalleled aura gushed out like a volcanic eruption. Buzz. The extremely berserk and terrifying power was like an unending flood. Yi Hongyun's fighting strength was also rising crazily. Because of the power of Panga realm, Yi Hongyun's cultivation had reached the level of the evil emperor, but her power was stronger than the evil emperor's. The entire ancient immortal realm was like the end of the world. Countless immortal mountains and palaces collapsed and the air seemed to be replaced by power. Countless Xianxia were so scared that they lost control of their bowels, crying for their parents. Yi Hongyun has reached this level in just over a month. If it's really as the Lord guessed, Yi Mo has other enemies who are stronger than Yi Hongyun, Guisu thought. Panga Mantra. 10,000 souls break heaven and earth. Yi Hongyun roared furiously and slashed down with the ancient immortal sword with both hands. The entire ancient immortal world shook violently and showed signs of collapsing at any moment. Whoosh! Buzz! As the sword slashed down, a huge blue energy slash broke through the air. The extremely berserk power made one's soul tremble. One could imagine how terrifying the power of this sword was. Guisu looked at the destructive energy slash without any expression and said coldly, "Is that it? Arrogant bastard." Yi Hongyun exploded in anger. This was Yi Hongyun's most powerful trump card, and Guisu did not take it seriously. Bloodline power erupted, and Guisu's aura skyrocketed again. He immediately shouted, "Panga Mantra. Mo Luo Shirtian." Mo Luo Shirtian's sword move was more terrifying than the demon sword dance. This was the first time Guisu used it. Whoosh! Buzz! With a sweep of his sword, his movements were handsome and elegant. He directly unleashed a black energy sword light that was over 100,000 feet long. It possessed a strange and mysterious aura. The energy contained within it was also unimaginably powerful, making others feel powerless against it. Rumble. PFFF. In an instant, the two horrifying energies collided mercilessly and exploded. Yi Hongyun spurted out a mouthful of blood on the spot. Her body flew out like a cannonball and was unable to resist. How is this possible? The Panga mantra executed by the power of the Panga realm was suppressed by his bloodline power. Yi Hongyun was extremely frightened and her face was filled with disbelief. In the fierce and merciless collision, Yi Hongyun was severely injured. Hiss, Protector Tian Hen, Qiao Bufan and the others sucked in a breath of cold air. Their pale faces were filled with shock and fear. Buzz. The destructive energy ripples swept out and engulfed Yi Hongyun. At that moment, Yi Hongyun felt thousands of energy swords piercing through her body and her heart. Guisu grabbed in the air and ignored the destructive energy ripples and forcefully pulled Yi Hongyun out. Yi Hongyun was covered in blood and was severely injured. She was barely alive. "Don't be too confident if you are not strong enough," Guisu said expressionlessly. Then, he threw Yi Hongyun down like she was trash. "We won. As expected of our Dragon Soul War God." Qiao Bufan and the others cheered excitedly. Protector Tian Hen waved his hand and trapped Yi Hongyun with a horrifying energy. However, he did not kill her. Yi Hongyun lost. Even with the power of the Panga realm and the Panga mantra, she can't win against Guisu. Shi Tianfeng shook his head slightly. Guisu's Panga mantra and bloodline power are extremely powerful. The power of the Panga realm was suppressed. This bloodline power originally belonged to the demonic emperor. However, it is much stronger than when it was in the demonic emperor. Shi Xianming said solemnly with doubts in his heart. Fan Tianji asked curiously, "This bloodline power should be from the Panga realm." The Eternal King is right. This is the power that ancient god Xian Yu bestowed to the demonic emperor. Xing Wuying replied. What a terrible loss. However, Guisu is not weak. He hasn't used his full strength yet. Yi Mo grinned with greed in his eyes. Yi Hongyun is still too weak. If it was me, no matter how powerful Guisu's bloodline power is, he won't be able to suppress me. Gui Luo said fiercely. No one knew where he got his confidence from to think that he could defeat Guisu. Don't underestimate Guisu. Don't underestimate him. Ghost Underworld King shook his head. Wouldn't it be boring if the opponent isn't strong enough? The mysterious man chuckled. Greetings, my lord. Fentianji and the others knelt down respectfully. The dragon's soul should appear now. Make your move. The mysterious man smiled. End of chapter. Master, should we attack together? Other than the ancient immortal monarchs, the dragon's soul isn't a threat to the others. Yimo asked respectfully, as if he didn't think it was necessary. Although the dragon's soul was powerful, judging from the increase in Guisu's strength, even if the dragon's soul's overall strength had increased, the ones who were truly powerful were only the few at the head. With their current strength, they could completely crush the dragon's soul. No need, the experts above 6-star ancient immortal monarchs are enough. I hope the dragon's soul won't disappoint me. The mysterious man laughed. Qiu Tian, I hope your strength won't disappoint me. Yimo sneered. Yimo, if you can't beat Qiu Tian, I'll do it. Sure. Tianfeng glanced at Yimo and smiled. Don't worry, big brother Tianfeng. Yimo's eyes were full of confidence. Gui Luo said coldly, leave Guisu to me. Seems like you're all very confident. I'll wait for your good news. The mysterious man smiled. Let's go. Fentianji said in a deep voice and disappeared, followed by the others. At the same time, Fentianji, Gu Sovereign Palace, Supreme Palace, Tianyuan Divine Palace, and Ghost Underworld Immortal Palace experts of 6-star ancient immortal monarchs and above moved out. The war was about to break out. Heavenly Moon Immortal City. Battle God Guisu, how should we deal with Yi Hongyun? Qiu Bufan asked respectfully. Wait for the person behind him to come and save him. Guisu said faintly. The reason why he didn't kill Yi Hongyun was because he wanted to know who was behind him. The Panga Realm experts are acting recklessly in the ancient immortal realm and have already violated the order of heaven and earth. However, the emissary of heaven and earth said that he can't do anything about it. The ancient god behind the divine palace can't do anything either. This person must be a titled ancient god. Guisu thought. Guisu's strength has already surpassed this immortal monarch. I'm sure Qiu Tian and the others aren't any weaker than Guisu. Ancient immortal monarch Xianxia thought. Guisu was the weakest of the 5 war gods. If he could reach such a terrifying realm, the other war gods would be even stronger. They're here. Guisu suddenly frowned. The experts of the various major powers have made their move. Ancient immortal sovereign Xianxia also noticed this. Reporting to battle god Guisu, the 6-star ancient immortal venerables and above from deep heaven. Temple have suddenly moved out. A dragon soul reported. Reporting to battle god Guisu, Guzun Hall and Eternal Shrine have dispatched 26 6-star ancient immortal venerables and above. Another dragon soul venerable reported. Reporting to battle god Guisu, a total of 6 6-star ancient immortal venerables and above from the Ghost Underworld Immortal Palace are rushing to Heavenly Moon Immortal City. Another dragon soul venerable reported. Reporting to battle god Guisu, Heavenly Abyss Shrine's 6-star ancient immortal venerables and above have moved out. 13 of them. Immortal God Domain's dragon soul venerable reported. Reporting to battle god Guisu, a total of 7 6-star ancient immortal venerables and above from the Supreme Shrine have all moved out. Ancient Heavenly Quartz Luosha venerable reported. Guisu's face became extremely solemn as he thought to himself, just as the venerable lord has guessed, the experts of Panga Realm are not only helping Yimo and Yi Hongyun. The strength of the experts of the various major powers have most likely increased tremendously. This fierce battle is unavoidable. Guisu, ancient immortal venerable Xianxia, your time has come. Yi Hongyun, who was seriously injured, sneered mockingly. Although she was seriously injured, she could still sense the experts of the various major powers. Guisu glanced at Yi Hongyun and said coldly, the experts of Panga Realm are really generous to help you increase your cultivation. They must have a deep grudge against Dragon Soul. Guisu. The moment Guisu finished speaking, a cold and familiar voice suddenly came from the void. Gui Luo. Guisu frowned slightly. The person who came was his elder brother. Swish. Gue Luo's figure appeared in a flash as he stared coldly at Gue Su. His face was full of contempt and arrogance. Gue Luo exuded an extremely terrifying aura, which was above Yi Hongyun's. Gue Luo's cultivation had already surpassed the peak 9-star ancient immortal venerable realm. Gue Su, my good brother, I'll be your opponent. Gue Luo sneered as if he was certain that he could defeat Gue Su. Gue Su glanced at Gue Luo and said expressionlessly, seems like you've also received help from the experts of Panga realm. Gue Luo's appearance undoubtedly made Gue Su believe Feng Wuchen's guess even more. The various major powers had joined forces and had all received help from the experts of Panga realm to increase their cultivation. Swish! Swish, swish! At this moment, many powerful ancient immortal venerables appeared one after another. They were the experts above 6-star ancient immortal venerables of the various major powers. There were nearly 50 of them. The strongest among them was an 8-star ancient immortal venerable. It was a terrifying lineup. Gue Su glanced at the experts of the various major powers and even recognized many of them. He said expressionlessly, I have nothing to do with Ghost Underworld Immortal Palace anymore. I've already made it clear last time that I won't care about what happened in the past and won't become enemies with Ghost Underworld Immortal Palace. But you seem to want to kill me again. Only one of us can live. As long as you're alive, I'll feel uncomfortable. Gue Luo said coldly as his eyes flashed with ruthless killing intent. Gue Luo, if you withdraw now, Dragon Soul won't care about it. But if you attack, Ghost Underworld Immortal Palace will become enemies with Dragon Soul. Do you know the consequences? Gue Su asked coldly. You don't have to worry about that. You should worry about yourself. Gue Luo said disdainfully, not putting Dragon Soul in his eyes at all. Swish! Another figure suddenly appeared. It was Yamo. I wonder when Xiao Tian will show up. It's so boring even if someone powerful comes. Yamo grinned and crossed his arms in front of his chest. Yamo has indeed obtained the power of Panga realm. His cultivation has surpassed the peak 9-star ancient immortal venerable. Gue Su frowned and glanced coldly at the arrogant Yamo. Gue Su, why don't you tell your lord that I, Yamo, am here? I can't wait to see the regretful expression of the Lord of Dragon Soul. Yamo mocked. Gue Su ignored Yamo and ignored him. Yamo, I'll deal with Gue Su. Don't interfere. Gue Luo glanced at Yamo and said coldly. Yamo shrugged and smiled, I'm not interested. Gue Su, prepare to die. Gue Luo sneered. Buzz buzz. As soon as he finished speaking, the terrifying power of Panga realm suddenly erupted. Bright black light shot into the sky and condensed into a huge energy whirlpool. The entire ancient immortal realm fell into doomsday again. Buzz buzz. Gue Su didn't waste any more words and unleashed his bloodline power. At the same time, he took out his 9th-grade ancient immortal sword. His incomparably powerful battle strength soared crazily. Very good. But the power that defeated Yi Hongyun can't defeat me. Gue Luo sneered and appeared behind Gue Su in a flash. Gue Luo attacked fiercely without any hesitation or mercy. His palm blasted towards the back of Gue Su's head. It was extremely ruthless. If this palm hit, Gue Su's head would definitely disappear. Boom. Buzz buzz. Gue Su reacted quickly and turned around to counter with his palm. With a loud explosion, the terrifying and violent power sent Gue Su flying. Whoosh! Buzz buzz. The moment he flew out, Gue Su swept out his sword and a domineering sword light rushed towards Gue Luo. Gue Su, are you looking down on me? This little attack power can't do anything to me. Gue Luo sneered contemptuously and blasted out another palm. Rumble. Buzz buzz. Gue Luo's palm easily destroyed the sword light as if it was tofu. He's much faster than Yi Hongyun and his physical strength is also extremely powerful. Gue Su is much stronger than Yi Hongyun in the Panga realm. He has already surpassed the evil emperor and the others. Gue Su's face turned solemn. It could be seen that Gue Luo was stronger than Yi Hongyun based on his speed alone. Whoosh! Gue Su's figure had just stopped when Gue Luo suddenly appeared behind him in a flash. Boom! Gue Luo blasted out another palm. With a loud explosion, the terrifying power sent Gui Su flying again as if he had no power to fight back. Ancient immortal sovereign Yan Chen, protector Tian Hen and the others were extremely anxious and panicked. Yi Hongyun frowned and thought, is he really testing Gui Luo's strength? With Gui Luo's speed, it's impossible to hit him. Yi Hongyun was very clear about Gui Su's speed. Gui Su, you shouldn't be so weak. This attack can't hurt you. Your 9th grade ancient immortal armor can't fool me. Gui Luo sneered arrogantly. Gui Su, use your full strength. Gui Luo's strength is not as weak as you think. Yi Mo, who was watching from the side, sneered. To Gui Su, Gui Luo's attack was simply insignificant. Gui Su's face was expressionless. He slightly moved his hands and twisted his head, saying coldly, your speed and strength are indeed much stronger than Yi Hongyun. Those attacks just now were not bad. It's indeed worth my full strength. Buzz buzz. Bloodline power was fully unleashed. Gui Su's aura rose steadily. The space was violently vibrating. The unparalleled power was like an avalanche. In the blink of an eye, Gui Su's battle power soared to the peak. Such power. Luo's eyes was full of battle intent. Feeling Gui Su's powerful combat strength and aura, Gui Luo said in surprise, oh? This is your full strength? As expected of the Dragon Soul War God. I didn't expect you to improve so much in just a month. Are you done? Gui Su asked coldly, expressionless. Let me see your full strength. The corner of Gui Luo's mouth curled up in a wicked smile, and he reached out his hand to beckon Gui Su, extremely arrogant. The corners of Gui Su's mouth revealed a trace of an imperceptible and mysterious sneer, and then he held the ancient immortal sword and shot out explosively through the void. Gui Luo's fighting spirit soared, and he became incomparably excited. He took out his grade 7 ancient immortal sword and shot it out, unwilling to be outdone. Whoosh, but just as Gui Luo shot out, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. It was so sudden that Gui Luo couldn't detect it. Gui Luo's face changed and he stopped immediately. Gui Su disappeared. What happened just now? Gui Luo frowned. What a powerful movement technique. He can hide his aura. It's exactly the same as Yanhu's movement technique. Yi Mo was also shocked. He recalled the scene when Yanhu saved Yi Wuheng. Yi Mo. Behind you. Yi Hongyun suddenly roared. What? Yi Mo was shocked and turned around abruptly. Gui Luo instantly turned his head and saw Gui Su's figure. Gui Su was nearby but they didn't notice him at all. What kind of powerful movement technique was this? How is this possible? When did he? Gui Luo was shocked. He couldn't believe it. Yi Mo, other than you, I'm sure everyone else's cultivation base has improved tremendously. These experts come from different forces. I know quite a few of them, Gui Su said coldly. Yi Mo stared at Gui Su coldly and said, you're right. The palace lords and elders of the major forces have all improved their cultivation. This time, we're going to completely destroy your dragon soul. I have to say, you're indeed very powerful. But the Lord told me that you're hopeless, Gui Su said coldly. Hopeless? Gui Luo frowned and asked coldly, what do you mean? Do you think Dragon Soul can destroy us? I don't know. Gui Su shook his head and said, the Panga Realm experts helped you improve your cultivation and indeed gained great power. But you'll never be able to step into Panga Realm unless the person who helped you is the overlord of Panga Realm. Otherwise, Panga Realm will never accept you. Humph. Nonsense. Gui Luo said fiercely and angrily. He shot out with the ancient immortal sword in his hand. If you want to step into Panga Realm, you must cultivate steadily. You can't comprehend the immortal God Realm profound if you improve your cultivation too much. What's more, you haven't even stepped into Panga Realm and you've already violated the order of heaven and earth. Panga Realm is the place that controls the order of heaven and earth. How can the overlord of Panga Realm allow you to ignore the order of heaven and earth? Gui Su said coldly. Go to hell. Gui Luo roared and slashed at Gui Su with his sword. However, Gui Su's figure mysteriously disappeared as soon as the sword fell. I'm telling the truth. Have you ever seen an immortal God Realm expert in the ancient immortal world? You're leaving too fast. Guesu's cold voice came from the other side of the void. Guesu. Don't run if you have the guts. Gueluo roared. Boom. Puff. Just as Gueluo roared, there was a sudden explosion. A tyrannical fist slammed into Gueluo's chest, causing him to spit out blood. The tyrannical power instantly pierced through Gueluo and shot out from his back, turning into a huge energy shuttle that was hundreds of thousands of feet long. How is this possible? Gueluo's eyes bulged. He felt his body was about to fall apart as all his power was disintegrated in an instant. With just one punch, the terrifying power directly penetrated Gueluo's chest. What kind of power is this? Yimo's eyes widened as his heart beat wildly and cold sweat poured out. Below, ancient immortal monarch Yan Chen and the others, including Yi Hongyun, were all stunned. Gueluo, you're indeed very strong, but the power of Panga Realm isn't so easy to control. I didn't want to kill you, but you didn't cherish the opportunity. All enemies of the dragon's soul must die. Guesu said coldly without the slightest human emotion. End of chapter. What kind of power is this, you? How do you have this kind of power? The heavily injured Gueluo asked in horror. He could not believe that Guesu could kill him with one punch. Guesu shook his head slightly, and said, Gueluo, you won't understand. Young master. The few ancient immortal supremes of the Ghost Underworld Immortal Palace were all dumbfounded, their faces full of horror. In an instant, the powerful Gueluo's chest was penetrated by Guesu's punch. The ancient immortal supremes of the various major forces were all scared out of their wits. Their faces were as pale as paper, and they could not even speak. Guesu has such powerful power. I can't believe it. Sikong Wentian said with a face full of horror. His face was stiff. The very overbearing Panga method, it can condense the power of the whole body into one point, and instantly explode with several times the power. Shi Tianfeng said with a frown, a hint of fear flashed in his eyes. Zhuge Qinghuai said in a deep voice, the power is indeed terrifying. But Guesu's movement technique is even more terrifying, it's impossible to guard against. I really didn't expect Guesu's strength to be so strong, Qiu Tian and the rest must be even stronger. Fen Tianji said solemnly, cold sweat broke out on his back. Seems like Master already expected this, the dragon soul strength can't be underestimated. Sikong Tianyuan's old face also became solemn. The terrifying strength that Guesu erupted with clearly made them feel apprehensive. I can't accept this, why can't I defeat you? Why am I the one who died? Gueluo said in horror, the aura of death was too real. Guesu retracted his fist, and said coldly, although you and I are brothers, I have to kill you. Master, save me. Guesu fell, his life aura was quickly disappearing, but his desire to live was extremely strong. Unfortunately, the mysterious person did not appear. Gueluo's life was not important to the mysterious person. Luo. The Ghost Underworld King's sorrowful roar suddenly sounded, his figure appeared and caught the falling Gueluo. Young master. The three elders of the Ghost Underworld Immortal Palace also appeared. Father. I don't want to. Gueluo said in horror and despair. He grabbed the Ghost Underworld King's sleeve tightly, but before he could finish, his life force disappeared completely. Guesu's punch was the powerful Panga tactics of the Ancestor of Gold. It was so powerful that even Gueluo, who had the power of the Panga realm, could not resist it. Luo. Ghost Underworld King cried out in grief, then he roared at Guesu, why did you kill him? Why? He's your big brother. A big brother who has never treated me as a little brother, but has always wanted to kill me, and I'm stupid enough to give him a chance. Guesu said coldly, glancing at the grieving and angry Ghost Underworld King expressionlessly. This sentence alone made the Ghost Underworld King speechless. The Great Elder shouted angrily, I see that you have always wanted to destroy the Ghost Underworld Immortal Palace. Killing Gueluo has always been your wish. Humph. What a traitor. Without the Underworld Ghost Immortal Palace, would you be where you are today? Now that your wings have hardened and you've become the Dragon God War God, you don't even know how to repay kindness. The second elder also cursed angrily. Kill him. The Ghost Underworld King roared. Unreasonable. Looking at the ugly faces of these people, Guesu's heart was filled with disappointment. The last bit of gratitude in his heart completely disappeared. Guesu did not explain, saying more would be a waste of breath. Because the Ghost Underworld King and the others only have Gueluo in their hearts, not Guesu. Buzz buzz. The Ghost Underworld King, the three elders and the several ancient immortal venerables almost simultaneously erupted with terrifying power, crazily burst out, monstrous killing intent and anger enveloped the entire ancient immortal world. Bullying with numbers, the dragon's soul will not allow it. At this moment, a bone-chilling cold voice suddenly resounded. Flaming Tiger War God. Qiu Bufan was ecstatic. Family affection is a joke to the Ghost Underworld Immortal Palace. All of you have let Guesu down. Guesu gave you a chance. Not only did you not have the slightest bit of guilt and regret, but now you want to kill him. Frankly speaking, the Ghost Underworld Immortal Palace is really disgusting. Another bone-chilling cold voice resounded. Killing intent crazily swept out. If the Reverend did not let Guesu deal with this matter himself, the Ghost Underworld Immortal Palace would have disappeared half a year ago. It's fine if you don't know how to repay kindness, but now your mouth is full of shit, it stinks, you don't even have the right to live. Another bone-chilling cold voice resounded. Proud Spider War God. Devouring Python War God. Qiu Bufan and the others were ecstatic again. Above the void, Flaming Tiger, Proud Spider, and Devouring Python, the three war gods appeared, three extremely overbearing, invincible auras swept out crazily with the power to overturn rivers and seas. It was breathtaking, causing the divine soul to tremble. The Dragon Soul War God had arrived. Although one could not see the strength of his cultivation, the terrifying aura made people feel scared. The Dragon Soul War God could be said to be ridiculously strong. The Ghost Underworld King and the others were so scared that they stopped moving, not daring to act rashly. Even the top experts like Fentianji who were hiding in the dark were shocked by the domineering aura of the Dragon Soul War God. Flaming Tiger's cold gaze swept over, causing the Ghost Underworld King and the others to freeze and tremble. That was such a terrifying gaze. My lord's guess was right. All the major forces who have grudges with the Dragon Soul have formed an alliance, and even obtained the Panga Realm's experts to increase their cultivation. Since you're here, show yourselves. Hiding is beneath your dignity. Flaming Tiger said coldly. As expected of the Dragon Soul War God, you can actually detect our presence. Above the void, Fentianji's voice resounded first. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In the next second, the leaders and elders of the major forces appeared at the same time. There were a total of 33 people, and all of them were powerful experts. Familiar faces appeared in Flaming Tiger's line of sight one after another. Palace Master Fentianji, Shi Xianming, Shi Tianfeng, Xikong Tianyuan, and Xikong Wendian are all here. Flaming Tiger said coldly. Yi Hongyun and Gue Luo are just appetizers, right? Proud Spider said coldly. He could feel that Fentianji and the others were the real powerful ones. Yi Hongyun and Gue Luo were much weaker than them. To put it bluntly, they were just cannon fodder. Where's Zhou Tian? Yi Mo asked coldly. Flaming Tiger's cold gaze swept over Yi Mo and sneered. Yi Mo, your strength has indeed increased. The Panga Realm's experts really think highly of you. Yi Mo, if you want to find Brother Zhou Tian, you have to wait for him to come out of seclusion. We can't help you, but it should be soon. Be patient, if you can't wait, I can play with you. Proud Spider sneered. The Dragon Soul War God is indeed powerful, but I'm afraid you can't do anything to us with just the few of you. Shi Tianfeng said coldly. Dragon Soul War God, Luosha War God. For major races. Assemble. A majestic voice resounded through the void, and a domineering aura filled the sky. The great commander has also come out of seclusion. Qiu Bufan and the others were ecstatic. End of chapter. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Commander Zhan Huang gave the order and many experts appeared in the sky above Heavenly Moon Immortal City. The Dragon Soul, Rakshasa, and the top experts of the four great races unleashed their terrifying auras in an unstoppable manner. Their auras were extremely domineering and intimidating. Dragon Soul was led by Zhan Huang, Rakshasa was led by Yi Qingyu, and the four races were led by Qianyu. There were thousands of them. There were more than 1,000 ancient immortal venerables and the rest were ancient immortal emperors. It was an extremely terrifying lineup. In comparison, Fan Tianji and the rest had pitifully few ancient immortal venerables. The terrifying lineup scared Fan Tianji and the rest silly. Xianxio's strength has become so powerful. How is this possible? Fan Tianji's eyes widened in disbelief. The cultivation of the other three patriarchs have also surpassed the peak 9-star ancient immortal venerable realm. Xikong Tianyuan said in shock. Chu Tian has also surpassed the peak 9-star ancient immortal venerable realm. Shi Tianfeng exclaimed. How can their cultivation increase so quickly? Could it be that they have the help of Panga realm experts? Xikong Wentian was in disbelief. Shi Xianming said in a deep voice, not only that, Xianxio's bloodline power has become even more terrifying. It's not any weaker than Panga realm's power. There's an extremely powerful power in their bodies. More than 1,000 ancient immortal venerables. Yi Mo and Yi Hongyun were stunned. Of course, Fan Tianji and the rest were only shocked and not afraid. After all, their strength was also terrifying. How is this possible? Protector Tianhen was dumbfounded and his mind went blank. In a month's time, there were so many ancient immortal venerables and ancient immortal emperors. What's going on? Ancient immortal venerable Yan Chen was also stunned. The terrifying lineup of Dragon Soul, Rakshasa, and the four races made them in disbelief. Little Z. How is she still alive? She even joined the Dragon Soul. Shi Tianfeng suddenly saw a familiar figure and exclaimed, Peak 9-star ancient immortal venerable. How is this possible? Shi Tianfeng did not dare to believe that Purple Succubus was still alive, nor did he dare to believe that Purple Succubus had become a peak 9-star ancient immortal venerable. It's her. Yi Hongyun also recognized Little Z and was shocked. Purple Succubus's cold eyes were staring at Shi Tianfeng. A cold murderous aura enveloped Shi Tianfeng. Clan leader Xianxia, why have you come out of seclusion? Aren't you going to break through to the immortal god stage? Seeing Patriarch Xianxia appear, Yanhu asked doubtfully. Xianxia said solemnly, I was worried that the Devil Nightmare clan would interfere, so I was worried. Fortunately, I came out of seclusion. Fan Tianji and the others are very powerful. So far, he hadn't seen anyone from the Nightmare clan. The Heavenly Spider Patriarch frowned and said solemnly, looks like it's going to be a fierce battle. So many of them have surpassed the 9-star ancient immortal venerable realm. Among the experts from the Dragon Soul Rakshasa and the four great races, there were only a dozen people whose cultivation had surpassed the peak 9-star ancient immortal venerable realm. There were also more than a dozen peak 9-star ancient immortal venerables, but there were more than a dozen 8-star and 9-star ancient immortal venerables. Fan Tianji and the others had 33 terrifying experts whose cultivation had surpassed the peak 9-star ancient immortal venerable realm. Their lineup suppressed the Dragon Soul. Those below the 6-star ancient immortal venerable realm, step back. The War Emperor ordered in a dignified manner. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. After the order was given, the Dragon Soul Rakshasa and the four great races retreated, leaving only the experts above the 6-star ancient immortal venerable realm. There were close to 100 experts above the 6-star ancient immortal venerable realm. Clan leader Xianxia, you're the strongest among these people. I'll be your opponent. Fan Tianji was the first to speak as a powerful aura burst out. I didn't expect that you guys would team up. Clan leader Xianxia said in a deep voice as a domineering aura burst out. Clan leader Xianxia's strength had greatly increased and his bloodline power had become stronger. He was not afraid of Fan Tianji at all. I'll deal with Zhuge Qinghuai. Xianming Tiger said fiercely as a terrifying aura locked onto Zhuge Qinghuai. Xianming Tiger clan leader is very competent. Zhuge Qinghuai smiled faintly without fear. Xikong Tianyuan, let me do it. Blood Python clan leader said coldly as a terrifying poisonous energy spread out from his body. Attack! Yanhu roared as he took out his Tier 9 ancient immortal sword and battle armor. He burst out with his terrifying bloodline power and took the lead to charge at Shi Xianming. Shi Xianming's old face showed a cold smile as his figure flashed into the void. Yanhu chased after him. Yanhu! I'll be your opponent. Yi Mo roared and was about to give chase. Yi Mo, your opponent is me. Yi Qingyu said coldly as a doppelganger intercepted Yi Mo bitch. If I can defeat you once, I can defeat you a second time. Yi Mo said fiercely. Leave Shi Tianfeng to me. Purple Succubus said coldly as she was the second to charge up. Little Purple. You're courting death. Shi Tianfeng sneered in disdain. However, Shi Tianfeng's sneer quickly disappeared. Purple Succubus took out her Tier 9 Ancient Immortal Sword and battle armor and activated her extremely domineering ice attribute power. She immediately activated her formation and her battle strength instantly surpassed the peak 9-star Ancient Immortal Monarch realm. Her aura was not inferior to Shi Tianfeng at all. Shi Tianfeng. Today, either you die or I die. I want to avenge my brother Wu Yuan. Purple Succubus roared as her killing intent multiplied. Brother? Yi Hongyun's expression changed as she instantly understood something. Leave Xikong Wendian to me. Chu Shitian sneered. A great battle was about to erupt. Wave after wave of destructive power erupted in this space one after another. The various powerhouses had already begun a bloody battle of life and death. Leave Xing Wuying to me. Du Yu, who was healing ancient immortal monarch Yan Chen's soul, slowly said. Du Yu, that old bastard's soul power has reached such a terrifying realm. Xing Wuying frowned as his heart was filled with fear. Lord Ancient Immortal Monarch, your soul body is fine now. This body forging pill can condense your physical body. Du Yu smiled faintly. Thank you, Great Elder Gu Yu. Ancient Immortal Monarch Yan Chen thanked him gratefully. Du Yu glanced at Xing Wuying and smiled faintly. Xing Wuying, do you plan to kill yourself or let old man kill you personally? Humph. Don't be so arrogant. Xing Wuying roared as his old face turned sinister. Heaven Demon, kill those dozens of ancient immortal monarchs for me. The War Emperor ordered coldly. Understood. Heaven Demon replied respectfully. Then, he ordered, kill them all. The 6-star to 8-star ancient immortal monarchs immediately charged toward the dozens of ancient immortal monarchs. This terrifying lineup was completely overwhelming. It's over. The dozens of ancient immortal monarchs were scared out of their wits. They were unable to resist at all. Thunderclap, heavenly wolf people, listen up. Immediately lead the people of the 5 major races to destroy the major factions. Heaven Demon transmitted his order. The reason why Thunderclap Heavenly Wolf did not appear was because it was rushing toward the major factions. End of chapter. Boom boom boom. Buzz buzz. A series of deafening explosions came from the void. Unimaginable destructive power rolled out wave after wave, causing the space to shake violently. This was Qianyu and Fentianji engaging in a fierce hand-to-hand battle. Their high-intensity moves collided with each other at an astonishing speed. In the intense battle, Qianyu and Fentianji were evenly matched. Fentianji's cultivation is close to the immortal realm. If it wasn't for my overbearing bloodline power that could suppress the power of Pangu world, I wouldn't be his opponent. Qianyu thought to himself. After all, when one's cultivation reached their level, it might seem like there was only a slight difference, but the difference in power was like heaven and earth. If Fentianji stepped into the immortal realm, Qianyu would definitely lose. A very overbearing bloodline power that doesn't lose to the power of Pangu world. It might even exceed the power of Pangu world. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to suppress my power. The 4 major clans back then didn't have such bloodline power. Fentianji thought to himself. His expression was solemn as he dared not underestimate his opponent. Even though his cultivation was above Qianyu, Fentianji dared not underestimate him. Fentianji Palace Master, if I remember correctly, you didn't have such a strong physical body a month ago. The strong physical body should be to withstand the power of Pangu world, right? Qianyu said in a deep voice. As an immortal beast clan, he had an extremely strong physical body. In the instant of the battle, Qianyu could feel that Fentianji's physical body was extremely strong. It was impossible to cultivate the physical body to such a height in a month's time. Unless the experts of Pangu world helped. Fentianji grinned and didn't answer. He immediately took out his 8th grade ancient immortal weapon and his combat power sword. His attack power became fiercer and fiercer as he gradually gained the upper hand. Qianyu, use your Pangu art and let me see. Fentianji shouted. His power soared crazily and reached the highest point. His attack became fiercer and fiercer. Haven't you seen it before? Xianxia said fiercely. He immediately took out his 8th grade ancient immortal sword and fought back. Ding ding ding. Buzz buzz. In the intense battle, Fentianji and Xianxia gave it their all. Sword shadows filled the sky as the monstrous sword intent spread across the entire space. Shoo. Buzz. Chi. 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 At the same time, Purple Succubus relied on her powerful movement technique to slice open Shi Tianfeng's flesh with her domineering and ruthless white sword silhouettes. The latter could not pinpoint Purple Succubus' location at all. Smelly girl, I didn't expect you to have cultivated such a powerful movement technique. However, do you think that you can defeat me with just this little bit of attack? Shi Tianfeng's face was gloomy as he spoke. He was already exploding with anger in his heart. He could not sense Purple Succubus's aura at all. Each attack was impossible for Shi Tianfeng to guard against. However, Purple Succubus's attack did not affect Shi Tianfeng at all. Scram! Shi Tianfeng shouted angrily. Suddenly, a violent wave of air burst out and swept out with an unstoppable force. The violent air billows forcefully sent Purple Succubus flying out. His ferocious gaze swept towards Purple Succubus. Shi Tianfeng immediately shot out ferociously and said viciously, "Damned girl, my power has already surpassed the infernal emperor of the past. With your puny strength, do you think you can avenge your brother? What a fool's dream." In a few flashes, Shi Tianfeng had already caught up with Purple Succubus. He slashed down with his sword ferociously. His attack was extremely ferocious. Purple Succubus's face was extremely cold. An extremely domineering ice attribute power burst out from her body. Immediately, she forcefully stabilized her body and swung her sword from bottom to top. Ding! Buzz buzz! The moment the ancient deity swords collided, a destructive force burst out with the power to devour everything. A death storm raged and the space shook violently. The tyrannical and overbearing sword blocked Shi Tianfeng's attack effortlessly. What? Shi Tianfeng's face suddenly changed. He looked at Purple Succubus in disbelief and said in shock, "What ice attribute power is this? How can it block my Panga realm power?" Purple Succubus stared coldly at Shi Tianfeng and said coldly, "Shi Tianfeng, I'm no longer the little Z of the past. If you think you can kill me easily, you're wrong." The domineering ice attribute power burst out again and completely suppressed Shi Tianfeng's power. Immediately, there was an explosion and Shi Tianfeng was sent flying. How can this brat have such domineering ice attribute power? Shi Tianfeng was extremely shocked. He felt a bone-chilling coldness throughout his body and almost lost his senses. The icy pain was intense. Panga technique. Dance of ice. Death ice flowing cloud. Purple Succubus shouted coldly. An ice attribute power burst out and an ice attribute whirlpool appeared under her feet. The cold light shot into the sky and spread out an invincible aura. What kind of aura is this? Shi Tianfeng's face changed again and a strong sense of uneasiness surged into his heart. Her cold eyes swept towards Shi Tianfeng as Purple Succubus's beautiful figure suddenly shot out explosively. The incomparably domineering ice attribute energy actually turned into streaks of flowing light that charged towards Shi Tianfeng. At this moment, in the dark space, a flowing light appeared and covered the sky. It was very magical. Panga technique. Slaying God of Desolation. The terrified Shi Tianfeng unleashed the full power of the Panga realm. With a loud shout, he swung his sword out. Swoosh! Buzz buzz! The huge energy slash rushed towards the flowing light. The ferocious attack could split the sky and earth. However, an extremely terrifying scene appeared. The moment Shi Tianfeng's energy slash touched the flowing light, it instantly formed countless ice flowers and finally shattered without any resistance. This is impossible. What kind of Panga technique is this? Shi Tianfeng was scared out of his wits and was extremely terrified. Rumble. Puff. In the next second, the domineering flowing light slammed onto Shi Tianfeng, causing him to spit out blood. At that moment, Shi Tianfeng felt that his body was falling apart. Every inch of his skin and flesh felt as if it was frozen. The intense pain of being frozen was unbearable for Shi Tianfeng. In an instant, the flowing light flashed and engulfed Shi Tianfeng. What a magical colorful light. What kind of technique is this? A very domineering ice attribute power. The cold air is bone-chilling. Even my fire attribute is unable to resist it. How can this be? Shi Tianfeng was actually injured. Everyone was attracted by the gorgeous colorful light. At the same time, they were shocked by Purple Succubus's powerful strength. Even Shi Tianfeng was no match for her. How can little Z be so powerful? Shi Xianming was shocked. He could not help but look at Purple Succubus. He could not believe that Shi Tianfeng was no match for Purple Succubus. Why? Are you worried about your son? Yanhu sneered and said, actually, you don't have to worry too much. Your son is dead. You should worry about yourself. Yanhu's words made Shi Xianming explode with anger. How could he not worry when he was dead? End of chapter. Stinking brat. Shi Xianming's old face became extremely gloomy as he stared at Yanhu with cold, murderous eyes. Shi Tianfeng had been severely injured by Purple Succubus and was obviously weaker than her. His life was in danger. Gai Jun. Help Feng Er. Shi Xianming shouted. Young master. Gai Jun forced the two 9-star ancient immortal primes back and immediately rushed toward the severely injured Shi Tianfeng. Purple Succubus's cold eyes swept over as she waved her sword. Dozens of terrifying energy ice swords shot out with a sharp, ear-piercing sound. Little Purple, I didn't expect your strength to reach such a level. I should have sent someone to kill you. Gai Jun said coldly as his body flickered and dodged the ice swords. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Purple Succubus said coldly as she rushed forward without fear of death. Swish swish swish. At the same time, Yanhu's body flickered and formed dozens of clear afterimages. In the blink of an eye, he was above Shi Xianming and slashed down with his 9-star ancient immortal sword. Shi Xianming grabbed with his hand and gathered a terrifying force to block Yanhu's sword. As expected of an expert from Panga Realm who raised his cultivation. Panga Realm is really powerful. Yanhu sneered without any fear. Seeing Yanhu's mocking smile, Shi Xianming was furious and said, stinking brat, do you really think that I can't do anything to you just because you can recover instantly? Oh? If you really have a way, I'd like to try. I'm just afraid that you don't have a way. Yanhu said with a playful smile. Me too, I'd like to try too. This old thing that I'm fighting can't hurt me at all. If Palace Master Guzun has a way, try it quickly. Ao Zhu sneered. Shi Xianming, I didn't know that you had such a divine ability. Come, start with me. Lust Python sneered and looked at Shi Xianming with contempt. Shi Xianming's old face was hideous and terrifying. He was so angry that his internal organs were churning violently and a murderous aura burst out. Shi Tianfeng is about to die. Don't you want to take a look? Yanhu sneered. What? Shi Xianming's expression changed drastically, and he turned his head to look. The corner of Yanhu's mouth curled up into an evil smile. He immediately flashed behind Shi Xianming and viciously swept his leg out. Stinking brat. You actually dared to trick this hall master. Shi Xianming was furious, realizing that he had been tricked. Unfortunately, it was already too late to dodge. Yanhu firmly grasped the opportunity. Boom, a ferocious kick swept out. With a loud explosion, the overbearing and terrifying power sent Shi Xianming flying. Little bastard. Shi Xianming was completely enraged. He shot out crazily, and the power of Pangu Realm burst out crazily. Good timing. Yanhu shouted. His aura surged wildly as he activated his bloodline power and infused it into the Tier 9 ancient immortal sword. Monster sword intent burst out and the sword shone with golden light. Finally, he roared, Panga technique. Demon soul sword. Devil breaks the 9 heavens. As he roared, Yanhu raised the ancient immortal sword with both hands. An incomparably huge energy sword light soared into the sky. As Yanhu chopped down with both hands, the huge and overbearing energy sword light ruthlessly slashed towards Shi Xianming. The power of the sword light increased crazily, and the monstrous attack gave people a feeling of invincibility. The power of Panga technique is extremely terrifying. Shi Xuanming's expression changed as he felt an intense sense of danger. Shi Xianming decisively stopped his body and took out his Tier 8 ancient immortal sword. He crazily infused the power of Pangu realm into it and shouted, "Panga technique! Slaughter gale slash!" Whoosh, buzz. Buzz, Shi Xianming swept out his sword, and a huge energy slash shot out with an earth-shattering aura. The sharp explosion caused everyone's eardrums to hurt. Rumble. Puff, in the blink of an eye, the sword light and the energy slash collided, and an unimaginable energy swept out, causing Yanhu to spit out blood. He was directly swallowed by the energy ripples. Shi Xianming tasted something sweet in his throat, and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Apparently, he was also injured and was swallowed by the energy ripples. He can actually injure me. Yanhu, this brat's cultivation has not surpassed old monster Yanchen, but he has such powerful combat strength. His Panga technique is even more powerful, and his bloodline power can even suppress the power of Pangu realm. Shi Xianming said angrily in his heart. Old bastard, your injuries cannot be healed instantly. Yanhu's mocking laughter suddenly came from the terrifying energy ripples. Demonic sword dance. Yanhu shouted, and a large amount of terrifying energy sword shadows flashed, and rushed towards Shi Xianming. Shi Xuanming's expression changed, and he quickly retreated from the energy ripples. Heaven-destroying proud sword technique. Heaven-destroying sword. Yanhu shouted again, and a monstrous sword essence spread out crazily. A terrifying destructive energy sword light swept out, and it was extremely overbearing. Whoosh, buzz. Buzz, a golden sword light that was hundreds of thousands of meters long shot out with an unstoppable force. The ear-piercing sound of the explosion caused everyone to instinctively cover their ears. In an instant, the power of the sword light increased by several times. The overbearing power of the sword ray forcefully dispersed the original energy ripples wherever it passed. What? Shi Xuanming's expression changed, and his eyes were filled with fear. He was too familiar with this sword. Back then, Qiu Tian had used this sword to defeat Shi Xianming, and it had left a shadow in Shi Xuanming's heart. Yanhu's strength has increased. Not only that, Shi Xianming also felt that Yanhu's combat strength had increased by a lot. Shi Xianming did not know what had happened, but he was more and more terrified. Shi Xianming, who was terrified, activated the power of Pangu realm and injected it into the ancient deity sword. He had to give it his all. Panga technique. Massacre and destruction of the universe. Shi Xianming shouted, and he swung his sword again. This was Shi Xuanming's strongest Panga technique. Rumble. Puff. Puff, buzz. Buzz, unimaginable energy collided again, and the explosion resounded throughout the ancient deity world. The energy ripples from the explosion were destructive, and Shi Xianming and Yanhu were sent flying, and they vomited blood at the same time. The power of Pangu realm and Panga technique are no match for Yanhu. What's up with his strength? Shi Xianming was shocked. Palace Master. Xing Wuying, Gai Jun, and the rest shouted in panic. Looks like Shi Xianming is no match for Yanhu. Guyu said with a faint smile. He activated his terrifying soul power, and the moment he locked onto Xing Wuying, he immediately attacked. Xing Wuying's expression changed, and he immediately activated his soul power to resist. Boom, puff, in an instant, the soul power collided, and Xing Wuying vomited blood. His face turned pale, and he took a few steps back. Great Elder, kill him. Wei Tianzhong roared. Grand Elder. Gu Sovereign Palace's protector Shi Xianqing and Second Elder shouted in panic. Shi Tianfeng was heavily injured by Purple Succubus, then Shi Xianming was injured by Yanhu, and now Xing Wuying. Everyone in Gu Sovereign Palace started to panic. Gu Yu. How dare you? Shi Xuanming's angry roar came from the explosion. Grand Elder Wuying, it's time to be on your way. Gu Yu smiled faintly. An even more domineering soul power was released as he attacked without hesitation, ignoring Shi Xianming. No. Stop. Xing Wuying shouted in panic, his old eyes filled with despair. Gu Yu's soul power was very domineering, and Xing Wuying couldn't resist at all. If he was attacked again, Xing Wuying's soul would be destroyed. Whoosh! Buzz buzz. At this moment, an extremely terrifying energy beam suddenly shot out. It was as fast as lightning and instantly pierced through Guyu's chest, causing blood to spurt out. Not good. Guyu, be careful. Xianxia suddenly roared. His old eyes scanned the void as if he sensed something. This is Fentianji, Xikong Tianyuan, and the other top experts all looked in the direction of the light beam. What? Guyu was shocked. The light beam was too fast, and he couldn't react in time. Grand Elder Guyu. Ancient Immortal Venerable Yan Chen's old face changed. Grand Elder. Xiaobu Fan and the Dragon Soul Venerable shouted in panic. Xiaobu Fan immediately rushed into the sky. Grand Elder Guyu. Xiaobu Fan roared in grief and anger. Guyu's injuries were serious, and he was powerless. His aura was gradually fading. What? Above the void, Gue Su, Yi Qingyu, and the rest were shocked, and their grief and anger exploded. Devil Nightmare Clan. Yanhu was furious. He suddenly roared into the void, Devil Heaven Lord. You shameless bastard. How dare you sneak attack Grand Elder? Damned Devil Nightmare Clan. Unforgivable. Chushir Tian clenched his teeth and roared. His eyes were red and filled with anger. Demon Heavenly Lord. The Xianming tiger's old face turned ferocious. This elder didn't launch a sneak attack. It's just that Guyu didn't dodge. And it should be said that he couldn't dodge. Mo Tianjuan's faint laughter came from the void. The Nightmare Clan had arrived. Above the void, Mo Tianjun had appeared out of nowhere. His body was emitting an extremely ferocious aura. Hiss. A short while later, a pitch-black crack suddenly appeared in the void beside Mo Tianjun. A terrifying aura emanated from it. Mo Qianxiao, Mo Tianji, Mo Tua, and other top experts of the Nightmare Devil race flashed out from the crack. There were only 7 of them. In the previous battle, the other clansmen of the Devil Mantis clan were all killed. However, the aura that spread out from these 7 people was quite terrifying. Obviously, their cultivation had skyrocketed, and they had all obtained the power of Panga Realm. Their strength would definitely not lose to Fentianji and the others. Thank you, Heavenly Monarch Grand Elder. Xing Wuying quickly cupped his fists in gratitude. Mo Tianjun smiled faintly and said, We're all on the same side. There's no need to be so polite. The Demon Emperor looked at the battlefield expressionlessly and said, You came at the right time. How lively. Mo Qianxiao grinned, his face full of confidence and arrogance. He then sneered and asked, Where's Zhou Tian? He didn't show himself? A loser like you still has the face to look for big brother Zhou Tian? If I were you, I would just kill myself. Yanhu shouted angrily as he stared fiercely at Mo Qianxiao. Mo Qianxiao glanced at Yanhu coldly and grinned. Yanhu, I'll be your opponent. Qianxiao, don't underestimate your opponent. The Dragon Soul War God has the ability to recover instantly, the Demon Emperor warned. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Yanhu shouted angrily and immediately shot out. The Nightmare Devil race actually appeared at this time. This is troublesome. Xiaoniao's old face was extremely gloomy. In the fierce battle of life and death, the experts on both sides were injured. Xiaoniao, the 4 clan leaders, and Leng Ren were all injured and had consumed a lot of energy. Fentianji and the other major forces only had a slight advantage. Apart from Yanhu, the 4 war gods, Yi Qingyu, and Chushir Tian who had the undying body, the others didn't. Even if Qianxiao and Yanhu could contend against strong opponents, it was only them. The strength of the others could only temporarily resist with the help of formations and runes. After all, there were only a dozen or so people on the Dragon Soul side whose cultivation had surpassed the peak 9-star Ancient Immortal Venerables. In terms of overall strength, Fentianji and the others had surpassed the Dragon Soul. The situation of the battle had slowly changed. With Shi Xianming and Xing Wuying being seriously injured, the Dragon Soul Rakshasa and dozens of 8-star Ancient Immortal Venerables from the 4 major races, as well as some peak 9-star Ancient Immortal Venerables, were seriously injured. The Dragon Soul was undoubtedly in danger. Fen Tianji and the other major forces experts had also suffered different degrees of injuries. Although the dragon's soul was in danger, they still had a chance to turn the situation around. After all, Yanhu and the others had the undying body. With this powerful ability, they could definitely heavily injure many strong opponents. However, now that the Nightmare tribe had joined the battle, it was one disaster after another for the dragon's soul. The nightmare old monster didn't come? The blood python frowned and thought to himself, is he going to break through to the immortal spirit realm? The Nightmare tribe has joined the battle. Our people won't be able to hold on for long. The 8-star ancient immortal venerables are seriously injured. If they continue to fight, they will definitely die. Xiao Feng, the elders of the 4 major races, and the 3 ancient immortal souls won't be able to hold on for long, Yi Qingyu said solemnly. She was extremely worried. Activate the formation and heal your injuries. Consume the elixirs. The War Emperor's expression was solemn as he immediately transmitted his order. It was a critical moment now. They couldn't hold back any longer. After the order was given, other than Yanhu and the others who had the undying body, the dragon's soul, Rakshasa, and the other 4 major races experts all activated the formation and consumed the elixirs. In an instant, their injuries and strength recovered at a terrifying speed. Their injuries and strength have all recovered. Such a powerful formation, and the elixirs are also very powerful, Mo Tua said in surprise. Let's do it quickly. Don't give them any chance. Every person we kill is to avenge our people. Let's force Qiu Tian and the Lord of Dragon's soul out as soon as possible. The Demon Emperor ordered coldly as he rushed towards Zhongyou and the other 3 patriarchs. Mo Tianjun and the other 4 experts also joined the battle. Their participation had undoubtedly shattered the dragon's soul's chance to turn the situation around. Boom boom boom. Mo Tianjun and the others specifically targeted the weaker dragon's soul experts. Even with the formation and elixirs, they still couldn't resist the terrifying strength of the experts. One after another, they were heavily injured and mercilessly slaughtered. In less than a minute, the 8-star and 9-star ancient immortal venerables of the dragon's soul suffered heavy casualties. The 9-star ancient immortal venerables were also heavily injured. They were completely suppressed. Yanhu and the others were also enraged. They couldn't wait to eat the Nightmare tribe alive. The dragon's soul, Rakshasa, and the other 4 major races who were watching the battle were naturally furious. They couldn't wait to charge forward. Leng Ren, Qin Qingyuan, Elder Qiu Yan. One by one, the experts were killed mercilessly. The dragon's soul Rakshasa and the other 4 races roared in grief and anger. All of you must die. Yanhu roared ferociously, his killing intent soaring to the sky. Are you very angry? Mo Qianxiao sneered, ignoring Yanhu's rage. Preposterous. You shameless scum. I will never forgive you. Seeing his own people being killed, the python roared and almost went berserk. The blood python patriarch roared, I'll kill you all. Mo Tianjun. You old be *starred. Come at me if you have the guts. Xianming Tiger cursed, his killing intent soaring to the sky. Unforgivable. Even if I die today, I'll kill all of you. I will also exterminate your Nightmare clan. Chu Shitian roared madly. He was so angry that he had almost lost all reason. The 4 patriarchs, 4 war gods, and Yi Qingyu were completely enraged. Buzz. The formation was activated, and they consumed pills to increase their strength. It can increase their strength. Fen Tianji frowned, his old face turning more serious. 9th grade rune. Xikong Tianyuan and the rest were shocked. Kill them all. Yanhu roared. He was a ferocious tiger. Is this Yanhu's true strength? Mo Qianxiao frowned, he could feel the dangerous aura. So strong. Xikong Wentian was shocked, frightened by Chu Shitian's terrifying fire attribute power and aura. How is this possible? Yi Mo looked at the berserky Qingyu in shock, as if he had seen a ghost. Zhuge Qinghuai and the other experts were also shocked by the strength of Ao Zhu and the rest. The 4 patriarchs, 4 war gods, and other top experts all used their full strength to display the powerful Pangu technique. They looked like they were going all out, it was terrifying. Their battle strength has increased a lot. The Demon Emperor sneered, Fen Tianji, if you don't mind, I'll deal with them. Demon Emperor Patriarch, please. Fen Tianji smiled faintly. How would he dare to say no? Fen Tianji was relieved that the Demon Emperor took the initiative. Save him! The War Emperor screamed in anger. His eyes were bloodshot and his killer's intent shot through the sky. He was so angry his entire body was shaking. The Dragon Soul Venerables all shot out, their expressions filled with panic and worry. However, Lung Ren and the others were either too severely injured to be treated by medicinal pills, or they died on the spot. Great Commander! They had gone too far. Let's fight them to the death. What's the point of bullying the weak? Those bastards from the Nightmare Clan. Great Commander, give the order. Even if we can't win, we still have to fight. That's right. Let's fight them to the death. Seeing the Dragon Soul Rakshasa and the experts of the 4 major races being severely injured and killed by the Nightmare Clan one after another, the crowd was enraged and could not help but roar in rage. Calm down. Ancient Immortal Sovereign Xianxia shouted coldly, Yi Hongyun alone can defeat this immortal sovereign. Moreover, they are even stronger than Yi Hongyun. No matter how many of you go, you will only be throwing your lives away. Lord Ancient Immortal is right. Battle Emperor suppressed the anger in his heart and said in a low voice, all of you, endure it. War God Qiu Tian and Sovereign Lord have yet to come out of seclusion. We still have hope. Hope? Yi Hongyun sneered disdainfully, what a fool's dream. What did you say? Do you believe that I won't kill you if you say another word of nonsense? A Dragon Soul Venerable shouted angrily. Take a closer look. Yi Hongyun sneered, the Dragon Soul has no hope. To be honest, it is indeed shocking that the Dragon Soul Rakshasa and the 4 major races could become so powerful within a month. However, it can't be compared to the increase in cultivation that the experts of Pangu Domain have given us. Even if the 8-star and 9-star Ancient Immortal Venerables have cultivated the powerful Pangu technique and possess great strength, the difference in cultivation realm is difficult to make up for. Their defeat is inevitable. Although the peak 9-star Ancient Immortal Venerables are strong, they can't withstand the joint attack of 2 peak 9-star Ancient Immortal Venerables. We have 33 super experts on our side. The more Dragon Soul is killed, the more experts we will have. Therefore, other than Xianxia and the other 14 peak 9-star Ancient Immortal Venerables, the others won't be able to resist. Moreover, the Devil Nightmare race has also joined the battle. Is there any hope for the Dragon Soul? Even if Qiu Tian and the Lord of Dragon Soul join the battle, do you think they can turn the situation around? Do you think they can fight against so many experts who are stronger than me? That's just wishful thinking. Yi Hongyun's analysis was indeed reasonable. Yi Hongyun, what you said is reasonable. However, don't underestimate Sovereign Lord. Battle Emperor said coldly as he glanced at Yi Hongyun coldly. Good, good, good. Your Sovereign Lord is powerful. He has a titled ancient god behind him. However, I have to remind you that it's useless even if a titled ancient god is here. You can't imagine how terrifying the experts behind us are. Yi Hongyun sneered. When Yi Hongyun said that, Ancient Immortal Venerable Xianxia and Dragon Soul's expressions changed drastically. It's useless even if a titled ancient god is here, what kind of expert is behind Yi Hongyun and the others? Do you see that? How can 14 experts fight against dozens of experts? Even if Yanhu and the others have the ability to recover instantly, how long can they last? Yi Hongyun sneered. Boom. Boom. Boom, buzz. Buzz, above the void, the powerful Pangu technique collided violently. Deafening explosions were incessant. Waves of unimaginable destructive power swept out and destroyed the space mercilessly. The 4 clan leaders joined forces and the terrifying Pangu technique couldn't resist the demon sovereign's power alone. How is this possible? Xianxia and the others were shocked to see the demon sovereign unharmed. They couldn't believe it. The powerful Pangu technique given by Feng Wuchen couldn't hurt the demon sovereign. How big was the gap between their strength? The demon sovereign is already so powerful? Fen Tianji, Xikong Tianyuan, and the others looked at him in shock. Clan leader Xianxia, although your bloodline power can suppress my strength, I'm now a half-step immortal god. Your attacks can't hurt me, said the demon sovereign with a slight smile. His face was filled with confidence. Half-step immortal god? Xianxia and the other clan elders' expressions changed drastically. Whoosh, boom. Boom. Boom, the demon sovereign's figure seemed to vanish slowly. However, in the next moment, the 4 clan leaders were sent flying at the same time. They didn't notice him at all. Blood flowed from the corners of the 4 clan leaders' mouths. Clearly, they were injured by the demon sovereign's attack. The 4 clan leaders were dumbfounded. The demon sovereign's speed and strength far surpassed the 4 clan leaders. This was how terrifying a half-step immortal god was. Yanhu and the other war gods, as well as Yiqingyu and Chushirtian, could injure their opponents with their undying bodies. However, when 2 or even 3 of them worked together, it was difficult for them to resist. As the battle went on, the 4 clan leaders were easily injured by the demon sovereign. The grand elders and guardians of the 4 clan leaders were also unable to resist the enemy's combined attacks. They were all heavily injured. In the end, only the 4 war gods, Yiqingyu, Chushirtian, and the other 5 were left fighting desperately. Despair descended upon everyone in Dragon Soul. End of chapter. Boom. 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 Buzz. Buzz, Yanhu's group of 6 fought crazily, using the powerful Pengu art. Even if they couldn't defeat the enemy, they had to exhaust the enemy's strength. However, the 6 of them couldn't fight against dozens of experts. It was impossible to exhaust their strength. Moreover, Mo Tianjun and Fen Tianji's strength were very terrifying. Even if Mo Qianxiao, Xikong Wendian, Yi Mo, and the rest were heavily injured, Yanhu's group of 6 still couldn't turn the situation around. The furious Dragon Soul Sovereign and Luosha Sovereign's eyes were wet as they watched Yanhu's group of 6 fight with their lives on the line. Grief, anger, and hatred filled their hearts. They wanted to fight, they wanted to contribute to the Dragon Soul. They wanted to fight side by side with the Dragon Soul War God, but they didn't have the strength to do so. Even if despair descended upon the Dragon Soul, they weren't afraid at all because Yanhu's group was still fighting with their lives on the line. Instantly recovering from injuries and strength is indeed very miraculous. If it's one-on-one, it's enough to exhaust the enemy's strength. Even I don't dare to say that I can kill them. Looking at Yanhu's group of 6, the Demon Emperor said faintly. If I'm not wrong, they didn't use a miraculous secret art, but have an undying body. Fen Tianji guessed. Undying body? Shi Tianfeng and the rest were shocked. So that's the case. No wonder they can recover instantly no matter how serious their injuries are. Xikong Tianyuan frowned. The Demon Emperor said faintly, undying body is extremely powerful. I'm afraid we can't kill them. Burning Sky Palace Lord is right. It's indeed an undying body. A majestic voice suddenly came from the Wind restaurant. Hearing the familiar voice, Dragon Soul Sovereign and the rest were stunned for a moment before kneeling down respectfully. Greetings, Supreme Commander. On the balcony of the 3rd floor, Jianchou and Ming Tiancheng appeared. Get up. Jianchou said majestically. Seeing so many Dragon Soul experts being killed, the fury in Jianchou's heart was about to erupt. Jianchou's cultivation base was still at 5-star Ancient Immortal Venerable Realm, while Ning Tiancheng was a 4-star Ancient Immortal Venerable. With the help of the heaven-defying Divine Orb and 10 times the space, their cultivation could be said to have increased by leaps and bounds. In the sky, the Demon Emperor, Fen Tianji, and the others all looked down. Jianchou. Yi Hongyun's cold and ferocious gaze swept towards Jianchou, and a gloomy killing intent exploded forth. Ancient Immortal Sovereign Yan Chen, Patriarch Qianyo, are you guys alright? Jianchou asked. Qianyo shook his head slightly and said, I'm fine. I'm just seriously injured. I won't die. Jianchou, have Prisoner Heaven and Lord Feng not come out of seclusion yet? Ancient Immortal Sovereign Yan Chen asked. I don't know either. Jianchou shook his head. A 5-star Ancient Immortal Venerable. This person's bloodline power is even more terrifying than Qianyo's. The Demon Emperor was secretly shocked, but he still smiled faintly and said, Supreme Commander, the 2 of you won't be able to change anything with your strength. Let prisoner heaven and the Lord of Dragon's soul show themselves. Xianxia said coldly, indeed, I won't be able to change anything with my strength, but the dragon's soul is definitely not someone who's afraid of death. The dragon's soul will definitely not back down from today's battle. Supreme Commander, you can't be thinking that they can destroy us with their undying body, right? Zhuge Qinghuai sneered disdainfully, not at all worried that the dragon's soul could turn the situation around. Xianxia, they don't have an undying body. You won't be able to protect their lives, Shi Tianfeng said coldly. Xianxia glanced at Shi Tianfeng and said coldly, I don't need you to remind me. Undying body isn't impossible to deal with. Just then, an old voice came from the void. Gu Chongqing. The demon emperor and the others were shocked. Everyone immediately looked towards the void where the voice came from. Soul power. Gu Chongqing's alchemist cultivation has recovered. Xing Wuing exclaimed in shock, not daring to believe it. Ancient immortal sovereign Yanchen said in shock, Gu Chongqing's cultivation, Gu Chongqing. Xianxia frowned deeply, his face turning extremely solemn. Above the void, as Gu Chongqing's voice fell, a terrifying aura that surpassed everyone present swept across the entire ancient immortal world with the force of a tsunami. Gu Chongqing's terrifying aura suppressed everyone present. This is the immortal god realm. The elder of the Chonyo tribe's eyes bulged. Immortal god realm. The demon emperor exclaimed, his face filled with shock and disbelief. How is this possible? Mo Tianjun also widened his eyes. How is this possible? Gu Chongqing's cultivation has surpassed ours. This is the immortal god realm. Fen Tianji exclaimed. Immortal god realm. Xikong Tianyuan, Zhuge Qinghuai, and the others were all dumbfounded. Their faces were filled with fear. Protector Tianhen said in shock, did the experts of the Panga realm directly help him break through? Otherwise, how could he break through to the immortal god realm? This terrifying aura is the immortal god realm? Yanhu and the others, who were furious, also looked over in shock. Above the void, Gu Chongqing's old figure appeared out of nowhere. Everyone, including the demon emperor, looked at Gu Chongqing with intense fear in their eyes. Although the demon emperor had reached the half-step immortal god realm, his strength was still far from the real immortal god realm. It's not difficult to deal with the immortal body. Gu Chongqing said coldly and waved his hand. In an instant, Yanhu and the others were trapped in a space. This is Xiao Wuji's space god power. Everyone was shocked. Xianxia suddenly thought of something and exclaimed, Xiao Wuji and the others' essence blood was absorbed by Gu Chongqing. The essence blood of hundreds of experts was absorbed by him. Qiu Bufan was dumbfounded. Ning Tiancheng frowned and said worriedly, this is troublesome. Once trapped, other than the High Lord, no one can break out. Yanhu and the others attacked crazily, trying to break out of the space. However, all their attacks were absorbed by the space and were useless. The first method is to transfer them to another space and slowly wait for death. Without the space god power, they will never be able to come back. Gu Chongqing said coldly. Every word was filled with hatred and killing intent. The second method is that the soul is the foundation of every cultivator. As long as their soul is exhausted, they will never be able to recover. Gu Chongqing continued. These two methods were undoubtedly the fatal parts of the immortal body. Dragon soul destroyed my immortal pill guild, killed my disciples, and destroyed my alchemist realm. Old man wants to bury everyone in dragon soul. The six of you have the immortal body. Old man will exhaust your soul and let you die in pain. Gu Chongqing said coldly. Terrifying soul power was released and directly entered the space. Ah! When the terrifying soul power started to devour the souls of Yanhu and the others, the unimaginable pain made them cry out. Stop! Xiaonyao and the others shouted in panic. Gu Chongqing. Stop it! Xianxia roared angrily as he clenched his fists. His heart was burning with anxiety, but there was nothing he could do. Gu Chongqing. Quickly stop! The sky spider, blood python, and dark mystic tiger all roared in panic. Gu Chongqing, that old bastard! He's devouring their souls. Qiu Bufan gritted his teeth. He was so angry that his organs were about to explode. That bastard! Battle Emperor and Ning Tiancheng gritted their teeth. They wanted to help but they were powerless. The Dragon Soul Master, the Luosha Master, and the members of the four great races roared furiously. Gu Chongqing, you're an alchemist but you're using your soul power to deal with the souls of cultivators. Don't you feel ashamed? Even ancient immortal sovereign Yan Shen couldn't stand it anymore. Arg! Yanhu and the other five screamed in pain. They couldn't fight back against the soul power devouring their souls. One could only imagine how painful it was for their souls to be devoured. Dragon Soul destroyed my immortal pill guild and killed my disciples. So what if old man killed a few people? Ancient immortal sovereign Yan Shen, you should be glad that old man didn't do anything to you. Gu Chongqing said coldly. Jian Chao's face was ferocious as he roared, Gu Chongqing. You dare to kill them? Our lord won't let you go. Old man is waiting for him. Gu Chongqing said coldly. His alchemist cultivation had recovered and his soul power had increased greatly. Gu Chongqing was confident that he could fight against Feng Wuchen's soul power. Stop it. Xianxia and the others roared in grief. Old man will let you experience the feeling of people around you dying. I'll let you experience the pain of old man. Gu Chongqing said coldly as his soul power continued to increase. Arg! Yanhu and the other five screamed. Gu Chongqing's soul power has probably reached the immortal realm. Xing Wuying said in fear. That level was beyond his imagination. Bitch! You didn't think that you would have such a day, right? You have an immortal body but you still have to die. Yi Mo sneered. Humph. We don't have to do anything this time. My good little brother, this is the result of your arrogance. The heavily injured Gui Luo had a smug look on his face. In front of powerful soul power, the immortal body doesn't seem to be much. Mo Qianzhao sneered. Jian Chou and the rest of the Dragon Soul could only watch helplessly. That feeling was even worse than death. Commander, is there really no other way? Qiu Bufan asked anxiously. He couldn't bear to watch any longer. Big brother Jianchou, quickly think of something. Yanhu and the others can't hold on much longer. Ning Tiancheng asked anxiously. His heart was beating wildly, and he was unable to calm down. There's nothing we can do. Jianchou shook his head in grief and indignation. He wanted to save Yanhu and the others more than anyone else, but there was nothing he could do. Damn it. Let's fight with this old bastard. Ning Tiancheng couldn't bear it any longer and roared. He immediately rushed out. Ning Tiancheng. Come back. This is an order. Jian Choumeng furiously shouted and his imposing aura burst out. Damn it. Ning Tiancheng was furious, but he couldn't disobey the order. If you want to save them, you can try. If you can break the space created by the old man can spare their lives. Gu Chongqing said coldly. Break the space created by an immortal realm expert? That's simply daydreaming. In less than a minute, under the terrifying soul force, Yanhu and the others were heavily injured. Their soul bodies were severely damaged. Even if they had the undying body, they couldn't recover. This is bad. Their injuries can't be healed. Battle Emperor became more and more frightened. Can the Sovereign Lord's heaven-defying reincarnation be revived after exhausting their soul bodies? Qiu Bufan said in fear. The more he thought about it, the more worried he became. Not only Qiu Bufan, Dragon Soul was also very worried. Don't worry, after exhausting your soul bodies and you die, Dragon Soul will accompany you. Gu Chongqing said coldly. Old bastard. I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. Yanhu roared while enduring the intense pain. When your soul body is exhausted, your soul will scatter. How can you become a ghost? Gu Chongqing sneered as his soul power increased again. Yanhu and the others became weaker and weaker as their soul bodies were continuously devoured. Not long after, Guisu was the first to fall. His aura completely disappeared. Guisu! Jian Chou and the others shouted in fear and grief. Yi Qingyu, Chu Shitian, and the others also fell one after another. Their soul bodies were completely devoured and their auras disappeared. Commander Yi. Chu Shitian. Jian Chou, Qiu Bufan, and the others roared in grief and indignation. Seeing them die in pain and unable to do anything, the pain of 10,000 swords piercing their hearts was indescribable. Devouring python. Proud spider. Blood python and sky spider patriarchs were extremely sorrowful. Being heavily injured, they could only watch as their sons were tortured to death. In the end, Yanhu also fell. His soul body was completely devoured. Hure. Xianming tiger roared in anger, Gu Chongqing. I won't forgive you. Looking coldly at Dragon's soul, Gu Chongqing asked coldly, how is it? Do you feel the pain? How does it feel? As he spoke, Gu Chongqing waved his hand and the space disappeared. The corpses of Yanhu and the others fell to the ground. The Dragon Soul War God's death was truly tragic. Mo Qianxiao sneered mockingly. Yi Mo sneered, so this is the extent of an undying body. Whoosh! Gu Chongqing flicked his finger and a wisp of flame shot out. It instantly devoured the corpses of Yanhu and the others, turning them into ashes. Gu Chongqing's action completely ignited the anger of Dragon Soul. A terrifying murderous aura spread out. Their eyes were bloodshot and tears of grief fell. The pain you're feeling right now is far less than what I felt back then. So many people from the Immortal Pill Guild have died, and the experts from the various forces that are related to the Immortal Pill Guild have all died in the hands of the Dragon Soul. Today, I'll bury you all with me. Gu Chongqing said coldly, and a cold murderous aura burst out. His fierce gaze swept over the thousands of Dragon Soul Rakshasas and the experts of the four races. Gu Chongqing activated his space god power and waved his hand. Instantly, thousands of spaces appeared out of nowhere and trapped the Dragon Soul Rakshasas and the experts of the four races. Seeing this, Jianqiu and Ning Tianqing's expression changed. Not good. Ancient Immortal Sovereign Yan Chen and Guardian Tian Hen were shocked. What is he trying to do? Xiao Bufan was scared out of his wits and realized something. Gu Chongqing. Stop. Jianqiu roared like a madman. Everyone from Dragon Soul must die. Gu Chongqing said coldly. His old eyes squinted and murderous aura surged. No. Jianqiu roared again. Terrifying space god power erupted. In the thousands of spaces, the Dragon Soul Sovereign, Rakshasas and the experts of the four races were all turned into blood mist under everyone's horrified gaze. Thousands of people were killed in an instant. Jianqiu and Ning Tianqing's eyes widened in fear. End of chapter. All dead. Dragon Soul Supremacy, Rakshasa Supremacy, Ancient Immortal Emperors and Ancient Immortal Supremacies of the four races were all killed by Gu Chongqing, Jianqiu, War Emperor, and the others were stunned as a heart-wrenching pain spread throughout their bodies. At that moment, Jianqiu and the others felt how useless and insignificant they were. They couldn't control the situation. The experts they spent so much effort to cultivate were all killed. Jianqiu blamed himself and the pain in his heart was indescribable. He couldn't vent his anger and hatred, and could only hold it in his heart. The enemy was right in front of him, but he couldn't do anything. One could imagine how uncomfortable it was. If they were too weak, even if they went berserk, they would only be sending themselves to their deaths. It wouldn't change anything. For Dragon Soul War Gods are dead, and so many supremacies have been killed. Prisoner Sky and the Lord of Dragon Soul still won't show up. Don't tell me you're only going to show yourself after killing everyone? The Devil Emperor said coldly. Dad, the Lord of Dragon Soul will definitely show up. Mo Qianxiao sneered as he crossed his arms in front of his chest arrogantly. Since the Lord of Dragon Soul hasn't shown up, Old Man will kill the others first. The old man said that everyone in Dragon Soul must die. Gu Chongqing said coldly as he looked at Jianqiu and the others with murderous eyes. Jianqiu's face was ferocious, but he wasn't afraid at all. He gritted his teeth and said, "Old bastard, you dare to kill people in Dragon Soul. You better think about the consequences. Old bastard. I can guarantee that you'll end up in a miserable state." Ning Tianqing roared as if he wanted to chop Gu Chongqing into pieces. I hope the Lord of Dragon Soul has the ability. Gu Chongqing said coldly as he activated his space power again, and his murderous aura locked onto Jianqiu and the others. Ancient Immortal Sovereign Yanchen frowned and said, Gu Chongqing, the Immortal Pill Guild started this, and the Dragon Soul even gave them a chance. The Immortal Pill Guild's destruction is their own fault. They can't blame anyone else. Ancient Immortal Sovereign Xianxia, if you want to interfere, old man will kill you as well. Gu Chongqing said fiercely. He didn't care about the cause and effect. He only knew that he had to destroy the dragon's soul and take revenge for all the dead members of the Immortal Pill Guild. Ancient Immortal Reverend Xianxia, don't throw your life away because of us. Jianqiu said solemnly. He did not wish for Ancient Immortal Reverend Xianxia to be implicated. Gu Chongqing reached out and grabbed at the air. A terrifying force instantly trapped Jianqiu, Battle Emperor, Ning Tiancheng, and the others. Gu Chongqing gently waved his hand, and Jianqiu and the others flew up uncontrollably. Facing Gu Chongqing's terrifying strength, Jianqiu and the rest were powerless to resist. Jianqiu, you didn't expect this, right? To think that you would have such a day. Yi Hongyan sneered complacently and flew up. Gu Chongqing. Stop. Qiao and the other 3 clan leaders roared angrily. They tried their best to get up, but they were powerless. The 4 elders of the clan were severely injured. It was already a miracle that they were still alive. Clan leader Niu Qiao, it will be your turn soon. You won't be able to escape the responsibility of the Immortal Pill Guild's destruction. Gu Chongqing said coldly. Dragon Soul, Rakshasa, and the other 4 clans have lost so many experts. Now, Jianqiu and the others will die for sure. I wonder what will happen when Feng Wuchen finds out. The heavily injured Shi Tianfeng sneered. Dragon Soul rose at a shocking speed but was destroyed at a shocking speed as well. It's very tragic too. Yi Mo gloated. Jianqiu and the others flew into the void. It could be said that they were dead for sure. Senior Gu, can Jianqiu let me do it myself? The heavily injured Yi Hongyun asked respectfully. And, you are also a member of the Immortal Pill Guild. Their lives are in your hands. Gu Chongqing nodded. Thank you, Senior Gu. Yi Hongyun thanked him respectfully. Then, she took out the ancient immortal sword and pointed it at Jianqiu. Jianqiu, the enmity between us can finally be completely resolved. Before I kill you, let me tell you something. I destroyed the Lu clan with my own hands and killed that bitch Lu Xian'er. She was in despair at that time and kept calling your name, hoping that you would appear to save her. Yi Hongyun sneered. What does that have to do with me? Jianqiu said coldly. Jianqiu no longer cared about Lu Xian'er's life and death. She just took away his beautiful memories. Of course it doesn't matter because she is my wife. I'm just telling you. Alright, if you have any last words, say them quickly. Yi Hongyun sneered. She had already activated the power of the Panga realm and was ready to kill Jianqiu. Jianqiu roared fiercely, I will kill you with my own hands. I hope you have the chance. Go to hell. Yi Hongyun sneered and was about to attack with her sword. Buzz buzz. However, right at this moment, a violent tremor suddenly came from the calm space. At this moment, everyone's gaze turned towards the source of the tremors. This direction is, the Sovereign Immortal Palace. Protector Tianhen exclaimed. Lord Feng is coming out of seclusion? Ancient Immortal Sovereign Xianxia suddenly became excited. Is Lord or Qiu Tian coming out of seclusion? Jianqiu and Ning Tiancheng were overjoyed. Seems like the Lord of Dragon's Soul and Qiu Tian are coming. Shi Tianfeng sneered. No. Xing Wuying shook his head and said solemnly, this is not their aura. I don't know what it is. Are there other experts in the ancient immortal world? Xikong Wendian frowned and asked. I have never sensed this aura before. Although it is weak, it is very powerful. Fen Tianji said solemnly. He was also guessing in his heart. This aura is a little special. It is not Qiu Tian's aura, nor the Lord of Dragon's Soul. Demon Emperor frowned. What aura is that? Mo Qianqiu asked curiously. This is the aura of a grade 9 ancient immortal artifact. Its surface is covered by another aura. Gu Chongqing frowned. Grade 9 ancient immortal artifact? Demon Emperor and the others were shocked. Within the Sovereign Immortal Palace, a golden light shot up into the sky and shot towards Heavenly Moon Immortal City at a terrifying speed. No matter who it is, they won't be able to save you. Die. Yi Hongyun shouted angrily and immediately rushed towards Xianxia with the ancient immortal sword. No matter who it was, Yi Hongyun only wanted to kill Xianxia. She could not give him any chance to live. Whoosh! A sharp and ear-piercing sound suddenly came. In the distant void, a bright golden light shot over with the power to pierce through heaven and earth. Yi Hongyun! Back off! Gu Chongqing quickly shouted. I will kill Xianxia first. Senior Gu, help me block this power. Yi Hongyun gritted her teeth and said angrily. She had already sensed the terrifying golden light shooting towards her, but she was not willing to miss this opportunity. Gu Chongqing was just about to use his space god power to condense space to block it, but the golden light suddenly accelerated and was several times faster than before. What? Gu Chongqing's face changed drastically. He immediately used his space god power to teleport Yi Hongyun away. The golden light arrived in an instant and floated in front of Xianxia and the others. That is Qiu Tian's sword. Shi Xianming suddenly exclaimed. That's right. It's Qiu Tian's sword. Shi Tianfeng, Yi Mo, and the others also recognized it. The extremely powerful qi shocked them. War god Qiu Tian is here. Jianqiu and Ning Tiancheng were overjoyed. That's right. Tianer is here. Xianxia was overjoyed. He finally saw hope. This aura is very unusual. This feeling is very different. Qiu Tian might have already. Ancient immortal monarch Yanshan thought. Qiu Tian's sword is even stronger than before. It must be the help of the dragon soul's owner. Xing Wuing exclaimed. His old eyes were filled with fear. A 9th-grade ancient immortal sword is already the most terrifying existence. How can it be improved? Xikong Tianyuan's eyes widened in shock. What kind of aura is covering the sword? Shi Xianming asked. He had never seen such a mysterious and powerful aura before. A new power? Gu Chongqing guessed. Qiu Tian's strength is getting more and more terrifying. Yi Mo said gloomily. The moment Qiu Tian's sword appeared, everyone felt that Qiu Tian's strength had increased. Mo Qianxiao's eyes narrowed. Looks like Qiu Tian's strength has surpassed mine again. A 9th-grade ancient immortal sword is already so powerful. Qiu Tian's strength has indeed surpassed yours. Demon Monarch nodded with a serious expression. I wonder what cultivation realm Qiu Tian has reached. Xikong Wentian frowned. He was very curious. He should be close to the half-step immortal spirit realm. Demon Monarch said. Fen Tianji frowned. Half-step immortal spirit realm? We'll know when he comes. Even a half-step immortal spirit realm won't be able to turn the tables. Ghost Underworld King said coldly. He looked extremely ferocious. He's already here. Gu Chongqing said solemnly. Only the immortal spirit realm Gu Chongqing could sense Qiu Tian's existence. What? He's here? Fen Tianji and the others' faces changed as they looked around vigilantly. However, they couldn't see or sense anything. There was no movement in the air either. I can't sense his existence. Could it be that his cultivation is above mine? The Demon Emperor frowned deeply. As a half-step immortal god, his divine consciousness was absolutely terrifying. However, he still couldn't detect Qiu Tian's presence. Impossible. There's no way Qiu Tian can break through to the immortal god realm. The Devil Emperor quickly refuted. As the clan leader, the Demon Emperor had the support of ancient gods and titled ancient gods. It would be difficult for him to reach the immortal god realm. He did not believe that Qiu Tian had the ability to do so. The space suddenly became deathly silent, and the atmosphere was very heavy. Gu Chongqing, where is Qiu Tian? Mo Tianjun asked. Gu Chongqing frowned and said, he is right in front of us. He has a very powerful movement skill and completely concealed his aura. If it wasn't for old man's powerful soul power, we wouldn't have been able to sense his existence. What? Fen Tianji and the others were shocked once again. All of them were so scared that they broke out in cold sweat, and their hearts started to beat wildly. Right in front of us? The Demon Emperor's face was filled with disbelief. The person was right in front of them, but they couldn't see or sense anything. Are Yanhu and Commander Yi all dead? I can't sense their auras. Qiu Tian's cold and sorrowful voice suddenly rang out. The deathly silence earlier was because Qiu Tian was searching for Yanhu and the others' auras, but he couldn't find them in the entire ancient immortal world. When Jianqiu heard this, his eyes were wet, and he choked out, "Dead, is that so?" Qiu Tian's voice instantly lost its human emotions, and his body appeared out of thin air. When they saw Qiu Tian's figure, Fan Tianji and the others' faces changed again, as if they had seen a ghost. Qiu Tian was indeed right in front of them. An extremely powerful domineering aura and bloodthirsty murderous aura swept toward Fan Tianji and the others like an avalanche. It was breathtaking, and it caused their souls to tremble. Immortal God Realm. The Demon Emperor's eyes widened, and his face was filled with shock and disbelief. Immortal God Realm. Fan Tianji and the others were scared out of their wits. Their frightened faces were extremely pale, and they were unable to withstand the terrifying aura and pressure of the Immortal God Realm. Qiu Tian himself possessed extremely terrifying strength, and he even had a 9th-grade ancient immortal sword. Now that he had broken through to the Immortal God Realm, how could they not be afraid? How is this possible? Gu Chongqing's old face was also filled with disbelief. He knew better than anyone how difficult it was for Gu Chongqing to break through to the Immortal God Realm. The essence blood of hundreds of experts was not enough to break through to the Immortal God Realm. It was only with the help of a mysterious person that Gu Chongqing was able to break through successfully. Because of this, Gu Chongqing did not believe that Qiu Tian had broken through to the Immortal God Realm. He really broke through to the Immortal God Realm. Ancient Immortal Sovereign Yanchen said in shock. Jianqiu, War Emperor, and the others were looking at Qiu Tian with their mouths agape. The domineering aura that Qiu Tian released was so terrifying that it was beyond their imagination. Who hurt my 4 grandpas? Qiu Tian asked coldly, and his cold gaze swept across Gu Chongqing and the others. His terrifying gaze scared Fan Tianji and the others out of their wits. They were extremely terrified. An Immortal God Realm expert was too terrifying. War God Qiu Tian. It's the Demon Emperor. The Demon Emperor is now a half-step Immortal God. Xiao Bufan shouted. Qiu Tian glanced at the Demon Emperor and said coldly, "It must feel good to bully the weak, right?" The Demon Emperor's face was filled with panic. Although he was only a half-step Immortal God, he knew that an Immortal God Realm expert could kill him instantly. Mo Tianjun and Mo Qianxiao were also extremely terrified. The cold and bloodthirsty murderous aura locked onto the Demon Emperor, causing his divine soul to tremble. He immediately activated the power of the Panga realm, took out a powerful armor and 9th-grade ancient immortal weapon, formed an energy shield, and cast a powerful defensive spell to prepare for defense. That's right. It was defense. Full defense, facing an Immortal God Realm expert, the Demon Emperor did not have the slightest confidence even with full defense. Qiu Tian slowly stretched out his palm, and an irresistible force suddenly suppressed the Demon Emperor. Pfft. In an instant, the Demon Emperor spat out a mouthful of blood. All of his defenses were shattered, and his armor was torn apart. The Demon Emperor's power of the Panga realm was instantly suppressed and destroyed. Father! Mo Qianxiao shouted in horror. Patriarch! Mo Tianjun and Mo Tianji were scared out of their wits. How is this possible? All of my defenses and power are so insignificant in front of his power. The Demon Emperor was extremely terrified. He could not believe that Qiu Tian had reached such a terrifying level. Gulp, Fan Tianji and the others swallowed their saliva in horror when they saw the Demon Emperor being severely injured by the terrifying power. They were all scared out of their wits. He can ignore the power of the Panga realm. Gu Chongqing's old face was also filled with horror. Gu Chongqing, quickly stop Qiu Tian. Mo Tianjun shouted anxiously. Only Gu Chongqing, an immortal god, could stop Qiu Tian now. End of chapter. Well done. Qiu Tian. Kill this bastard. Haha. War god Qiu Tian is too strong. They are dead meat. Jianqiu, Zhan Huang, and the others continued to yell as their faces flushed red. Pfft, under the pressure of Qiu Tian's terrifying power, the Demon Emperor spat out another mouthful of blood. His injuries worsened. In front of Qiu Tian's domineering bloodline power, the demon emperor felt as if dozens of planets were pressing down on him. He couldn't move at all. His physical body and soul were about to be crushed. A half-step immortal god was nothing in front of a true immortal god. In the next second, Qiu Tian had already arrived in front of the demon emperor. He was so fast that no one could detect him. Fan Tianji and the rest were so scared that they were in a vegetative state. What kind of movement technique is this? Gu Chongqing's face changed as he was shocked. Although they were both in the immortal god realm, Gu Chongqing felt that Qiu Tian was much stronger than him. It was as if they weren't on the same level. The demon emperor was dumbfounded. Qiu Tian was more terrifying than he had imagined. Staring coldly at the terrified demon emperor, Qiu Tian said coldly, "I won't kill you for now." Boom! With that, Qiu Tian punched the demon emperor's chest. With a loud explosion, the demon emperor spat out blood as his soul flew out of his physical body. What? How is this possible? The demon emperor was terrified. He could clearly feel that he had lost his physical body. The power of that punch was too domineering. Seeing this scene, Fan Tianji, Shi Xianming, and the rest were so shocked that they couldn't speak. They were completely shocked by Qiu Tian's strength. Fortunately, they also had an immortal god realm expert on their side. Qiu Tian is already so strong? Ancient immortal sovereign Yan Shen was shocked as he looked at Qiu Tian. This. Protector Tian Hen couldn't speak for a long time. His body was trembling, and he was both terrified and excited. How terrifying was the power to send the demon emperor's soul flying with one punch. Father! Patriarch! Mo Qianxiao, Mo Tianjun, and the rest screamed in panic. Their hearts almost stopped beating. Too strong. Too strong. You punched the demon emperor's soul out of his body with one punch. The battle emperor yelled in excitement. How terrifying. As expected of an immortal divinity. Jianqiu was both shocked and overjoyed. The moment the demonic emperor's soul flew out of his physical body turned into ashes and dissipated in the air. The soul of the demon emperor was also heavily injured and extremely weak. The power of the Panga realm is nothing more than this, Qiu Tian said coldly without any human emotion. Prisoner heaven. There is also Gu Chongqing. Jianqiu shouted, and at the same time, he fiercely rushed towards Yi Hongyun. Senior Gu, save me. Yi Hongyun was completely terrified. Jianqiu glared at Yi Hongyun and bellowed, "No one can save you. This commander will definitely kill you today. I'll turn you into ashes." Gu Chongqing was suddenly locked down by a terrifying aura. It was impossible for him to support Yi Hongyun. Even though Yi Hongyun was a peak 9-star ancient immortal venerable, she was unable to fight against Jianqiu. Only death awaited her. You are all finished. Protector Tian Hen shouted angrily, Gu Chongqing. You old bastard. It's time for you to die. Prisoner heaven. The souls of Yanhu and the others were all exhausted by Gu Chongqing. The dragon soul Rakshasa and thousands of people from the 4 races were all killed by him. Ning Tianqing said with grief and indignation. So it was you who killed them. Prisoner heaven's cold gaze turned to Gu Chongqing, and his killing intent instantly multiplied. That's right, it was old man who killed them. He is avenging the deaths of the immortal Pill Guild. Gu Chongqing said with a gloomy expression. Clearly, Gu Chongqing was wary of prisoner heaven's strength. You have the aura of Xiao Wuxuan, Carefree Wuji, and the demonic emperor on you. Although it's very weak, I can sense that the mysterious person who absorbed the blood essence of hundreds of experts is you, prisoner heaven said coldly. He grabbed at the air, and the grade 9 ancient immortal sword flew over. Prisoner heaven's aura suddenly surged, and his monstrous aura became even more terrifying. Battle Emperor shouted, that's right. It's this old bastard who absorbed the energy of Carefree Wuji and the others. This old bastard has Carefree Wuji's spatial divine power. Prisoner heaven, it's indeed unexpected that you could break through to the immortal spirit realm. Gu Chongqing said in a low voice, however, you can't kill old man yet. You want to avenge them? Dream on. Is that so? Prisoner heaven's cold voice suddenly sounded in the space to Gu Chongqing's left. He swung the grade 9 ancient immortal sword with an invincible aura. Humph. Gu Chongqing snorted fiercely, and his figure strangely entered the rippling space. Prisoner Heaven's sword missed. Not only did it not hit Gu Chongqing, but it was also trapped by a space. Spatial divine power? Prisoner Heaven said coldly, and his expression did not change. Prisoner Heaven, you are indeed powerful, and you also have the powerful Panga technique and movement technique. However, in front of old man's spatial divine power, can you escape? Gu Chongqing sneered slightly. However, the moment Gu Chongqing finished speaking, Prisoner Heaven swung his sword. Crack! An extremely domineering and terrifying sword energy exploded. The space could not absorb it at all, and it was shattered by Prisoner Heaven's sword. Gu Chongqing's smug face instantly froze. He broke the spatial divine power so easily. Fan Tianji could not help but exclaim. Spatial divine power is only SOSO. After all, it's only the ancient divine power of the ancient immortal world. It's not even as strong as the Panga realm. Do you think you can trap me? Prisoner Heaven said coldly. Prisoner Heaven pointed the ancient immortal sword at the void. He was majestic and domineering, and gave people the feeling that he was invincible. Gu Chongqing's old face suddenly darkened, and the flesh on his face twitched violently. Didn't you just say that my movement technique is very powerful? I'll let you see an even more powerful movement technique. Prisoner Heaven said coldly. He flipped his wrist, and the ancient immortal sword flashed coldly. Whoosh! Prisoner Heaven suddenly shot out, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. His speed was extremely fast. His aura disappeared. I can't capture it. Gu Chongqing was shocked. I'm here. Prisoner Heaven's cold voice suddenly came from below Gu Chongqing. Prisoner Heaven was rushing to the sky, and swinging his sword fiercely. So fast. Gu Chongqing was extremely shocked, and immediately retreated instinctively. However, the moment Gu Chongqing retreated, his old face suddenly changed. Rumble. Pfft. Buzz buzz. An extremely domineering energy sword suddenly blasted Gu Chongqing, and the impact made him spit out blood. The domineering power also sent him flying. Sword will manifestation. Gu Chongqing was extremely shocked. You're right. Prisoner Heaven's cold voice sounded. He had appeared behind Gu Chongqing without anyone noticing. Oh no. Gu Chongqing was scared out of his wits, and cold sweat poured down his body. End of chapter. An extremely dangerous aura shrouded Gu Chongqing. Even if he felt it, it was too late to dodge. Boom, puff, Qiu Tian swept out his sword again. A close-range attack, accompanied by a domineering sword light, caused Gu Chongqing to vomit blood again. His body turned into a black line and shot out. Qiu Tian's speed was too terrifying. Gu Chongqing, who was also in the immortal realm, could not detect it at all. Their speeds were not on the same level. Qiu Tian's sword light was terrifying and domineering. Gu Chongqing's Panga realm power could not block it at all. After receiving 2 heavy blows, his injuries were somewhat serious. How could this be? We are all in the immortal realm. Why is Qiu Tian so powerful? Gu Chongqing is not his match at all. Fan Tianji said in horror. A trace of despair appeared in his eyes. The 9th grade ancient immortal sword and Panga technique have already pulled apart. Qiu Tian's movement technique is even more terrifying. We are finished. Xing Wuying said in fear. His old face was incomparably pale. Can't even block one sword. Is Qiu Tian's strength really so terrifying? Shi Tianfeng was dumbfounded. Back then, his strength was on par with Qiu Tian. But now, Qiu Tian had left him far behind. Shi Tianfeng had to rely on the experts of Panga realm to increase his cultivation to reach his current realm. Zhuge Qinghuai and Xikong Tianyuan were all petrified. Their faces and eyes were filled with fear and despair. At the same realm, Qiu Tian could easily injure Gu Chongqing. Who could contend with such terrifying strength? Moreover, Qiu Tian had an immortal body. His strength could never be exhausted. He was simply an invincible existence. Father, why isn't grandfather here yet? Mo Qianxiao asked anxiously. Qiu Tian's strength was too terrifying. He was panicking. I don't know. The demon emperor answered weakly. Young master, don't worry. Ancestor will definitely come. Mo Tianjun was not too worried. Mo Yan was undoubtedly their only hope. Yi Hongyun, open your eyes and see if that old bastard Gu Chongqing can save you. Jianzhou shouted fiercely as his fists bombarded Yi Hongyun's body. Boom. Boom. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. Boom. One punch after another, the heavily injured Yi Hongyun spat out blood. She could not resist at all. Fan Tianji and the rest were terrified to death. No one cared about Yi Hongyun's life or death. Yi Hongyun was in complete despair. He knew that there was no way he could survive. Boom, Jianzhou cried out in shock. The terrifying power of his bloodline mercilessly slammed into Yi Hongyun's chest. With a loud explosion, Yi Hongyun's chest caved in. Yi Hongyun's body shot out like a cannonball. No one knew whether he was dead or alive. What a satisfying fight. Jianzhou said, venting his anger on Yi Hongyun. Swish. Swish. Chi. 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 At this moment, Qiu Tian was crazily attacking Gu Chongqing. His figure flickered continuously, and his speed was terrifying. Gu Chongqing was powerless to resist. His body was covered with shocking sword wounds, and his clothes were dyed red with blood. In front of Qiu Tian, Gu Chongqing couldn't fight back at all. It gave people the feeling that his immortal god realm was fake. Qiu Tian, don't kill that old bastard yet. Jianzhou said hurriedly, as if he had other plans. Yes. Supreme Commander. Qiu Tian replied respectfully before stopping his attacks. Gu Chongqing was covered in blood and was in a sorry state. However, Gu Chongqing's eyes were very fierce. Kill old man? Gu Chongqing said fiercely, that's wishful thinking. With that, Gu Chongqing consumed an elixir. His body suddenly shone with green light. In just a moment, his injuries were healed. He's healed. Fan Tianji and the rest were shocked, and their eyes widened. Such a terrifying healing elixir was unheard of. Even the healing elixir refined by Feng Wuchen didn't have such a terrifying effect. A powerful elixir from Panga realm. Qiu Tian guessed. Old man, so what if you're healed? You still can't beat Qiu Tian. You'll have to suffer again. Jianzhou sneered. Is that so? Gu Chongqing said coldly, don't forget how Yanhu and the rest died. With that, Gu Chongqing urged his soul force to devour Qiu Tian's soul. In this way, no matter how strong Qiu Tian was, he couldn't escape death. Soul force devour. With that, Fan Tianji and the rest's eyes lit up. That's right. Soul force devour, just like Yanhu and the rest. Even if they had an immortal body, they would still die. Qiu Tian wasn't an alchemist. He couldn't resist at all. Qiu Tian, be careful. This old bastard's soul force can devour souls. Jianzhou immediately shouted. Qiu Tian isn't an alchemist. He can't detect soul force attacks. Gu Chongqing said coldly. He didn't hesitate to attack with his soul force. Battle god Qiu Tian, be careful. Qiu Bufan and Wei Qingluan shouted in panic. Qiu Tian. Run. Jianzhou suddenly shouted. Qiu Tian didn't move. His expression didn't change. Humph. Qiu Tian. Your death is here. Gu Chongqing sneered proudly. It was as if he could already see Qiu Tian's miserable death. However, before Gu Chongqing could feel happy, the smile on his old face froze. What's going on? Why can't old man's soul force attack Qiu Tian's soul? Gu Chongqing was confused. He had never seen such an impossible thing. Because that's my avatar. Qiu Tian's bone-chilling voice suddenly sounded behind Gu Chongqing. What? Gu Chongqing's expression changed. Qi. A sword light flashed and blood spurted out. Gu Chongqing's right hand flew out. It had been cut off by Qiu Tian. Ah! Gu Chongqing screamed in pain. It was just a severed hand. There was no need to scream, right? Qiu Tian's attack wasn't as simple as cutting off an arm. The domineering power drilled into Gu Chongqing's body and damaged his organs. Qi. Another sword light flashed and blood spurted out. Gu Chongqing's other hand had been cut off. The intense pain spread to every cell in his body. Gu Chongqing screamed like a pig being slaughtered. Anyone could hear how much pain the owner of the voice was in. Bam! Qiu Tian clawed at Gu Chongqing's head and crazily devoured the space divine power. Soon, a white ball of energy appeared in Qiu Tian's hand. It was the space divine power origin. Forcefully absorbing the refined space divine power caused Gu Chongqing's injuries to worsen. He was in immense pain. Gu Chongqing, your life no longer belongs to you, Qiu Tian said coldly. As expected of the leader of the Dragon Soul War Gods. You are indeed powerful. Right at this moment, an old voice filled with supreme authority came from the void. Grandfather is here. Ancestor. Mo Qianxiao, Mo Tianjun, and the others were overjoyed. Old monster Mo Yan. Everyone was shocked. Mo Yan. Qiu Tian frowned as he felt an extremely powerful aura. End of chapter. In the void of the ancient immortal world, an extremely powerful aura spread out and shrouded the entire ancient immortal world. Its strength was above Qiu Tian's. Such a terrifying aura, even stronger than Qiu Tian's. Devil Demon Old Monster has also broken through to the immortal spirit realm. Ancient immortal sovereign Xianxia exclaimed. Immortal spirit realm. Devil Demon Old Monster has also broken through to the immortal spirit realm. Fen Tianji and the rest exclaimed, finally feeling relieved. This is troublesome. This old thing's strength is above Qiu Tian's. And his strength is extraordinary, it's not the strength of the ordinary Pangu world. Jianzhou frowned, his expression extremely solemn. Humph. Qiu Tian, your death is here. Mo Qianzhou sneered, looking extremely arrogant. Above the void, a vortex appeared, and a black light appeared, condensing into a figure. It was Devil Demon Old Monster. That terrifying aura made people feel as if they had come to the purgatory world, there was nothing but fear. Devil Demon Old Monster, you finally showed up. Qiu Tian said coldly, staring at Devil Demon Old Ancestor. Devil Demon Old Ancestor floated down slowly and sneered, from your tone, you seem to think you have the strength to defeat me. Whether I have the strength or not, we will only know after we fight. Qiu Tian said fiercely, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. Buzz buzz. His powerful bloodline power was fully activated, and his aura instantly soared to the peak. Terrifying chi waves condensed into a death storm, and the space of the ancient immortal world shook violently. What? Qiu Tian's strength has increased. Xikong Wendian exclaimed. How could Qiu Tian's cultivation have increased so much in just a month? Fen Tianji couldn't understand, and his heart was filled with fear. Qiu Tian really didn't use his full strength. Such terrifying strength, no wonder Gu Chongqing couldn't beat him. The Demon Emperor frowned. Is this Qiu Tian's true strength? Shi Tianfeng, Yi Mo, and the rest looked at Qiu Tian in confusion. Gu Chongqing's pale face was extremely ugly. Fortunately, Devil Demon Old Ancestor appeared in time, otherwise Qiu Tian would have killed him. Sensing Qiu Tian's strength, Devil Demon Old Ancestor's expression didn't change, and sneered, you are indeed powerful to be able to defeat Gu Chongqing so easily. Cut the crap and make your move, Qiu Tian said coldly. An intense battle intent erupted from him as his cold and bloodthirsty killing intent locked onto the Nightmare Ancestor. Swish, the moment Qiu Tian finished speaking, Nightmare Ancestor instantly transformed into a black gas and appeared beside Qiu Tian at an extremely fast speed. Qiu Tian's expression changed drastically as he thought to himself, what shocking speed. Wind attribute movement technique. Qiu Tian, let me give you a reminder. Do not hold anything back. Old Master Devil Nightmare sneered. He was extremely confident in his own strength. Before he could finish his words, the Nightmare Ancestor had already returned to his original position, as if he had never been there. Buzz. An unimaginably terrifying energy exploded. The aura was so powerful that it could shake one's soul. It surpassed Qiu Tian in an instant and the space of the ancient immortal world shook again. A very strong power, even stronger than the power of Pangu realm. Although it is not as strong as my bloodline power, this old thing's cultivation is stronger than mine. I'm afraid he can compete with my bloodline power. Xiao Tianwei frowned, his expression becoming more and more serious. Although a 9th grade ancient immortal sword is powerful, it's still much weaker than a Pengu artifact. Nightmare Ancestor sneered. Then, he grabbed the air and took out a huge black saber. It swept out a terrifying aura that could suppress a 9th grade ancient immortal sword. The saber's surface was surrounded by black gas. It was very strange and emitted an aura that made people feel extremely uneasy. After taking out a Pengu artifact, Nightmare Ancestor's combat strength soared again, surpassing Xiao Tian by a lot. Pengu artifact? Xiao Tian was shocked and thought to himself, a very terrifying aura. It is much more terrifying than a 9th grade ancient immortal sword. The 9th grade ancient immortal sword is greatly suppressed. This old thing is indeed not simple. Xiao Tian was shocked again. He could already feel the 9th grade ancient immortal sword trembling. Pengu artifact. It is even more powerful than a 9th grade ancient immortal sword. Xianxia exclaimed. He was getting more and more worried. Is this the artifact of Pengu realm? What a terrifying aura. Zhan Huang said with a trembling voice. Just the aura of the Pengu artifact alone was enough to make him feel unprecedented fear. Pengu artifact. Fen Tianji and the others widened their eyes. They were even more terrified, but they saw more hope. At least, with Nightmare Ancestor taking action, Xiao Tian would definitely not have a chance to kill them. Nightmare Ancestor's strength has increased by a lot. Xiao Tian is definitely not his match. Zhuge Qinghuai said with shock and certainty. That's great. Ancestor's strength is far above Xiao Tian's. The Pengu artifact is extremely terrifying. Xiao Tian will definitely lose. Mo Tianjun and the others were also very excited. It was as if they could see Xiao Tian's tragic end. Grandpa, kill Xiao Tian. Mo Qianxiao roared excitedly. Xiao Tian, come. Let me see your current strength. Nightmare Ancestor sneered confidently in the sky. He even reached out his hand and beckoned Xiao Tian. Boom. Xiao Tian did not waste any time. He shot out with the 9th grade ancient immortal sword in his hand. With an ear-piercing boom, his speed was pushed to the extreme. He had an extremely domineering aura that made people feel as if he was above all things. In the blink of an eye, a bright golden light drew a long arc. Xiao Tian's sword slashed down at Nightmare Ancestor from above. His attack was fierce and unstoppable. In the next second, Xiao Tian's figure suddenly appeared behind Nightmare Ancestor. He was about to slash out with his sword. But at this moment, a terrifying black energy condensed before Xiao Tian and launched an attack even faster than Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian's face changed drastically. His face was filled with disbelief. Whoosh! Buzz buzz! Rumble! The terrifying black energy turned into a black light shuttle and shot out. In an instant, it turned into a huge black energy that was hundreds of thousands of feet long. The space shook violently. In the end, it blasted a huge vacuum in the void. The energy ripples that were beyond imagination spread out without restraint. Everyone was scared out of their wits when they saw the horrifying scene. They were all dumbfounded and trembling all over. Ancient Immortal Sovereign Yanchen swallowed a mouthful of saliva in shock. He said with a trembling voice, Nightmare Ancestor's strength has become so terrifying? Nightmare Ancestor's strength is so terrifying. Gu Chongqing's old face was also filled with shock. After all, that was only an attack of strength and not the Pengu technique. In the void, Xiao Tian appeared in a flash. Clearly, he had dodged Nightmare Ancestor's attack. Xiao Tian frowned. What happened just now? Did Nightmare Ancestor predict the direction of my attack? No, the Sovereign's movement technique is extremely powerful. Nightmare Ancestor definitely can't see through it. He actually dodged it. His reaction and speed are pretty strong. Nightmare Ancestor sneered. End of chapter. It's impossible for Nightmare Ancestor to know the direction of Xiao Tian's attack. What's going on? Jianqiu naturally practiced the movement skill that Xiao Tian practiced, so they knew how powerful it was. They didn't believe that Nightmare Ancestor could see through it. However, Nightmare Ancestor was able to attack first, which puzzled Jianqiu. Could it be because of Nightmare Ancestor's power? His power is stronger than the power of Pengu World, and its speed is also terrifying. Ning Tiancheng frowned and guessed. I wonder what kind of power this black gas is. Xiao Bufan frowned. Jian Chou said solemnly, Nightmare Ancestor's power is very strange. It must be a power bestowed to him by ancient god Xianhao. Not only Jian Chou, but Demon Emperor and Fen Tianji also noticed it and were equally shocked. Let's try. The sword will manifestation. Xiao Tian said in his heart. Immediately, an overbearing sword will burst out, and Xiao Tian's body glowed with golden light. In an instant, it was as if the entire space was filled with overbearing sword will. With a thought, the overbearing sword will around Nightmare Ancestor condensed into hundreds of thousands of sword will energy swords and launched a fierce attack. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Buzz buzz. A series of ear-piercing sonic booms were heard. The destructive attack seemed to be able to destroy the entire ancient immortal world. Sword will manifestation? Nightmare Ancestor sneered, showing no fear at all. In an instant, the energy sword sea engulfed Nightmare Ancestor. The shocking scene made one's divine soul tremble. He didn't dodge it? Moreover, my bloodline power can't suppress Nightmare Ancestor's power. His power can't be stronger than mine. Xiao Tian frowned slightly. The Sword Dao realm of the sword will manifestation is indeed formidable. The fact that your bloodline power can be raised to such a level is indeed very overbearing. However, it's still not enough to deal with me. Devil Ancestor's cold and arrogant voice came from the terrifying sea of swords. Ancestor's aura is not weakened at all. The sword will manifestation power can't hurt Ancestor. Mo Tianjun said with a faint smile. Humph. Xiao Tian will definitely lose. Mo Qianzhao became more and more proud. And scathed. Xiao Tian frowned again, and his expression became more serious. Boom. Buzz. In the next second, there was a sudden explosion in the terrifying sea of swords. The terrifying black energy forcibly shattered the 100,000 swords. The overbearing sword will attack was completely useless. This power is extremely strange. The fact that Nightmare Old Monster was able to withstand my sword intent attacks and predict the direction of my attacks should have something to do with this power, Xiao Tian guessed. Prisoner Heaven, you must be curious as to how this Patriarch knows where you are attacking, right? Patriarch Nightmare asked with a sneer. Xiao Tian said coldly, it's impossible for you to break through my movement technique. Devilish Nightmare sneered. Indeed, I can't break your movement technique, but I have the Panga Realm domain, which covers the entire ancient immortal world. No attack can escape from me. Pangu domain? Xiao Tianchen frowned and thought to himself, the existence of the domain is equivalent to restraining the opponent's strength and speed. Everything is under the control of the person who uses the domain. The domain of the Panga Realm? Ancient Immortal Venerable Yan Chen and the others were both shocked and terrified. They all knew about the existence of the domain. There were even experts among them who had their own domain. To put it simply, the entire ancient immortal world is now under my domain. All of you are in my domain. The Panga Realm domain can make me invincible. Nightmare Old Ancestor said proudly. How terrifying was the entire ancient immortal world under Nightmare Old Ancestor's domain? Everyone is in the domain? Fen Tianji and the rest were shocked again. I see. Xiao Tian said coldly. Prisoner Heaven, even though your bloodline power is able to suppress the power of your old master here, you are unable to do so within my realm. On the other hand, my realm is able to counter you. You will not be able to win against your old master here. Old Master Devil Nightmare sneered. Mo Qianzhao and the rest were even more excited after hearing Nightmare Old Ancestor's words. I can defeat you if I break your domain. Xiao Tian narrowed his eyes, and his murderous aura became even more terrifying. That will depend on your ability. Nightmare Old Ancestor sneered. Shoo. Shoo, shoo. Xiao Tian used his movement technique again, and his figure flickered rapidly. His figure couldn't be seen, and his aura couldn't be sensed. The space was very calm. It's useless. In my domain, no matter how powerful your movement technique is, you can't threaten me. Instead, I can determine your location at any time. Nightmare Old Ancestor sneered confidently. The moment he finished his words, Nightmare Old Ancestor's figure disappeared mysteriously. When Nightmare Old Ancestor appeared again, he slashed at the air with his saber. What? Xiao Tian was shocked. His figure appeared again, and he immediately swung his sword. Ding! Buzz! The power of the saber and sword clashed fiercely, and a terrifying energy swept out with a momentum that could overturn rivers and seas. At the same time, Xiao Tian was sent flying by Nightmare Old Ancestor's saber. Xiao Tian's strength can't be resisted at all. Fen Tianji exclaimed. What kind of domain is this? It's so powerful. Xiao Tian can't even fight back in front of Nightmare Old Ancestor. Gu Chongqing was extremely shocked, and he couldn't believe it. Xiao Tian, who was sent flying, forcefully stabilized his body. His feet slid across the void for a few hundred meters. My strength is restrained. Xiao Tian was shocked. The terrifying power shook his blood and qi, causing them to churn violently. The battle had just begun, and Xiao Tian was already suppressed. He was completely at a disadvantage. Xiao Tian, no matter how powerful you are, you can't threaten me in my domain, Nightmare Old Ancestor said proudly. In his powerful domain, Nightmare Old Ancestor believed that no one in the ancient immortal world was a match for him. Is that so? Xiao Tian said coldly. His terrifying aura surged crazily, and his bloodline power was fully unleashed. Heaven's destruction! Xiao Tian suddenly shouted. He gathered his terrifying bloodline power and swung his sword. Shoo! Buzz! A huge golden sword light broke through the void, illuminating the entire dark space. It carried an aura that could destroy everything, and it rushed towards Nightmare Old Ancestor. Its attack power was beyond imagination. Xiao Tian, I know that you have an immortal body. But I've said that in my domain, no matter how powerful you are, you will be restrained. Nightmare Old Ancestor sneered. He wasn't afraid of Xiao Tian's terrifying sword light at all. Pangu Art. Sky sword annihilating the firmament. Devil Nightmare Old Ancestor bellowed as he swung his saber with both hands. A black saber light that was hundreds of thousands of feet long shot out with an unstoppable momentum. Nightmare Old Ancestor was superior to Xiao Tian in both aura and strength. The domain's restraint is even stronger. Xiao Tian frowned. Rumble. Pfft. In the blink of an eye, the sword light and the sword light collided fiercely, and an earth-shattering explosion sounded. The violent power not only broke Xiao Tian's sword light, but also made him spit out blood. Xiao Tian. Jianchou was shocked. End of chapter. Commander Supreme, don't worry. War God Xiao Tian has an immortal body. This injury won't affect him at all. War Emperor hurriedly said. Jianchou's face was filled with worry. It's true that Xiao Tian has an immortal body, but Nightmare Old Monster's Pangu domain is definitely not that simple. Xiaonyou's face was filled with worry. I'm afraid Xiao Tian is no match for Nightmare Old Ancestor. The suppression of power has already put Xiao Tian at a disadvantage. I'm afraid War God Xiao Tian won't be able to exhaust Nightmare Old Monster's power. His aura hasn't weakened at all. This domain might be able to help him recover his strength. If that's the case, Nightmare Old Ancestor's power will be inexhaustible. Moreover, Xiao Tian's power will always be restrained. Ancient Immortal Sovereign Yanshan said solemnly. Ancient Immortal Sovereign Yanshan was right. Nightmare Old Ancestor's power was inexhaustible. As long as the domain wasn't broken, Xiao Tian would always be suppressed. At this moment, Xiao Tian's injuries had already healed completely. An extremely powerful immortal body. Unfortunately, your power is restrained by my domain. Even if you continue to recover, you won't be able to beat me. Nightmare Old Ancestor laughed proudly. Xiao Tian's face was solemn. He glanced at the void and frowned. If I don't break his domain, I won't be able to fight against him. Unless I can injure him. Nightmare Old Ancestor didn't have an immortal body. If he could injure him, his battle strength would definitely be affected. At that time, Xiao Tian might have a chance to break Nightmare Old Ancestor's domain. However, how could he injure Nightmare Old Ancestor when his power was restrained? Naturally, he would have to use a stronger power. Grandpa, Gu Chongqing's soul power can devour souls. Even if Xiao Tian has an immortal body, he'll end up like Yanhu and the rest. Mo Qianzhao hurriedly said. He couldn't wait to see Qiu Tian's tragic end. Don't worry. The battle has just begun. If it ends too early, wouldn't it be boring? Nightmare Old Ancestor was confident in his own strength. Nightmare Old Ancestor had just made his move and hadn't fully displayed his power. Of course, the battle wouldn't end so quickly. Looks like Qiu Tian is going to suffer a bit. The Nightmare Grand Ancestor is indeed different. Yi Mo sneered. The strongest person in Dragon Soul is Qiu Tian. The Master of Dragon Soul can be ignored. Once Qiu Tian dies, the Dragon Soul will be finished. Shi Tianfeng sneered. He crossed his arms in front of his chest and waited for Qiu Tian to die. That's right, once Prisoner Heaven dies, the Dragon Soul will definitely be destroyed. No matter how much the Lord of Dragon Soul's cultivation increases, it's impossible for him to reach our level. Xikong Wentian sneered, not treating Feng Wuchen as a threat at all. Old Ancestor Mogue had displayed his incredible strength. His terrifying domain had completely suppressed Qiu Tian. Even Qiu Tian's terrifying Zhu Tian couldn't defeat Old Ancestor Mogue. In their opinion, Qiu Tian would definitely lose. Devil Nightmare's aura hasn't weakened at all. Even after using the Panga mantra, he can still maintain his peak state. This domain is not simple. I hope that the power of this sword can break this domain. Qiu Tian thought to himself. Buzz buzz. The domineering bloodline power erupted once again. A small array appeared in the void beneath Qiu Tian's feet. His terrifying combat strength rose rapidly. Oh? It can still increase combat strength? Old Ancestor Mogue was slightly surprised. This is the magical array that Yanhu and the rest used to increase combat strength. Fen Tianji frowned. He was curious about the array. Indeed, Qiu Tian can also use the array to increase his cultivation. It's an extremely domineering aura. Xikong Tianyuan said solemnly. A trace of strain appeared on his old face. Qiu Tian is gathering his strength. It seems like he's planning to use his strongest strength to break Old Ancestor Mogue's domain. Zhuge Qinghuai frowned and gasped. Mo Qianxiao sneered disdainfully, break the domain? Wishful thinking. Buzz buzz. Qiu Tian's combat strength rose rapidly and became more and more terrifying. The terrifying aura almost suffocated Fen Tianji and the rest. Their pale faces were filled with pain. With a thought, a powerful 9th grade rune was cast. Qiu Tian's strength rose again. Qiu Tian's strength has increased again. This is a 9th grade rune. The power of the array, the power of the rune. Without a powerful domain, Old Ancestor Mogue might not be Qiu Tian's opponent. Fen Tianji and the rest, whose faces were filled with pain, exclaimed again. Their faces were filled with fear. Qiu Tian is indeed not simple. I can't imagine how the Lord of the Dragon Soul nurtured Qiu Tian. This speed of growth is simply incomprehensible. The Demon Emperor frowned. A 9th grade rune. This power is really strong. Old Ancestor Mogue frowned. He no longer had the arrogant expression from before. Qiu Tian poured all the terrifying power that he had unleashed into the 9th grade ancient immortal sword. The monster sword intent and unimaginable power made people feel as if they were invincible. I spent a lot of time cultivating this sword. I only managed to comprehend it under the guidance of the sovereign. Frankly speaking, I don't know how powerful this sword is. I'll use you to test it. Qiu Tian said coldly. His eyes were extremely terrifying. Is that so? This old ancestor is looking forward to this sword of yours. Old Ancestor Mogue's face turned solemn. From Qiu Tian's domineering aura, he could tell that Qiu Tian wasn't bluffing. Proud sword art. 9 Heavens World Sword Art. When the domineering aura reached its peak, Qiu Tian roared and pierced the void with his sword. Whoosh! Buzz! An unimaginably terrifying sword radiance shot up from the tip of the sword. In an instant, it was hundreds of thousands of feet long. Dazzling golden light shrouded the space. It was extremely dazzling. It was as if a divine power was going to purify all evil in the world. The Demon Emperor and Fen Tianji were dumbfounded. This was the first time they had seen such a terrifying sword art. It was unimaginable and incomprehensible. This is the sword art that Panga used when he created the world. The mysterious person in the dark exclaimed. His face was filled with shock and disbelief. Who is the Lord of the Dragon Soul? Why does he have such a terrifying sword art? Old Ancestor Emogue thought to himself. An intense fear flashed in his old eyes. There wasn't time for Old Ancestor Emogue to think. He immediately unleashed his full strength. A monstrous aura burst out. His body shot up into the sky. At the same time, he shouted, Qiu Tian, it won't be that easy to break through this old ancestor's territory. Old Ancestor Emogue unleashed his full strength. This showed how terrifying Qiu Tian's sword was. Old Ancestor Emogue controlled the territory with all his might to restrain Qiu Tian's power. Everyone could feel that the power of Qiu Tian's sword had obviously weakened. But it was still terrifying. Pangu art. Ancient God slash. Old Ancestor Emogue roared. He slashed down with his saber. A black saber that was hundreds of thousands of feet long swooped down with a destructive aura. Boom. Weng weng. The overbearing sword radiance clashed fiercely with the energy blade slash, creating a deafening explosion that reverberated throughout the ancient immortal world. Destructive energy ripples swept wildly, as if they were going to devour the entire space. Gulp, looking at the two terrifying sword radiance and energy slash in the void, Fen Tianji and dozens of experts were scared out of their wits. They swallowed their saliva in horror and were completely speechless. Damn it. Devil old monster's domain is constantly restraining my strength. Qiu Tian was furious. With his strength restrained and devil old ancestor's Pangu art, he was able to block Qiu Tian's terrifying sword. Qiu Tian's strength is truly terrifying. The power of this sword is beyond my imagination. I can't even feel my arm. I can't believe that the owner of the Dragon's Soul has such a terrifying sword art. Devil old ancestor was horrified and was secretly glad that he had the powerful Panga realm domain. Weng weng. The two terrifying forces clashed violently, and destructive energy ripples rolled continuously. Qiu Tian's sword is simply unimaginably terrifying. Even with the domain restraining him, his strength is still able to contend with the old ancestor. Devil Heaven Monarch was horrified. He was really worried that devil old ancestor wouldn't be able to block it. Without the Panga realm domain, the old ancestor wouldn't be Qiu Tian's match. Devil Emperor thought to himself. Jianqiu and Ning Tiancheng were extremely nervous. They looked at Qiu Tian in the void without blinking, and their palms were sweating. This is bad. Devil old monster's strength hasn't weakened at all, but my sword radiance is constantly being weakened by his energy slash. Qiu Tian was secretly anxious. As time passed, under the frenzied clash of the two forces, Qiu Tian's strength was greatly depleted, and he started to fall into a disadvantageous position. Devil old ancestor took the opportunity to suppress him. Qiu Tian can't hold on any longer. His strength is constantly being depleted. Xianxia said anxiously. Devil old monster's domain can indeed provide him with an endless supply of strength. Ancient immortal sovereign Yanchen said in a deep voice. His illusory face was extremely gloomy. Qiu Tian, Jianqiu, War Emperor, and the others were getting more and more worried. The experts present could feel that Qiu Tian's strength was constantly being weakened and suppressed by the domain, causing him to fall into a disadvantageous position. Pooh. After charging madly for 2 minutes, Prisoner Heaven suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face instantly turned pale. Even though Qiu Tian had an immortal body, it was difficult for him to recover from his injuries under the crazy suppression of the terrifying power. Prisoner Tian, it seems like you don't have a chance. What a pity. Devil Ghost Old Ancestor shouted, and his power erupted in an instant. I can't hold on anymore. That old bastard. Qiu Tian exploded. His strength was comparable to Nightmare Ancestor's, but because of his domain, his strength was suppressed. Now that he was injured, how could Qiu Tian not be angry? However, Qiu Tian was helpless as he was unable to break through the domain. Rumble. Pooh. Buzz. The overbearing and powerful sword radiance was finally defeated. The destructive energy of the explosion swept out violently, causing Qiu Tian to spit out blood as his body was sent flying. Prisoner Heaven. Jianchou, Qiu Bufan, and the others all cried out in panic. Even though he knew that Qiu Tian had an immortal body, he still couldn't help but worry. Qiu Tian, who was sent flying, was severely injured, and his aura was extremely weak. In the end, he was devoured by the destructive energy ripples. On the other hand, Nightmare Ancestor wasn't injured at all. He wasn't even panting, and his strength was still at its peak. It was as though he didn't consume any energy when he used the powerful Pengu art. This power shouldn't be able to kill Qiu Tian. He should be able to recover soon. Nightmare Ancestor thought to himself. Swish. Just as Nightmare Ancestor finished his words, a golden light suddenly shot out from the terrifying energy ripples. It was Qiu Tian. Qiu Tian's severe injuries had been healed at a terrifying speed. Just as I expected. Nightmare Ancestor frowned slightly. Qiu Tian has recovered. His strength has also recovered. Fen Tianji frowned. I wonder if Nightmare Ancestor has a way to kill Qiu Tian. Shi Xianming thought to himself as he glanced at Nightmare Ancestor. Moments later, Qiu Tian had already recovered to his peak. The immortal body is indeed amazing. He can recover from such severe injuries in an instant. No matter how much energy is consumed, he can still recover to his peak. Nightmare Ancestor smiled faintly. Qiu Tian stared coldly at Nightmare Ancestor and said coldly, "You didn't consume any energy either, right? That sword just now was indeed very powerful. Unfortunately, it can't do anything to me." Nightmare Ancestor smiled proudly. No matter how powerful Qiu Tian was, he wasn't afraid at all. Is that so? If it's an attack that you can't see, you shouldn't be able to stop me from breaking your domain. Am I right? Qiu Tian said coldly. When Nightmare Ancestor blocked the attack just now, Qiu Tian had already guessed that the power of his sword could definitely break the domain. An attack that can't be seen? Nightmare Ancestor frowned slightly. Does Qiu Tian have any more terrifying moves? Demon Emperor said solemnly. Fen Tianji and the rest were also puzzled. Qiu Tian held the 9th grade ancient immortal sword and gently waved it. He pointed it at the void and said coldly, "For example, this sword." With that, Qiu Tian gently waved the ancient immortal sword. Boom! Buzz buzz! In the next second, an immortal mountain in the distance suddenly exploded and turned into dust. Nightmare Ancestor glanced at the immortal mountain that had turned into dust, and his old face turned serious. He said to himself, "I can't sense it either. I can sense the power of the sword radiance, but I can't sense the direction of the attack." Demon Emperor was shocked and even found it hard to believe. What kind of move is this? Shi Tianfeng was shocked. He had never heard of such a move before. Why does it feel like the divine power of space? It can instantly shift the attack. Yi Mo said in confusion. He couldn't sense the direction of the attack at all. Nightmare Ancestor, that sword just now was enough to break your domain. Qiu Tian said confidently with a hint of viciousness in his eyes. Buzz buzz. Qiu Tian immediately unleashed his bloodline power and injected it into the ancient immortal sword. The same terrifying power as before spread out. Monster sword will and domineering aura swept out wildly. AO sword skill. 9 heavens world sword skill. Qiu Tian suddenly roared and immediately stabbed the void with his sword. However, unlike before, there was no movement this time. The terrifying sword radiance didn't appear. Everyone's gazes were all focused on the sky, but they didn't discover anything. I can't sense anything. Nightmare Ancestor frowned deeply. Rumble. Buzz buzz. In the next second, an earth-shattering sound suddenly came from the void. Extremely destructive energy ripples spread out from the void and rolled down. Above the void, an extremely huge black energy domain collapsed at a speed visible to the naked eye. The domain was broken. Is that the Pengu domain? Qiu Tian actually managed to break it. Nightmare Old Ancestor's domain has been broken. How is this possible? How can Qiu Tian break such a powerful domain? Fen Tianji, Mo Tianjun, and the others were shocked when they saw the huge black energy domain collapsing in the void. Fear surged in their hearts once again. With the Pengu domain broken, how could Nightmare Old Ancestor defeat Qiu Tian? No one was more worried than the Nightmare tribe. They thought that nightmare-old ancestor could easily crush Qiu Tian, but they did not expect Qiu Tian's strength to be so terrifying. Nightmare-old ancestor's domain has been broken. Great! Our chance is here. Qiu Tian, kill nightmare-old ancestor quickly. On the other hand, Xianxia and the others were cheering excitedly. With the Panga domain broken, it meant that Qiu Tian's strength was no longer restrained by nightmare-old ancestor. It meant that Qiu Tian had a chance to turn the situation around. Qiu Tian's sword technique is far more powerful than the Panga technique. The Panga domain cannot stop it at all. Nightmare-old ancestor frowned. Nightmare-old ancestor, without the domain restraining my strength, we can have a fair fight. Qiu Tian said fiercely. The suppressed anger in his heart began to spread. Qiu Tian, don't forget that my Pengu artifact can restrain your 9th grade ancient immortal sword. Nightmare-old ancestor sneered without fear. Boom. Qiu Tian did not waste any time. He suddenly stepped into the void, and with a loud boom, he charged towards Nightmare Ancestor with the grade 9 ancient immortal sword in his hand. His aura was domineering and powerful, like an enraged lion. Buzz buzz. However, at this moment, an even more terrifying force erupted from Nightmare-old Ancestor's body. Bright black light flashed, and a violent force formed a storm. Qiu Tian, who was charging toward him, was pushed back by this violent force. This old bastard was hiding his strength. Qiu Tian's expression changed slightly as he looked at Nightmare-old Ancestor with his eyes wide open. What? Ancient Immortal Sovereign Yan Chen, Xianxia, and the others were shocked. Xianxia said in shock, this old bastard was hiding his strength. Nightmare-old Ancestor's strength has increased. He actually concealed his true strength. Xianxia exclaimed. How is this possible? Qiu Bufan's excited smile instantly froze. Is this the true strength of the Nightmare Ancestor? It has already surpassed Qiu Tian's aura. Fen Tianji and the others widened their eyes once again. Grandpa's strength has increased. Mo Qianxiao was overjoyed. It was as if he had returned to heaven from hell. In an instant, the Nightmare-old Ancestor's power soared to the peak. That level of power was even more terrifying than Qiu Tian's. Rumble. Just as Nightmare Patriarch's aura reached its peak, the space suddenly attracted heavenly thunder, and the sound of thunder resounded throughout the ancient immortal world. This is the heavenly tribulation. The experts present all looked up at the void in horror. The Nightmare Ancestor's cultivation had reached the level of triggering a heavenly tribulation. Didn't that mean that the Nightmare Ancestor was about to transcend the tribulation? Devil Nightmare's cultivation is already close to transcending tribulation? Qiu Tian looked at Devil Nightmare in shock. How long had it been since Nightmare-old Ancestor broke through to the immortal god realm? How could he be so close to the realm of tribulation? Could he really transcend tribulation with the help of a titled ancient god? Qiu Tian, do you really think that you can defeat me just because you broke my domain? You are too naive. Devil Nightmare Ancestor sneered as his old eyes swept across the shocked Qiu Tian. So what? Qiu Tian suppressed the shock in his heart and said coldly, don't forget that I have the immortal body and the powerful Panga technique. Even if your strength is above mine, you might not be able to defeat me. Is that so? Devil Nightmare Ancestor sneered. As his last word fell, he had already appeared in front of Qiu Tian. What? Qiu Tian's face changed drastically. Boom. Devil Nightmare Ancestor struck out with his palm. With a loud boom, the terrifying power instantly sent Qiu Tian flying. It was incomparably violent. What shocking speed! Qiu Tian was extremely shocked. Devil Nightmare Ancestor's speed was so terrifying that Qiu Tian couldn't detect it immediately and counterattack. Devil Nightmare Ancestor's cultivation realm was terrifying. Although his movement technique wasn't as powerful as Qiu Tian's, his cultivation realm made up for his lack of speed. Whoosh! Buzz buzz. Devil Nightmare Ancestor swept out his saber. A black energy slash in the shape of a crescent moon was shot out. The attack was extremely violent. Boom. Pfft. Qiu Tian, who was in a flying state, was hit by the energy slash. With another loud explosion, Qiu Tian spat out blood. How is this possible? Xianxia and the rest, as well as the demonic emperor, finally reacted. They were all extremely dumbfounded. Qiu Tian, isn't your movement technique very powerful? Why can't you even dodge my attack? Devil Nightmare Ancestor asked with a cold smile. Immediately after, his figure disappeared. When Devil Nightmare Ancestor appeared again, he was already behind Qiu Tian. Once again, he swept out his saber with the force of annihilation. It was extremely violent. The speed of Cultivation Realm? Qiu Tian frowned deeply. He executed his movement technique and dodged it by a hair's breadth. Qiu Tian, your movement technique won't be able to dodge my attack. Devil Nightmare Ancestor sneered. His figure disappeared again. Whoosh! Boom! In the next second, Qiu Tian appeared again. Immediately after, a black saber light blasted on his body and sent him flying. How is this possible? Qiu Tian was shocked. How can he capture my position? Devil Nightmare Ancestor broke through his powerful movement technique? 1,000 instantaneous shadows can't be broken by Devil Nightmare Ancestor. Jian Chou, Ning Tiancheng, and the rest were extremely shocked. The 1,000 instantaneous shadows movement technique was terrifying. It could completely conceal one's aura and prevent the enemy from capturing it. However, Devil Nightmare Ancestor was able to accurately attack Qiu Tian at the first moment. How could Jian Chou and the rest believe this? Whoosh whoosh whoosh. TSK TSK TSK. Devil Nightmare Ancestor's figure appeared again and again. His saber light flashed continuously. All of his attacks landed squarely on Qiu Tian's body. The frenzied and merciless attacks made it difficult for Qiu Tian to recover from his injuries. Boom! Pft! The last saber swept out. With a terrifying saber light, it blasted on Qiu Tian's body. The impact caused Qiu Tian to spit out blood on the spot. His figure was sent flying, and a terrifying gale swept out. This saber strike was extremely terrifying. It directly injured Qiu Tian. The power displayed by the Nightmare Old Ancestor scared all the experts present silly. Qiu Tian couldn't fight back at all. The difference in strength could be said to be heaven and earth. Whoosh! In a flash, Devil Nightmare Ancestor had already grabbed Qiu Tian's throat. Qiu Tian, although the immortal body is powerful, it can't avoid being refined. Instead of letting Gu Chongqing devour your soul, why don't you let me obtain the immortal body? Devil Nightmare Ancestor sneered. What? Jian Chou and Ning Tiancheng were shocked. Devil Nightmare Ancestor was actually planning to refine Qiu Tian and obtain the immortal body. Refine? The faces of Qianyo and the other elders changed drastically, especially Qianyo, who panicked. This old ancestor has been thinking about how to deal with the immortal body, but I couldn't come up with anything in the end. Devil Nightmare Old Ancestor sneered, but Gu Chongqing's appearance, using his soul power to devour the souls of Yanhu and the others, gave this old ancestor an idea. Since he can't be killed, then I'll make the immortal body mine. It's a pity that Gu Chongqing didn't refine Yanhu and the others. Gu Chongqing. War Emperor gritted his teeth in anger, that bastard. Devil Nightmare Old Ancestor, how dare you? Jian Chou gritted his teeth and stared at Devil Nightmare Old Ancestor fiercely. Supreme Commander, this old ancestor has never been threatened. I've always spoken based on strength. With your abilities, this old ancestor doesn't even put you in my eyes. Even if the titled ancient god behind the Dragon Soul Lord comes, this old ancestor won't be afraid. Devil Nightmare Old Ancestor sneered in disdain. Devil Nightmare Old Ancestor and the others had a mysterious backer behind them, so they weren't afraid of any titled ancient god powerhouses. Jian Chou and the others were furious, but there was nothing they could do. Devil Nightmare Old Ancestor's strength was terrifying. Now that Qiu Tian was still in his hands, Jian Chou and the others couldn't do anything. Grandfather, don't talk nonsense with them. Refine Qiu Tian and destroy the dragon's soul as soon as possible. Mo Qianzhao sneered. He couldn't wait to destroy the dragon's soul. Shi Tianfeng sneered proudly, I'm also looking forward to destroying the dragon's soul. When Feng Wuchen comes, he'll be furious. Count me in. Yi Mo said coldly. Qiu Tian, before I refine you, this old ancestor has to thank you for giving me the immortal body. Devil Nightmare Old Ancestor sneered. Terrifying energy was immediately channeled into Qiu Tian's body without hesitation. How did you break my movement technique? Qiu Tian asked coldly. He was puzzled. The Nightmare Patriarch sneered and said, "This patriarch did not break your movement technique. Your movement technique is indeed very terrifying. The moment you disappear, your aura cannot be sensed at all. However, this patriarch is very sensitive to smell. Although your aura has disappeared, the smell on your body cannot deceive this patriarch's nose." The smell of the 8 Desolation Heavenly Bull tribe? Qiu Tian was stunned and couldn't believe it. Scent? Xianxia and the others were stunned. Even I can't smell anything. Furthermore, War God Qiu Tian is so terrifyingly fast. How can he smell anything? The Heaven Demon was dumbfounded. Why can't we smell anything? Fen Tianji and the rest were also stupefied. They looked at the Devil Emperor and the rest with strange eyes, as though they couldn't smell anything. Why can't I smell any 8 desolate heavenly bull races aura? Mo Xianxia was also puzzled. He sniffed with his nose but couldn't smell anything. The Demon Emperor's expression became extremely ugly. He said in a deep voice, "It's not the scent of the Octoterra Celestial Ox. It should be the scent of something else on Qiu Tian." Other scents? Everyone was puzzled. They couldn't smell anything. The Nightmare Old Ancestor was actually able to locate Qiu Tian's location with his scent. His nose was even more sensitive than a dog's, right? The scent of bloodline power. The Nightmare Old Ancestor smiled. Bloodline power? Qiu Tian was stunned. He immediately exclaimed, "The scent of bloodline." That's right. The scent of bloodline. This kind of smell is not something that just anyone can smell. It just so happens that I can. Nightmare Patriarch sneered. Since you already understand, I won't hold back. The Nightmare Old Ancestor couldn't wait to refine Qiu Tian and obtain the immortal body. Is it really that easy to refine me? Even if I die, I won't let you have your way. Don't even think about obtaining the immortal body. Qiu Tian said coldly. A bloody light flashed in his eyes. The Nightmare Old Ancestor sneered fiercely, "I have already injected my energy into your body. You can't recover from your injuries now. With such serious injuries, I don't think you have the strength to resist. Even if you do, you'll only be scratching an itch for me." Qiu Tian's injuries couldn't be healed. His aura was extremely weak. If he didn't have the immortal body, he wouldn't be able to hold on. With that, the Nightmare Old Ancestor immediately began to refine Qiu Tian. Ah! A terrifying mysterious energy devoured Qiu Tian's body. Qiu Tian screamed in pain. Nightmare Old Ancestor! Stop! Xianxia roared in panic. He wanted to fight but his injured body didn't allow him to. Xianxia also roared, "Nightmare Old Ancestor, if you dare to touch Qiu Tian, the Lord will never forgive you." The Lord of Dragon Soul? The Nightmare Old Ancestor sneered disdainfully, "So what if the Lord of Dragon Soul is here? Does he have the ability to save people? How much do you think the Lord of Dragon Soul's cultivation can improve in a month's time? Can he break through the immortal spirit realm? Can he be stronger than Qiu Tian?" The Nightmare Old Ancestor's energy became more and more terrifying. Obviously, he wanted to refine Qiu Tian as soon as possible to obtain the immortal body. You. Xianxia was speechless. After all, he didn't know how strong Feng Wuchen was. Ah! Qiu Tian screamed in pain. Xianxia roared desperately, "Nightmare Old Ancestor! Stop it! Stop! Looks like the Lord of Dragon Soul is going to be a coward. The leader of the 5 Dragon Soul War Gods is about to die, but he doesn't dare to show himself." Xikong Wentian sneered. Even Qiu Tian can't defeat the Nightmare Old Ancestor. How can the Lord of Dragon Soul have the guts to show himself? Yi Mo sneered. Shi Tianfeng sneered, "Perhaps the Lord of Dragon Soul will show himself after Xianxia is killed." Shi Tianfeng and the others had a gloating expression on their faces, as if they wanted to see Qiu Tian suffer. Xianxia and the others were already in a berserk state, ready to fight to the death at any time. "Commander Xi, calm down." Ancient Immortal Sovereign Yan Chen reminded in a low voice. "Commander Xi. What do we do now?" the lightning shadow sky wolf can still fight. Tian Yao transmitted anxiously. Don't throw your life away. Xianxia transmitted. His face was extremely gloomy. He clenched his fists so tightly that he couldn't feel his fingernails digging into his flesh. Commander Xi, Battle God Qiu Tian's aura is getting weaker and weaker. Qiu Bufan said anxiously. His mind was blank. Lord of Dragon Soul, are you still not planning to show yourself? Don't tell me you're waiting for this old ancestor to obtain an immortal body before you're willing to show yourself? Nightmare Old Ancestor sneered. However, the moment Nightmare Old Ancestor finished his words, he inadvertently saw something. His old face was stunned as he stared at the third floor of the restaurant with his eyes wide open. Did you just notice? Old Master Nightmare has a powerful cultivation base, but his senses are trash. A calm voice rang out. There was a hint of disdain in his voice. Noticing Nightmare Old Ancestor's gaze and hearing the familiar voice, Xianxia and the others were startled. They immediately turned around at lightning speed. Sovereign! Xianxia and Ning Tiancheng roared with joy. At that moment, for some reason, Xianxia and the others felt a strong hope in their hearts. It was as if as long as Feng Wuchen was around, there was nothing they couldn't do. In their hearts, Feng Wuchen was a godlike existence. Feng Wuchen, Lord of the Dragon Soul. Shi Tian Feng, Yi Mo, and the rest exclaimed at the same time. Their astonished gazes fell on the balcony of the third floor. When did the Lord of the Dragon Soul appear? This old ancestor didn't sense it at all. If this old ancestor didn't see him by accident, I wouldn't even know of his existence. Nightmare Old Ancestor was secretly shocked. When did the Lord of the Dragon Soul appear? The Demon Emperor frowned deeply. Nightmare Old Ancestor didn't sense it? Fan Tianji said in his heart, this kid doesn't have any aura or energy fluctuation. If I didn't see him, I wouldn't even know there was someone there. The feeling this kid gives off is different from before. No one noticed when he appeared. Shi Xuanming's face was solemn. Qiu Tian is being forcefully refined by Nightmare Old Ancestor, but the Lord of the Dragon Soul is still in the mood to drink. Isn't he worried? Xikong Tianyuan was puzzled. Old Man also didn't sense when he appeared. Gu Chongqing looked at Feng Wuchen in shock. As a powerful alchemist, his perception was extremely strong. But even he didn't sense Feng Wuchen's existence. At this moment, Feng Wuchen was drinking leisurely. His face was calm and his eyes didn't have any ripples. No one noticed Feng Wuchen's appearance. No one knew when Feng Wuchen appeared and how long he had been sitting there. Lord! A smile appeared on the heavily injured Qiu Tian's face. My lord has come out of seclusion. The War Emperor was ecstatic. Lord Feng is out. They are dead for sure. Protector Tianheng was delighted and he felt like he had vented all his hatred. My lord! You're finally out. Yanhu and the rest are dead. The Dragon Soul Rakshasa and the experts of the four races are all dead. Qiu Bufan and Wei Tianzhong were crying tears of joy. Their suppressed emotions were finally released. In this battle, Dragon Soul suffered heavy casualties. It was the most tragic battle since the establishment of Dragon Soul. High Lord, hurry up and save Qiu Tian. Qiu Tian is about to be refined by Devil Nightmare Old Monster. Xianxia, who was overjoyed, hastily shouted. He couldn't wait even a moment longer. Feng Wuchen gently put down his wine cup and said indifferently, don't worry. Just these 3 words instantly filled Xianxia and the others with endless hope. Feng Wuchen slowly rose to his feet and floated into the void. Even though he was facing Nightmare Ancestor and several other top experts, Feng Wuchen's expression did not change at all. Since Feng Wuchen had made a move, it was time to settle the score one by one. What level has Lord Feng's cultivation reached? Immortal God Realm? Why does he give this immortal venerable such a terrifying feeling? Ancient immortal venerable Yan Chen thought to himself. Looking at Feng Wuchen, an indescribable fear surged in his heart. Not only ancient immortal venerable Yan Chen, but Xianxia and the others also had the same feeling. Although they couldn't see the depth of Feng Wuchen's cultivation, they all felt that the current Feng Wuchen was extremely terrifying. Feng Wuchen! Gu Chongqing roared ferociously. His killing intent soared to the sky as his terrifying soul power erupted madly. Half-step immortal god realm alchemist. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Gu Chongqing, I didn't expect you to be able to recover after I crippled your alchemist realm. Moreover, your soul power has grown dozens of times stronger. It seems like the experts of Panga realm helped you. Hand over your life. Gu Chongqing roared. He gathered all of his soul power and attacked Feng Wuchen mercilessly. A terrifying soul force was surging towards him from all directions. Gu Chongqing's soul power has reached such a terrifying level. Xing Wuying's face was filled with fear as his body trembled uncontrollably. Half-step immortal god realm alchemist? This old man has never seen such a terrifying soul power before. Deep Heaven Temple's second elder's face was filled with fear as his body trembled. Gu Chongqing's terrifying soul power covered the entire ancient immortal world. Countless alchemists were scared out of their wits. Even if they didn't know how terrifying Gu Chongqing's soul power was, they could imagine how terrifying a half-step immortal god realm alchemist realm was. Gu Chongqing, if I can cripple you once, I can cripple you a second time. Even if you're a half-step immortal god realm alchemist. Feng Wuchen grinned coldly, completely ignoring Gu Chongqing's terrifying soul power. As he spoke, Feng Wuchen waved his hand lightly. In an instant, Gu Chongqing's terrifying soul power mysteriously disappeared. What? Gu Chongqing's old face changed drastically as he was dumbfounded. How is this possible? Xing Wuying's old eyes almost fell out as he was instantly petrified. Grand Elder, what's wrong? Shi Tianfeng asked. Shi Xianming and the Demon Emperor looked at Xing Wuying. Deep Heaven Temple's second elder said in horror, Gu Chongqing's soul power suddenly disappeared. Suddenly disappeared? Everyone was shocked. They didn't know what the sudden disappearance meant. Is the soul power of the Dragon Soul Lord more terrifying than Gu Chongqing's? Nightmare Ancestor frowned deeply as his old face turned serious. This is impossible, absolutely impossible. Old man must have seen wrongly. Gu Chongqing shook his head in disbelief. It's impossible for this old master's soul force to be useless against you, and it's impossible for you to destroy this old master's soul force so easily. With the help of the Panga realm's experts, Gu Chongqing not only recovered his alchemist realm, but also made a breakthrough. He thought that he could easily deal with Feng Wuchen, but he didn't expect his soul power to be so weak in front of Feng Wuchen. Looking at the terrified and incredulous Gu Chongqing, Feng Wuchen sneered. Gu Chongqing, I'll let you know what true despair and fear is. As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Wuchen flicked his finger. The overbearing ancestor of soul power turned into a stream of light and shot into Gu Chongqing's body. His soul body was forced out? The Demon Emperor and the others were shocked as they looked at Gu Chongqing in horror. Gu Chongqing's soul body was forced out with a flick of his finger. How terrifying was Feng Wuchen's alchemist realm? A very overbearing mysterious power that can force soul power to submit. Gu Chongqing is finished. Xing Wuying said in horror. His old face was paler than a dead man's. What? Gu Chongqing's old face changed as fear filled his heart. In the next second, along with Gu Chongqing's scream, his soul body was forced out of his body. The one who killed my dragon soul, you should know what will happen to you. Feng Wuchen sneered as he clenched his fist. Ah! Boom! Gu Chongqing screamed crazily. Finally, with a boom, his soul body exploded, turning into dozens of remnant souls. At the sight of this, everyone was drenched in cold sweat. Even the devil nightmare old ancestor felt terrified. How painful would it be to have his soul body explode into dozens of remnant souls? Pung! With a thought, white flames appeared. Feng Wuchen waved his hand and the white flames flew out, wrapping around Gu Chongqing's remnant souls. Gu Chongqing, I'll let you live in fear forever. Feng Wuchen sneered. Ah! Gu Chongqing was still in a daze after being split into dozens of remnant souls. Under the terrifying burning of the ancestor of all flames, he suddenly let out a miserable scream. The divine fire of Pangu's creation. The mysterious person in the dark couldn't help but exclaim again as he stared at the white flame with his eyes wide open. What kind of aura is this? Zhuge Qinghuai was shocked as if he had seen a ghost. The nightmare patriarch stared at the white flame in horror and said, "This kid actually has such a terrifying flame. I've never seen it before. This? What kind of flame is this? It has such a domineering aura. Fan Tianji said in horror. He was actually scared out of his wits by the white flame. White flame? What a terrifying aura. It actually has such a domineering aura. My beast flame actually submitted to it. Xing Wuying said in horror as despair flashed across his old eyes. The Lord of Dragon's soul actually has such a terrifying flame. It's an extremely ancient and terrifying flame. The demon emperor's face was also filled with intense fear. The appearance of the ancestor of all flames could be said to be 1,000,000 times more critical damage. They all felt an inexplicable fear towards Feng Wuchen. It was a very strange feeling. Ah! Lord of Dragon's soul, please stop. Please stop. Gu Chongqing screamed in agony as he begged for mercy. It's just the beginning and you can't take it anymore? Feng Wuchen sneered mockingly. Lord of Dragon's soul, I beg you, please spare me. I can't take it anymore. Gu Chongqing begged in horror and pain. This is the punishment you deserve, Gu Chongqing. As long as I'm alive, you'll be tortured by the flame forever. You'll never be able to come out. Enjoy the fear and pain. Feng Wuchen sneered. A half-step immortal alchemist was even more trash than an ant in front of Feng Wuchen. By the way, let me tell you something. I can resurrect the people you kill. Feng Wuchen sneered again. Resurrect. Feng Wuchen's words shocked the Nightmare Patriarch and the others. They all widened their eyes. So many people had died. Could Feng Wuchen really resurrect them? Gu Chongqing was dumbfounded. Is Feng Wuchen joking? Yanhu and the others died from having their souls devoured. Their souls have already dispersed. How can they be revived? Shi Tianfeng asked in horror. How can several thousand experts be revived? Fan Tianji was dumbstruck. Although he was unwilling to believe it, he was still extremely shocked. During the battle back then, Qianyao and the others were revived. It was indeed related to the Lord of Dragon's soul. However, can people whose souls have been scattered really be revived? The demon emperor frowned deeply. He believed that Feng Wuchen had the ability to bring the dead back to life, but he wasn't willing to believe that he could revive someone whose soul had been destroyed. Yanhu and the others died because their souls were exhausted. There's no way he can be revived. Patriarch Nightmare didn't believe it either. While everyone was still in shock and disbelief, Feng Wuchen began to activate his time god power. Once he activated his power, Feng Wuchen's cultivation base was exposed. Half-step immortal god realm. Patriarch Nightmare, Fan Tianji, Jian Chou, ancient immortal master Yan Chen, and the others exclaimed at the same time. Their eyes were wide open. Back then, the Lord of Dragon's soul was merely at the ancient immortal emperor realm. How can his cultivation base catch up to mine? The demon emperor's face was blank. His heart was in turmoil. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Mo Qianxiao shook his head mechanically. In a month's time, Feng Wuchen's cultivation base has surpassed mine. How is this possible? Shi Tianfeng was utterly dumbfounded. His face was filled with horror as if he had seen a ghost. Shi Xianming and the others couldn't believe it. Has the Lord reached such a realm? Jian Chou was extremely shocked. Even his voice was trembling. How can Lord Feng's cultivation base reach such a realm in a month's time? Ancient immortal master Yan Chen couldn't help but exclaim. He couldn't believe it and couldn't understand it. The Lord's cultivation speed is too terrifying. Qiu Bufan and the others sucked in a cold breath. However, just as everyone was incomparably shocked, something miraculous happened that caused their jaws to drop. Under Feng Wuchen's control, time began to change. Buzz. Buzz, the space vibrated slightly. Soon after, a huge space vortex appeared. Everyone present could see images rewinding. It was extremely mystical. Yanhu, Yiqingyu, Qiu Feng, and the other familiar figures appeared in the images. This is time reversal. Patriarch Nightmare and the others were completely dumbfounded. They actually saw time reversing. Feng Wuchen possessed such a mystical and terrifying power, it was unbelievable. This is the divine power of time. This lad has such great power. The mysterious person in the dark was also dumbfounded. He looked at Feng Wuchen in a daze. In a short while, Yanhu, the dragon soul, Rakshasa, and the other experts of the four great tribes came out of the time reversal. As for the images of the other enemies, they only flashed by in a flash. Such a huge time reversal. Only the dragon soul can reverse time. This lad's control of the divine power of time has reached such a terrifying level? The mysterious person in the dark was shocked again. Under Feng Wuchen's control, only his own people could enjoy the time reversal. The enemies that appeared in the space vortex would have time flowing with them. It was a time reversal for a single person. The divine power of time could only be used on his own people. At the same time, in the 36th heaven of the Panga realm, a man slowly opened his eyes and said in a deep voice, "Who is using such a huge amount of divine power of time to perform the time reversal? You don't take me seriously at all." This person was none other than the Time Emperor of the Panga realm. "Do you want me to hold you in the palm of my hand?" The moment the Time Emperor finished speaking, a majestic voice sounded. "Lord Chaotic Xian Fire Beast." The Time Emperor was shocked and said respectfully, "I dare not. I didn't know it was Lord Chaotic Xian Fire Beast. Please forgive me." "Humph. You don't need to care about the divine power of time of the ancient immortal world." The Chaotic Xian Fire Beast snorted. Apparently, he had guessed that the Time Emperor would be alarmed. "Yes. I understand." The Time Emperor replied respectfully. His face was pale and his back was drenched in cold sweat. The Time Emperor made up his mind. No matter what happened, he would never interfere with the divine power of time again. In a short while, the dragon soul, Rakshasa, and the experts of the four major races who had died were all resurrected. What's going on? Aren't we dead? Why are we resurrected? We were killed by Gu Chongqing's soul power. How are we still alive? Could it be the Lord's heaven-defying reincarnation? Resurrected. It must be the Lord who saved us. The Lord has come out of seclusion. Yanhu and the thousands of experts were shocked and overjoyed. Even though time had been reversed, their memories were still there. It was obvious that Feng Wuchen's control of the divine power of time had reached a terrifying level. Nightmare Ancestor and Fentianji were completely petrified. "Lord. It's really the Lord. Half-step immortal God. The Lord is out of seclusion. It's the Lord who saved us. Thank you, Lord Feng, for saving our lives." The moment Yanhu and the rest saw Feng Wuchen, the ecstasy in their hearts intensified, and they cheered excitedly. "Devil Nightmare Old Monster? Big Brother Qiu Tian." Yanhu was greatly alarmed. Seeing Nightmare Ancestor trapping Qiu Tian, his monstrous rage erupted. "Big Brother Prisoner Heaven. War God Prisoner Heaven." Ao Zhu and the Dragon Soul Old Ancestor also sensed it, and they shouted in panic. "All of you, retreat. Jian Chou will tell you what happened. Leave the rest to me." Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. "Yes, Lord." Yanhu and the rest said respectfully, and then retreated one after another. Seeing Yanhu and the rest revived, Jian Chou, Ning Tiancheng, and the War Emperor were overjoyed. "They're all revived." Shi Xianming was dumbstruck. "How is this possible? Isn't it time reversal? Why do they still have their memories?" Yi Mo said in horror, and looked at Yi Qingyu in a daze. "Is this the power of time? The Lord of the Dragon Soul can actually control time. That's terrifying." Xikong Tianyuan was terrified, and his heart almost jumped out of his chest. Those who were killed only need time reversal, and it'll be as if nothing had happened. Mo Tianjun was dumbfounded. Even though he saw it with his own eyes, he still couldn't believe it. Such terrifying power. "No matter how many times I kill them, the Lord of the Dragon Soul can use this power to reverse time and revive them. I must kill the Lord of the Dragon Soul first. Half-step immortal God Cultivation isn't enough to threaten me." Devil Nightmare Old Ancestor thought to himself, and his old eyes flashed with ruthless killing intent. Feng Wuchen's existence had already made Devil Nightmare Old Ancestor feel threatened. He must be eliminated. Devil Nightmare Old Ancestor would never allow any threat to exist. Impossible. This is impossible. How can you have such power? The terrified Gu Chongqing suddenly roared madly, as if he had forgotten the pain of being burned by the ancestor of all fires. The thousands of experts Gu Chongqing killed were killed for nothing. Bai Sha was one thing, but Bai Sha had caused him to be heavily injured by Feng Wuchen. His remnant soul had even been devoured by the terrifying flames, causing him to suffer endless pain. At this moment, Gu Chongqing was so regretful that his intestines turned green. Gu Chongqing, if you want to kill my people, you have to know who your enemy is first. Without my permission, no one can kill my people, including the people of Panga realm, Feng Wuchen said with a cold smile, with a touch of arrogance and majesty in his words. The man from the Panga realm that Feng Wuchen mentioned was naturally the mysterious man. Gu Chongqing, I hope the experts of the Panga realm will come to save you. Otherwise, you can only live in fear and pain forever. Feng Wuchen sneered. Soon after, he waved his hand. Dozens of white flames wrapped around Gu Chongqing's remnant soul swooped down at the same time and hovered above the restaurant. Swish! Chi! A terrifying golden energy ray shot out at a very sudden and terrifying speed, instantly piercing through the chest of the Demon Emperor's soul body. What? The Demon Emperor was shocked. His eyes widened and he couldn't react at all. Father! Patriarch! Mo Xianxia and Mo Tianjun cried out in panic. What a fast attack! This old ancestor almost couldn't react in time. Nightmare old ancestor frowned. What's going on? Is Feng Wuchen attacking? Fen Tianji and Shi Xianming didn't react at all. They weren't sure if it was Feng Wuchen's attack. They only felt a very domineering and terrifying energy flash past. The speed of the attack was beyond their imagination. In the time reversal just now, I saw you kill Great Elder Guyu in this way. Since you said it wasn't a sneak attack, then it shouldn't be a sneak attack. Feng Wuchen sneered. The one who attacked the Demon Emperor was Feng Wuchen. The Lord of Dragon Souls attack? How is that possible? I didn't see him attack at all. Zhuge Qinghuai said in fear. His pale old face was petrified again. The Demon Emperor is finished. His soul aura is disappearing. Feng Wuchen's attack contains that mysterious energy that suppresses soul power. Xing Wuying said in fear. Intense fear filled his heart. Fen Tianji, Shi Xianming, and the others all looked at the Demon Emperor in horror. What? Nightmare old ancestor, Mo Tianjun and the rest were shocked. Is this the feeling of being turned into ashes? The Demon Emperor was extremely frightened. His eyes were filled with despair. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly, not bad, right? How could Feng Wuchen show mercy to his enemies? Soon, cracks started to appear on the surface of the Demon Emperor's soul body. In the end, the soul body completely shattered. The aura of the Demon Emperor completely disappeared. Seeing this scene, Fen Tianji and the rest were completely flustered. They had never felt such fear and despair before. Feng Wuchen dared to kill the Demon Emperor in front of Nightmare Old Ancestor without mercy. It was clear that Feng Wuchen was not afraid of Nightmare Old Ancestor. If Nightmare Old Ancestor was no match for Feng Wuchen, they would definitely die. Father! Patriarch! Mo Qianxiao, Mo Tianjun and the rest cried out in grief. So powerful. The Demon Emperor is dead. Yanhu and the rest were shocked. They did not notice Feng Wuchen's attack either. When they reacted, the Demon Emperor's soul body had already been torn apart. Son! Patriarch Nightmare roared out in grief and indignation. Monstrous fury and killing intent erupted from him as a world-destroying power swept out in an unbridled manner. Looking at Nightmare Old Ancestor, Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Nightmare Old Ancestor, if you want to refine Sky Prisoner and obtain the immortal body, why don't you defeat me first? Once you defeat me, no one will be able to stop you. Stinking brat! How dare you kill my son? You're courting death. Nightmare Old Ancestor roared. His old eyes flashed red and his killing intent soared. While roaring, Nightmare Old Ancestor unleashed a terrifying force, intending to refine Sky Prisoner. But at this moment, the severely injured Sky Prisoner mysteriously disappeared. What? Nightmare Old Ancestor was shocked. He was dumbfounded. Nightmare Old Ancestor had trapped Sky Prisoner with such a terrifying force. How could he escape? How is this possible? Fan Tianji and Shi Xianming were stunned again. They did not know what had happened. Just like that, Sky Prisoner mysteriously escaped from Nightmare Old Ancestor. At this moment, Sky Prisoner was already beside Feng Wuchen. His injuries were recovering rapidly. "Thank you, my lord." Sky Prisoner thanked him respectfully. Looking at Nightmare Old Ancestor, Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. "Nightmare Old Ancestor, you don't have to be too sad. If you defeat me, you will have everything. Besides, the Panga Realm experts behind you might have a way, right?" "Feng Wuchen, I will never forgive you." Nightmare Old Ancestor roared madly. "Panga Realm Domain." As the Nightmare Patriarch roared, a huge black energy appeared and covered the sky. The Panga Domain could restrain powerful forces, and the user of the domain would not be suppressed by the force. Feng Wuchen had yet to break through to the immortal realm. If his power was restrained by the domain, he might not even reach the half-step immortal realm. "Grandfather! Kill him and avenge father!" Mo Xianxia roared in grief and anger. His murderous aura surged, and he could not wait to swallow Feng Wuchen alive. "Ancestor! Kill Feng Wuchen!" Mo Tianjun and Mo Tua roared. "Domain?" Feng Wuchen smiled without any change in his expression. "Be careful, High Lord. The Nightmare Patriarch's domain can restrain power and provide him with endless power," Qiu Tian said respectfully. Qiu Tian had already returned to his peak state. But the moment Qiu Tian said that, the black energy that had just appeared suddenly collapsed before it could form a domain. Seeing this scene, everyone present was extremely shocked. What's going on? Why did my domain disappear all of a sudden?" Nightmare Patriarch was also dumbfounded. It was very strange. He had never seen such a strange thing before. The domain disappeared. Qiu Tian was stunned. Ancient Immortal Master Yan Shen was also shocked. Not only did it disappear, but the power of the domain also disappeared. What's going on? Is the Nightmare Patriarch's power not enough to form a domain? Jianqiu was puzzled. Strange, High Lord didn't stop it. Why can't the Nightmare Patriarch's domain be formed? Yanhu and the others were also puzzled. Could it be that there would be times when a domain would fail? Panga Domain. The Nightmare Patriarch did not believe this and used it again. However, the Panga Domain was the same as before. It was about to form, but it suddenly collapsed. There was no power to stop it, but the domain could not be formed. The Nightmare Patriarch, who was already furious, was so angry that his organs were about to explode. Preposterous. What the hell is going on? Feng Wuchen didn't stop it either. Why can't it be formed? Can the domain of Panga Realm only be used once? Nightmare Patriarch gnashed his teeth in anger, his old face twisted. Just as the Nightmare Ancestor was about to give up, Feng Wuchen said, "Stop trying. No one can use a domain in front of me." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was shocked. All eyes were on Feng Wuchen. "It's indeed related to exalts," Qiu Tian said in shock. Only Feng Wuchen could do such a strange thing. No one can use their domain in front of you? Nightmare Patriarch looked at Feng Wuchen in shock, his face filled with disbelief. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, "Even if you try another 10,000 times, the result will still be the same." Buzz. While speaking, Feng Wuchen had already taken out the Dragon God Sword and battle armor, and the power of the Ancestor of the Primeval and the Eternal Realm were activated at the same time. A bright golden beam of light shot straight into the sky, illuminating the entire void. The extremely overbearing and terrifying power and combat strength soared crazily, making people feel frightened and suffocated. Peak half-step Immortal God. What a terrifying aura. 9th rank forging 9th grade ancient immortal artifact. Feng Wuchen's combat strength has increased by so much. Fan Tianji and the others exclaimed. They looked at Feng Wuchen in horror without blinking. Exalt's power is extremely overbearing. Even if he hasn't broken through to the immortal god realm, I'm afraid he can still fight the Nightmare Ancestor. Qiu Tian guessed in his heart. Peak half-step immortal god realm. Jianqiu was extremely excited and said in ecstasy, Exalt's strength is actually so terrifying. Exalts can definitely defeat the Nightmare Ancestor. That's right. Exalt's strength is too strong. This power is simply too exciting. Chu Shitian said excitedly. He had the urge to roar to the sky. Yanhu sneered and said, the Nightmare Ancestor is going to suffer. The terrifying combat strength that Feng Wuchen erupted caused the Dragon Soul members to cheer excitedly. The battle hasn't even started yet, but they are already cheering as if they are the victors. It can be seen that they are full of confidence in Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen's power is extremely overbearing and terrifying. Shi Tianfeng said in horror, his body trembled uncontrollably. If his power is combined with the flames just now, it will be even more terrifying. Yi Mo swallowed a mouthful of saliva in horror. His face was incomparably pale and he felt that his body couldn't exert any strength. What kind of power is this? It can actually make old man feel that his power has become extremely weak. Is this suppression? Zhuge Qinghuai was extremely frightened. He felt that the power in his body was submitting. No matter how strong Feng Wuchen is, he still hasn't stepped into the immortal god realm. He is definitely not a match for the Nightmare Ancestor. Xikong Tianyuan said gloomily. He naturally hoped that this was the case. Why do I feel that Feng Wuchen is even more terrifying than Qiu Tian? Is it an illusion? Xikong Wentian said in horror. Although Feng Wuchen is only a peak half-step immortal god, he gave people a feeling that he has surpassed Qiu Tian. The Nightmare Ancestor looked at Feng Wuchen in shock. He thought in his heart, what's with Feng Wuchen's power? Why is it able to suppress this ancestor's power and even make this ancestor feel an intense sense of danger? Feng Wuchen raised the Dragon God sword and pointed it at the Nightmare Ancestor. He said domineeringly, Nightmare Ancestor, make your move. Don't waste time. As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Wuchen's figure instantly turned into golden light and disappeared. Before Feng Wuchen appeared, the Nightmare Ancestor suddenly swept his saber to the left. Ding! Buzz! In the next second, Feng Wuchen appeared and met the attack with his sword. With a crisp sound, the domineering sword light and saber light collided, forming rings of energy that swept wildly and caused the space to shake violently. Nightmare Ancestor's strength is indeed not weak. No wonder Qiu Tian was defeated by you. Feng Wuchen grinned. What kind of power is this? Why is this brat's sword so terrifying and domineering? It can break through my defense and even contend with my power. Is he really only a peak half-step immortal god? The Nightmare Ancestor was shocked. Although the difference between a peak half-step immortal god and an immortal god was not big, the difference in strength was absolutely terrifying. However, Feng Wuchen withstood the power of an immortal god with the strength of a half-step immortal god. Ancient immortal sovereign Yan Chen and Fentianji were all dumbfounded. Humph. The Nightmare Ancestor snorted fiercely and immediately launched a fierce attack. Ding! Ding! Buzz! Feng Wuchen and the Nightmare Ancestor engaged in a bloody battle of life and death. Their speed was so terrifying that no one could see their figures. The saber light and sword light collided violently. The unimaginable destructive power rolled out wave after wave like a raging wave, causing the space of the ancient immortal world to shake violently. Everyone held their breaths as they watched the bloody battle between the two. Half-step. Half-step immortal realm can actually contend with an immortal realm. How is this possible? Even Qiu Tian couldn't defeat devil puppet old ancestor. How can a mere half-step immortal realm like Lord of Dragon Soul resist devil puppet old ancestor? What's with Feng Wuchen's strength? How can he contend with ancestor? Mo Tianjun, Fentianji, and the other top experts were all dumbfounded as they watched the intense battle between Feng Wuchen and devil puppet old ancestor. Qiu Tian couldn't even fight back in front of devil puppet old ancestor. How could they believe that Feng Wuchen could actually contend with devil puppet old ancestor? Too powerful. Lord's strength is enough to contend with devil puppet old ancestor. Jian Chou and the rest were ecstatic and excited. Ding! 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 Buzz! Buzz! The battle in the void was intense. All kinds of powerful and ferocious sword moves and saber skills clashed. Every clash was a blow to everyone's heart. The bloody battle was filled with saber lights and sword shadows. Destructive power swept across the void mercilessly. The more devil puppet old ancestor fought, the more shocked he was. Firstly, Feng Wuchen's domineering strength. Secondly, Feng Wuchen's ferocious sword moves had reached perfection. Thirdly, Feng Wuchen's terrifying movement and speed. Even someone as strong as devil puppet old ancestor couldn't suppress Feng Wuchen in the intense battle. In the fierce and bloody battle, Nightmare Ancestor's ruthless moves were all perfectly neutralized by Feng Wuchen, who then launched a fierce counterattack. Feng Wuchen didn't even pant, and his domineering aura didn't weaken at all. A few minutes later, the two ended their close combat. The space was filled with unimaginable energy ripples. Even a 9-star ancient immortal venerable wouldn't dare to get close. Devil puppet old ancestor didn't gain any advantage. He was even a little powerless. Devil puppet old ancestor, isn't it time to show your true strength? Frankly speaking, your attack just now can't hurt me at all. If you want to avenge the Devil Emperor, don't hold back. Feng Wuchen asked with a sneer. He was very confident in his own strength. Honorable Lord seems to have seen through Patriarch Devil Nightmare's moves. Patriarch Devil Nightmare's attacks are completely ineffective. Xiao Tian thought to himself. The Nightmare Ancestor's expression is extremely solemn. Could it be that it's really as Feng Wuchen said? The attack just now couldn't injure him at all? Shi Xianming frowned as the panic in his heart grew stronger. Fen Tianji and the others were the same, as a strong sense of unease welled up in their hearts. This brat's physical strength is extremely strong, even stronger than the physical body of the 8 Desolation Heavenly Bull clan. Every sword attack of his has a terrifying brute force in addition to the overbearing power. I can't believe that my immortal celestial strength can't suppress a half-step immortal celestial. Nightmare Ancestor frowned. Feng Wuchen's strength had exceeded his imagination. Ancestor, are you hesitating? Mo Tianjun and the others began to worry. After the hand-to-hand combat ended, the space became quiet. Everyone was still holding their breaths as they stared at the void without blinking. Nightmare Ancestor stared at Feng Wuchen with a grave expression. He didn't move and no one knew what he was thinking. Feng Wuchen placed his left hand behind his back and pointed the Dragon God sword at the void with his right hand. He wore a smile on his face and looked extremely domineering. After an unknown period of time, Feng Wuchen suddenly asked, Nightmare Ancestor, have you thought of how to deal with me? Jianchao's sword technique is very powerful. I believe your sword technique is even stronger. Nightmare Ancestor said in a deep voice as his old eyes flashed with ruthless killing intent. Do you want to try? Let me show you. Feng Wuchen's lips curled into a dangerous arc. Nightmare Ancestor didn't speak, but his old face was extremely grave. An extremely domineering and terrifying sword intent gushed out like a volcanic eruption. It was breathtaking and intimidating. In an instant, the entire space of the ancient immortal world was enveloped by Feng Wuchen's domineering sword intent. Every corner could feel it. What? Nightmare Ancestor's face changed when he felt Feng Wuchen's domineering sword intent. At that moment, he felt as if his heart had been crushed by something and almost stopped beating. What kind of sword intent is this? It's too scary. Feng Wuchen's sword Dao domain is extremely high. It's beyond our imagination. This sword intent is many times stronger than Xiao Tian's. What a domineering sword intent. I can't breathe. I can't believe that the sword intent of the Lord of Dragon's Soul is so terrifying. Fen Tianji and Mo Tianjuan's faces were pale. Apart from great fear, there was also pain. They were suppressed by the domineering sword intent. It was as if the air had been completely dispersed, making them breathless. Everyone, watch carefully. The power of the Lord's sword art is beyond our imagination. Jianchou shouted excitedly. Dragon Soul Rakshasa and the people of the 4 major races were looking forward to it. Buzz. The domineering primeval ancestor and the power of the eternal realm were injected into the Dragon God sword. An unimaginable sword aura swept out like a tsunami. The space of the ancient immortal world shook again. At that moment, it was as if all the power of the ancient immortal world had gathered. It felt as if it was the power of nature. This shocking aura is extraordinary. This kid's sword art is even more terrifying than Pangu's secret technique. I'm afraid it's a sword art from when the world was created. The mysterious man in the dark was extremely shocked. What a terrifying sword aura. It's not something that Qiu Tian can compare with. Nightmare Ancestor frowned deeply. A hint of fear flashed in his old eyes. Nightmare Ancestor, you'd better be prepared. Feng Wuchen grinned coldly and immediately slashed down with his sword. Heaven-destroying roaring sword. As the sword slashed down, Feng Wuchen roared at the same time. His monstrous power shocked everyone. Whoosh! Buzz! In the next second, a huge golden sword aura broke through the air and rushed madly towards Nightmare Ancestor with an unstoppable force. That terrifying power was like a punishment from the heavens. The sword aura was so overbearing that Mo Tianjun and Fan Tianji could not move. They wanted to retreat, but it was as if they had been immobilized. The ancient immortal world shook. Countless cultivators were scared out of their wits. It was as if they had fallen into the 18 levels of hell. What a terrifying power! Qiu Tian widened his eyes in extreme fear. What kind of sword art is this? How can it be so powerful? Nightmare Ancestor was dumbfounded. He was so scared that his whole body trembled. Just one sword was enough to scare Nightmare Ancestor, who was in the immortal realm. There was no time for Nightmare Ancestor to think. He immediately unleashed all the power in his body. Panga Secret Technique. Infinite Seal of Heaven's Wrath. Nightmare Ancestor put his palms together and roared in fear. He quickly formed a huge black energy seal in an attempt to resist Feng Wuchen's overbearing sword aura. However, the next scene made everyone present fall into a vegetative state. In the face of Feng Wuchen's overbearing sword aura, Nightmare Ancestor's huge black energy seal began to crumble before it collided. At the sight of this, Nightmare Ancestor was completely dumbfounded. How is this possible? Nightmare Old Ancestor looked as if he had seen a ghost. He couldn't believe that such a powerful Pengu art was so weak. One should know that Nightmare Old Ancestor's cultivation base had reached the level of triggering a heavenly tribulation. One could only imagine how terrifying it was. However, even with such a terrifying cultivation, he was unable to withstand a single blow from Feng Wuchen's sword light even after using the Pengu technique at full power. Even a tofu could be sputtered. Nightmare Old Ancestor's terrifying energy seal was shattered. What level had Feng Wuchen's sword reached? Nightmare Old Ancestor, your Pengu art is not good enough. Xian Hao, an ancient god, gave you such a trashy Pengu art to raise your cultivation base? Feng Wuchen mocked. Trashy Pengu art, this was a powerful skill of the Skysword sect. Even in the Pengu realm, it wasn't comparable to the ordinary Pengu art. Nightmare Old Ancestor gritted his teeth. His old face was hideous, but he couldn't refute. In an instant, the domineering and terrifying sword light approached. Nightmare Old Ancestor's energy seal was completely shattered and turned into ashes. Facing Feng Wuchen's sword light, Nightmare Old Ancestor's face was filled with fear. His spirit trembled. Pengu art. Sky sword annihilating the firmament. Pengu art. Ancient god slash. Pengu art. The terrified Nightmare Old Ancestor desperately used Pengu art to block Feng Wuchen's terrifying sword. Swish. Swish, boom. Boom. Boom, buzz. Buzz. However, what made Nightmare Old Ancestor even more terrified was that his continuous use of Pengu art was futile against Feng Wuchen's sword light. This is impossible. A mere half-step immortal god can't have such strength. Nightmare Old Ancestor exclaimed in fear. How can this be? How did Feng Wuchen become so strong in just a month? Did he also have the help of the Pengu realm experts to raise his cultivation base? Mo Xianxia said in fear. His heart was about to jump out of his chest. Ancestor is actually no match for Feng Wuchen's sword. Mo Tianjuan's old face was filled with despair. Fan Tianji and the others were all scared silly. Their minds were completely blank. They had never seen such a terrifying sword art before. At this moment, their faces were filled with despair. Nightmare Old Ancestor couldn't block this sword. Once he was defeated, death would be the only thing that awaited them. Even the excited Jian Chou and the others were stunned by this frightening strike of Feng Wuchen's. Nightmare Old Ancestor tried his best, but he couldn't shake it in the slightest. How terrifying was that? Cultivating so many Panga mantras, I didn't expect them to all be trash. Feng Wuchen sneered. This stinking brat. How dare you insult the Heavenly Sword sect? The titled ancient god Xianxia, who was hiding in the dark, had a ferocious expression on his face. He wanted nothing more than to tear Feng Wuchen apart. Senior brother, Feng Wuchen is right. Compared to his Panga mantras, our Panga mantras are indeed trash, ancient god Xianxia said with a frown. It's already an honor for us to be able to see such a powerful Panga mantras. This Feng Wuchen's background is definitely not simple, the mysterious person said indifferently. You haven't seen it either? Ancient god Xianxia asked with a frown. This is the Panga mantras from when Panga created the world. Not many people have seen it, and I haven't either. Think of a way to increase nightmare strength. I'll seal the ancient immortal world so that it won't trigger a heavenly tribulation, the mysterious person said. Nightmare, take a pill. There's no need to worry about a heavenly tribulation. Otherwise, you won't be able to block this sword, ancient god Xianxia hurriedly messaged. Master. Nightmare old ancestor was delighted. He immediately took out a pill and swallowed it. Seeing this, Feng Wuchen frowned and thought to himself, a pill from the Panga realm. A pill. Xing Wuying cried out in shock. As the pill entered his throat, it instantly transformed into a terrifying energy. Wang. Wang, nightmare old ancestor's fighting strength soared crazily at this moment. It was much more terrifying than before, surpassing the power of Feng Wuchen's sword light. Nightmare old ancestor's strength has increased. Qiao Tian's expression changed drastically. That's a pill that increases strength. Xianxia exclaimed. Shameless old bastard. Jianzhou cursed. He actually increased his strength to such a terrifying level. This must be a pill from the Panga realm. Fen Tianji's eyes widened in horror. There's a chance. Shi Tianfeng was overjoyed. Nightmare old ancestor, whose strength was increasing crazily, glared at the domineering sword light. He then waved his large saber and chopped down. Chi. Rumble. A black saber shadow flashed across the overbearing sword radiance. The sword radiance was forcefully split into two halves before exploding. Destructive energy ripples swept out in all directions as if they were going to devour the entire space. Feng Wuchen was also pushed back by this energy. The cultivation of Devil Nightmare Ancestor is already strong enough to trigger the heavenly tribulation. Logically speaking, he should have triggered the heavenly tribulation thunder by consuming a pill that increases his strength. However, there is no movement in the sky. Feng Wuchen thought to himself as he seemed to have guessed something. Nightmare old ancestor, the pill can only last for an hour. You must end this battle quickly and kill Feng Wuchen as soon as possible, ancient god Xianxia said. Many thanks, master. Your disciple will definitely not give him a chance. Nightmare old ancestor transmitted his thanks. At this moment, he was extremely confident. Nightmare old ancestor immediately shot out with his large saber. Black shadows appeared one after another, his speed several times faster than before. In the blink of an eye, Nightmare old ancestor appeared in front of Feng Wuchen and viciously chopped down with his saber. This attack was berserk and seemed capable of cleaving apart the world. Your strength has increased by quite a bit, Feng Wuchen said coldly, not to be outdone, as he met the attack with his sword. Clang, wang. Wang, as the saber and sword clashed, a terrifying energy erupted and sent Feng Wuchen flying. Nightmare old ancestor's strength has increased by several times. Feng Wuchen thought to himself with a frown. His blood and energy roiled as a sharp pain came from his arm. Sovereign Lord. Jianzhou, Prison Sky, and the others were alarmed. No one had expected this sudden turn of events. Seeing Nightmare old ancestor gain the upper hand, Mo Qianzhou and the others began to cheer. They all felt as if they had returned from hell to heaven. Bish, after sending Feng Wuchen flying with his saber, Nightmare old ancestor chased after him with terrifying speed and chopped down with his saber again, not giving Feng Wuchen any chance to catch his breath. Swish, but at this moment, a golden sword light suddenly flashed past Nightmare old ancestor's shoulder, causing blood to spray out. What? Nightmare old ancestor's face changed as his eyes widened. His terrifying speed had not only failed to hit Feng Wuchen, but he had also been struck by a sword. Bish! Feng Wuchen's figure appeared behind Nightmare Old Ancestor in a miraculous manner and said coldly, "Strength doesn't mean everything." Humph. Nightmare Old Ancestor snorted angrily and turned around to sweep his saber across. "You don't even know where I am. So what if your strength has increased?" Just as Nightmare Old Ancestor turned around, Feng Wuchen's cold voice strangely came from behind him. Boom! Feng Wuchen's sword swept out and sent Nightmare Old Ancestor flying with a boom. Even with the help of elixirs, his speed was still suppressed by Feng Wuchen. What a powerful pill. Nightmare Old Ancestor is unharmed and his sword wounds have already healed. Feng Wuchen frowned. Nightmare Old Ancestor's sword wounds have healed. Lord Fang's last sword attack did not cause any damage to him. Ancient Immortal Sovereign Xianxia frowned. It must have something to do with the pill he took. Qiu Bufan said with certainty. Jianzhou gritted his teeth and said, "Shameless old bastard." Feng Wuchen's sword attack was absolutely terrifying. However, it did not cause any damage to Nightmare Old Ancestor. It's not easy to have such combat strength and such shocking speed at a half-step Immortal God Realm cultivation. The Nightmare Ancestor steadied himself and said in a gloomy voice, "However, you can't beat this ancestor with speed alone." "Oh? Is that so?" Feng Wuchen sneered, "Seems like you're very confident after taking the pill and gaining more strength. As long as my strength is above yours, I have a way to deal with you. Even ancient immortal techniques will be enough." Nightmare Old Ancestor said confidently with a sinister smile on his old face. "Is that so?" Feng Wuchen sneered and his body turned into a golden light and disappeared. TSK TSK TSK, Feng Wuchen's speed was even more terrifying than before. In the blink of an eye, 3 sword wounds appeared on Nightmare Old Ancestor's body. The attacks were so fast that they could not be seen. Unfortunately, the sword wounds on Nightmare Old Ancestor's body healed quickly. "Lord of Dragon Soul, I can't feel your attack at all." Nightmare Old Ancestor sneered. Other than increasing strength, the pill also has an extremely powerful healing effect. However, no matter how powerful the pill is, there's a time limit. Feng Wuchen thought to himself. With the increase in my strength, my speed shouldn't lose to yours. The Sky Sword Mysterious Shadow Movement technique of the Sky Sword Mysterious sect is definitely not weak. Devil Ancestor sneered. His old eyes narrowed as his figure suddenly disappeared. When he appeared again, he was already in front of Feng Wuchen and swung the sword in his hand. So fast. Feng Wuchen was shocked. Ding. Buzz. Feng Wuchen immediately sensed it and immediately met it with his sword. With a crisp sound, the terrifying power directly sent Feng Wuchen flying. Even with the power of Primeval Ancestor, he was unable to block it. The difference in strength was so great that it could be seen at a glance. Yi Qingyu frowned and said, "Not good. The Lord is at a disadvantage. Nightmare Old Monster's speed isn't any slower than a High Lord's, and his strength is even above a High Lord's. He can even recover from his injuries." Chu Shitian said with a frown, clearly somewhat worried. "Don't worry, the Great Lord's immortal body is even more powerful. Moreover, he possesses many terrifying powers. Even if Devil Nightmare Old Monster takes some elixirs to increase his strength, he won't be able to threaten the Great Lord." Yanhu said coldly. He was very confident in Feng Wuchen's strength. That's right. In the past, the High Lord was indeed not strong. However, once the High Lord became strong, no one in this world would be a match for him. "We should all be very clear about how powerful exalts are," Guesu said firmly. Ao Zhu sneered mockingly, "However, there is someone who doesn't know and insists on stepping into the gates of hell." In the hearts of Yanhu and the others, Feng Wuchen's strength was an invincible existence. Nightmare Old Monster's current strength should have reached the realm of ascension. However, the heavenly tribulation isn't moving at all. In terms of speed, I'm afraid it's not any slower than me. Fortunately, I have the Thousand Illusions Great technique of the Thousand Illusions Great Emperor. Feng Wuchen said in his heart. After the fierce collision, an intense pain came from his arm. Whoosh! At this moment, Nightmare Old Monster's figure appeared again. With an extremely fierce saber, he directly chopped down on Feng Wuchen's head. His speed was not inferior to Feng Wuchen's at all. His speed is indeed not inferior to mine. Unfortunately, the Sky Sword Profound Sex movement technique is not that good. Feng Wuchen grinned coldly. Ding. Buzz buzz. Feng Wuchen's face showed no fear. Once again, he swept out his sword. When the saber and sword collided, Feng Wuchen was sent flying again. The terrifying collision caused the space of the ancient immortal world to tremble continuously. The power of this sword is even stronger. Feng Wuchen frowned and thought. He almost vomited blood from the powerful and violent force. Fortunately, Feng Wuchen's eternal life realm physical body recovered immediately. Whoosh! Nightmare Old Monster appeared again and chased after him at a terrifying speed. The Lord of the Dragon Soul's immortal body seems to be more powerful than Qiu Tian and the others. Refining the Lord of the Dragon Soul might be the best choice. Nightmare Ancestor said coldly as he slashed out with his saber again. Ding! After another collision, Feng Wuchen was sent flying again. In terms of strength, he couldn't resist. Nightmare Old Monster is ambitious. I'm afraid you won't be able to enjoy the immortal body. Feng Wuchen sneered. Even if Feng Wuchen couldn't defeat Nightmare Old Monster wouldn't be able to refine Feng Wuchen. The chaotic Xian fire beast was not just a decoration. Whether Nightmare Old Monster could defeat Feng Wuchen or not was another matter. Whoosh! With a thought, Nightmare Old Monster used the Thousand Illusion technique. Feng Wuchen, who was sent flying, disappeared mysteriously. Even his aura disappeared without a trace. This kid's movement technique is really good. I can't smell anything and can't track his location. Nightmare Old Monster thought, but he wasn't worried at all. In the face of absolute power, no matter how fast one was, they couldn't turn the situation around. Nightmare Old Monster, you aren't affected by the heavenly tribulation. I guess the experts of Panga Realm are secretly helping you. I can feel a faint aura of a boundary outside the ancient immortal world. It should be blocking the heavenly tribulation of Panga Realm. Also, this aura is somewhat familiar. Feng Wuchen's ethereal voice came. Nightmare Old Monster looked around vigilantly and said coldly, Lord of Dragon Soul, you can't beat me by hiding. I'll make you feel fear again. Feng Wuchen's ethereal laughter came. I'm looking forward to it. Nightmare Old Monster said coldly. Nightmare Old Monster, don't forget that I'm also an alchemist. Do you know what's the scariest thing about an alchemist? Feng Wuchen's ethereal laughter came. Nightmare Old Monster looked down and saw dozens of Gu Chongqing's remnant souls wrapped in white flames. Apparently, Nightmare Old Monster thought that Feng Wuchen was going to use the same method to deal with him. If that was the case, Nightmare Old Monster wouldn't be able to do anything. Old Ancestor Devil Nightmare, you don't have to worry. Frankly speaking, other than this method, I have many other ways to kill you. You can say that it's as easy as flipping my hand. Even if you've consumed a pill, killing you is still as easy as flipping my hand. Feng Wuchen's arrogant voice sounded. Feng Wuchen's words made Fan Tianji and Mo Tianjun feel that he was too arrogant. Nonsense. Nightmare Old Monster's old face turned ferocious. You'll know soon whether I'm talking nonsense or not. Feng Wuchen's cold laughter came. Half-step Immortal God Realm is still a half-step Immortal God Realm. No matter how powerful you are, you won't be able to step into the Immortal God Realm. Nightmare Old Ancestor said coldly. He seemed to have guessed that Feng Wuchen could increase his combat strength. Nightmare Old Ancestor knew how difficult it was to break through to the Immortal God Realm. Nightmare Old Ancestor was not worried that Feng Wuchen would not be able to step into the Immortal God Realm. Is that so? Feng Wuchen sneered as his figure appeared. His face was full of confidence as if he was certain that he could defeat Devil Nightmare Ancestor. Humph. Nightmare Old Ancestor snorted angrily and immediately shot out with his saber. Return of All Flames. Feng Wuchen growled and activated the Ancestor of All Flames. A monstrous aura erupted and an incomparably domineering power surged wildly, causing the space to tremble violently. The domineering and surging aura swept out along with an aura that could topple mountains and overturn seas. It was breathtaking, causing everyone to be extremely terrified. Feng Wuchen's combat strength was surging wildly. A bright golden pillar of light shot into the sky. Nightmare Old Ancestor stopped and frowned. It can indeed increase combat strength. Feng Wuchen's combat strength has increased. Shi Tianfeng suddenly exclaimed. Fan Tianji frowned deeply and said, the Lord of Dragon Soul indeed has a skill that can increase combat strength. Protector Mo Tua said worriedly, Feng Wuchen has stepped into the immortal god realm. I'm afraid that ancestor is no match for him. Xiao Tian and the rest can increase their combat strength through formations. How can the Lord of Dragon Soul not do the same? Xikong Tianyuan said solemnly. Clearly, they had all guessed it. Is it a fusion of fire attribute energy and powerful energy? Xiaonyao frowned slightly. Xiaonyao and the rest had seen Feng Wuchen's ancestor of all flames in the illusion. It's not a fusion. The Lord's combat strength is increasing rapidly. Xiao Tian said solemnly as he looked at Feng Wuchen. Yanhu said excitedly, it's a fire attribute skill that can increase combat strength. Feng Wuchen's combat strength has broken through to the immortal god realm. Shi Xianming exclaimed, his eyeballs about to fall out. Shi Tianfeng said with a trembling voice, how is this possible? What kind of spell is this? How is it possible for Feng Wuchen to reach the immortal spirit realm? Yi Mo exclaimed in disbelief. He actually broke through to the immortal spirit realm. Nightmare Ancestor's eyes widened as his old face stiffened on the spot. His face was filled with disbelief. The Nightmare Patriarch was well aware of how much energy was needed to break through to the immortal spirit realm. It was definitely not something that could be broken through by relying on cultivation techniques. However, Feng Wuchen had stepped into the immortal divinity realm by relying on a cultivation technique. How could Nightmare Patriarch believe that? How could Nightmare Ancestor understand the power of Feng Wuchen's spells? Devil Nightmare Old Ancestor, you seem to be very surprised. You don't dare to believe that my battle prowess has reached the immortal deity stage? Feng Wuchen asked with a sneer. The moment his words left his mouth, Feng Wuchen appeared in the air above Nightmare Patriarch. An unimaginable aura and pressure made people feel as if they were invincible. Feng Wuchen sneered again, Nightmare Patriarch, you will soon experience what overwhelming power is. With the increase in battle prowess, this brat's speed has become even more terrifying. Nightmare Patriarch frowned and said domineeringly. The power of the immortal spirit realm. The Nightmare Patriarch is finished. The sucking python sneered. Lord. Quickly kill this old bastard. Don't give him a chance. Jianqiu roared. Lord. Kill him. Dragon Soul and the others roared. A terrifying sword intent that was so domineering that it made people suffocate erupted. In just an instant, the entire space was filled with a terrifying sword intent. The terrifying sword intent completely replaced the air as if it was everywhere. Sword intent manifestation. Nightmare Patriarch frowned deeply, his old face was extremely solemn. Nightmare Patriarch had already experienced the terrifying power of sword intent manifestation from Xiao Tian's hands. He did not dare to underestimate it. Feng Wuchen's sword intent manifestation was clearly far superior to Xiao Tian's. Swish. Swish, buzz. Buzz, under Feng Wuchen's control, the terrifying and domineering sword intent condensed into a large number of energy swords out of thin air. There were hundreds of thousands of them and they launched a fierce attack on Nightmare Patriarch, bringing with them sharp and ear-piercing explosions. Seeing this terrifying scene, Fan Tianji and the others were scared out of their wits again, their faces filled with horror. Boom. Boom. Boom, buzz. Buzz, Nightmare Patriarch clenched his large saber with both hands and crazily slashed at the large number of energy swords. A series of explosions rang out incessantly, the destructive power rolling continuously. God-slaying arrogant sword. Above the void, Feng Wuchen suddenly roared and condensed a huge sword intent energy sword that was hundreds of thousands of feet long, exuding a domineering aura that could ignore everything. What? Nightmare Patriarch's old face changed drastically as he looked at the huge sword intent energy sword in horror. An intense fear surged in his heart. What kind of aura is this? The power of sword intent is extremely terrifying. Zhuge Qinghui said in extreme fear. The power of sword intent manifestation can actually reach such a terrifying realm. Fan Tianji said in horror. His pale old face was extremely stiff. Lord Sword Dao Domain is simply ridiculously powerful. It's simply unimaginable. Chu Shitian said in horror. His body could not help but tremble. It's too terrifying. Is this the true sword intent manifestation? Xiao Tian was dumbfounded. Everyone present was scared out of their wits and lost control of their bowels. The energy sword formed by sword intent had already reached an unimaginably terrifying stage. Nightmare Patriarch, can you block this sword of mine? Feng Wuchen asked with a cold smile. A mocking sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Wuchen slashed down with his sword. The energy sword that was hundreds of thousands of feet long and gave off an invincible feeling slashed towards Nightmare Patriarch. The terrifying aura seemed to want to split the ancient immortal world in half. Gulp, Fentianji and the others were already panicking to the extreme. No one knew if Nightmare Patriarch could block it. The shocked Nightmare Patriarch did not dare to be careless. He frantically activated his power and finally roared, Panga method. Ancient God Slash. A huge energy slash that was hundreds of thousands of feet long was formed. It immediately shot out with a destructive might. You want to block my sword with your trashy Panga method? Feng Wuchen sneered disdainfully. He did not take Nightmare Patriarch's Panga method seriously at all. Rumble. Pfft. Under the horrified gazes of the crowd, the two forces collided and exploded. A deafening explosion covered the heavens and earth. Nightmare Patriarch spat out a mouthful of blood. This Patriarch's power is actually unable to block it. Nightmare Patriarch was terrified to the extreme. Fentianji and the others were dumbstruck. They were petrified on the spot. The energy ripples that were beyond imagination swept out without restraint. Nightmare Patriarch was directly swallowed by it. A huge wind elemental energy wall condensed in front of Feng Wuchen, dispersing all the spreading energy ripples. Buzz buzz. Feng Wuchen activated the formation. A golden formation appeared in the void beneath his feet. Feng Wuchen's combat power soared again. Nightmare Patriarch. I'll send you to meet your son with this strike. Feng Wuchen shouted. His intimidating aura exploded once again. Buzz. Buzz, domineering and terrifying energy surged out continuously. Feng Wuchen's aura was like an erupting volcano. In just an instant, Feng Wuchen's aura had surpassed Devil Nightmare Patriarch's. What? How is this possible? Devil Nightmare Patriarch's expression changed. He was powerless against Feng Wuchen's terrifying sword will energy sword. Now that Feng Wuchen had unleashed an even more terrifying power, Devil Nightmare Patriarch felt as if he had fallen into an endless hell. In that instant, Devil Nightmare Patriarch felt powerless for the first time. It felt as if he was just an ant. Devil Nightmare Patriarch had thought that he would be above everyone in the ancient immortal world after reaching the immortal god realm. But now, even after consuming a powerful pill, he was still crushed by Feng Wuchen. This is the formation that Yanhu and the rest activated. It can increase strength and speed. Xikong Tianyuan exclaimed, his eyes wide open. Feng Wuchen's strength has increased again. Shi Tianfeng sucked in a breath of cold air, terrified to the extreme. He can still increase his strength. Devil Nightmare Patriarch can't withstand this sword will power. Could an even more terrifying power kill Devil Nightmare Patriarch with a single strike? Shi Xianming was scared out of his wits. How is this possible? Is he a monster? Mo Qianxiao was terrified. His face was pale and his body was trembling violently. How can he have such power? He's only a half-step immortal god. Mo Tianjun said in a daze. He couldn't figure out how Feng Wuchen could be so terrifying. Ancestor. Mo Tianji and Mo Tua were filled with despair. My lord. Kill that shameless old thing. Jianqiu shouted excitedly, his face flushed red. Too powerful. This is the true manifestation of sword will. Unimaginable power. Yanhu said excitedly. Lord Feng's strength has probably exceeded the limits of the ancient immortal world, ancient immortal Lord Yanchen said with surprise and joy. As long as the honorable Lord is here, all difficulties will not be difficult. No matter how strong Nightmare Ancestor is, he can't defeat a sovereign lord. All of this will be over soon. Guesu said excitedly, looking at Feng Wuchen with a burning gaze. In their hearts, Feng Wuchen was an invincible existence, the dragon soul venerable, the Rakshasa venerable, and the 5 great races all cheered excitedly. They could already see the dawn of victory. Feng Wuchen's strength had already exceeded everyone's imagination. Even the titled ancient god Xianhao, ancient god Xianyu, and the mysterious man, who were watching the battle in the dark, were filled with shock and disbelief. They obviously did not expect that Feng Wuchen would grow so quickly and that his strength would be so terrifying. Devil Nightmare Ancestor, even if you can block my sword intent, you will definitely be severely injured. The next sword strike is even more terrifying than my sword intent. Feng Wuchen sneered, looking proud and arrogant as if he had everything under his control. As he spoke, an even more domineering and terrifying sword will spread out. Damn it! He couldn't hold on any longer. How could he have such power? This has already surpassed the ancient immortal world. How could he have comprehended such a supreme sword Dao at such a young age? Old Ancestor Nightmare gritted his teeth and said angrily, but at the same time, he was terrified. Buzz. Pfft. In front of the domineering and terrifying sword will, Old Ancestor Nightmare's energy was greatly depleted and the ancient god Slash could no longer withstand it. The domineering sword will once again shook Old Ancestor Nightmare to the point where he spat out blood. Destructive energy ripples swept out like a tsunami. If Old Ancestor Nightmare didn't have elixirs to increase his strength, he would have already been defeated. Rumble. Pfft. In the end, Old Ancestor Nightmare could no longer withstand it and the ancient god Slash was shattered. The domineering and terrifying sword will energy sword struck Old Ancestor Nightmare mercilessly, causing him to spit out blood again. The explosion resounded throughout the ancient immortal world. Immeasurable energy ripples engulfed Old Ancestor Nightmare. Grandpa. Ancestor. Mo Qianxiao, Mo Tianjun, and the others shouted in fear and worry. If Old Ancestor Nightmare couldn't withstand this sword will energy sword, it was even more impossible for the others. Feng Wuchen waved his hand and a gust of wind swept out, dispersing the energy ripples. Old Ancestor Nightmare, who was severely injured and covered in blood, appeared before everyone's eyes. Old Ancestor Nightmare had lost. Looking at the severely injured Old Ancestor Nightmare, Fen Tianji and the others were in complete despair. Their eyes were filled with resignation, without any intention to resist. If they had known that Feng Wuchen would become so terrifying, would they have dared to make an enemy out of him? Unfortunately, it was all too late. It was too late for regrets. The severely injured Old Ancestor Nightmare stared at Feng Wuchen fiercely and asked, "Why do you have this kind of power? Who the hell are you? Isn't it enough to know that I'm the master of Dragon Soul?" Feng Wuchen sneered coldly. Old Ancestor Nightmare said fiercely, "There's no power in the ancient immortal world that surpasses the Panga realm. You're not from the ancient immortal world. You're from the Panga realm." What? From the Panga realm? The moment Old Ancestor Nightmare said that, Fen Tianji and the others' expressions changed drastically. They looked at Feng Wuchen in horror. They were all scared silly. Old Ancestor Nightmare, you should be worried about yourself now. Feng Wuchen said coldly. A ruthless killing intent flashed across his eyes. You have to bear the consequences of your wrongdoings. However, the consequences are beyond your imagination. Feng Wuchen said coldly. Terrifying power was injected into the Dragon God Sword. Whether it was the aura or the power of the sword light, it was unprecedentedly powerful and domineering. This is... Old Ancestor Nightmare's face changed drastically. He looked at Feng Wuchen in horror as if he was looking at a devil. What a terrifying sword intent. Xiao Tian's expression changed drastically. He had never felt such a terrifying sword intent. What kind of sword art is this? Just the sword intent alone is so terrifying. It's definitely not comparable to the previous ones. Ancient Immortal Sovereign Xianxia exclaimed. Jian Chou and the others looked at Feng Wuchen in horror. Old Ancestor Nightmare is finished. Fen Tianji and the others had never felt such a sword intent. Nightmare is in danger. This sword is extremely terrifying. Ancient God Xian, you frowned deeply. An existence above all things in the ancient immortal world. What a domineering sword intent. The mysterious person in the dark was shocked once more. Fear appeared in his eyes. Old Ancestor Nightmare, if you can block this sword of mine, I can spare you. Feng Wuchen grinned and raised his sword with one hand. The overwhelming aura seemed to be able to lift all things in the world, making it impossible for anyone to resist. Primal Chaos AO Sword Art. Primal Chaos Heaven Splitting. Feng Wuchen shouted coldly as he slashed down with his sword. A golden sword light hundreds of thousands of feet long shot out. At that moment, the space of the ancient immortal world suddenly distorted greatly. It was as if the entire space was about to be merged into the domineering sword light. The domineering sword light carried an invincible might as it charged toward Old Ancestor Nightmare. Master! Save me! Old Ancestor Nightmare, who was in despair, immediately sent a voice transmission asking for help. The terror of Feng Wuchen's sword had already exceeded the scope of the ancient immortal world. What kind of power is this? Qiu Tian, Yanhu, and the others were scared out of their wits by Feng Wuchen's terrifying strike. How is this possible? How can a half-step immortal god have such terrifying power? Shi Xianming retreated in terror, completely unable to control himself. What sword technique is this? It makes people feel like they're already dead. Shi Tianfeng said in fear. Xianhao, titled Ancient God, are you still not going to act? Nightmare Patriarch won't be able to block this strike. Yi Mo said in terror, almost unable to breathe. Grandpa! Ancestor! Mo Qianxiao and the others cried out in despair. They wanted to help, but they were powerless. They couldn't even move. Everyone, heed my order. Stand back. Jianqiu shouted, his back drenched in cold sweat. Even though Feng Wuchen's strike wouldn't threaten them, he still couldn't control the fear in his heart. The massive and terrifying golden sword light seemed to represent fear and death. Everyone present felt an intense aura of death. The massive energy shook the entire ancient immortal world. Master! Save me! Save me! Nightmare Patriarch was terrified as he sent a voice transmission. In the face of Feng Wuchen's strike, Nightmare Patriarch couldn't move at all. It was as if dozens of planets were pressing down on him. This powerful barrier on the surface of the ancient immortal world doesn't belong to titled ancient god Xianhao. It should belong to the Panga realm expert behind it. Who could it be? The answer should be revealed soon, Feng Wuchen said to himself. The domineering and terrifying sword light mercilessly slashed at Nightmare Patriarch. If this strike landed, the heavily injured Nightmare Patriarch would definitely be reduced to ashes. Even if Nightmare Patriarch was at his peak, he wouldn't be able to escape death. The familiar auras still haven't appeared? The longevity power has already sensed the existence of two people, Feng Wuchen said to himself, the corners of his mouth rising. Hidden in the shadows, ancient god Xianyu's old face was extremely gloomy, his old eyes viciously glaring at Feng Wuchen as if he wanted nothing more than to eat Feng Wuchen alive. Seeing ancient god Xianyu's gloomy face, ancient god Xianhao said, Junior brother, you seem to be very concerned about Mo Yan. Although he is a disciple, he is still just a cultivator from the ancient immortal world. The Nightmare clan has followed me for many years. Ancient god Xianyu frowned deeply. Since that's the case, let's do it. The titled ancient god behind Feng Wuchen doesn't need us to do anything. Xianhao titled ancient god said. Kill them without mercy. Ancient god Xianyu lightly waved his hand, and a person immediately vanished. In the next second, a person appeared out of thin air in front of the Nightmare ancestor. An incomparably surging aura erupted, forcibly suppressing Feng Wuchen's aura that was above all things. At the sight of this person, Nightmare Old Master instantly heaved a sigh of relief, feeling completely at ease. Someone from the Panga realm. Feng Wuchen frowned slightly, having already sensed this person's appearance. This aura is, from the Panga realm. Fen Tianji said in shock. Someone is coming. An extremely frightening aura. Mo Qianxiao was instantly overjoyed. The aura of the Panga realm. Shi Tianfeng and the others were all shocked. An extremely frightening aura. It's not the aura of the ancient immortal world. This person is from the Panga realm. Ancient immortal venerable Yan Shen frowned deeply. Ancient god Xianhao titled ancient god still made a move. Qiu Tian said coldly, his eyes narrowed, flickering with ruthless killing intent. Xiaoniao said solemnly, this patriarch guessed that ancient god Xianxia titled ancient god wouldn't just stand by and watch. Boom, buzz. Buzz, the newcomer struck out with a palm, and with a boom, he actually blocked Feng Wuchen's terrifying sword with his bare hands. This incomparably shocking scene stunned everyone present. As expected of someone from the Panga realm, he actually blocked Feng Wuchen's powerful and domineering sword light with his bare hands. Feng Wuchen frowned, his expression extremely solemn as he immediately retreated. Is this ancient god Xianxia titled ancient god? Although he's not an ancient god expert, the strength of the Panga realm cultivators, no matter who it is, can easily crush the ancient immortal world cultivators, Feng Wuchen thought to himself. Rumble. The newcomer's palm shook, and the terrifying sword light, which was hundreds of thousands of feet long, shattered on the spot, and the terrifying energy ripples also disappeared without a trace. In an instant, the ancient immortal world quieted down. Who are you? Feng Wuchen asked coldly, sizing up the newcomer. The person who is going to kill you. The newcomer said fiercely, and without hesitation, rushed out at an extremely fast speed. So fast. Feng Wuchen's expression suddenly changed. He actually didn't notice when this person approached. Feng Wuchen couldn't react in time. How fast was this person? Boom, poof, in an instant, without any reaction from Feng Wuchen, the newcomer's palm hit Feng Wuchen's chest. The terrifying power shook Feng Wuchen on the spot, and his body turned into a black line and flew out. What a powerful force, my bones are about to fall apart. Feng Wuchen thought to himself, and his whole body was in extreme pain. At this moment, the body of the eternal realm was rapidly healing Feng Wuchen, and the intense pain also disappeared. How many attacks can your undying body endure? The person who attacked coldly asked. He had already launched another ferocious attack. Before his voice died away, the man had already arrived in an instant, and once again hit Feng Wuchen's chest with an even stronger force. Boom, buzz. Buzz, the ferocious palm hit down, and the space shook violently, and the terrifying energy ripples swept out wildly. However, this palm did not hit Feng Wuchen. I have seen your powerful body movement. Although it is powerful, my speed is above yours, the man said coldly. His palm missed, and his figure had already arrived at another void. It was where Feng Wuchen was. What? Feng Wuchen's expression changed greatly. Boom, poof, almost as soon as Feng Wuchen appeared, the man's palm hit Feng Wuchen's chest fiercely. With a boom, the terrible force shook Feng Wuchen and made him spit out blood, and his body flew out. No wonder he is a cultivator from the Panga realm. I can't detect him at all. Feng Wuchen was secretly surprised. The gap in strength was so big that it could be described as a world of difference. Whoosh, just as Feng Wuchen was flying out, the cultivator from the Panga realm appeared in a flash. The strongest cultivator from the ancient immortal world is like an ant in front of the cultivator from the Panga realm, the man said coldly. You are right. The cultivators from the ancient immortal world are indeed inferior to the cultivators from the Panga realm. Feng Wuchen's face was cold, and he stared at the cultivator from the Panga realm fiercely. Boom, poof, the palm hit down, and Feng Wuchen spat out blood again. Even though he had an eternal life realm body, he had just recovered, and now he was hit again. The immortal body is strong, but in the face of absolute power, it is no longer the immortal body. The cultivator from the Panga realm appeared again. Oh? Really? Have you ever seen a cultivator from the ancient immortal world defeat a cultivator from the Panga realm? Feng Wuchen said coldly, and the murderous look in his eyes became more and more terrifying. You are very confident, but I will give you this opportunity, the cultivator from the Panga realm said coldly and gave up the attack. Sun Eye! Feng Wuchen shouted. A golden light flew out of Feng Wuchen's body, emitting a powerful and ancient aura. With the Sun Eye, Feng Wuchen's aura and fighting strength soared again, becoming more terrifying. The Panga realm cultivator glanced at it and sneered, You mean this? The Panga realm cultivators were powerful, why would they care about ancient immortal artifacts? Feng Wuchen's lips curled into a mocking sneer. He did not say anything, not caring that the Panga realm cultivator was underestimating the Sun Eye. A 9th grade ancient immortal artifact. A very ancient aura, it's definitely not simple. Devil Nightmare Ancestor frowned as he felt an even more dangerous aura. Feng Wuchen really has a lot of 9th grade ancient immortal artifacts, each more powerful than the last. Shi Tianfeng's face was filled with fear, and his face was pale without any color. Humph. What's the use of having so many magical artifacts? He's dead for sure this time. No matter how strong he is, he's no match for the Panga realm cultivators. Yi Mo sneered. A 9th grade ancient immortal artifact. I've never seen an ancient immortal artifact used by a lord. This aura is very terrifying. Chu Shitian was shocked. Lord actually has such a terrifying magical artifact. His fighting strength has increased a lot. Yanhu exclaimed. Lord's magical artifact is definitely not simple, he might be able to defeat his opponent. Jian Chou was full of expectation. Even if his opponent was a Panga realm cultivator, Jian Chou was full of confidence in Feng Wuchen. Buzz buzz. After releasing the Sun Eye, the Dragon God's bloodline power in Feng Wuchen's body began to burst out crazily, and merged with the power of Primeval Ancestor and Eternal Realm. His aura and strength increased again. The unparalleled domineering power turned into a golden light pillar that shot into the sky, and condensed into a huge energy vortex. The dazzling golden light, like a divine radiance, enveloped the entire ancient immortal world. Every cultivator in every corner of the ancient immortal world could clearly feel this domineering power. Bloodline power. The power is fusing. Qiu Tian and Xianxia exclaimed at the same time. Jian Chou exclaimed, Lord's power is fusing. His fighting strength is getting more and more terrifying. This is the same bloodline power as the Supreme Commander's. The High Lord's strength has increased again. The Dragon Soul High Lord and the others exclaimed. In the previous battle, he had never used his bloodline power. Who would have thought that it would be so terrifying? Just who is this brat? Nightmare Ancestor's fear of Feng Wuchen grew stronger and stronger. The uneasiness in his heart had never disappeared. Power fusion. Fen Tianji and the others were dumbfounded once again. This terrifying bloodline power is beyond imagination. Even the powerful beasts in the Panga realm, or even the ancient beasts, do not have such a terrifying bloodline power. How could there be such a bloodline power in the ancient immortal world? The mysterious man in the dark was shocked. When the terrifying power soared to its peak, Feng Wuchen brandished the dragon god sword like a war god from the 9th heaven, possessing an invincible power. Feng Wuchen's current fighting strength had reached the pinnacle of the ancient immortal world. Feng Wuchen raised his head slightly and stared at the practitioners of the Panga realm with his extremely cold eyes. What's wrong with those eyes? What a terrifying gaze. The Panga realm cultivator was secretly shocked. You made me feel scared. Chaotic AO sword skill. Chaotic heaven splitting earth. Feng Wuchen shouted coldly. Then, he swept out his sword with an earth-shattering power. Whoosh! Buzz! The extremely overbearing and terrifying golden sword light, with the power to destroy everything, madly rushed toward the Panga realm cultivator. The space of the ancient immortal world shook violently, and various immortal mountains and palaces collapsed. This sword was several times more terrifying than the chaotic heaven-splitting earth. Gulp! Everyone who was watching the battle, including Devil Nightmare Ancestor, stared at the power of the sword light with bulging eyes. They were so frightened by the terrifying sword light that they couldn't speak, as if something was stuck in their throats. Brat, although your sword skill is powerful, it is not enough to deal with that guy. Although his strength is not great, he is still a practitioner of the Panga realm. His strength is far above yours. This sword cannot hurt him at all. The chaotic mysterious fire beast said. I know. Feng Wuchen replied. Feng Wuchen, is this the power you said can defeat the Panga realm cultivator? If so, I will stand here and let your sword light attack me. The Panga realm cultivator said contemptuously. His eyes full of disdain. Feng Wuchen's sword was absolutely invincible in the ancient immortal world. But in the eyes of the Panga realm cultivator, Feng Wuchen's sword was nothing. Feng Wuchen grinned coldly and said, Is that so? I hope you don't regret it. Humph. You want to defeat the Panga realm cultivator with just this power? You are too arrogant. Ancient God Xianxia said coldly. This brat seems very confident. Ancient God Xianxia frowned deeply. Buzz. At this moment, the overbearing sword light's power suddenly doubled. This is a magic treasure that increases combat power. Prisoner Tian was shocked and could not help but exclaim. Ancient Immortal Venerable Xianxia said in horror, Lord Feng actually has such a powerful magic treasure. The sword light's power has doubled in an instant. Jianqiu said in shock, his expression extremely stiff. It's a magic treasure that increases combat power. Nightmare Patriarch and the others were all petrified. Oh? The sword light's power has increased? The Panga Realm Cultivator said in surprise, it seems that your magic treasure is a magic treasure that increases attack power. No wonder you are so confident. But unfortunately, double the attack power can't change anything. Is that so? Feng Wuchen grinned coldly. Buzz. In the next second, the sword light's power increased by 3 times. What? Everyone present was instantly dumbfounded. 3 times? The Panga Realm Cultivator was also somewhat stunned. 4 times. It increased again. The Panga Realm Cultivator's expression changed as he sensed a threatening aura. 5 times. 6 times. 7 times. The overbearing sword light's power increased crazily, forcibly increasing its combat power by 7 times. Qiu Tian and the others were completely petrified. Everyone was motionless. How is this possible? The Panga Realm Cultivator was also stunned. His body trembled, and his eyes were filled with horror. This power had already made him feel a strong sense of death. Feng Wuchen sneered mockingly, thanks to the enchantment set up by the Panga Realm Cultivators, I can increase my combat power without any scruples. Although you are a Panga Realm Cultivator, can you resist my 7 times power? The terrified Panga Realm Cultivator immediately took out his Pangu artifact, trying to suppress Feng Wuchen's magic treasure. Unfortunately, the power was too terrifying, and there was no way to suppress it. In the midst of his panic, the Panga Realm Cultivator formed a seal with his hands and suddenly shouted, Panga Spell. Thunder-breaking sky. The terrifying thunder attribute energy burst out with the power to destroy everything. Get lost. Feng Wuchen shouted coldly, dispersing the terrifying thunder attribute energy on the spot. Seeing this scene, the mysterious man and Xianxia titled Ancient God were also dumbfounded, their eyes wide and mouths agape. End of chapter. Buzz. Buzz, the space of the ancient immortal world shook violently. If not for that barrier, it would have collapsed. How is this possible? Ancient God Xianxia was dumbstruck. He could not believe what he was seeing. What kind of Dharma treasure is that? How can a mere ancient immortal artifact have such power? Ancient God Xianxia said in disbelief. Its combat power has increased by 7 times. This is beyond the ancient immortal world. How can this kid control such power? Even the Pangu world has never seen such a powerful Dharma treasure. Where did this kid get it? The mysterious person was also shocked. He had never heard of such a thing before. As the enormous sword light rushed over, the practitioners of the Panga realm were scared out of their wits. They trembled all over in extreme fear. Before the Panga world cultivator, he was even smaller than an ant. The fear that came from the depths of his soul made him feel like his soul was being controlled by fear. He lost his will to fight and felt powerless to resist. No. Lord Ancient God, save me. Seeing the terrifying Dharma treasure charging at him, the Pangu world cultivator screamed in despair. Boom. Boom, buzz. Buzz, the power of the Dharma treasure slammed into the Pangu world cultivator mercilessly. The explosion was deafening and covered the entire ancient immortal world. Immeasurable energy ripples seemed to want to devour the ancient immortal world. Retreat. Devil Nightmare Patriarch roared in fear. Dozens of experts retreated in panic. Dragon Soul, Rakshasa, and the experts of the 5 major races had already retreated to the sky above Feng Restaurant. Their faces were filled with fear. The immeasurable energy ripples lasted for a full 10 minutes. When the energy ripples dissipated and the space gradually returned to normal, everyone's eyes swept towards the void in unison. At this moment, there was only Feng Wuchen in the void. The figure of the Pangu world cultivator had disappeared. His aura had also disappeared. My lord's sword killed the Pangu world cultivator. Xianxia said in shock. Protector Tian Hen said in a trembling voice, he really killed the Pangu world cultivator. Lord Feng's sword was too terrifying. It had 7 times the combat power. The cultivators of the Pangu realm were killed by the High Lord. Prisoner Sky and the other Dragon Soul High Lords were shocked again. Soon, the Dragon Soul Supremacy, the Rakshasa Supremacy, and the powerhouses of the 5 major tribes roared with joy. Their eyes were filled with admiration. How is this possible? The cultivators of the Pangu realm disappeared. Were they killed by Feng Wuchen? Nightmare Grandmaster's eyes widened. His expression was as horrified as it could get. A cultivator from the ancient immortal world killed a cultivator from the Pangu realm. What kind of magic treasure is that? How could it be possible to increase his fighting strength by 7 times? Fen Tianji and the rest had faces full of disbelief. 7 times the fighting strength. That kind of power has already surpassed the ancient immortal world. Feng Wuchen is a monster. Otherwise, how could it possibly withstand such an enormous power? Shi Tianfeng asked in horror. The Pangu realm's cultivators were all killed by him. It's too terrifying. We're dead for sure this time. Xikong Wintian's face was filled with despair. He could no longer see any hope. Feng Wuchen had directly blasted the powerhouses of the Pangu realm into powder with this sword. Was Feng Wuchen's strength really that terrifying? If they had not seen it with their own eyes, no one would dare to believe it. The sun's eye is indeed powerful. The cultivators of the Pangu realm are just SOSO. Feng Wuchen grinned coldly and immediately retracted the sun's eye. The sun's eye was more than powerful. It was simply an abnormal existence. I really didn't expect you to have such a powerful magic treasure. No wonder you're so confident. The Chaos Celestial Fire Beast's voice came. Even the Chaos Celestial Fire Beast was shocked by Feng Wuchen's 7-fold fighting strength. The sun's eye is my trump card. Of course it's powerful. Feng Wuchen said with a smile. There was a hint of pride on his face. After saying that, his cold gaze swept across Nightmare Grandmaster and the rest in the distance. He grinned coldly and said, it's time to send them on their way. Feng Wuchen would never show mercy to his enemies. Whoosh! In a flash, Feng Wuchen suddenly appeared. The moment they saw Feng Wuchen, Nightmare Grandmaster and the rest were all scared out of their wits. They involuntarily retreated as if they had seen a ghost. Do you have any last words? Feng Wuchen asked coldly. Feng Wuchen, are you going to kill us all? Xikong Tianyuan asked in horror. Feng Wuchen sneered and said, I don't want to talk nonsense with you. The moment you attacked the Dragon Soul, all of you were destined to die. I will let you know how precious the opportunity given by me, Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen. Don't think that you can kill us just because you killed the Pangu realm cultivators. Don't forget that the Nightmare clan has the backing of a titled ancient god. You are just a cultivator from the ancient immortal world. So what if you are strong? Mo Qianxiao shouted angrily. With the titled ancient god Xianxia behind him, he was not afraid of Feng Wuchen. Only the Nightmare clan dared to talk to Feng Wuchen like that. Oh? Is that so? So what if you are a titled ancient god? What do I, Feng Wuchen, have to fear? Feng Wuchen sneered, his face full of disdain. Feng Wuchen, don't be too arrogant. Above the void, the angry roar of titled ancient god Xianxia suddenly sounded. The Pangu realm interfered with the ancient immortal world and violated the order of heaven and earth. You are doing it knowingly. You are not putting the overlord of the Pangu realm in your eyes. Feng Wuchen looked at the void and sneered. Old thing, I know you are watching. Show yourself. There is no need to be sneaky. Ancient god Xianyu, show yourself as well. Feng Wuchen continued to sneer. The moment Feng Wuchen said that, the expressions of Nightmare clan ancestor and the others changed greatly. What? Ancient god Xianyu? Fen Tianji and the others were shocked. Wasn't ancient god Xianyu killed? What happened? Did he revive? Prisoner Tian and the others were also shocked. Oh? You know that this ancient god is still alive? Ancient god Xianyu's surprised voice sounded as his figure appeared in the void. Arrogant brat. Titled Ancient God Xianhao appeared and stared fiercely at Feng Wuchen. Greetings to Ancient God Xianyu. Titled Ancient God Xianhao. Nightmare Clan ancestor and Fen Tianji knelt down respectfully. The appearance of two top experts of the Panga realm had undoubtedly brought them hope. Ancient God Xianyu, I really did not expect that you could revive. Feng Wuchen sneered. The one who helped Fen Tianji and the others raise their cultivation level should not be you. I can feel that the aura on their bodies is different from yours. At this point, Feng Wuchen looked at the void again and said, I know that you are also hiding in the dark. Since you want to deal with me, why don't you show yourself? I am very curious. How did I, Feng Wuchen, offend you? Or are you also here for my Panga technique? The space was completely silent as everyone looked at the void. Fen Tianji and the others also looked at the void, as if they were waiting for the mysterious person to appear. However, after a few minutes, no one responded to Feng Wuchen. It was as if there was no one else. Feng Wuchen did not sense the existence of the mysterious person. Even the power of immortality could not sense the existence of this person. However, his intuition told him that the mysterious person was in the dark. Protector Tianhen said coldly, he doesn't have the guts to show himself. That can't be, right? How can the experts of Panga realm be so cowardly? They can't be afraid of Lord Feng, right? I can't sense anything. I'm not sure if this person exists. Great Elder Guyu shook her head. Her powerful soul power could not sense anything. High Lord's previous guesses were correct. There must be other experts of Panga realm in the dark. It's just that we can't sense them, Yenhu said solemnly. Prisoner Tian nodded and said in a low voice, other than Ancient God Xianyu and Ancient God Xianhao, there are only the 3 ancient gods and 7 ancient gods who were killed in the independent space. There shouldn't be anyone else other than the people behind them. Yi Qingyu frowned and said, I also guessed that it was the people behind them. High Lord did not provoke the other experts of Panga realm. Not necessarily. Jianchou shook his head and said solemnly, if it was the people behind them, why wouldn't they dare to show themselves? As a top expert of Panga realm, there is no need for them to hide, much less for Fen Tianji and the others to act. A few more minutes passed, but there was still no response from the void. Feng Wuchen shook his head and said in disappointment, you are an expert of Panga realm, but you don't dare to show yourself. You are too cowardly. Since you dare to act, are you afraid that others will laugh at you for bullying the weak? Feng Wuchen, you are not qualified, Ancient God Xianyu said coldly. Is that so? Feng Wuchen sneered and said indifferently, it seems that my guess was right. There are indeed other experts. If Ancient God Xianyu did not say it, I would not be so sure. You. Ancient God Xianyu was enraged, his old face instantly turning savage. He wanted nothing more than to skin Feng Wuchen alive. You're clearly a coward. What bullshit tea about not being qualified? Ning Tiancheng scolded with a sneer. Jian Chou sneered mockingly, since they do not dare to show up, the experts of the Panga realm are not afraid, are they? Or was he too ugly to show his face? Or are you afraid that you won't be able to defeat our High Lord? Just a cowardly scoundrel. Yenhu mocked. What bullshit tea expert from the Panga realm? You don't even have the guts to show yourself, and you want to deal with our dragon soul? Chu Shitian scolded unceremoniously. The dragon soul supremacy, the Rakshasa supremacy, and the other supremacies of the 4 major races all cursed. The face of the mysterious man in the dimensional space was extremely gloomy. He clenched his fists but still restrained his anger. For the sake of that mysterious power, I have to endure. It won't be too late to destroy you after I obtain that power. The mysterious man gritted his teeth and glared at Feng Wuchen fiercely. The mysterious power in Feng Wuchen's body was too important to the mysterious man. He did not dare to act rashly. Chaotic Xian Fire Beast, can you sense the existence of this person? Feng Wuchen asked telepathically. In the dimensional space, this person is hiding very well. He has a powerful magic treasure to hide his cultivation. I don't know what realm he is in, the chaotic Xian Fire Beast said lazily. So it is. My intuition was right. So he is in the dimensional space. No wonder I couldn't sense him, Feng Wuchen said with a smile. Your cultivation is too weak. The power of immortality cannot sense the dimensional space, the chaotic Xian fire beast said. How do you know that I have the power of immortality? Feng Wuchen asked in shock. The chaotic Xian fire beast said proudly, what kind of power have I not seen? In front of me, you can't hide any power from me. But then again, I really don't know what the strange power in this boy's chaotic realm is, the chaotic Xian fire beast said to himself. The chaotic Xian fire beast could not figure out what the power in Feng Wuchen's chaotic realm was. It was a pity that the chaotic ancestor was asleep. Otherwise, the chaotic ancestor might know. Forget it. Feng Wuchen shook his head again. He looked at Xianhao, titled Ancient God, and sneered, since he doesn't dare to show himself, let him continue to be a coward. I don't mind. Let's settle our old scores and settle this once and for all. How do you want to settle this? Xianhao, titled Ancient God, asked coldly. His old eyes were fierce. Feng Wuchen shrugged and sneered, simple. If you don't interfere, I will kill them all. If you interfere, I will kill you all too. The method was simple and domineering, his casual words carried a supreme majesty that left no room for doubt. It was as though killing Ancient God Xianyu and Xianhao, titled Ancient God, was a trivial matter. Jianchou and Qiu Tian did not think that Feng Wuchen was just spouting nonsense. Is that so? Ancient God Xianyu's old face became ferocious again. A monstrous murderous aura burst out. I can see that you two old things won't stand by and do nothing. So, I don't plan to waste my breath, Feng Wuchen sneered and took out Jing Yan's Ancient God ring. Bloodline power entered the Ancient God ring, and Feng Wuchen immediately summoned. Feng Wuchen did not have the ability to deal with an Ancient God and a titled Ancient God. Since they had interfered, Feng Wuchen naturally had to summon a titled Ancient God to help. This boy can summon a titled Ancient God. He is indeed not simple. I am curious about his identity, the mysterious man muttered to himself. He was also curious about Feng Wuchen's identity. Buzz buzz, the Ancient God ring suddenly shone brightly and emitted a terrifying aura. This was Jing Yan's titled Ancient God aura. He's here. Jing Yan's titled Ancient God. Jianchou and the others were excited, and their eyes were burning. In an instant, Jing Yan's titled Ancient God appeared. A terrifying shockwave swept out and forced Xianhao, titled Ancient God, and the others to retreat. Ancient God Xianyu, I didn't expect you to still be alive. This is unbelievable, Jing Yan said in surprise. Jing Yan, you don't have to show mercy this time. Just kill them, Feng Wuchen said calmly. That's easy. This Ancient God hasn't killed a titled Ancient God in a long time. Jing Yan sneered and unleashed a terrifying power. After unleashing the terrifying power, Jing Yan suddenly frowned. He looked up at the void and said in confusion, what a powerful barrier. It disappeared. Don't worry about that. Just do it. Don't waste time, Feng Wuchen said with a smile. I'll take their lives in 3 strikes. Jing Yan said confidently and took out an ice sword. 3 swords to take their lives? Jianchou and the others were both shocked and excited when they heard Jing Yan's domineering words. Fen Tianji, Xikong Tianyuan, and the others were terrified. Jing Yan's titled Ancient God was very serious. Was Xianhao's titled Ancient God really so weak? Xianhao's titled Ancient God abilities were not weak, but Jing Yan's titled Ancient God abilities were stronger. A terrifying icy aura swept out. It was bone-chilling, and everyone felt as if their souls were being frozen. A terrifying murderous aura had already locked onto the titled Ancient God and Ancient God Xianyu. Swish, boom, poof, Jing Yan's cold gaze swept over Ancient God Xianyu, and he suddenly disappeared. Before anyone could see him, there was an explosion, and Ancient God Xianyu was sent flying by a sword. He was instantly heavily injured by Jing Yan, Fen Tianji and the others were instantly petrified, unable to move. What? Xianhao, titled Ancient God, did not react at all. The speed of Jing Yan's titled Ancient God was extremely terrifying. This Ancient God didn't kill him. Xianhao, it's your turn now. This Ancient God will let you attack first. If you can defeat me, you will have a chance to save him. If you can't, he will also die. Jing Yan, titled Ancient God, said coldly and arrogantly. He pointed his ice sword at Xianhao, titled Ancient God with a domineering aura. In the previous battle, even though Xianhao, titled Ancient God, had interfered, Jing Yan could still easily kill Ancient God Xianyu without using his full strength. This time, if Jing Yan used his full strength, he might be able to kill both Xianhao, titled Ancient God, and Xianyu within 3 swords. Jing Yan, this Ancient God is indeed not your match. But today, your opponent is not this Ancient God. Xianhao, titled Ancient God, said fiercely. His face was filled with anger. Jing Yan frowned and guessed, "Are you talking about Tianjian, titled Ancient God?" Tianjian, titled Ancient God. Feng Wuchen frowned. He had heard of this person before. Tianjian, titled Ancient God. The expressions of Jian Chou and the others changed. They had heard from Jing Yan that Tianjian, titled Ancient God's cultivation had already reached the purple level. He was much stronger than Jing Yan. If this person attacked, Jing Yan, titled Ancient God, would not be his match. Not bad. The heavily injured Ancient God Xianyu savagely said, "Jing Yan is a titled Ancient God. Your strength is indeed above ours, but in front of martial Uncle Sky Sword, you are no match. You will definitely die in the ancient immortal world." Buried in the ancient immortal world? Jing Yan, titled Ancient God, sneered and said, "I have long heard that Sky Sword, titled Ancient God, is very powerful and is able to fight against the Sky Sword mysterious sex elder. If Sky Sword, titled Ancient God, is here, this Ancient God would like to test his strength." An intense fighting spirit burst forth, and Jing Yan's titled Ancient God wasn't afraid. Instead, he was looking forward to it. "Humph. You're seeking death." Ancient God Xianyu said savagely. "You have the guts to challenge this titled Ancient God. Your courage is indeed commendable." At this moment, an illusory and arrogant voice resounded in the void. "However, a blue-level titled Ancient God dares to challenge this titled Ancient God? You are simply overestimating yourself." A terrifying aura burst forth and forced Jing Yan, a titled Ancient God, to kneel on one knee. His face was pale, and he was unable to withstand it. "Martial Uncle Sky Sword." Ancient God Xianhao and Ancient God Xianyu respectfully greeted him. "Martial Uncle?" Fen Tianji and Shi Xianming were so shocked that their eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets. Feng Wuchen thought to himself, "I can't sense this person's presence. It seems like he is also in a dimensional space. He's here." Jian Chou and the others were extremely nervous, but they were only nervous. They weren't afraid. In the entire Panga realm, there aren't many purple-level titled Ancient Gods who have the guts to challenge this titled Ancient God. As a blue-level titled Ancient God, you have such confidence. This titled Ancient God is rather curious. Sky Sword, titled Ancient God's arrogant and cold voice rang out once more. The moment he finished speaking, a pitch-black crack appeared in the void, and a middle-aged man slowly walked out. His aura instantly increased by several times. This person was Sky Sword, titled Ancient God. His extremely powerful aura made everyone present feel as if they were suffocating. That terrifying aura, which seemed to have materialized, mercilessly suppressed everyone's souls, giving them the pressure to submit and worship him. Everyone's fearful gazes landed on Heaven's Sword, titled Ancient God. This person's power is extremely violent. The power of the Panga realm is mixed with the power of exotic beasts. Moreover, this terrifying power is definitely not an ordinary purple-level titled Ancient God. What he said just now wasn't an exaggeration. Feng Wuchen thought to himself. He could see through the power within Sky Sword, titled Ancient God's body at a glance. At the same time, he was secretly amazed by Sky Sword's great power. As expected of a purple-level titled Ancient God. This aura is really impressive. Even with my cultivation, I find it difficult to move, Jing Yan, titled Ancient God, said with a frown. His face was already as pale as a dead person's. Jing Yan, titled Ancient God, it's too late to regret now. Xianhao, titled Ancient God, gloated and laughed coldly. It was as if he had already seen Jing Yan's tragic end. Is that so? Jing Yan, titled Ancient God's expression didn't change. Seeing Jing Yan, titled Ancient God's calm appearance, Sky Sword said coldly, "You don't seem to think so." Buzz buzz. Jing Yan closed his eyes. When he opened them again, his eyes were glowing with golden light. An extremely ferocious power burst forth, and the fighting power of Jing Yan titled Ancient God soared crazily. An eye technique that increases fighting power? Sky Sword titled Ancient God's expression didn't change. In an instant, Jing Yan's fighting power had reached the level of a purple level titled Ancient God. Jing Yan's eye technique is extremely powerful, and his fighting power has already reached the level of a purple level titled Ancient God. However, the gap between Jing Yan and Sky Sword is still very large. Feng Wuchen was secretly astonished. Boom! Jing Yan didn't speak any nonsense. He held his ice sword and shot out like lightning. His aura surged violently, causing others to feel an overwhelming pressure. You overestimate yourself. Sky Sword titled Ancient God said coldly. He didn't move. Jing Yan's speed was astonishing. He arrived in an instant and raised his terrifying eyes. His sword swept towards Sky Sword's head. His attack was extremely fierce, and it made others feel as if they couldn't block it. As expected of a titled Ancient God, he actually infused his entire body's power into his sword and unleashed it. The power of this sword is extremely terrifying. Feng Wuchen was secretly astonished. Qiu Tian had an alarmed expression as he said, an extremely terrifying sword. However, the instant Jing Yan swung his sword, white energy instantly condensed on the surface of Sky Sword titled Ancient God's body. Boom! Buzz buzz! Jing Yan's ferocious sword slammed into the white Gang Qi. With a loud explosion, he was sent flying. The extremely domineering white Gang Qi carried with it a destructive force that swept out wildly. He can actually condense heavenly sword aura without forming seals. This absolute defense dispelled the power of my sword in an instant. Jing Yan was secretly astonished. Although you used eye techniques to become a purple titled Ancient God, you are still the weakest purple titled Ancient God. In front of a titled Ancient God, your power is like that of an ant. Sky Sword had a proud expression as if he had everything under his control. He said coldly, you can't even break through the first level of my heavenly sword aura. How can you challenge a titled Ancient God? I'm not afraid to tell you that a titled Ancient God's heavenly sword aura has 9 levels. If Jing Yan could not even break through the first level, how could he break through the next 8 levels? The moment Sky Sword titled Ancient God said this, everyone, including Feng Wuchen, was shocked. How terrifying was the 9th level of heavenly sword aura? Probably only a red titled Ancient God could break through it. Humph. Challenging martial uncle Sky Sword is simply courting death. Ancient God Xian Yu sneered disdainfully. Jing Yan, martial uncle Sky Sword is stronger than you think. Ancient God Xian Hao sneered proudly. He can resolve Jing Yan's titled Ancient God power with just his heavenly sword aura. What great power! Fan Tianji and the others gasped in shock. Jing Yan's expression was grave. He had no confidence in defeating such a powerful opponent. I'll let you see the power of a titled Ancient God. 50% of my power. Sky Sword titled Ancient God said coldly. He looked at Jing Yan as if he was looking at an ant. As he spoke, Sky Sword titled Ancient God formed sword fingers and pointed at Cleansing Flame titled Ancient God. Suddenly, an extremely violent energy sword shot out at a terrifying speed. That barrier has appeared again. Feng Wuchen suddenly frowned as he sensed the weak aura of the barrier. This person seems to be intentionally sealing the aura of the ancient immortal world. He is definitely not worried about the ancient immortal world being destroyed. What is he trying to do? Feng Wuchen guessed. What? Jing Yan's expression changed. He immediately used his ice sword to block. Moreover, it was an instinctive reaction. Boom! Buzz buzz! When the violent energy swords collided, the titled Ancient God Jing Yan was once again sent flying. He was completely powerless to resist. What great power! Jing Yan was shocked. His blood churned violently, and he spat out blood. The ferocious power of Tianjian titled Ancient God could crush Jing Yan. This person's attainments in the Tao of the Sword are extremely high. Unfortunately, he's too arrogant. It's difficult for him to comprehend a higher level of the Tao of the Sword, Feng Wuchen thought. The disparity in strength is too great. Xiao's expression was grave as he said worriedly, Tianjian titled Ancient God's abilities are far above Jing Yan titled Ancient God's. Ancient Immortal Sovereign Xianxia nodded slightly. His old face was filled with worry as he said, "This person hasn't used his full strength yet. Just 50% of his strength is enough to suppress a titled ancient god." They were not on the same level at all. "If you have any abilities, feel free to use them," the Heaven Sword titled ancient god said arrogantly, not taking Jingyan seriously at all. As expected of the Sky Sword Profound Sex Sword Dao Genius. He is indeed powerful. Jingyan gave a cold grin, then waved his hand. Following his move, a Pangu sword appeared around him. Added with the ice sword in his hand, he now had 5 swords in total. Buzz. Jingyan's battle prowess soared crazily once again. His aura swept out violently, as if it could topple mountains and overturn seas. All 5 of his swords are 7-star Pangu swords. Jingyan's foundation is not weak. His battle prowess has improved greatly. Feng Wuchen was slightly surprised. "Oh? 7-star Pangu swords? So many Pangu swords. It seems that you have some attainments in the Tao of the sword. Your battle prowess has improved greatly." Heaven Sword was slightly surprised. "Tai sword formation." Jingyan shouted coldly. Immediately, the 4 Pangu swords erupted with an extremely strong power, condensing into a several zhang-wide formation under Jingyan's feet. The sword formation was extremely powerful. It provided endless power to Jingyan's ice swords. Tai Ice Sword. When the ice sword's power reached its peak, Jingyan roared and swung his sword. Swish. Buzz. A million zhanglong ice sword broke through the air. In an instant, the entire void was frozen by the violent and terrifying ice power. The scene was magnificent and incomparably beautiful. The power of this sword was beyond imagination. "Is this your strongest trump card?" Heaven Sword asked coldly. His expression didn't change at all because of this sword. "Heavenly Sword Aura Shield." Heaven Sword titled ancient god shouted coldly. White energy gathered once again, and this time, it was even stronger than before. Boom. Puff. Buzz. The enormous and terrifying energy of the ice sword mercilessly collided with Heaven Sword's energy shield. Boom. Jingyan spat out a mouthful of blood. The space shook violently, and countless glaciers fell. "How is this possible? My sword couldn't break his energy shield." Jingyan was greatly shocked. His face was filled with disbelief. Not only couldn't he break it, but he was also injured by the violent Heavenly Sword Aura Shield. "Your power is indeed much stronger. Unfortunately, you can't break my 6th-level Heavenly Sword Aura Shield." Heaven Sword titled ancient god said coldly. The violent and terrifying Heavenly Sword Aura Shield wasn't damaged at all. It wasn't weakened at all. Heavenly Sword Aura Shield has increased by several times. This is troublesome. With Jingyan's strength, he can't do anything to him. Feng Wuchen frowned. He was worried. Jingyan had used all his strength in the previous attack, but he couldn't break Heaven Sword titled ancient god's 6th-level Heavenly Sword Aura Shield. Heaven Sword titled ancient god's Heavenly Sword Aura Shield is very powerful. Jingyan's attack couldn't even shake it. Xianming Tiger said with a face full of fear. The Dragon Soul members were extremely nervous and worried. Jingyan is no match for Heaven Sword titled ancient god. It looks like the final victory belongs to us. Sure, Xianming smiled. He could finally relax. Once Jingyan dies, it will be time for us to destroy Dragon Soul. Mo Tianjun said coldly. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. "Martial uncle, kill him." Xian Hao titled ancient god said fiercely. Heaven Sword looked at Jingyan coldly and said, "You are beside a titled ancient god from the Pangu realm. You are actually working for a cultivator from the ancient immortal world. You are damaging the reputation of a titled ancient god. You are seeking your own death by bullying a member of the Heaven Sword mysterious sect. I, a titled ancient god, will kill you today." Buzz. Buzz, as he spoke, the Sky Sword titled ancient god's sword fingers moved. An extremely violent energy sword instantly condensed in the void. The space of the ancient immortal world shook violently. Even the mysterious boundary started to shake. Heaven Sword titled ancient god's strength has indeed reached the level of a red titled ancient god. Jingyan looked at the terrifying energy sword in the void in shock. You should be proud of yourself for daring to challenge a titled ancient god. Give me your life. Heaven Sword titled ancient god said arrogantly. He suddenly waved his sword fingers. The extremely terrifying and unstoppable energy sword charged toward Jing Yan with the power to destroy heaven and earth. Swish, buzz. Buzz, extremely violent energy shot out, bringing with it an ear-piercing sonic boom. The bodies of Feng Wuchen and the others who were watching the battle shook violently. Humph. Martial Uncle Sky Sword is enough to kill him. Ancient God Xianyu sneered smugly. Xian Hao titled ancient god sneered mockingly. Jing Yan titled ancient god, rest in peace. Remember not to provoke the Sky Sword mysterious sect in your next life. Jing Yan titled ancient god will definitely die. Yi Mo smiled smugly. The power of this sword is definitely not something Jing Yan titled ancient god can block, Shi Xianming said with a smile. Devil Nightmare Old Ancestor glanced at Feng Wuchen and frowned. This kid's eyes don't show any panic or worry. Could it be that he still hasn't given up? On the other hand, Jian Chou, Qiu Tian, and the others on Dragon Soul's side were extremely anxious and panicked. I can't block this sword. Looks like I'm really going to die in the ancient immortal world. Jing Yan titled ancient god frowned. He had not felt such a strong sense of danger for many years. Feng Wuchen, this ancient god has already done his best. Jing Yan transmitted. You're not going to resist? Where did your momentum go? Seeing that Jing Yan did not move, Sky Sword titled ancient god sneered and asked arrogantly. Challenging this titled ancient god, this is, however, before Sky Sword could finish, he was interrupted by Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen said expressionlessly, you talk a lot of nonsense. Feng Wuchen's sudden words stunned Sky Sword titled ancient god and the others. Did he not know the terrifying strength of a purple titled ancient god? Feng Wuchen actually dared to speak to Sky Sword titled ancient god like that. Did he not want to live anymore? Feng Wuchen. You've got guts. How dare you be rude to martial Uncle Sky Sword? Xian Hao titled ancient god shouted angrily. His fierce eyes were like a tiger staring at a rabbit. Feng Wuchen. You must be tired of living. Mo Qianxiao also shouted angrily. Is Feng Wuchen crazy? The titled ancient god Jing Yan will definitely die, but he still dares to be so arrogant. Shi Tianfeng looked at Feng Wuchen as if he was looking at an idiot. This brat actually dares to insult Sky Sword titled ancient god. Fen Tianji looked at Feng Wuchen in disbelief. Facing such a terrifying Sky Sword titled ancient god, who wouldn't be afraid? Who wouldn't want to hide as far away as possible? However, Feng Wuchen had spoken rudely and insulted Tianjian, a titled ancient god. His guts were simply too great. Brat, do you know who you are talking to? Sky Sword titled ancient god asked coldly, his eyes filled with anger. Even when Jing Yan bullied ancient god Xianyu and the others, Sky Sword titled ancient god wasn't so angry. As powerful titled ancient gods, they could not tolerate being disrespected by the weak, let alone being insulted. He is your martial uncle, not mine. Moreover, he does talk a lot of nonsense. Feng Wuchen didn't even look at him. His figure transformed continuously and he charged toward Jing Yan. Who you are has nothing to do with me. My mouth is mine. I can say whatever I want. You can't control me. Feng Wuchen replied coldly without any fear. Preposterous. How dare you look down on me? Sky Sword titled ancient god flew into a rage and a monstrous murderous aura burst forth. Just as Sky Sword titled ancient god and the others were enraged, Feng Wuchen had already transformed and appeared in front of Jing Yan titled ancient god. It was as though he wanted to personally block the terrifying energy sword of Sky Sword titled ancient god. Oh? The mysterious man in the dark looked at Feng Wuchen in surprise and asked curiously, what is this brat trying to do? Does he really think he can block the power of Sky Sword? It wasn't just the mysterious man. Sky Sword titled ancient god, Xian Hao titled ancient god, Jian Chou, and the other Dragon Soul titled ancient gods were all stunned. Feng Wuchen was indeed very powerful. However, it was impossible for him to be strong enough to block the power of Sky Sword titled ancient god. Feng Wuchen. The titled ancient god Jing Yan turned pale with fright. Don't worry, Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and extended his palm. An extremely domineering sword essence burst forth. What? Sky Sword titled Ancient God's expression changed drastically. He said in shock, "This sword essence." In the next second, a scene that terrified everyone appeared. Feng Wuchen's extended palm condensed an extremely domineering sword essence and formed a huge sword essence whirlpool. He was actually absorbing the energy sword of Sky Sword titled Ancient God. Impossible. Sky Sword titled Ancient God's expression changed again. He was scared out of his wits. How is this possible? He's actually absorbing Master Uncle Sky Sword's power. Xianxia titled Ancient God was dumbfounded. His old face was petrified. How can Feng Wuchen withstand the power of a titled Ancient God? Is he tired of living? Devil Nightmare Patriarch and the others widened their eyes, their hearts trembling. What's going on? Xiao Tian and the others were dumbfounded. They couldn't believe their eyes. My lord has such a terrifying remarkable power? He can even absorb the power of a titled Ancient God. Jianzhou trembled violently as if he had seen a ghost. Lord Feng can withstand such a huge power. Xiangyao and Ancient Immortal Venerable Yanshen were stunned. They racked their brains but couldn't understand what was going on. This scene was unimaginable to them. They couldn't understand it. Feng Wuchen is absorbing Sky Sword titled Ancient God's power. Jing Yan titled Ancient God was dumbfounded. To think that such a thing could happen. I've lived for millions of years, and this is the first time I've seen something like this. The mysterious person in the dark was also shocked. That was a purple titled Ancient God, and a peak existence at that. Feng Wuchen was just a mere Panga realm cultivator. How could he withstand such power? Feng Wuchen, who was madly absorbing the energy sword's power, was expressionless. Instead, a disdainful sneer appeared on his face. In a short while, Sky Sword titled Ancient God's energy sword was completely absorbed by Feng Wuchen. Sword will absorption. Sky Sword titled Ancient God was shocked. It can't be wrong. Sword will absorption. Sword intent manifestation realm. He transformed this titled Ancient God's energy sword into sword will. He's comprehended the highest level of the sword path. He can transform his opponent's sword path into sword will at will. What? Transform into sword will? How's that possible? Such a terrifying power. Can Feng Wuchen transform it into sword will? What a joke. Even monsters can't do that, right? How can a body from the ancient immortal world withstand the power of a titled Ancient God from Panga realm? Xianhao titled Ancient God and the others exclaimed in shock and fear. Feng Wuchen sneered. Looks like your attainments in the sword path are higher than I thought. You know how to absorb sword will. That's impossible. People from the ancient immortal world can't comprehend sword will transformation. Even the great emperors of Panga realm can't comprehend it after cultivating for millions or even tens of millions of years. How can you comprehend it? Sky Sword titled Ancient God said in shock. He couldn't believe it. This strike shouldn't be your full strength, but it seems like you'll have to expend a lot of energy to block it. Feng Wuchen sneered. He suddenly bent his hand, and the sword will vortex appeared again. The energy sword that he had absorbed suddenly shot out. End of chapter. This is Heaven Sword titled Ancient God's energy sword. How is this possible? Wasn't this power absorbed by his sword intent? How can he still counterattack? This is redirecting the attack? How can he counterattack the power of a purple-colored titled Ancient God? When did Lord cultivate such a terrifying divine power? I've seen people redirecting the opponent's attack before, but redirecting the power of a purple-colored titled Ancient God? How is this possible? Seeing Heaven Sword titled Ancient God's energy sword shoot out, Dragon Soul, Devil Nightmare Patriarch, and the others' eyes almost fell out of their sockets. What's going on? Martial Uncle's attack was redirected by him. Ancient God Xianyu's face was filled with shock and confusion. How can a mere cultivator from the ancient immortal world do such a thing? Ancient God Xianhao was dumbfounded. The titled Ancient God Jing Yan stared at Feng Wuchen with his eyes wide open. He couldn't say anything. Absorbing the sword intent and redirecting this titled Ancient God's energy sword? Why haven't I heard of this before? Heaven Sword titled Ancient God was also dumbfounded. He had never heard of this before. He felt that all his years of living had been wasted. After being dumbfounded for a moment, Tian's sword titled Ancient God suddenly came back to his senses. His face turned gloomy and he formed a sword finger. Immediately, an even more frightening energy sword shot out. Rumble. Buzz buzz. The two energy swords collided and exploded. Immeasurable energy ripples swept out, and the space of the ancient immortal world shook violently again. Lad, I'll only help you this once. You'll have to figure out the rest yourself. I've said before that I won't interfere in the affairs of the ancient immortal world, the Chaos Mysterious Fire Beast said. Chaos Mysterious Fire Beast, are you kidding? Since you've already helped, why not help me all the way? This guy is a titled ancient god from Pengu world. The cultivators of the ancient immortal world can't deal with him. Besides, you've been in my mental space for so long. You can't just stay there for nothing, right? Feng Wuchen transmitted his voice helplessly. It was obvious that it was not Feng Wuchen's own power that allowed him to absorb the heaven sword titled Ancient God's power. Instead, it was the primal chaos mysterious fire beast that helped him in secret. With Feng Wuchen's abilities alone, no matter how powerful his sword principal domain was, it was impossible for him to absorb the power of a purple titled Ancient God, let alone divert this terrifying power to attack. I'm helping you because the situation is special, and I've already made an exception to stay in your spiritual space. I've already given you a stream of pure energy to improve your cultivation, so we're even now. Now you have enough time to think of a way, and I won't interfere anymore. The chaotic mysterious fire beast said ruthlessly. Chaotic Xian fire beasts and purple titled ancient gods are terrifyingly powerful. Even Jing Yan is no match for them. Titled ancient god soul fighting is probably being hunted down by titled ancient gods from Panga Field. What can I do? Feng Wuchen shouted. If the primal chaos mysterious fire beast did not help at this time, where would Feng Wuchen go to find helpers? The chaos mysterious fire beast did not respond. Primal chaos mystical fire beast. Feng Wuchen shouted. The primal chaos mysterious fire beast still did not respond. Feng Wuchen felt extremely helpless, and secretly cursed the primal chaos mysterious fire beast 500 times. If the primal chaos mysterious fire beast did not help, only titled ancient god soul fighting could resolve the crisis. I don't know how titled ancient god soul fighting is doing now. Forget it, Panga Field might be alarmed anyway. I can't care so much, Feng Wuchen thought to himself, and was considering whether to summon titled ancient god soul fighting. Brat, you can divert the power of a titled ancient god. You're really something, titled ancient god Sky Sword said fiercely, and once again condensed a terrifying power. Feeling the destructive power of titled ancient god Sky Sword, Feng Wuchen frowned and thought to himself, there's no other way. Even if the experts from Panga Field are alarmed, I have to solve the problem in front of me first. This arrogant bastard makes me very unhappy. Thinking of this, Feng Wuchen took out an ancient god ring, but it was not the ring of titled ancient god soul fighting. If one looked closely, one would be able to see that the ancient god ring in Feng Wuchen's hand was a red ancient god ring. Since the primal chaos mysterious fire beast did not help, Feng Wuchen could only summon titled ancient gods. That's red. Xianxiao's eyes widened instantly. My lord wants to summon a red titled ancient god. Qiu Tian also saw the red ancient god ring in Feng Wuchen's hand, and an intense feeling of happiness instantly surged out. A red ancient god ring. Ancient immortal venerable Yan Chen, Qionyou, and the others also noticed it. Titled ancient god Sky Sword was merely a purple titled ancient god. A red titled ancient god could teach him a lesson in a matter of minutes. Seeing the red ancient god ring in Feng Wuchen's hand, Dragon Soul's group was instantly relieved, and their eyes were filled with anticipation. Titled ancient god Sky Sword raised his hand slightly and pointed his index finger at Feng Wuchen. He said fiercely, I'd like to see if you can divert an attack that isn't a sword principle. Swish. Buzz, buzz. The moment he finished speaking, a terrifying green energy pillar as thick as an arm shot toward him like a green shooting star. Its speed was astonishing, and its attack was violent and unstoppable. Once I'm done with this problem, I'll immediately chase this wild cat away. Feng Wuchen was furious. He immediately activated his bloodline power and channeled it into the ancient god ring. Primal Chaos Mysterious Fire Beast. However, just as Feng Wuchen was about to summon it, a dignified voice suddenly came from the void. Titled Ancient God Sky Sword, please stop for now. The dignified and unquestionable voice rang out. This is that fellow's voice. Feng Wuchen was shocked and immediately retracted his power. Titled Ancient God Xuechan. Titled Ancient God Sky Sword frowned slightly. He knew who it was from the voice. In the void, a blood-red light appeared, and an unparalleled aura swept out. It was far above titled Ancient God Sky Sword. It was Ancient God Xuechan. Xuechan is getting stronger and stronger, titled Ancient God Sky Sword thought to himself. He felt immense pressure from Xuechan's aura. Titled Ancient God Xuechan. Titled Ancient God Xianxia's eyes widened. This person's aura is even more terrifying than Master's martial uncle. This person's cultivation must be a red-colored titled Ancient God. Nightmare Old Ancestor was terrified. An extremely terrifying aura. His appearance has dispersed the spiritual power of the ancient immortal world. Fentianji was extremely terrified. It's really him. Why did he suddenly come? Did something happen to titled Ancient God Duhun? Feng Wuchen's expression turned grave. He's the person who appeared at the Emperor's Celestial Palace previously. The 10 experts killed by titled Ancient God Duhun should be one of them. Qiu Tian frowned and said gravely. He could not help but worry. Could it be this person who helped Fentianji and the rest to increase their cultivation? He's finally willing to show himself. Jianzhou frowned and guessed as he stared at titled Ancient God Xuechan. Qianyo also sized Xuechan up gravely and said with a frown, most likely. Other than them, Lord Feng should not have provoked any other experts from the Panga realm. End of chapter. Why did Xuechan come to the ancient immortal world? Could it be that he discovered something? The mysterious man in the dark had an ugly expression on his face. Sky Sword titled Ancient God glanced at Xuechan titled Ancient God and asked, Ancient God Xuechan, why did you come to the ancient immortal world? Do you want to help this kid? Everyone's gaze fell on Xuechan titled Ancient God. This ancient God only wants to clarify one thing. I won't interfere in your matters, Ancient God Blood Cicada said indifferently. His figure immediately floated toward Feng Wuchen. Primal Chaos Mystical Fire Beast, this fellow is coming for you. Do as you see fit. Since you aren't willing to help, I don't care so much. Anyway, I won't die. Feng Wuchen transmitted his voice. Chaos Xian Fire Beast. Seeing Xuechan titled Ancient God floating toward Feng Wuchen, Qiu Tian and the others became alert. Make one thing clear? Sky Sword titled Ancient God frowned and thought, cultivators from the ancient immortal world shouldn't have alerted Xuechan. But for him to come here personally, it's not simple. Looking at Feng Wuchen, Sky Sword titled Ancient God thought, this kid can comprehend sword essence manifestation and I heard from Xian how that he has many powerful Panga tactics. Looks like his identity isn't simple. Maybe he isn't from the ancient immortal world. Seeing Xuechan floating over, Feng Wuchen smiled and said, Lord titled Ancient God, we meet again. Xuechan titled Ancient God smiled and a transparent barrier covered the two of them. Xuechan asked, Little brother, how have you been? Did the power that escaped to the Panga world return to your body? To be honest, I don't know. My cultivation is too weak. I didn't sense it coming back. But I didn't sense it during this time. I didn't even sense it when I was in trouble, Feng Wuchen replied. Then can this ancient god take a look? Don't worry, I won't hurt you, Xuechan titled Ancient God asked. Feng Wuchen thought about it and nodded, okay. The enchantment blocked their conversation, and the people outside couldn't hear anything at all. Xuechan titled Ancient God slowly placed his hand on Feng Wuchen's shoulder. A tyrannical divine power entered Feng Wuchen's body. What is he doing? Heaven Sword titled Ancient God asked with a frown. Uncle Master, they seem to know each other, Xianhao titled Ancient God said in a low voice. As long as Xuechan does not interfere, so what if we know each other? Sky Sword titled Ancient God said coldly. Even if Xuechan interfered, Sky Sword would not let the matter rest. 8 barren heavenly eyes. The mysterious man in the dark shouted in a low voice, his eyes instantly glowing with a purple light. The purple eye instantly pierced through the barrier and checked the condition of Feng Wuchen's body. In the eyes of the mysterious man, he could see a surge of energy moving about in Feng Wuchen's body. Clearly, he was investigating something. Xuechan really did discover something, but why is there no trace of that power in this boy's body? Xuechan also did not discover anything. This is impossible. That mysterious power is definitely in this boy's body. Why can't I discover it? The mysterious man was puzzled. Even with the 8 barren heavenly eyes, he could not see anything. After a while, Xuechan titled Ancient God slowly withdrew his hand and said indifferently, "Little brother, don't worry. That power did not return to your body. He can't detect it?" It seems that he did not discover any other power in my body. Chaotic Xian fire beasts are really something. Feng Wuchen was secretly relieved. He smiled and said, "Since it did not return, I am relieved." "Alright, that power did not return to your body. This ancient god will leave first," Xuechan titled Ancient God said with a faint smile and removed the barrier. "Lord titled Ancient God, you are all experts of the Panga realm. Can you help me?" Feng Wuchen asked with a faint smile. Xuechan titled Ancient God smiled faintly and said, "This ancient god never interferes with anyone's business. This ancient god still has important matters to attend to. Little brother, take care." With that, Xuechan titled Ancient God floated away, ignoring Sky Sword titled Ancient God and the others. "Ancient God Xuechan, how do you know someone from the ancient immortal world? Who is he?" Sky Sword titled Ancient God asked curiously. "This ancient god does not know this person. Whatever ancient god Sky Sword wants to do, this ancient god will not interfere," Xuechan said indifferently. Then, he transformed into a mist of blood and disappeared. Xuechan titled Ancient God's words seemed to imply that he wanted Sky Sword to kill Feng Wuchen. "Xuechan, how dare you look down on this titled Ancient God?" Sky Sword was furious, but he did not dare to make things difficult for Xuechan. Ancient God Xuechan's power was definitely not something that Sky Sword titled Ancient God could match. How heartless, Feng Wuchen sneered in his heart. Of course, Feng Wuchen did not expect Xuechan to help him. He was just asking casually. "Chaotic Xian Fire Beast, where did you hide your power?" Feng Wuchen asked through voice transmission. He was very curious. "In your spiritual space, I just used a little illusion to deceive him." The chaotic mysterious fire beast laughed complacently. With chaotic Xian fire beast's ability, it was easy to deceive Xuechan. Just as Xuechan titled Ancient God was about to return to Pangu world, a majestic voice suddenly entered his mind. "This is..." Ancient God Xuechan's expression changed. Before he could react, he was suddenly sucked away by an irresistible force. When Ancient God Xuechan appeared again, he was already in the dimensional space. Dimensional space? Ancient God Xuechan was stunned. Then, he quickly reacted and cupped his fists respectfully. Xuechan greets young Master Di Tian. Why is young Master Di Tian in the dimensional space? Xuechan titled Ancient God was puzzled. For Xuechan titled Ancient God to respectfully address him as young master, it could be seen that young Master Di Tian's identity was very terrifying. It was because of young Master Di Tian's terrifying identity that Xuechan was curious about why he was here. A figure appeared. It was that mysterious person. The mysterious person was young Master Di Tian. "Xuechan, what are you doing in the ancient immortal world?" Young Master Di Tian asked curiously. "I was bored and wanted to take a look at other worlds. However, I accidentally found you in the ancient immortal world. Do you know that lad?" Young Master Di Tian, I was ordered to do something in the ancient immortal world. "I don't know him," Xuechan replied respectfully. "Ordered?" Young Master Di Tian frowned slightly and asked, "Xuechan titled Ancient God came personally, and you were ordered to do something. What is it? Can you tell me?" This. Xuechan was in a dilemma. "Why? You can't even tell me?" Young Master Di Tian asked with a smile. Xuechan was shocked. He hurriedly said respectfully, "I don't dare. This is related to a mysterious force. This mysterious force angered Demon Soul Sovereign and humiliated Grand Elder. Dozens of titled ancient gods in Pangu world couldn't do anything about it. Later on, it disappeared. That's why I came back to investigate. However, it's not on this person. Oh? So powerful? Young Master Di Tian pretended to be surprised. He thought to himself, as expected, he came for that mysterious force. Why didn't you tell the great emperor about such a big matter? Young Master Di Tian asked. If the great emperor of the Pengu world were to help, it would be much easier. Young Master Di Tian was obviously trying to get information out of him. Xuechan replied respectfully. Demon Soul Sovereign handed this matter to the Great Elder. Now that the Great Elder was unable to capture it and was even humiliated, the Great Elder was extremely furious. In order not to disappoint Demon Soul Sovereign, the Great Elder did not tell the Great Emperor about this matter. That mysterious power should be hiding somewhere in the Pengu world. I see. Young Master Di Tian nodded slightly and then said with an uninterested look, then you guys can slowly investigate. The ancient immortal world is too weak. I will leave first. With that, young Master Di Tian flew up and left. At the same time, he thought to himself, if that's the case, other than the Great Elder, the Great Emperors of the 35th and 36th heaven don't know about the existence of this mysterious power. That old man was humiliated, and before he captured this power, he would definitely not tell the Great Emperor about it. This mysterious power must be in Feng Wuchen's body. Even my 8-baron sky I could not find it. It seems that it has hidden itself. Xuechan did not find the mysterious power in Feng Wuchen's body and will definitely not come to the ancient immortal world in the future. This mysterious power seems to be stronger than I thought. Otherwise, it would not have angered that old bastard Demon Soul Sovereign. Thinking of this, young Master Di Tian was even more curious about the mysterious power in Feng Wuchen's body and wanted to obtain it as soon as possible. Looking at the direction young Master Di Tian left, Xuechan heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, he frowned and thought to himself, was it really an accident that young Master Di Tian appeared in the ancient immortal world's dimension space? Just now, other than Tianjian, there was another titled Ancient God. An ancient immortal world cultivator could not possibly have the help of a titled ancient god. To be able to make Tianjian come personally, this child is not simple. Forget it. Time is tight. Let's find the whereabouts of the mysterious power as soon as possible. With that, Xuechan titled Ancient God disappeared. In comparison, the mysterious power was more important. Since Feng Wuchen did not have the mysterious power, Xuechan titled Ancient God did not need to stay and care about other things. After Xuechan left, young Master Di Tian's figure appeared once again with a smile on his face. This mysterious power can only fall into my hands. No one else can touch it. Young Master Di Tian grinned coldly. He was determined to obtain Feng Wuchen's mysterious power. Young Lord Di Tian was also filled with confidence in himself. Young Master Di Tian waved his hand lightly and a light screen appeared out of nowhere. The figures of Feng Wuchen and Tianjian titled Ancient God appeared in the light screen. On a celestial mountain in Pengu world, Xuechan titled Ancient God was also looking at the light screen. On the light screen, young Master Di Tian was actually using the light screen to look at Feng Wuchen. It seems that young Master Di Tian is also interested in that mysterious power, and he did not pass by the ancient immortal world unintentionally. Since that is the case, I will make use of young Master Di Tian to search for this mysterious power in the ancient immortal world, Ancient God Blood Zen thought to himself. Then, he waved his hand gently and removed the light screen. After Ancient God Blood Zen left, Tianjian titled Ancient God had already gathered his terrifying power again and was planning to kill Feng Wuchen. Before you take action, I can tell you clearly that once I take action, you will have no chance. Feng Wuchen said coldly as he stared at Tianjian titled Ancient God coldly. You are about to die, yet you still dare to boast shamelessly. If Xuechan had not interfered just now, your corpse would have turned cold. Tianjian titled Ancient God shouted angrily and pointed across the space. Swish. Buzz buzz. A green energy that was as thick as an arm shot out and charged toward Feng Wuchen with a might that could pierce through heaven and earth. The attack was ferocious, and its power was beyond imagination. It could be said that it was suffocating. Feng Wuchen did not waste any more time and immediately activated his bloodline power and injected it into the red Ancient God Ring. The Ancient God Ring shone with a bloody light as if it had awakened. It started to emit a powerful aura that became more and more terrifying. We still don't know whose corpse will turn cold. Feng Wuchen grinned coldly. This is the Red Ancient God Ring. Tianjian titled Ancient God's expression changed drastically when he saw the Red Ancient God Ring in Feng Wuchen's hand. What? The Red Ancient God Ring? Xian Hao titled Ancient God and Xian Yu titled Ancient God were instantly scared out of their wits. He can summon even more powerful titled Ancient Gods? Nightmare Old Ancestor and the others were scared out of their wits once again. Their little hearts could not take it anymore. Who is Feng Wuchen? How can he summon titled Ancient Gods? What did Ancient God Blood Zen say to him just now? Sure, Tianfeng was dumbfounded. Could Ancient God Blood Zen have given this Red Ancient God Ring to him? Yi Mo said in extreme fear. His mentality had completely collapsed. To them, the appearance of the Red Ancient God Ring was undoubtedly a sign of death. This Feng Wuchen is indeed not simple. He actually has a Red Ancient God Ring. Who exactly is he? Young Master Di Tian was both shocked and curious. Tianjian titled Ancient God, don't bully me. Feng Wuchen sneered. Humph. Don't even think about summoning. Tianjian titled Ancient God shouted angrily. Then, he formed a seal with one hand and condensed a terrifying power. The void beneath Feng Wuchen's feet instantly formed a formation. The formation's power crazily suppressed Feng Wuchen's power. Not good. My power is being suppressed. Feng Wuchen's expression changed drastically. It's over. My power is being cut off. Jing Yan titled Ancient God was shocked. He immediately used all his power to try and break the formation, but it was to no avail. Ancient God Cleansing Flame, you can't even break through the 7th level of this titled Ancient God's Heavenly Sword Astral Sword. How dare you dream of breaking the Pengu art? Sky Sword titled Ancient God said in disdain. He didn't take Cleansing Flame seriously. Feng Wuchen's bloodline power was being suppressed. In the end, he was unable to channel his bloodline power into the Ancient God Ring. Oh no! My lord's power is being sealed. Qiu Tian's expression changed drastically. My lord is in danger. Yanhu was extremely anxious. Xiangyao said in a panic, it's too late. This bastard. Jianchou cursed angrily. He was about to explode. At the crucial moment, Feng Wuchen's power was being sealed by Tianjian. This caused the Dragon Soul members to be extremely anxious. With your strength, you want to summon a helper in front of a titled Ancient God? Wishful thinking. Tianjian Chonyao said fiercely. Feng Wuchen's power was being sealed, and he could not summon anything. Meanwhile, Tianjian Chonyao's terrifying power was already closing in on Feng Wuchen. Once he was hit, Feng Wuchen would definitely die. The mysterious power should be appearing soon. Young Master Di Tian said with a smile. His expression was filled with anticipation. Boom, buzz. Buzz, the terrifying green lightning mercilessly struck the immobile Feng Wuchen. With a loud explosion, the terrifying power engulfed Feng Wuchen. My lord. Lord Feng. The Dragon Soul members all began to shout in panic, their hearts beating wildly. Martial uncle, this brat has an undying body. Ancient God Xian Yu hurriedly shouted. Immortal body? Sky Sword titled Ancient God frowned, feeling extremely shocked. He had been in Pengu world for so many years, but he had never met anyone with an immortal body. Yet, he had met one in the ancient immortal world. Lord Sky Sword titled Ancient God, while Feng Wuchen is heavily injured, you used a powerful force to control him. He won't be able to recover, Nightmare Ancestor quickly said. Heavily injured? Sky Sword titled Ancient God frowned and said coldly, do you think this lad can withstand the power of a titled Ancient God? No, no, no. That's not what I meant. Nightmare Ancestor was so frightened that he shook his head repeatedly, cold sweat pouring down his back. Although he was Ancient God Xian Yu's disciple, if he angered Sky Sword titled Ancient God, the consequences were not something he could bear. With the power of Martial Uncle's sword, Feng Wuchen won't be able to withstand it. The only thing waiting for him is to turn into ashes. Do you think he can revive after turning into ashes? Xian Hao titled Ancient God sneered. Master, don't underestimate the immortal body. Back then, when I fought with Xianxia and the others, I also killed them. However, they can still revive. Nightmare Ancestor immediately sent a message to ancient god Xianyu. Ancient god Xianyu frowned slightly but did not speak. He did not dare to question Sky Sword titled Ancient God. Sky Sword titled Ancient God said confidently, how can the immortal body of the ancient immortal world withstand the power of a titled Ancient God? The so-called immortal body cannot withstand a single blow in the face of absolute power. Unimaginable energy ripples covered heaven and earth. No one knew what was happening to Feng Wuchen. Even Jing Yan, a titled Ancient God, could not escape from the terrifying energy ripples. Father. Feng Wuchen is dead? Shi Tianfeng asked in a low voice. His pale face was filled with fear, and he was out of breath. Feng Wuchen has an immortal body, but I don't know if he can withstand the power of Sky Sword titled Ancient God. Shi Xianming shook his head in a daze, not daring to come to a conclusion. Feng Wuchen's immortal body shouldn't be able to withstand the power of Panga Realm, Fen Tianji said, trying to suppress his fear, but he wasn't completely sure. Tian Sword titled Ancient God has such terrifying power. Even if Feng Wuchen has an immortal body, he might not be able to withstand such power, Zhuge Qinghui guessed. They didn't know how powerful the immortal body was. They also did not know that the terrifying power of Tianjian titled Ancient God could destroy the undying body. Can the High Lord withstand such a terrifying power? I can't sense the Honorable Lord's aura. Could it be that the Honorable Lord is hiding his aura? Yanhu's face was filled with fear as he asked, his body trembling uncontrollably. Supreme Commander, how is the Supreme Lord? Qiu Tian asked anxiously. Jianchao's expression was grave. He shook his head and said, I don't know either. I can't sense it with my bloodline power. We can only trust the High Lord now. The High Lord will definitely be fine, Yiqingyu said firmly. That's right. The High Lord is blessed by the heavens. He will definitely be fine, Bingwu said with a trembling voice. Her beautiful eyes were filled with tears and her beautiful face was extremely pale. Feng Wuchen, you must be safe. You must not die. Bingwu prayed in her heart as sparkling tears rolled down her cheeks. Dragon Soul and the others were extremely worried and panicked. Feng Wuchen's life and death were related to their survival. Time slowly passed. The terrifying energy ripples also gradually dissipated. The tremors in space also gradually calmed down. I sensed it. The High Lord's bloodline. The High Lord is still alive. Jianchou suddenly exclaimed in joy. In that instant, Jianchou felt as if he had returned from hell to heaven. The High Lord is still alive. That's great. Qiu Tian and the others were overjoyed. They cheered crazily venting the depression and worry in their hearts. Jing Yan titled Ancient God is also alive. Chu Shitian laughed excitedly. Bingwu cried tears of joy. I knew the High Lord was still alive. That's great. That's really great. High Lord. High Lord. Dragon Soul and Rakshasa Supremacy roared excitedly. Their loud and clear voices shook the heavens and earth as they soared into the clouds. Surging auras burst out, shocking everyone's souls. Being alive meant that there was still hope. Feng Wuchen is still alive. And that titled Ancient God is still alive. His aura has not weakened at all. How is this possible? Even the power of a purple titled Ancient God is unable to destroy the undying body? Who is this Feng Wuchen? How can he withstand such terrifying power? Fen Tianji and the others were extremely dumbfounded. Their expressions were lifeless, as if they had been petrified. He is indeed still alive. Nightmare Old Ancestor frowned deeply, feeling extremely helpless. Even Martial Uncle's power is unable to kill him? Xian Hao titled Ancient God's face was filled with shock. How is this possible? How can he survive under the power of a titled Ancient God? Sky Sword titled Ancient God's face was filled with disbelief. At the same time, he felt his face burning. Sky Sword titled Ancient God, you seem to be very disappointed. Feng Wuchen's faint laughter could be heard from within the gradually dissipating energy ripples. Feng Wuchen's faint laughter was filled with confidence. Didn't you just say that my undying body is unable to withstand your power? Didn't you say that in the face of absolute power, the undying body is unable to withstand a single blow? Feng Wuchen's mocking laughter could be heard. Sky Sword titled Ancient God's face twitched violently, and he looked extremely ferocious. A gust of wind whistled past, dispersing the weakened energy ripples. 3 figures appeared in everyone's line of sight. Feng Wuchen, Jing Yan titled Ancient God, and an unfamiliar yet extremely beautiful woman in red. The woman in red was breathtakingly beautiful, and her figure was voluptuous. It was as if she had a mysterious charm that deeply attracted people. That kind of beautiful face was rarely seen in the world. The woman in red was expressionless, and she emitted a cold aura. She did not emit any aura, but she gave off a very powerful feeling. That feeling was very real. Who is she? Everyone's gaze undoubtedly fell on the woman in red. Wow! So beautiful. There's actually such a beautiful woman in the world. Bingwu was extremely envious. Yi Qingyu also could not believe it. She said, even I feel that she's very beautiful. She is indeed very beautiful, just like the Lord's wife. Chu Shitian's eyes were about to fall out of their sockets. If I can marry such a beautiful woman, even if I have to give up 50 years of my life, I'm willing. The Battle Emperor was also stunned, and he did not even blink. Just as everyone was staring at the red-clothed woman without restraint, a soul-stirring, bone-piercing chill instantly enveloped the entire space, scaring everyone out of their wits. She can't be a titled ancient god that Feng Wuchen summoned, right? Yi Mo suddenly exclaimed. What? A titled ancient god? How is that possible? Wasn't Feng Wuchen's power sealed? How can he summon her? She's a red titled ancient god? Everyone reacted, and they were all dumbfounded. Oh? He actually succeeded in summoning a titled ancient god, and it's a woman. This is the bloodline aura of the Ice Abyss god Luan. An extinct race actually has such a beautiful woman. Even in the Pangu world, it's rare to see one. Sky Sword is no match for a red-colored titled ancient god. I seem to have seen this cold beauty somewhere before. What's her name again? Young Master Di Tian looked at the red-cloaked woman in shock. He was also deeply attracted by her beautiful eyes, but he could not recall her name. The red-cloaked woman was beautiful, but she was as cold as ice. She gave people the feeling that they had arrived in a world of ice and snow. After guessing her identity, everyone felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. It was so cold that their souls trembled. I can't believe that such a beautiful woman is actually a terrifying red-colored titled ancient god. Everyone was shocked and frightened. It was hard to believe that such a young and beautiful woman was actually a red-colored titled ancient god. Martial uncle, who is she? Xianxia titled ancient god's face was filled with fear. Although he did not know the background of the red-clothed woman, he could guess that she was a titled ancient god. Although the red-clothed woman had concealed a terrifying aura, her powerful aura was terrifying. She looked young and beautiful, but she had experienced life and death situations that countless people had not experienced. She had killed countless experts. Otherwise, she would not have such a powerful aura. Sky Sword titled Ancient God's expression was extremely ugly. He stared coldly at the red-clothed woman as if he knew her. The red-clothed woman was the reason why Feng Wuchen and Jing Yan were unharmed. The red-clothed woman was the red-colored titled ancient god that Feng Wuchen had summoned. Seeing the ugly expression of Sky Sword titled ancient god, Feng Wuchen grinned and said, Sky Sword titled ancient god, do you recognize this person? Sky Sword titled ancient god ignored Feng Wuchen. He stared coldly at the red-clothed woman, his gaze never leaving her. Martial uncle, say something. What should we do now? Ancient God Xianxia said in a low voice. He was extremely anxious. Sky Sword titled ancient god was only a peak purple titled ancient god. Even if he had the strength of a red-colored titled ancient god, he had only just stepped into it. He was far from being a match for a true red-colored titled ancient god. When the red-clothed woman appeared, Tianjian titled ancient god instantly fell silent. After a long time, Tianjian titled ancient god finally said, Hongji. Hongji? Xianxia titled ancient god's face changed drastically, and he exclaimed in shock, Ice Annihilation Divine Luan. She is the daughter of Emperor Shen Luan. The daughter of Emperor Luan. Ancient god Xianyu was scared silly. Devil Nightmare Ancestor and the others saw the terrified expressions of ancient god Xianxia and ancient god Xianyu, and they were extremely terrified. They were all guessing Hong Ji's terrifying identity. Feng Wuchen grinned and said, "Looks like you two know each other." Glancing coldly at Feng Wuchen, Sky Sword titled Ancient God said coldly, "I didn't expect you to be able to summon Hong Ji titled Ancient God." Sky Sword titled Ancient God was actually curious about where Feng Wuchen had gotten the Ancient God thumb ring. After all, the Ice Annihilation Divine One race had been extinct for many years, and Feng Wuchen couldn't possibly have Hong Ji's Ancient God thumb ring. "You seem to be very afraid of Hong Ji titled Ancient God," Feng Wuchen sneered, a smug smile on his face. Sky Sword titled Ancient God narrowed his eyes and viciously said, "Brat, this titled Ancient God also has the strength of a red titled Ancient God. Hong Ji might not be able to save you." Feng Wuchen shrugged and casually said, "That's hard to say. Hong Ji, if you insist on interfering, the Sky Sword Profound Sect isn't afraid of you." Sky Sword titled Ancient God viciously said, his aura suddenly changing. Buzz. Buzz, Sky Sword titled Ancient God used all his strength, and an even more terrifying aura and power crazily erupted. Dazzling azure light covered the world, and terrifying shockwaves swept out without restraint. His terrifying fighting strength had already reached the peak of the purple titled Ancient God level. Sky Sword titled Ancient God reached out and grabbed at the air, and an exquisite longsword appeared in a flash. It was the 7-star Ancient Immortal Sword. Sky Sword titled Ancient God's fighting strength soared once again, and he instantly broke through the red titled Ancient God level. "Kill her." Feng Wuchen sneered. "Yes." Hong Ji expressionlessly replied, but her voice was filled with respect. Jing Yan titled Ancient God sneered, "Leave the other two to me. As a red titled Ancient God, you actually listen to a cultivator from the ancient immortal world. You are simply a disgrace to all titled Ancient Gods. The extinction of the Ice Annihilation Divine One has already made a descendant like you forget the glory and dignity of the Ice Annihilation Divine One in the past." Sky Sword titled Ancient God said coldly. Hong Ji didn't say anything, and her expression didn't change, but an unimaginably terrifying cold air swept out like a tsunami, and the space of the ancient immortal world instantly changed. In the blink of an eye, the ancient immortal world had become a vast world of ice and snow. Feng Wuchen looked at the changing world in shock, and he said in amazement, "Impressive, it turned into a world of ice and snow in an instant." Seeing this, the members of the Dragon Soul, Nightmare Ancestor, and the others were so shocked that they couldn't say a word. As expected of the descendant of the Ice Annihilation Divine One. Her ice element power is so domineering. Jing Yan titled Ancient God was shocked. "Hong Ji, your ice attribute power is indeed overbearing. However, it won't be that easy for you to break my level 9 titled Ancient God's Heavenly Dipper Sword." Sky Sword titled Ancient God said coldly. He was confident in his own abilities. Hong Ji glanced at Sky Sword titled Ancient God and said coldly, "Not long ago, I killed an old bastard called Lei Qianjue, and he also said that he was from the Sky Sword sect." "What?" Sky Sword titled Ancient God, Xianhao titled Ancient God, and Xianyu titled Ancient God were all shocked. Jing Yan titled Ancient God was shocked, and he said, "She killed Lei Qianjue? That old bastard is a gold titled Ancient God. Could it be? Grand Elder was killed." Sky Sword titled Ancient God was terrified, and a strong sense of unease rose in his heart. Tianjian titled Ancient God had already realized something. The moment Hong Ji spoke, she released a terrifying aura, and the terrifying ice aura became dozens of times stronger. Whoosh! Hong Ji's beautiful figure turned into a bolt of white lightning and shot out at a terrifying speed. Jing Yan titled Ancient God also shot out at the same time, and his terrifying aura locked onto Xianhao titled Ancient God and Xianyu titled Ancient God. Sword Chi Heavenly Shield. Sky Sword titled Ancient God was shocked, and he roared as he quickly formed 9 layers of Sword Chi Heavenly Shield. Hong Ji's beautiful figure appeared in front of Sky Sword titled Ancient God in an instant, and she reached out with a jade-like hand. "Is 9 layers of Sword Chi Heavenly Shield that powerful?" Hong Ji said coldly. Sizzle. The moment the terrifying cold aura touched the 9 layers of Sword Chi Heavenly Shield, it froze. "What?" Sky Sword titled Ancient God was shocked, and he said in horror, "This power is a gold-titled ancient god. How is this possible? She is a gold-titled ancient god. It's over. Sky Sword-titled ancient god is no match for a gold-titled ancient god. How can Feng Wuchen summon such a terrifying titled ancient god? Xianhao-titled ancient god Xianyu, and devil nightmare old ancestor exclaimed in horror. Their eyes were filled with despair. Sky Sword-titled ancient god was no match for a red-titled ancient god, let alone a gold-titled ancient god. Such terrifying power. She is as powerful as a soul-titled ancient god. Qiu Tian exclaimed in horror. His eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Jian Chou could not help but exclaim, a gold-titled ancient god. She is far more powerful than that bastard. The titled ancient gods summoned by the Lord are indeed different. Hong Ji titled ancient god will deal with that bastard, Jing Yan titled ancient god will deal with Xianhao titled ancient god and the rest. We will definitely win. Chu Shitian was ecstatic. Ancient immortal master Yanchen smiled and said, as expected of Lord Feng. Hong Ji's gold-titled ancient god power put Qiu Tian and the rest at ease. Grand Elder was really killed by her. Xianhao titled ancient god said in horror. Clearly, he did not believe it. Lei Qianjua's 10 layers of sword qi could not block my power. Do you think you can? Hong Ji said coldly with a hint of disdain in her voice. Boom. Poof. A terrifying ice-type power burst out and shattered Sky Sword titled ancient god's 9 layers of sword qi. At the same time, Sky Sword spat out blood and was sent flying like a cannonball. What a domineering ice-type power. Sky Sword titled ancient god was terrified. The titled ancient god Hong Ji struck out with her palm, and a ferocious energy burst out. What? Sky Sword titled ancient god's face changed again. He immediately formed a sword finger and shot out dozens of terrifying energy swords. However, the energy swords were shattered by Hong Ji's terrifying force. They could not resist at all. Boom. Poof. A terrifying force that could topple mountains and overturn seas mercilessly struck Tianjian titled ancient god's body, causing him to spit out blood again. Hiss, seeing this scene, everyone gasped in horror. To be able to make Sky Sword titled ancient god vomit blood with just her aura alone, one could see how terrifying Hong Ji's abilities were. In less than a minute, Heaven Sword titled ancient god had been severely injured by Hong Ji. Damn it. Sky Sword titled ancient god clenched his teeth. Hong Ji's terrifying power had caused Sky Sword to be furious. Boom boom. Poo-pee-you. At the same time, ancient god Xianhao and ancient god Xianyu were also severely injured by Jing Yan. In the face of cleansing flame's terrifying power, ancient god Xianyu immediately fainted. Xianhao, a titled ancient god, was powerless to resist. Master. Terrified, Patriarch Nightmare immediately flew out. It's over. What should we do? Mo Qianxiao was panicking. His face was pale and his mind was blank. When the heavenly sword titled ancient god appeared, they originally thought that they would be able to completely destroy the dragon's soul. However, none of them expected that Feng Wuchen would actually summon an even more terrifying titled ancient god. Xianhao titled ancient god, this ancient god will take your life. Jing Yan's cold and murderous voice resounded. Martial uncle. Hurry and save me. Xianhao titled ancient god cried out in fear. What? Sky Sword titled ancient god was alarmed. He turned around and angrily roared, "You dare to kill a member of my Sky Sword profound sect? This titled ancient god will definitely not forgive you." Bish. Swish. A golden light flashed, and blood gushed out as Xianhao titled ancient god's head flew into the air. Xianhao titled ancient god was dead. One killed, Feng Wuchen grinned. Xianhao. Sky Sword titled ancient god angrily roared. You can't even protect yourself, so why do you care about the lives of others? Shouldn't you be worried about yourself? Jing Yan sneered as he confidently flung away the blood on his sword. Bish. Buzz. After coldly glancing at the unconscious ancient god Xianyu, prized ancient god Jing Yan pointed a finger, and a terrifying beam of energy mercilessly pierced through ancient god Xianyu's heart before Nightmare Ancestor could even react. Ancient God Xianyu is dead. The unconscious ancient God Xianyu didn't even know how he had died. The two of them had been easily killed by Jing Yan's titled ancient god, and the members of Dragon's Soul excitedly cheered as if they had won the lottery. Master! Devil Nightmare Ancestor was scared out of his wits. Preposterous! You're seeking death! Sky Sword titled ancient god angrily roared, his terrifying killing intent locked onto Jing Yan as he prepared to attack. But just as he was about to attack, Sky Sword titled ancient god was stunned. At that moment, Hong Ji was right behind Tian Sword titled ancient god. Her cold murderous aura caused Tian Sword titled ancient god to tremble in fear. That unimaginable pressure made him feel powerless. Hong Ji gripped her ice sword and mercilessly slashed down. Sky Sword titled ancient god already felt like he was suffocating, and his desire to live made him turn around and block with his sword. Swish! Hong Ji's ice sword actually pierced through Sky Sword titled ancient god's panga sword. In that instant, Sky Sword titled ancient god was scared out of his wits. The instant the ice sword slashed down, a white light pierced through Sky Sword titled ancient god's body. What just happened? Did the ice sword instantly turn into water? Otherwise, how could I not have blocked it? Sky Sword titled ancient god thought in shock. Hong Ji coldly said, the Sky Sword profound sect has been destroyed. What? Sky Sword titled ancient god was stunned. While he was stunned, Sky Sword titled ancient god's expression changed once more, as if he had sensed something. In the next second, blood sprayed out from the white light's trajectory, and his body was split in two. His aura instantly vanished. Hong Ji's sword had split Sky Sword titled ancient god in two. Sky Sword titled ancient god was dead. Sky Sword titled ancient god didn't even have time to reveal a look of fear and despair, nor did he have time to think about what had just happened. Sky Sword didn't feel anything when that terrifying white light pierced through his body. Looking at this scene, Nightmare Patriarch and the others were so frightened that they lost control of their bowels. The intense fear they felt was indescribable. So powerful. He couldn't even block a single strike. Jian Cho said with a trembling voice. He was both frightened and excited. The difference in strength is too great. Rainbow Ji easily killed a purple-colored titled ancient god with a casual strike. Qiu Tian said with a dumbfounded expression. Too terrifying. Protector Tian Hen swallowed a mouthful of saliva in fear. Nightmare Patriarch, the only person who can save you now is that person. However, he doesn't seem to care about your life and death. Feng Wuchen said with a cold smile. Then, with a wave of his hand, the storage rings of Sky Sword titled ancient god and the other two flew over. With Sky Sword titled ancient god dead, Nightmare Patriarch and the others were in complete despair and had completely given up on resisting. If you want to kill me, do as you please. Nightmare Old Ancestor and the others gave up resisting. In front of a titled ancient god, resistance was futile. You helped them improve their cultivation and used them to deal with me. Now, you don't care about their lives? Feng Wuchen looked at the void and asked the mysterious man with a cold smile. Can Feng Wuchen sense the experts of Panga Field? Hong Ji was confused. After all, she couldn't sense anything. However, there was no response. Young Master Di Tian didn't reply either. Brat, useless trash. What's the use of saving them? You're just a gold-titled ancient god. How can you be so arrogant? Young Master Di Tian smiled. He didn't take Hong Ji seriously at all. However, I'm curious. How can a cultivator from the ancient immortal world have the ancient god ring of a titled ancient god? To a titled ancient god, the ancient god ring is more important than their life. They won't give it away easily. The ancient immortal world doesn't have Panga's art of creation. His ancient power and bloodline power are many times stronger than the ancient divine power of Panga Field. Is this brat from Panga Field too? And he has a high status. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the ancient god ring. Young Master Di Tian couldn't think of anything else other than this. If he was from the ancient immortal world, it was impossible for him to have something that even the top experts of Panga Field didn't have. It seems that no one can save you. After a long silence, Feng Wuchen grinned coldly. By the way, I'll tell you that the power behind you, the Thunder Shadow Sky Wolf clan, has been wiped out. Your people have all been killed. Jing Yan, do it. Feng Wuchen said indifferently. He was too lazy to do it himself. Okay. Jing Yan nodded slightly. Nightmare Old Ancestor and the others didn't say anything. No one resisted. Even if they didn't want to die, they were in despair. Swish. Swish, swish. Cleansing Flame titled Ancient God waved his hand, and dozens of terrifying energy swords shot out, bringing with them ear-piercing sonic booms and terrifying attacks. The space of the ancient immortal world shook violently. Despair descended. Swish. Dozens of energy swords instantly pierced through the hearts of Nightmare Patriarch and the other experts. The terrifying power destroyed their primordial spirits on the spot. Nightmare Old Ancestor and dozens of other top experts had died in an instant. The terrifying auras disappeared at the same time. The Devil Mantis clan had been destroyed, the Eternal Sacred Hall, Guzun Hall, Heaven Abyss Sacred Hall, Underworld Ghost Immortal Palace, Supreme Sacred Hall, Heavenly Illumination Immortal Palace, and other factions were destroyed too. Nightmare Old Ancestor and the others have all been killed. We've won. Xianxia shouted excitedly. Crazy cheers pierced through the clouds, as if to tell the entire ancient immortal world that the Dragon Soul had defeated a strong opponent, and that the Dragon Soul was the strongest existence. Dragon Soul, Rakshasa, Ancient Immortal Palace, and the experts of the 5 races were all cheering excitedly. It was as if they had arrived in heaven. After experiencing fear, despair, worry, fear, and panic, they finally welcomed the dawn of victory. The aura of the barrier has disappeared. Feng Wuchen immediately sensed that the barrier covering the ancient immortal world had suddenly disappeared. Chaos Xian Fire Beast, is that guy still in the dimensional space? Feng Wuchen asked. He's been watching you. The Chaos Xian Fire Beast's impatient voice came. At the critical moment, he didn't even make a move, nor did he send anyone to help. What is he trying to do? Feng Wuchen was secretly puzzled. This was the first time that Feng Wuchen had encountered such an enemy. Even the Chaos Xian Fire Beast couldn't see through this person's cultivation. He's definitely not an ordinary person. He didn't make a move, nor did he respond. What is he afraid of? Feng Wuchen was puzzled. My lord, our Dragon Soul has won a great victory. Do you want to hold a banquet to celebrate? Xianxia asked excitedly. Yes. Of course. Feng Wuchen laughed happily, passed down the order to hold a banquet immediately to celebrate. Yes. Xianxia replied excitedly and immediately ordered the Dragon Soul members to return to the Emperor's Celestial Palace. Feng Wuchen, I'm afraid this matter isn't over yet. We don't know who the mysterious person behind this is, but one thing is for sure. This person won't stop here. Jing Yan titled Ancient God said solemnly. Feng Wuchen nodded slightly and said, I know. However, if he doesn't show himself, we won't know his identity and purpose. Feng Wuchen, can you tell me now? Hong Ji asked coldly. I also have some questions to ask you. However, this isn't the place to talk. Come back with me first. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. In the dimensional space. Young Master Di Tian smiled slightly. Feng Wuchen, you won't be happy for long. Without the help of a titled ancient god, I want to see how you're going to fight against the cultivators of the Pengu world. I don't show myself because I don't want others to get involved. I also don't want the great emperors to know. Saying this, young Master Di Tian snapped his fingers. Swish, a figure appeared and said respectfully, Greetings, young master. Keep an eye on the 2 titled ancient gods of the ancient immortal world. Once they return to the Pengu world, trap them. Young Master Di Tian ordered. Yes, young master. Young master. The person who came said respectfully, and immediately disappeared. This is so boring. Young Master Di Tian shook his head helplessly. Suddenly, he thought of something and frowned. Feng Wuchen's bloodline power contains a lot of bloodline aura. Although it has merged, I can still feel a trace of it. Perhaps I can find out his identity from this bloodline aura. After saying this, young Master Di Tian disappeared. Emperor Celestial Palace. The Dragon Soul Sovereign was already preparing the banquet. In the hall, Feng Wuchen had already told Hong Ji about the matter. What did you say? After hearing this, Hongji was very shocked and emotional. She asked, the Sword Soul Emperor is still alive? Don't be so emotional. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly, this is true. The Sword Soul Emperor is indeed still alive. However, he is trapped somewhere and we are unable to rescue him. Are you sure you are not lying to me? Hongji quickly asked. What Feng Wuchen said is true. Jing Yan said. That's great. Our savior is still alive. Hongji was so happy that she cried. The Ice Beauty's eyes were actually wet. Savior? Jing Yan looked at Hongji in shock. Feng Wuchen also looked at Hongji in shock. Back then, when the icy god Luan was destroyed, the Sword Soul Emperor saved me and I survived. To repay him, I gave the ancient god ring to the Sword Soul Emperor, Hongji replied. I see. Feng Wuchen nodded and then asked, Hongji, when you were in the Pangu world, did you hear about the titled ancient gods? I heard about it. Hongji nodded and said, the soul battle titled ancient god was hunted down earlier. Now, he has gathered many experts, including a black-colored titled ancient god. Moreover, they are all ancient titled ancient gods, but they did not counterattack. Ancient titled ancient gods? Feng Wuchen's face was filled with shock. End of chapter. A titled ancient god of fighting souls has gathered all the titled ancient gods from the ancient times. This means that the titled ancient god of fighting souls is not in danger. It seems that I was worried for nothing. Feng Wuchen was relieved. At least he knew that the titled ancient god of fighting souls was not in danger. This was undoubtedly good news. If he encountered stronger enemies in the future, Feng Wuchen would not have to worry about summoning the titled ancient god of fighting souls. The titled ancient god of fighting souls is the disciple of the Sword Soul Emperor. It is not difficult for him to gather all the titled ancient gods from the ancient times. It seems that there are many strong helpers. Feng Wuchen was secretly happy. The titled ancient god of fighting souls is quite prestigious in Pangu field. Even the great elder of the 33 levels of heaven, who is in charge of the titled ancient gods, does not dare to touch him, Hongji continued. Then I am relieved. Feng Wuchen nodded slightly and looked at Hongji. He smiled faintly and said, Hongji, thank you for your help. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. If Feng Wuchen had not summoned Hongji and the chaotic mysterious fire beast had not intervened, the consequences would have been obvious. There would have been heavy casualties and blood would have flowed like a river. Hongji stared at Feng Wuchen and asked, how did you obtain the bloodline power of the Sword Soul Emperor? I will tell you when I have the chance. Now is not the time. Feng Wuchen shook his head slightly. Feng Wuchen did not intend to tell anyone about the reincarnation pagoda. Even his wife, Ling Xiaoxiao, did not know about the reincarnation pagoda. The fewer people knew, the safer it would be. Swish. When he spoke up to hear, Feng Wuchen flicked his finger, and a strand of blood-red light shot out and instantly entered the space between Hongji's brows. What is this? Hongji asked. Hongji's face changed drastically. She said in disbelief, what is going on? My bloodline power has increased. Hongji's bloodline power was surging at a crazy rate. The increase in bloodline power also caused her cultivation to advance. Bloodline power increased? Jing Yan's face turned pale with fright. She looked at Feng Wuchen in shock and said in shock, you can actually increase the power of your bloodline. Isn't this something only the bloodline power of the Demon Emperor Great Emperor can do? You're right, the Demon Emperor Great Emperor's bloodline can help other races improve their bloodline, Feng Wuchen said with a smile, my bloodline contains the Demon Emperor Great Emperor's bloodline. The bloodline of the Demon Emperor. No wonder your bloodline power is so terrifying. Hongji's face was filled with shock as she stared at Feng Wuchen. When I helped you upgrade your bloodline, I felt that your bloodline had already been upgraded once. It seems that the Demon Emperor helped. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. When the Ice Abyss god Luan was attacked by strong enemies, the Demon Emperor Great Emperor was in seclusion and couldn't protect our race. That's why he helped me upgrade my bloodline to cheer me up, Hongji replied. Feng Wuchen nodded and said, all the ferocious beasts and exotic beasts are the Demon Emperor Great Emperor's people. I feel guilty that I couldn't protect your race. The Ice Abyss Godluan race is very powerful, and the Ice Abyss Godluan Great Emperor is even more terrifying. What kind of enemy could kill the Ice Abyss Godluan? Jing Yan asked curiously. 2 great emperors, Hong Ji replied. These simple words shut the mouth of the titled ancient god Jing Yan. Which of the great emperor realm experts hadn't gone through countless life and death situations to reach this realm? Every expert who had reached the great emperor realm was a terrifying existence. Everyone below the great emperor was an ant. 2 great emperors were so terrifying that one great emperor couldn't fight against them. The Ice Abyss Godluan couldn't resist the attacks of 2 great emperors. Let's not talk about the sad past. After the banquet, the 2 of you can return to Panga realm, Feng Wuchen said with a smile. At this moment, tens of thousands of people had gathered at the Emperor's Celestial Palace. The huge square and the various palaces were filled with banquets. It was very lively. Dragon Soul, Rakshasa, Ancient Immortal Palace, Shinra Temple, Dark Emperor Palace, and the shopkeepers of Wind Restaurant had all come to the Emperor's Celestial Palace. This was the happiest thing that had happened since the establishment of Dragon Soul. The huge banquet lasted for 4 hours. The victory of the great battle made everyone extremely happy. Panga Realm, Level 30. Hong Ji and Jing Yan appeared. Level 30 hasn't been here for many years. It's still the same, Hong Ji said coldly as she glanced around. Jing Yan said with a grave expression, Hong Ji, you must be careful. If we interfere, the mysterious person who dealt with Feng Wuchen will probably attack us as well. Not probably, but definitely. Just as Jing Yan finished speaking, a cold voice suddenly sounded. Who is it? Hong Ji frowned as she shouted coldly. She immediately activated her terrifying bloodline power. As expected. It seems like someone has been watching us. Jing Yan's face darkened. He did not expect the enemy to find them so quickly. You ruined Master's plan. Do you still think you can get away unscathed? A cold and murderous voice sounded. Swish. Swish, a strange black shadow flashed continuously at a terrifying speed. Hong Ji and Jing Yan did not have time to react at all. It was obvious that this person's strength was even more terrifying than Hong Ji's. This person's strength is terrifying. Jing Yan's face turned even uglier. Cold sweat broke out on his back as a strong sense of helplessness welled up in his heart. Hong Ji frowned and said coldly, I can't sense this person's presence. He's at least a white-titled ancient god. A white-titled ancient god? Jing Yan's face changed drastically as he thought to himself, could the master behind him be a black-titled ancient god? Or a great emperor expert? The more Jing Yan thought about it, the more terrified he became. Who is it? What's the point of being sneaky? Come out if you have the guts. Hong Ji shouted coldly as a terrifying murderous aura burst out. You don't have the right to know. I don't care about a mere gold-titled ancient god. A cold voice sounded. Boom. Boom, boom. Boom, as soon as he finished speaking, Hong Ji and Jing Yan both spat out mouthfuls of blood and fainted on the spot. Even someone as strong as Hong Ji could not sense the enemy's attack. It could be seen how terrifying the person's strength was. Swish, a figure appeared. With a wave of his hand, the unconscious Hong Ji and Jing Yan were trapped by a force. Young master, I have captured the 2 of them. Should we kill them? The man immediately sent a message to young Master Di Tian. They are still useful. It would be a pity to kill them. Young Master Di Tian's voice sounded. Guard the ancient celestial world's dimensional space. Report to me immediately if anyone from the ancient celestial world heads to the ancient celestial world, young Master Di Tian said. Understood. The man replied respectfully. 36th Heaven. On a celestial mountain, young Master Di Tian was conversing with a white-haired elder. Master, it's not that easy to break through to the Great Emperor realm. It's been so many years, but I still haven't stepped into the Great Emperor realm. Young Master Di Tian smiled bitterly. The white-haired elder was young Master Di Tian's master, a top-notch Great Emperor realm expert. The elder gently stroked his white beard and smiled faintly, you are just too playful. If you work harder, you might have broken through to the Great Emperor realm. Oh right, Master, other than the Demon Emperor realm's bloodline, what other races have the strongest bloodline? Young Master Ditian asked curiously. The Demon Emperor realm is the ancestor of all beasts, the 9 heavens underworld Luan. Other than him, only the Ice Abyss god Luan and the Emperor Ape King have the strongest bloodline. Although the other races are strong, their bloodline is far inferior. The elder said faintly. Nothing else? Young Master Ditian was stunned and thought to himself, Feng Wuchen's bloodline is stronger than the Ice Abyss god Luan, but it's not the Emperor Ape King's bloodline. What is it? What young Master Ditian didn't know was that Feng Wuchen's bloodline of the dragon gods was stronger than the Demon Emperor realm's bloodline. Even his master didn't know about the existence of such a terrifying bloodline. The elder shook his head slightly and said, the bloodlines of the other races are not worthy of my attention. Which of the ancient god powers of the Pengu world is stronger than their bloodline? Young Master Ditian asked again. Although the ancient god powers are strong, they are much weaker than their bloodline. Unless it's the power of Pengu's creation. The elder smiled faintly. The power of Pengu's creation. Young Master Ditian was shocked and his expression stiffened. Young Master Ditian had already gotten the answer from the elder, and his heart was in turmoil. Feng Wuchen's bloodline was terrifying, and his mysterious power was stronger than his bloodline. It was obviously not as simple as the ancient god powers of the Pengu world. Who is this Feng Wuchen? Even Master doesn't know about his bloodline. What is his mysterious power? Young Lord Ditian grew increasingly curious. At the same time, he was also interested in Feng Wuchen's bloodline and mysterious power. Although the power of the Chaos Mysterious Fire Beast was extremely terrifying, Feng Wuchen's power was not weak either. No matter which one it was, as long as young Master Ditian obtained one of them, he would definitely have a chance to step into the Emperor realm. The white-haired elder smiled faintly and said, it's a pity that the power of Pengu's creation has disappeared in Pengu realm. Those terrifying great emperors have fallen in the war back then. The great emperors who rose later were far weaker than them. Master, is there no great emperor in Pengu realm who can contend with them? Young Master Ditian asked curiously. Of course there are. However, there are very few of them. The emperor under the Demon Soul Sovereign can be considered as one of the 10 great emperors. There are also some mysterious great emperors who possess extremely terrifying strength. For example, the Time Emperor and the Space Emperor. The old man smiled faintly. How is Master's strength compared to them? Young Master Ditian asked. The old man shook his head in shame and smiled. I am also one of the great emperors who rose later. There are many great emperors who are stronger than me. Although they are not in the 36 levels of heaven, they are hiding in the dimensional space. How can I be compared to the 10 great emperors of the ancient era? I am not qualified to be compared to them. Young Master Ditian shrugged his shoulders and smiled. I am certain that Master's strength is extremely terrifying. Young Master Ditian had never seen the 10 great emperors of Pengu's creation. He could not imagine how terrifying they were. Hee, you might have the chance to see them in the future. Work hard in your cultivation. I will not accompany you. I am going to find your grandfather for a drink. The old man smiled faintly and disappeared. Feng Wuchen, I am getting more and more curious about you. I can't wait to seize that mysterious power and your power. Young Master Ditian was extremely excited. At the thought of this, young Master Ditian snapped his fingers. Swish! A middle-aged man appeared. He was wearing silver armor and looked majestic and domineering. Greetings to young master. The man cupped his fists and bowed respectfully. Young Master Ditian smiled faintly and said, Great Guardian, you don't have to be so polite. What instructions does young master have? The Great Guardian asked respectfully. Although he was the Great Guardian, he still had to be respectful to young Master Ditian. Putting aside young Master Ditian's identity, just his strength alone was not something that the Great Guardian could contend against. Moreover, the Great Guardian also knew that this young man before him was not as easy to deal with as he appeared to be. Young Master Ditian smiled faintly and said, Great Guardian, I am going to the Supreme Ape Royal Clan to clarify some things. Send someone to bring the news over. Understood. The Great Guardian said respectfully and disappeared shortly after. Feng Wuchen, I will let you have a few more days of fun. Young Master Ditian smiled faintly as though he had everything under control. Swish! In the sky above the Supreme Ape Royal Clan's territory, the Great Guardian appeared. An incomparably terrifying aura spread out and enveloped the entire Supreme Ape Royal Clan's territory. For a moment, the Supreme Ape Royal Clan's people were terrified. Swish, swish, swish. Over 10 figures appeared at the same time, and their expressions were extremely solemn. Great Guardian, may I know why have you come to the Supreme Ape Royal Clan? The old man in the lead asked solemnly as he looked at the Great Guardian warily. The Great Guardian said coldly, Young Master Ditian will be arriving at the Supreme Ape Royal Clan in a while. This Great Guardian is only here to inform you guys so that we won't offend the Young Master. Young Master Ditian? The expressions of over 10 experts changed drastically. Let me remind you guys. Young Master Ditian's temper isn't good. You guys better put down your pride. Otherwise, the consequences aren't something that your Supreme Ape Royal Clan can bear. The Great Guardian said coldly, and his tone was filled with threat. If Young Master Ditian is here to behave atrociously, our Supreme Ape Royal Clan isn't one to be bullied. If he is here as a guest, the Supreme Ape Royal Clan will naturally welcome him and won't neglect him. The old man in the lead said in a deep voice. Young Master Ditian can do whatever he wants. The Great Guardian was still as cold as ever. He had never placed the Supreme Ape Royal Clan in his eyes. Great Guardian, don't be rude. Young Master Ditian's voice suddenly rang out as he appeared. Yes. Young Master. The Great Guardian respectfully replied. Young Master Ditian glanced at the Great Guardian. According to seniority, the Supreme Ape Royal Clan leader and the 9 elders are all your seniors. How can you be rude to your seniors? Young Master is right. The Great Guardian respectfully replied. Why aren't you apologizing to the Supreme Ape Royal Clan leader and the others? Young Master Ditian's expression turned cold. Supreme Ape Royal Clan leader, Junior was too disrespectful earlier. Please forgive me. The Great Guardian instantly clasped his fists, his attitude completely changed to one of respect. The Supreme Ape Royal Clan leader frowned. Great Guardian's words are too serious. Supreme Ape Royal Clan leader, I'm truly sorry. Young Master Ditian politely clasped his fists. Young Master Ditian, there's no need to be so polite. Please. The Supreme Ape Royal Clan leader politely smiled and even made an inviting gesture. Thank you, Emperor Ape King. Young Lord Ditian was extremely courteous. His cultured and refined appearance made others feel that he was a gentleman. The Great Ape King clan had personally led the way. From this, one could see that he didn't dare to be disrespectful to young Master Ditian. With status and strength placed there, the Emperor Ape King clan head naturally did not dare to be negligent. What do you mean, young master? The Great Guardian was puzzled. Young Lord Ditian asked him to send someone to inform the King Ape Royal Clan in advance. Wasn't this the same as intimidating the King Ape Royal Clan? Why was young Lord Ditian so polite after coming here? The Demon Emperor was already dead. With their strength, the Emperor Ape Royal Clan did not even put them in their eyes. Why should they be so humble? Could it be that young Lord Ditian needed the help of the King Ape Clan? Young Lord Ditian, Grand Protector, please. Outside the Grand Hall, the Ape King clan head once again smiled courteously. In the Great Hall, the Great Ape King clan head invited young Lord Ditian and the Great Protector to take a seat. Young Master Ditian smiled. What a majestic palace. This is the first time I've come to the Supreme Ape King clan. The territory of the Supreme Ape King clan is truly different. Young Lord Ditian must be joking. The territory of the Supreme Ape Royal Clan is nothing. The Great Ape King clan leader humbly smiled. After that, he asked, Young Lord Ditian, I wonder what is the purpose of your visit today? Young Lord Ditian took a sip of tea and smiled faintly. There is indeed a matter that I wish to ask the Great Ape King clan head. Young Lord Ditian, feel free to speak. The Great Ape King clan leader nodded. Young Master Ditian said indifferently, previously, I asked Master which races have the strongest bloodline in the Panga realm other than the Demon Emperor's bloodline. Master told me that it is the bloodline of the Ice Sea God Luan and the Emperor Ape King. Why do you ask, young Lord Ditian? The Great Ape King clan leader asked curiously. Young Master Di Tian smiled and said, I am not questioning my master's words. It is just that my master has not been in the Panga realm for many years. That is why I decided to come to the Supreme Ape King family to ask if there is a race with a bloodline stronger than the Ice Abyss Divine Yuan and Supreme Ape King. That is all. I see. The Emperor Ape King clan leader nodded and said, to be honest, young Master Di Tian, in the entire Panga realm, other than the bloodline of the Ice Sea God Luan and the Emperor Ape King, there is no other bloodline that is more powerful. Although there are many ancient beasts in Panga realm, their bloodlines are not pure. The bloodlines of our two clans are strong enough to compete with the ancient divine power. The bloodlines of the ancient beasts are not so strong. Is there really no more? Young Master Di Tian frowned slightly and thought to himself, then what about Feng Wuchen's bloodline? The Great Ape King clan leader wouldn't lie to me. Could it be that the ancient immortal world really has such a terrifying bloodline? Young Lord Di Tian was secretly disappointed. It seemed like it was impossible to investigate Feng Wuchen's identity. Young Lord Di Tian, why would you ask such a question? An elder asked. Actually, I just want to know how strong the bloodline power of the Demon Emperor Great Emperor is. Unfortunately, the Demon Emperor Great Emperor is already dead. Therefore, I can only find a bloodline power that is close to the Demon Emperor Great Emperor's. Young Lord Di Tian casually found an excuse. Master said that I need to find a bloodline power that is comparable to my divine power. In an intense battle, I can stimulate my divine power and make it stronger. At that time, I will be able to step into the Great Emperor realm. I see. The Emperor Ape King clan leader nodded slightly. Young Lord Di Tian slowly stood up and cupped his fists. Since even the Emperor Ape King clan leader doesn't know, I guess no one in Panga realm knows either. I won't disturb you any longer. Many thanks to the Emperor Ape King clan leader. Farewell. Young Lord Di Tian, take care. The Emperor Ape King clan leader smiled politely. Young Lord Di Tian left the hall and the Great Protector followed behind him. From start to end, he didn't say a word. After young Lord Di Tian and the Great Protector left, an elder asked, Clan leader, could it be that young Lord Di Tian wants to seize our bloodline power? The Emperor Ape King clan leader shook his head and said, young Lord Di Tian's divine power is extremely strong. Why would he be interested in our bloodline? From young Lord Di Tian's tone, he seems to have found a bloodline that is even stronger than the Emperor Ape King clan and the Icy God Luan. An elder guessed. Impossible. An elder said firmly. In Panga realm, other than the Demon Emperor's bloodline, there is no other bloodline that is stronger than our two clans. Before the Demon Emperor died, he might have sealed his bloodline power. As for who would obtain it, no one knows. Another elder guessed. The Emperor Ape King clan leader's face was solemn, but he didn't say anything. No one knew what he was thinking. Young Lord, you want to find a stronger bloodline power to break through to the Great Emperor realm? After leaving the Emperor Ape King clan, the Great Protector asked. Yes. Young Lord Di Tian nodded and said, I thought that the Emperor Ape King clan would have an answer. Unfortunately, they don't know either. Young Lord, I have never heard of a bloodline that is stronger than the Emperor Ape King clan and the Icy God Luan. The Great Protector shook his head and said. Just because you haven't heard of it doesn't mean there isn't one. Great Protector, you can go back first. I have other things to do. Young Lord Di Tian smiled faintly. Yes, young lord. Young lord. The Great Guardian said respectfully, and then he vanished. The power that angered the Demon Soul Sovereign must be the mysterious power in Feng Wuchen's body. Young Lord Di Tian muttered in his heart. He looked in a certain direction and the corner of his mouth rose slightly. I will break through to the Great Emperor realm soon. Young Lord Di Tian muttered to himself with a smile. His eyes were filled with confidence. A few days later. Emperor Immortal Palace. On the square, Feng Wuchen came out from the divine ring and muttered to himself, I have already stabilized my half-step Immortal God realm. It won't be easy to break through to the Immortal God realm. I will need more time and more power. However, Feng Wuchen wasn't in a hurry. With his current strength, no one in the ancient immortal world could match him. Moreover, Qiu Tian was already an Immortal God realm expert. In the entire ancient immortal world, he was already invincible. Greetings, Lord. The Dragon Soul Sovereigns bowed respectfully. Rise. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Then, he raised his head slightly and looked at the array above the palace. He thought to himself, I wonder when my wife will come out of seclusion. I can go back and see Xiaoxiao. Husband. Feng Wuchen looked over and Ling Xiaoxiao's sweet laughter rang in his ears. My wife. Feng Wuchen was stunned at first. He thought that he was hallucinating because he missed her too much. However, he quickly confirmed that it was Ling Xiaoxiao's voice. A domineering and terrifying ice-type aura suddenly spread out from the space above. The Dragon Soul Sovereigns all looked over in shock. 3-star Ancient Immortal Emperor. Feng Wuchen was overjoyed. He laughed and said, this is great. 10 times the space is amazing. My wife has actually reached the 3-star Ancient Immortal Emperor realm. Soon, a beautiful figure came out from the array space. She floated down like a fairy. Her beautiful face was incomparably stunning. It could be said that she was on par with Hong Ji. This person was Ling Xiaoxiao, the wife of the Dragon Soul Sovereign. Welcome back, Honorable Madam. The Dragon Soul Supremacies all knelt down on one knee to welcome her. Their hearts were also filled with shock. Their loud voices pierced through the clouds. Wife. Feng Wuchen excitedly soared into the sky and hugged Ling Xiaoxiao in his arms. Ling Xiaoxiao and the rest had already entered the 10 times space to cultivate for 2 months. Feng Wuchen had also entered the 10 times space to cultivate previously. According to the calculation of time in the 10 times space, the two of them had been separated for more than 2 months. Husband. Ling Xiaoxiao's beautiful face was filled with a happy and sweet smile. Feng Wuchen floated down with the great beauty in his arms. The Dragon Soul Supremacies were extremely envious. Whoosh! Purple Succubus immediately appeared. Honorable Madam has actually become a 3-star Ancient Immortal Emperor. What a frightening cultivation speed. Xianxia appeared in a flash and stared at Ling Xiaoxiao with wide eyes, his face filled with disbelief. This ice attribute power is extremely domineering. Honorable Madam's strength is probably comparable to a 5-star Ancient Immortal Emperor. War Emperor also said with a face full of shock. Even a 6-star Ancient Immortal Emperor would not be able to deal with such domineering ice attribute power, right? Ning Tianqing said in shock. Honorable Madam is really beautiful. She is as beautiful as Hong Ji. Honorable Lord is really blessed. If I had such a beautiful wife, I would be willing to die. Honorable Lord and Honorable Madam are a match made in heaven. How enviable. The Dragon Soul Supremacies were extremely envious and also fantasized about having a beautiful wife. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. After a while, Qiu Tian, Yanhu, and the rest also appeared in a flash. The moment they saw Ling Xiaoxiao, they immediately knelt down respectfully. Welcome, Honorable Madam. Everyone, there is no need to be so polite. Quickly get up. Ling Xiaoxiao smiled gently. Thank you, Honorable Madam. Qiu Tian and the rest said respectfully. Feng Wuchen looked at Ling Xiaoxiao affectionately and smiled happily. Wife is really amazing. Your cultivation has already broken through to a 3-star Ancient Immortal Emperor. I'm not far from the Ancient Immortal Venerables. Ling Xiaoxiao blushed and smiled happily. It's all thanks to husband's 10 times space and the heaven-defying bead. The 3 primal ancestors and heaven-defying's group are all 5-star Ancient Immortal Emperors. Haha. It seems like it won't be long before the Dragon Soul will have hundreds of Ancient Immortal Venerables. Feng Wuchen laughed happily and hugged Ling Xiaoxiao without letting go. Looking at Feng Wuchen sweetly hugging Ling Xiaoxiao, Jianqiu curled his lips and said, I say, Hi Lord, there are so many of us here, but none of us are married yet. Can't you consider our feelings? Dragon Soul Supreme Commander, and you still can't find a wife? Aren't you afraid of being laughed at if this gets out? Feng Wuchen struck a blow and glanced at Jianqiu proudly. Jianqiu's face darkened. Haha. Yanhu was the first to burst out laughing, and the rest followed suit. Humph. Jianqiu snorted coldly and glared at Yanhu and the rest, scaring them into covering their mouths. Dragon Soul doesn't forbid relationships. You can decide if you want to get married or not. You can also get married in the Emperor Immortal Palace. If you can't find a wife, then it's your own problem. Feng Wuchen grinned. Big brother Feng, I'm going to marry Qingqing. At this moment, Lu Qingyang's excited laughter came from the 10 times space above the palace. Who wants to marry you? If you talk nonsense again, I'll kill you. Miao Qingqing shouted angrily. Ouch. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Qingqing, I was wrong. Ouch, be gentle. Big brother Feng, save me. Lu Qingyang screamed. After a while, Miao Qingqing grabbed Lu Qingyang's ear and floated down. She was so domineering that the people of Dragon Soul were scared silly. Big brother Feng. Miao Qingqing smiled and let go. 4-star Ancient Immortal Emperor, 3-star Ancient Immortal Emperor. Looks like there are many people stronger than my wife. With my wife's talent, your cultivation shouldn't be weaker than theirs. Looks like you miss Xiaoxiao a lot. Feng Wuchen grinned. Ling Xiaoxiao quickly said, Husband, let's go back to the holy world. Our daughter must miss us a lot. Okay. I also plan to go back to the holy world to see my daughter after you come out of seclusion. I miss her every day. Feng Wuchen smiled happily. He also missed his daughter. Big brother Feng, I'll go back too. Miao Qingqing quickly said. Okay. Feng Wuchen's face was full of joy. Swish swish swish. After a while, Long Hun, Long Nidian, and the rest came out of the 10 times space one after another. Young Master. Alliance Leader. Brother Feng. Long Xiaoyang, Long Nidian, Crimson Emperor and the rest landed one after another. Each of them emitted an extremely terrifying aura. 5-star Ancient Immortal Emperor. Feng Wuchen said with happy smile. They all broke through to the Ancient Immortal Emperor realm. Jian Chou and the rest looked at Long Hun and the rest in shock. Those who came out of seclusion have all stepped into the Ancient Immortal Emperor realm. The highest cultivation has reached the 5-star Ancient Immortal Emperor realm. This time, more than 100 people came out of seclusion. The rest are probably not far from breaking through to the Ancient Immortal Emperor realm. Congratulations to the 3 primogenitors for breaking through to the Ancient Immortal Emperor realm. Feng Wuchen said with happy smile. Long Hun smiled happily and said, My cultivation has become stronger, I feel much younger. Old man also has this feeling. Haha. Long Shiyun laughed loudly. The power of the Ancient Immortal World is indeed different. It's all thanks to Brat Feng's 10 times space and heaven-defying divine pearl. Otherwise, who knows how many years it would take for us to reach the Ancient Immortal Emperor realm. Long Shitian laughed happily. Young Master, we only need one Ancient Immortal Emperor grade heaven-defying divine pearl to break through to the Ancient Immortal Venerable realm. Long Qinghun said with excited smile. Feng Wuchen said with happy smile, no need to rush. There will be many opportunities in the future to break through to the Ancient Immortal Venerable realm. Let's relax first. I am planning to go back with Xiaoxiao to see our daughter. You guys stay in the Ancient Immortal World and look around. If you don't understand, ask Jian Chou, Qiu Tian and the others. Yes. Crimson Emperor and the rest respectfully replied. Jian Chou, look after them. Feng Wuchen said again. Don't worry, Reverend. Jian Chou replied respectfully. Reverend, Dragon Soul's enemies have been eliminated. No one in the Ancient Immortal World dares to become enemies with us. Dragon Soul is now the strongest existence in the Ancient Immortal World. Lungren said with happy smile. That's hard to say. Feng Wuchen slightly shook his head and said, in short, we can't relax our vigilance. We also need to secretly monitor them. Panga Realm's experts can attack at any time. Yes. Jian Chou and the rest respectfully replied. Great primogenitor, big brother Xiaoyang, I will leave the matter of establishing dragon gods in the Ancient Immortal World to you guys. I can't help much but I have a lot of spirit yuan stones. Feng Wuchen looked at Long Shihun and said with smile. That's enough. Long Shihun said with happy smile. Xiaoxiao, Qingqing, let's go back to the sacred world to see our daughter and parents. Feng Wuchen happily said. Soon after, he waved his hand and disappeared with Ling Xiaoxiao and Miao Qingqing. After Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao returned to the sacred world, Lu Qingyang and the rest left the palace one after another and headed to various parts of the ancient immortal world. After cultivating madly in the space that was 10 times bigger, it was time to come out and relax. I have never seen such a magical array before. The array above the palace clearly has energy waves, but I can't sense any aura from the palace, let alone see anyone. In the void above the Emperor Immortal Palace, a man said doubtfully, I have never seen such a magical array in the Panga realm. Follow them secretly. Perhaps there will be some unexpected news. Although he couldn't check the situation in the palace, he didn't alert the enemy. His mission was only to guard the experts of the Panga realm, not to investigate the Emperor Immortal Palace. No one in the Dragon's Soul noticed his existence. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. In these 3 days, Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao played with their daughter in the sacred world, while Lu Qingyang and the rest played around in the ancient immortal world. They were extremely happy. However, no one noticed the approaching danger. Young Master Di Tian had already arrived at the ancient immortal world again. It was obvious that he couldn't wait any longer. Feng Wuchen, are you ready? I hope you have the ability to fight against the Panga realm. Young Master Di Tian grinned. He couldn't wait to avoid Feng Wuchen's power. Young Master, who is this Feng Wuchen? He is just a cultivator from the ancient immortal world. Why does Young Master need to come personally? I can kill him alone, someone asked curiously. You don't understand. Just follow my orders. Young Master Di Tian shook his head slightly and didn't say much. Guing. Young Master Di Tian summoned. Greetings, Young Master. A man appeared and knelt down on one knee. This was the person who was secretly monitoring the Emperor Immortal Palace. Young Master Di Tian asked, did anyone from the Panga realm come? No. Guing replied respectfully, I heard some news that Young Master might like. What news? Tell me. Young Master Di Tian was very curious. Guing said respectfully, Feng Wuchen isn't from the Panga realm. He is from the sacred world, a world weaker than the ancient immortal world. He is the dragon gods. Oh? The saints' world? Dragon gods? Young Master Di Tian was astonished. What kind of race are the dragon gods? Why haven't I heard of it? There are no dragon gods in the ancient immortal world. They should all be from the holy world. I have also made a trip to the holy world. The dragon gods are the supreme beings of the holy world. They are the strongest race. Their bloodline is very powerful, even more powerful than the ancient beasts in the Panga realm, Guing replied respectfully. How can there be such a race with such a powerful bloodline in this tiny sacred world? Young Master Di Tian frowned in confusion. In addition to the dragon gods, there is also the Rakshasa deity clan. The bloodline of this clan is also very terrifying, second only to the dragon gods. It is also more powerful than the bloodline of the ancient beasts in Panga realm, Guing said respectfully. What about the icy god Luan and the Emperor Ape King? Young Master Di Tian asked. Stronger than them. Guing replied. However, the bloodlines of the demonic beasts in the sacred world are very weak. Only these 2 races are very powerful. I don't understand what is going on either. There is such a thing? It is impossible for such a powerful race to exist in this tiny sacred world. Their bloodline is so powerful, but their cultivation is so weak. They are unable to unleash the true power of their bloodline. This is illogical, Young Master Di Tian said in disbelief. I have also investigated in the past few days, but I couldn't find anything, Guing said respectfully. A race that doesn't even exist in the Panga realm has a bloodline power that surpasses the powerful races in Panga realm. How interesting. Young Master Di Tian grinned. There are so many people with powerful bloodline power. I can take the bloodline of any one of them. Who knows, I might be able to break through to the Emperor realm. As for Feng Wuchen's mysterious power, I can take it slowly, Young Master Di Tian thought. The dragon gods and Rakshasa gods had many clansmen. Taking the powerful bloodline power would be as easy as flipping one's hand. Young Master, Feng Wuchen's parents, daughter, and clansmen are mostly in the sacred world. They have yet to ascend to the ancient immortal world. Feng Wuchen and his wife are currently in the sacred world, Guing said respectfully. Oh? Feng Wuchen has a wife and daughter? Young Master Di Tian was surprised again. He smiled happily and said, well done. I like this news. As he spoke, young Master Di Tian flicked his finger and a pill flew out. Thank you, young master, for your reward. Guing said excitedly. Immediately seal off the ancient immortal world. Send an order. Send a guardian to guard the first heaven of the Panga realm. Stop anyone who wants to step into the ancient immortal world. Even if it is the great elder of the 33rd heaven, stop him. Young Master Di Tian ordered. Yes, young master. Guing said respectfully and immediately gave the order. In a majestic palace in the Panga realm, the great guardian received the order and immediately sent 3 guardians to the first heaven. Feng Wuchen, aren't you able to summon titled ancient gods? Hongji and Jing Yan are already under my control. Even if you can summon other titled ancient gods, they will definitely not be able to come to the ancient immortal world unless they are stronger than me. I am looking forward to seeing what you will do when the time comes. Young Master Di Tian laughed in his heart. Young master, should we wait for Feng Wuchen to return to the ancient immortal world and capture Feng Wuchen's relatives? Guing asked. There is no need for that. I don't want to use such despicable methods. There is no need for that either. How can a small cultivator from the ancient immortal world win against me? Young Master Di Tian smiled and said, immediately capture the clansmen of the dragon gods. Any one of them will do. From start to finish, young Master Di Tian had never taken Feng Wuchen seriously. Yes. This subordinate will capture them immediately. Guing said respectfully and disappeared. Even if the bloodline power of the dragon gods is not as strong as Feng Wuchen, it is still stronger than my godly power. If the 2 powers fuse, I might really be able to break through to the Emperor realm. Young Master Di Tian was looking forward to it. Swish. In less than 10 seconds, Guing had already captured a clansman of the dragon gods. Young master. This person is a clansman of the dragon gods. Guing said respectfully. A terrifying power trapped the clansman of the dragon gods. The clansman of the dragon gods was Long Qing. Who are you people? What do you want? Long Qing asked coldly and looked at young Master Di Tian and the others cautiously. Big brother Nidian. A strong enemy has appeared. Long Qing transmitted a message to Long Nidian immediately. You don't need to know. Young Master Di Tian smiled faintly and pressed his palm on Long Qing's head. He forcefully devoured Long Qing's bloodline of the dragon gods. Bastard! How dare you devour my bloodline power? Long Qing was enraged. Even though he released a terrifying power, he couldn't move at all. Ah! Long Qing screamed in pain. In just a short moment, Long Qing's bloodline was completely devoured. His aura disappeared and his corpse fell to the ground. This bloodline power is indeed not as strong as Feng Wuchen's. However, it is still much stronger than my godly power. What a mysterious race. Young Master Di Tian said excitedly. He could already feel that his cultivation was increasing. Where's Long Qing? Wasn't he here just now? Why did he suddenly disappear? Did he run away? Lu Qingyang was puzzled. He looked around and did not see Long Qing at all. Long Qing's alcohol tolerance is good. He went downstairs to get wine. Big Dipper Flame smiled happily. As soon as Bai Duyan finished speaking, Qiu Bufan carried the wine over and said with a faint smile, I didn't see Long Qing. Wasn't he competing with Qingyang in drinking just now? Long Qing said he was going downstairs to get wine. I saw him leave. Yi Tianwei smiled. No. Something happened. I can't sense Long Qing's aura. The Dragon Emperor frowned. Long Qing's aura disappeared. Lu Qingyang stood up abruptly with a serious expression. Long Qinghun frowned and said worriedly, what happened? Did Long Qing go back to cultivate? That's impossible. He just came out. Whoosh. At this moment, Long Nidian appeared and said seriously, something happened to Long Qing. Return to the Emperor's Celestial Palace immediately. Something happened. Lu Qingyang and the others' faces changed. Preposterous. Who dares to touch our people? Do they have a death wish? Big Dipper Flame was furious and a cold murderous aura exploded. Return immediately. Lu Qingyang said coldly with a gloomy face. Long Qing was not cultivating in seclusion, but his aura had disappeared. They all guessed that Long Qing was killed. Emperor Celestial Palace. Jian Chou and the other upper echelons of Dragon Soul, as well as Long Shihun and the others, all gathered with gloomy faces. After a while, Lu Qingyang, Long Qinghun and the others appeared from the teleportation array. Qinghun, what happened? Long Shihun asked in a low voice. Long Qinghun said seriously, we don't know what happened. We didn't notice anything wrong with Long Qing. Long Qing only sent me a message saying that a strong enemy had appeared. After that, there was no more news. His aura also disappeared. Long Nidian said seriously. Big brother Jian Chou, who are the enemies of Dragon Soul? Lu Qingyang asked coldly. He could no longer suppress his anger. Jian Chou shook his head. Dragon Soul's enemies have already been eliminated. No faction in the ancient immortal world would dare to oppose our Dragon Soul, unless they are tired of living. To be able to kill Long Qing without us noticing, that person must be an expert above the ancient immortal supremacy level. Lin Yu gritted his teeth and said angrily as he clenched his fists tightly. I won't. The heavenly demon said solemnly, the ancient immortal primes of the ancient immortal world don't have the guts to provoke us, let alone kill our people. Only someone from the Panga realm dares to touch us. That expert from the Panga realm that Lord mentioned earlier. Experts from the Panga realm? The faces of Long Shihun and the others darkened. Swish. Swish. At this time, the 5 war gods of Dragon Soul appeared. Is there any news? Jian Chou asked solemnly. Qiu Tian shook his head slightly and said, Fengjiu didn't leave any aura behind. There's nothing suspicious in the 3 major realms of the ancient immortal world. The person must be from the Panga realm. Yen Hu added. Besides the Panga realm, no one in the ancient immortal world has the guts. Guesu continued. Jian Chou gritted his teeth and said fiercely, the Panga realm finally made a move. Commander Supreme, this matter must be reported to the Lord. Only the Lord can decide. Qiu Tian said respectfully. Qiu Tian, go to the sacred world immediately. Jian Chou ordered. Yes. Qiu Tian said respectfully and immediately disappeared. Swish. Yi Qingyu appeared and said solemnly, the entire ancient immortal world has been searched. Long Qing's body is not found. Ancient immortal supremacy Yan Chen has ordered all the major factions to send people to search. They've gone too far. They don't respect our Dragon Soul at all. Jian Chou was furious and exploded. Monstrous murderous intent burst out crazily. His eyes were bloodshot and he was close to going berserk. They're bullying the weak. This is too much. Does no one care that the Panga realm is bullying us? Luanshan said angrily. The Lord guessed that this person is a top expert of the Panga realm. Even if the controller of the world wants to do something, he can't. Chu Shitian shook his head. Jian Chou said coldly, pass down the order. All supremacies of the Dragon Soul are to prepare for battle. Wait for the Lord's order. Sacred World, Temple of Rakshasa. Qiu Tian appeared and immediately attracted the attention of the Temple of Rakshasa's experts. An expert of the ancient immortal world. The experts of the Temple of Rakshasa were shocked. Who are you? Qing Lu appeared and looked at Qiu Tian and asked. I'm Qiu Tian. I have something important to report to the Lord. Lord Feng, Qiu Tian said quickly. You're from the Dragon Soul? Qing Lu guessed. Yes, Qiu Tian answered, looking very anxious. Qiu Tian, what's the hurry? Feng Wuchen's voice came from the palace. My lord, Long Qing was killed. The people of the Panga realm attacked, Qiu Tian reported respectfully. What? Long Qing was killed? Qing Lu's expression changed. Long Qing. Long Tianqiu, Mother Dragon, and the others were shocked. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In the blink of an eye, a large group of experts of the sacred world appeared, and a terrifying murderous aura spread wildly. You said Long Qing was killed? Long Tianqiu asked in disbelief. Ling Xiaoxiao also asked quickly, didn't Brother Jianqiu say that the enemies of the dragon's soul were eliminated? Who would dare to provoke the dragon's soul? What happened? Feng Wuchen frowned and asked, his expression cold. Qiu Tian then told him what happened. People of the Panga realm? Feng Wuchen's expression turned gloomier. Qiu Tian said respectfully, we've checked every corner of the ancient immortal world, and there's no energy left. I can't think of any other experts of the ancient immortal world other than the Panga realm. We haven't relaxed in the past few days, but we couldn't find anything. Qiu Tian was a top expert of the immortal realm, but even he couldn't find any energy left. It was enough to conclude that the attacker was from the Panga realm. Feng Wuchen said coldly, they attacked so soon? Chen, this is a serious matter. You have to go back immediately. They're all waiting for you. We'll take good care of Xiaoxiao. Don't worry, Feng Jingxiong said seriously. I'm not worried about you taking care of father and mother. Feng Wuchen smiled. Chen, the opponent this time is the Panga realm. It's different from the previous opponents. Be careful. Mother Dragon said. Mother, don't worry. I'll be careful. Feng Wuchen nodded. Kid, let me remind you. The people of the Panga realm already know your current identity. The chaotic mysterious fire beast's voice came. Wife, let's go. Feng Wuchen said softly. He could see that Ling Xiaoxiao was very reluctant to part with her, and so was he. Father, mother. Xiaoxiao's childish voice was full of reluctance. She seemed to know that her mother was going to leave, and Xiaoxiao didn't want to let go. Xiaoxiao, good girl. Grandma will hug you. Xiao Qingqing quickly went forward. No matter how Feng Xiaoxiao cried and struggled, she wanted to hug her by force. Father. Mother. Feng Xiaoxiao cried out with all her might. Feng Wuchen's heart broke when he heard her call them father and mother. At the same time, endless anger surged in his heart. Emperor Celestial Palace. Feng Wuchen, Ling Xiaoxiao, and Qiu Tian appeared. Jianqiu immediately reported respectfully, my lord, we can't find Long Qing's body. Feng Wuchen waved his hand and closed the palace's array. He looked at the void with cold and fierce eyes and said coldly, the barrier sealing the ancient immortal world isn't the same as before. It seems like you have sent people to spy on us. Kid, there are indeed cultivators from the Pangu world spying on us, but it's another person. The chaotic Xian fire beast said. The ancestor of soul power was activated, and Feng Wuchen said coldly, open your eyes and take a look. Against the heavens reincarnation. Feng Wuchen shouted coldly. In the next second, Long Qing's soul body was formed, and his devoured bloodline was restored. However, an even more magical scene appeared. Not only did Long Qing's soul body reform, but his physical body was also restored. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked and overjoyed. Guing, who was secretly spying on them, was already stunned. He looked at Feng Wuchen as if he was looking at a monster. He's revived. Long Qing was overjoyed and quickly thanked, thank you, young master. Long Qing, what happened? Feng Wuchen asked. Long Qing quickly said, young master, I was drinking with brother Jianqiu and the others at the Wind restaurant. I don't know what happened, but I suddenly appeared in front of someone. He devoured my bloodline power. Devoured bloodline power? Everyone's expression changed. So you came for the bloodline power? Feng Wuchen said coldly. His pitch-black eyes flashed with a terrifying cold light. You shouldn't have touched my people. You will regret touching my people, Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen said coldly. He injected the ancestor of soul power into Long Qing's mind and closed his eyes to check Long Qing's memories. In his memories, Guing grabbed Long Qing and appeared in front of young Master Di Tian. He then devoured Long Qing's bloodline power. Feng Wuchen slowly opened his eyes and said coldly, Guing, young Master Di Tian. Very good. I finally know who you are. It won't be difficult to check your identities in the future. My lord, what should we do next? Jianqiu asked respectfully. Feng Wuchen said coldly, they are very powerful and are hiding with their powerful cultivation. We can't take the initiative to attack, and we are not their match. We can only cultivate and wait. Although it was very frustrating to cultivate while waiting, there was no other way. From Long Qing's memories, Feng Wuchen already knew that young Master Di Tian's cultivation was extremely terrifying. Not to mention young Master Di Tian, even an ordinary cultivator in the Panga realm could easily eliminate the dragon soul. Great Lord, since they've already made a move and are here for the bloodline power, I'm sure they'll make another move soon. Qiu Tian said solemnly. The experts of the Panga realm are too powerful for us to deal with, First Elder Guyu said solemnly. In the entire ancient immortal world, only Feng Wuchen had killed a cultivator from the Panga realm. Moreover, it was under this situation where the Sun Eye's power was 7 times stronger. Feng Wuchen said coldly, the ancient immortal world and the Panga realm are 2 different worlds. If the Panga realm didn't have any restrictions, the ancient immortal world would have disappeared long ago. They dared to attack the ancient immortal world and have already violated the order of heaven and earth. However, they definitely wouldn't dare to act recklessly. After everyone heard this, they felt a lot more at ease. Feng Wuchen's words were not without reason. If the Panga realm dared to act recklessly, the ancient immortal world would have disappeared long ago. Between the 2 worlds, there must be an iron rule. Once the iron rule was violated, there would be punishment. Even if young Master Di Tian was so powerful that he could ignore the iron rule, Feng Wuchen was not afraid. Ignorant Junior, so what if you know young Master's identity? What can you do to young Master? In the end, you are just a cultivator of the ancient immortal world. You should cherish the remaining days you have. Guing sneered in the dark. In a mysterious space, young Master Di Tian was using his divine power to devour Long Qing's bloodline power. Because the bloodline power was very domineering, even young Master Di Tian needed some time to devour it. However, young Master Di Tian's cultivation level had increased significantly. It was very difficult to break through to the Great Emperor realm. Since the creation of heaven and earth, other than those great ancient emperors, there were very few experts who could reach the Great Emperor realm. Even in the 35th heaven and 36th heaven, the number of great emperors could be counted with one's fingers. Even if the great emperors in the Yuan space were included, there were less than 10 of them. As expected of a bloodline stronger than the Great Ape King. With my cultivation level, it is also very difficult to refine it. However, it has allowed my cultivation level to increase by quite a bit. Young Master Di Tian thought to himself. The increase in cultivation level and the feeling of becoming stronger was something that he had not felt for many years. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. Under young Master Di Tian's crazy refining, he finally devoured Long Qing's bloodline completely. Such tyrannical power, but it still didn't allow me to break through to the Great Emperor realm. Young Master Di Tian was a little disappointed. Master once said that one needs an opportunity to break through to the Great Emperor realm. However, I don't know what that opportunity is. There's another way, which is to use an extremely large amount of power to break through. However, I don't know how large it is. Young Master Di Tian thought to himself. After devouring Long Qing's bloodline, young Master Di Tian still hadn't broken through to the Great Emperor realm. It was obvious that his power was still insufficient. Young Master Di Tian slowly opened his eyes and said in a low voice, "It shouldn't be too far off." Seeing young Master Di Tian coming out from his cultivation, Guing hurriedly said respectfully, reporting to young Master, Feng Wuchen has already revived Long Qing. He already knows who we are. However, he still doesn't know our specific identities. Capture another person. Young Master Di Tian ordered. Young Master, the Dragon Gods and the Rakshasa race are both in the Sovereign Immortal Palace. Should we capture them by force? Guing asked respectfully. Why? Do you still need me to teach you what to do? Young Master Di Tian asked coldly. Gu Ying's expression changed drastically. He replied fearfully, I know what to do. After he finished speaking, Gu Ying immediately disappeared. He didn't dare to stay for even a moment longer. Now that I have the powerful bloodline of the Dragon Gods, I don't believe that I can't break through to the Great Emperor realm. I don't care about the opportunity. However, if it's a large amount of power, I want to see how much it will take for me to break through. Young Master Di Tian thought coldly. Young Master Di Tian wasn't in a hurry to make a move. Instead, he wanted to break through to the Great Emperor realm first. It could be seen how much he desired to break through to the Great Emperor realm. When Guing appeared again, he was already in the sky above the sovereign immortal palace. He was just outside the transparent formation. The formless formation can completely conceal the aura of the palace. It's indeed miraculous. However, in front of such a large amount of power, it's useless. Guing said coldly. He then pointed at the void with his finger. Gotcha. There were no energy waves. The formless formation was instantly shattered. There weren't any ripples. You finally made your move? Qiu Tian was the first to appear. End of this chapter. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Yanhu, Ao Zhu, Xiong Meng, and Guisu appeared in a flash. Guisu said coldly, "My lord's guess was right." Jianchou stared coldly at Guing and asked coldly, "Long Qing, is this person the one who captured you?" "He is the one who captured me." Long Qing pointed at Guing, who was diving down, and shouted. He stared at Guing fiercely, wishing he could swallow Guing alive. Long Qing recognized him at a glance. Scram! Guing shouted coldly as a powerful aura burst out. Qiu Tian and the other four were hit by this unimaginable aura and spat out a mouthful of blood as they fell from the sky. He is not an ordinary Pangu World cultivator. This terrifying aura is even scarier than a soul battle-titled ancient god. Qiu Tian was extremely shocked. White-titled ancient god. Yanhu exclaimed. None of them had expected Guing to be a white-titled ancient god. Battle god Qiu Tian. Battle god Yanhu. The dragon soul supremacies were all shocked. Qiu Tian, who was in the immortal realm, was actually heavily injured by the other party's terrifying aura. Yanhu and the other three were also heavily injured and could not withstand a single blow. Guing sneered in disdain, "You want to stop me with trash like you?" Guing looked fiercely at Jianchou and said fiercely, "Brat, your bloodline seems to be stronger." Jianchou did not show any fear and said coldly, "Is that so?" Seeing Jianchou's calm expression, Guing suddenly felt an uneasy feeling in his heart. What's going on? Why do I have this feeling? Guing was confused. With his terrifying cultivation, no one in the ancient immortal realm should be able to threaten him. Was this uneasy feeling just an illusion? Guing did not think too much about it. His goal was to capture another person and he was confident he could do it. However, Guing did not expect Feng Wuchen's ancestor of soul to have already locked onto him. Facing such a terrifying expert, Feng Wuchen knew they were powerless. They could only attack from this person's soul. Just when Solitary Shadow was a few meters away from Jianchou, Feng Wuchen suddenly appeared and said coldly, "You finally took the bait." Feng Wuchen? Gu Ying's expression changed slightly, then he sneered, "You came at the right time. It's more appropriate to capture you." Just as Solitary Shadow finished speaking, Feng Wuchen's tyrannical ancestor of soul power had already ruthlessly slammed into Solitary Shadow's soul body. What? Feng Wuchen's expression didn't change as he exclaimed in shock, "His soul has been sealed." Feng Wuchen's ancestor of soul force was blocked by a powerful sealing force and could not do anything to Solitary Shadow's soul body. Feng Wuchen blamed himself for being too careless. Humph. Feng Wuchen, do you think I didn't make any preparations? Guing sneered disdainfully. His hand reached out to grab Feng Wuchen. Not good. Feng Wuchen's expression changed drastically. My lord, be careful. Qiu Tian and the others' expressions changed drastically. Humph. Feng Wuchen, you are too confident. Guing sneered mockingly. He was already thinking of capturing Feng Wuchen back to receive his reward. Peng. Ah. However, just as Gu Ying's hand was half an inch away from Feng Wuchen, a terrifying flame suddenly ignited on the surface of Feng Wuchen's body. The moment Guing made contact with the flame, he screamed out in pain. His hand was instantly charred and emitted smoke. The burn was very serious. This is the flame of the Chaos Mystic Fire Beast. Feng Wuchen was shocked. He didn't expect the Chaos Mystic Fire Beast to attack. What kind of flame is this? How can it hurt me? Gu Ying's face was filled with fear, but he didn't think too much and immediately flashed to Long Qinghuan's side. The terrifying flame had already made Gu Ying panic. It was obvious how terrifying it was to be able to burn his hand instantly. Guing had underestimated Feng Wuchen. If he could think of capturing Feng Wuchen directly, how could young Lord Ditian not think of the same thing? However, young Lord Ditian didn't attack Feng Wuchen directly because he was afraid of the mysterious force in Feng Wuchen's body. Without full confidence, he wouldn't attack Feng Wuchen directly. In other words, if the mysterious force didn't appear, young Lord Ditian wouldn't attack easily. "Qinghun, be careful!" Feng Wuchen shouted. However, Gu Ying's speed was terrifying. Long Qinghun didn't even have time to react, and the others didn't have time to react either. He disappeared in the blink of an eye. "Qinghun!" Long Nidian shouted in shock. "This is outrageous." Long Xiaoyang was furious, but there was nothing he could do. "Bastard!" Jianchou gritted his teeth and cursed. He was furious. Everyone was furious, but there was nothing they could do. They were extremely sullen. The aura has disappeared. Feng Wuchen's face was extremely ugly. "Lord, they must have an independent space," Xiao Tian said in a low voice. There was indeed an independent space, but it wasn't in the ancient immortal world, but in a dimensional space. Feng Wuchen's immortal power couldn't extend into the dimensional space. Feng Wuchen's face became ferocious. He gritted his teeth and said angrily, "I was too careless. His soul body has set up a powerful barrier that completely blocks my soul power." Glancing fiercely at the flame-burning Gu Chongqing's remnant soul, Feng Wuchen said, "It seems that Guing saw Gu Chongqing's end. Primal Chaos Xian Fire Beast, since you already attacked, why didn't you enter him?" Feng Wuchen asked. "I didn't say I was going to interfere. The Primal Chaos Flame protected you," the Primal Chaos Xian Fire Beast said. Feng Wuchen was stunned and said in his heart, "Protected me? What does the Primal Chaos Flame have to do with me?" Feng Wuchen didn't understand the meaning behind the Primal Chaos Xian Fire Beast's words. In a mysterious space, Guing appeared with Long Qinghun. Guing said respectfully, "Young master, we have captured him." Long Qinghun saw a young man and said coldly, "You should be that young master Ditian, right?" Young master Ditian smiled and said indifferently, "That's right. I am young master Ditian. I can see that you are not afraid of me." Long Qinghun curled his lips and said, "You won't eat me. At most, you will devour my bloodline and kill me. Why would I be afraid of you?" Bang! Ah! Young Master Ditian pressed his palm on Long Qinghun's head and immediately devoured his bloodline power. Long Qinghun screamed in pain. Long Qinghun gritted his teeth and scolded, "You shameless bastard. Young master will not let you go. Feng Wuchen can't do anything to me. After devouring your bloodline power, I can break through to the Great Emperor realm. What can Feng Wuchen do to me?" Young Master Ditian smiled and said. Sensing the burn on Gu Ying's palm, young Master Ditian asked curiously, "What kind of fire can hurt you?" "I don't know either. It erupted from Feng Wuchen's body. It is very terrifying. I was injured like this just by touching it," Guing said respectfully. Thinking back to the flames from before, he was still terrified. "Oh? Is it that white flame?" Young Master Ditian guessed. "It's not white flame. It's a type of golden flame," Guing replied. "Golden flames?" Young Master Ditian furrowed his brows and asked in puzzlement. Feng Wuchen's white flames were already extremely terrifying and tyrannical. Could it be that he has an even more terrifying flame? This subordinate isn't sure either. That golden flame instantly vanished. "It's extremely terrifying," Guing replied respectfully. Young Master Ditian said solemnly, "It can ignore your strength and instantly burn your hand. It's truly terrifying." As the sound of his voice faded, young Master Ditian released his hand. Long Qinghun had already lost all signs of life. "Young master, Feng Wuchen can still revive this person. Feng Wuchen has cultivated an extremely powerful cultivation art that can instantly condense a person's soul and body," Guing said respectfully. He had personally witnessed how Feng Wuchen revived Long Qinghun. It's truly amazing to be able to instantly revive someone. If I were to cultivate such a powerful cultivation art, it would be equivalent to controlling the life and death of others. Young Master D. Tian smiled. Unfortunately, young Master D. Tian didn't know that only alchemists had the chance to comprehend the heaven-defying reincarnation art. Furthermore, it was 1 in a billion. Even emperor-level alchemists might not be able to comprehend the heaven-defying reincarnation art. Continue to monitor the sovereign. Immortal Palace. Young Master D. Tian said indifferently. After that, he sat down cross-legged and continued to devour the bloodline energy. Gooing disappeared. He also needed to treat the burn on his hand. He could feel that the burn was still spreading. This person's bloodline energy is stronger than the previous one. Although it's tyrannical, it's not strong enough. It's truly a waste for such a terrifying bloodline energy to be used on them. Young Master D. Tian mused. Although he said that, Long Qinghuan's bloodline energy was sufficient for him to break through to the Emperor realm. Feng Wuchen, we will be able to meet in a few more days. Young Master D. Tian laughed in his heart. Sovereign Immortal Palace. Heaven-defying reincarnation. Feng Wuchen activated the ancestor of soul force and rapidly condensed Long Qinghuan's soul and body. Many thanks, young master. Long Qinghun clasped his fists respectfully. Long Qinghun continued, young master, that young Master D. Tian is trying to break through to the Emperor realm by devouring my bloodline energy. Great Emperor? No one knew what realm that was. Feng Wuchen thought to himself, Long Qing and Long Qinghun are only ancient immortal emperors. Although they are not strong, their bloodlines are terrifying. They are stronger than any of the strange beasts in Panga realm. They are enough to help this person break through the Great Emperor realm. It's only been a few days and he's already making a move. His refining speed is extremely shocking. I'm afraid he'll break through to the Great Emperor realm in a few days. At that time, he'll show himself. Husband, do you have any countermeasures? Ling Xiaoxiao asked solemnly. Feng Wuchen shook his head slightly and said, not yet. The enemy's strength is too terrifying. Even if we have a countermeasure, it's useless in front of absolute power. Yang Meier frowned. This is the most troublesome guy we've encountered. Even Big Brother Feng can't do anything about it, Miao Qingqing said. That might not be the case. Jianqiu solemnly said, supremacy, that golden flame earlier instantly burned Guying. It's extremely terrifying. Who knows, it might even be able to deal with young Master D. Tian. Big Brother Jianqiu is right. Bei Douyan nodded slightly. Unfortunately, what they didn't know was that the primal chaos flame wasn't Feng Wuchen's flame. Of course, Feng Wuchen also had the extremely terrifying myriad fire ancestor. Feng brat, I rarely see you frowning. Long Shitian faintly smiled and said. Hearing this, Feng Wuchen lightly sighed and smiled, third ancestor, I'm thinking of a solution. Why would I be frowning? Is there really no other way? Long Shihun solemnly asked as he looked at Feng Wuchen with his old eyes. That's not it. Feng Wuchen faintly smiled and said, the stronger the opponent, the more potential we can unleash in the moment of life and death. Without experiencing countless life and death situations, how can we become powerful? Alliance Master, what kind of solution do you have? Huan Yang curiously asked. You'll know when the time comes. Feng Wuchen faintly smiled and viciously said in his heart, young Master D. Tian, if you touch my, Feng Wuchen's people, I will make you regret being born into this world. Stinking brat, don't think that I will help you. The primal chaos mysterious fire beast's voice transmitted over. Did I say that I wanted your help? Also, please keep an eye on your flame. Feng Wuchen unhappily transmitted his voice. Feng Wuchen didn't plan to let the primal chaos mysterious fire beast help. The primal chaos mysterious fire beast. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. In the mysterious space, young Master D. Tian, who was devouring Long Qinghuan's bloodline power, suddenly opened his eyes. Buzz buzz. An incomparably terrifying aura suddenly swept out violently, followed by an unimaginable destructive power that instantly covered the space. The surface of young Master D. Tian's body flashed with a dazzling purple light that enveloped the entire space. Young Master D. Tian's aura and power were many times stronger than before. This is the Great Emperor realm. Young Master has broken through. A person cried out in fear. This is too terrifying. In less than half a month, young master has broken through to the great emperor realm. Another person cried out in fear. Boom! An even more terrifying power burst out, and a few Panga realm cultivators nearby were sent flying. I have finally broken through. Master was right. It requires a huge amount of power to step into the great emperor realm. Young Master Dtian laughed excitedly. He had been waiting for this day for too long. The power of a great emperor is indeed extraordinary. After fusing with the bloodline power of the dragon gods, my divine power has become even stronger. I wonder if my divine power can contend against the power of an ancient great emperor. Young Master Dtian was extremely excited. He couldn't wait to test out his current power. Congratulations to young master for breaking through to the great emperor realm. A few respectful voices came from afar. Soon, the terrifying power and aura disappeared, and so did the dazzling purple light. Everything returned to normal. As expected of the bloodline of the dragon gods. I didn't expect to break through to the great emperor realm in less than half a month. Young Master Dtian laughed happily. Swish! Guing appeared and cupped his fists respectfully. Congratulations to young master for breaking through to the great emperor realm. Guing, with my current strength, do you think I can surpass my master? Young Master Dtian asked with a smile. This? Guing hesitated for a moment before replying respectfully. Young master has fused the bloodline power of the dragon gods into your divine power. Your divine power has become even stronger. In terms of strength, you can definitely suppress the Tianzong Great Emperor. However, you shouldn't be a match for him. Wait until I have stabilized my Great Emperor realm. My combat power will be even stronger. When that time comes, I will look for my master to test my strength. If my master knows about my current strength, he will definitely be very happy. Young Master Dtian laughed. He was looking forward to it. The Tianzong Great Emperor sees young master as his own son. He will naturally be very happy. Guing said respectfully. Haha. Young Master Dtian laughed happily. When the time comes, I will give my master the bloodline of the dragon gods to increase his divine power. Dying, you have made a great contribution this time. The bloodline of the dragon gods will be bestowed upon you. They have plenty of bloodlines. Young Master Dtian smiled happily. At that time, all of us will be able to obtain powerful bloodline powers. Many thanks, young master. Dying hurriedly expressed his gratitude. He was extremely excited. Dying had personally witnessed how terrifying the bloodline of the dragon gods was. If he could refine the bloodline of the dragon gods, he might be able to break through to become a black-colored titled ancient god. No. He would definitely be able to break through to become a black-colored titled ancient god. The bloodline of the dragon gods was just that powerful. Young Master Dtian clenched his fists and smiled excitedly. The power of the great emperors is so exhilarating. Although I have yet to consolidate my realm, I am confident that I can defeat some great emperors. Young master, you still need a lot of time to consolidate your realm. Why don't you take this opportunity to consolidate your realm? Let Feng Wuchen and the others live for a while longer, Guing said respectfully. Young Master Dtian shook his head slightly and smiled. The best and fastest way to consolidate my realm is through battle. Rather than wasting time, why not fight to my heart's content? With young master's current strength, there are probably not many great emperors who can defeat young master. Even those who are stronger than young master wouldn't dare to fight with young master. How are you going to consolidate your realm? Dying asked curiously. If there was no one to fight with, wouldn't it be a waste of time? Dying, do you know why my combat strength is so strong? Young Master Dtian smiled and asked. His words were a little arrogant. I don't know. Dying shook his head slightly. Young Master Dtian waved his hand and conjured an identical clone. Young Master Dtian smiled faintly. Master always says that I don't work hard in my cultivation. However, my clone has always been cultivating. It's just that Master doesn't know about it. Other than that, my original body often engages in high-intensity battles with my clone and grows continuously in battle. This is why I have such powerful combat strength. Clone? Dying looked at the identical young Master Dtian in shock. He said in disbelief, the aura of this clone is exactly the same as young master's original body. That's right, they are exactly the same. A split body is different from a true body, and its strength is equally strong. This is an ancient secret art. Young Master Detian smiled, there was no hint of arrogance on his face. If there is a split body, then young master would definitely be able to defeat the Tianzong Emperor. Guing hurriedly said, secretly rejoicing that he wasn't punished for underestimating young Master Detian. Young Master Detian smiled, Master isn't as weak as you think. Honestly speaking, I don't have the confidence to win against Master. You guys wouldn't know how strong Master is. Only young Lord Detian was the clearest about the might of the Tianzong Great Emperor. How are things on Feng Wuchen's side? Young Master Detian smiled and asked. Guing replied respectfully, Young Master, there has been no movement from the Emperor's celestial palace for the past few days. They seem to be cultivating. Young Master Detian glanced at Gu Ying's burned hand and frowned. Your injuries haven't healed yet? What kind of flame is it? It's so terrifying. Why have I never seen it before? I don't know what kind of flame it is. Guing shook his head. Forget it. Young Master Detian said indifferently, no matter what kind of flame it is, it's time to meet Feng Wuchen. We will naturally know when the time comes. Young Master Detian's cultivation had broken through to the Great Emperor realm and his divine power had increased by a terrifying amount. Young Master Detian was confident that he could subdue that mysterious power, let alone the mysterious flame. Has the ancient immortal world been sealed? Young Master Detian asked. Guing replied respectfully, Young Master, don't worry. The ancient immortal world has been sealed. The Great Guardian has already sent people to seal the teleportation gate of the Pengu world. The First Heaven has also sent people to guard it. There won't be any mistakes. Very good. I don't want to alarm those old fellows in the Pengu world. It's too troublesome, especially ancient god Xuechan. After all, that fellow came to the ancient immortal world before and is specialized in tracking down the mysterious power. We must keep a close eye on him and not let him come to the ancient immortal world. Young Master Detian smiled faintly. Young Master, don't worry. The Great Guardian has already sent people to the 33rd heaven. Ancient god Xuechan definitely won't appear. Guing said respectfully. That's good. Young Master Detian nodded with satisfaction. All of you, head to the Emperor Immortal Palace immediately. Guing ordered the 5 cultivators from the Pengu world. Yes, Great Guardian. Protector. The 5 of them replied respectfully, and immediately disappeared. Ju Qing. Young Master Detian called out softly. Roar. A huge and dazzling bird beast appeared, emitting an extremely terrifying aura. It was similar to a phoenix, but more noble and powerful. Its colorful feathers undoubtedly showed off its noble existence. Although it wasn't as powerful as the Great Ape King clan, it wasn't much weaker. Furthermore, its cultivation was extremely high. To be able to become young Master Detian's mount, one wouldn't be qualified if their cultivation wasn't strong enough. The bird beast named Ju Qing was an ancient mutated beast, the 7-colored singing phoenix. Ju Qing's cultivation is getting more and more terrifying. Guing said in fear. Although he had seen young Master Detian's mount before, he still felt terrified every time he saw it. Young Master Detian flew onto Ju Qing's back and said with a smile, Let's go, Ju Qing. I'll bring you to a new place to play. Although it's not as good as the Pengu world, it's still fresh. Furthermore, there are many powerful bloodlines. You'll definitely like it. Master, your divine power contains an extremely terrifying bloodline power that can suppress my bloodline power. Ju Qing's pleasant voice sounded. That's natural. It's a bloodline power that's much stronger than the Great Ape King and the Ice Abyss God Luan. I'll also bestow you the bloodline power of the dragon gods later. Young Master Detian smiled faintly. Ju Qing didn't say anything else, but there was a hint of fear in its eyes. After saying that, young Master Detian and Ju Qing disappeared. Emperor Immortal Palace. Swish. Swish, swish. 5 people suddenly appeared in the sky above the palace. They were young Master Detian's subordinates. An extremely terrifying aura swept out crazily and enveloped the Emperor Immortal Palace. In an instant, it covered the entire ancient immortal world. Any cultivator that felt their aura instantly felt an intense aura of death. It was as if the entire world had turned dark. The terrifying aura also alerted the Emperor Immortal Palace. Swish! Feng Wuchen was the first to appear. His cold gaze swept across the 5 people in the sky. Swish! Swish! Jianchou, the 5 war gods, and Long Shishuan's group also came out from their respective palaces. Are they finally going to show themselves? Feng Wuchen frowned slightly. Jianchou frowned and said, I wonder if that young Master Di Tian will show himself. That young Master Di Tian might have already broken through to the great emperor realm. Qiu Tian said solemnly. At this moment, he was a little nervous. The faces of the Dragon Souls group were also very solemn. Roar! Zhu Qing's roar suddenly sounded in the sky. The terrifying sound wave energy swept out wildly without restraint. It shook countless cultivators until they were dizzy and in pain. Their minds collapsed. Roar! A humongous bird appeared, emitting a terrifying aura. Its 7-colored wings were dazzling, displaying its nobility to the world. Zhu's terrifying aura shocked everyone from the Emperor Immortal Palace. An ancient mutated beast. Long Shahun frowned. Long Xiafeng frowned and said solemnly, a mutated beast from the Pengu world? I didn't expect its cultivation to be so terrifying. What kind of mutated beast is this? It actually has the cultivation of a titled ancient god. Its aura is even more terrifying than Guiyang's. Qiu Tian was shocked. He had never seen such a terrifying mutated beast before. This strange beast is very similar to our Phoenix Demon clan, but its bloodline is much stronger than the original Phoenix Demon clan. Feng Hunshan was also shocked. Wild Leopard looked at the 7-colored crying phoenix and said indifferently, it is indeed very similar. The Phoenix Demon race might be related to it. Our bloodline can completely suppress it. So what if it is a titled ancient god? If it dares to make a move, I will crush it with one punch. The 3-eyed demon ape didn't put Zhu in its eyes at all. What a beautiful mutated beast. Ling Xiaoxiao and Lan Yu weren't shocked. They were completely attracted by Zhu's beauty and couldn't take their eyes off him. Miao Qingqing said in amazement, the 7-colored wings are so beautiful. Such a terrifying mutated beast the moment it appeared. Isn't this young Master Di Tian a bit too arrogant? Lu Qingyang was also shocked. Although Zhu's terrifying aura attacked the Emperor Immortal Palace, Feng Wuchen and the others who had powerful bloodlines weren't afraid at all. Husband, what kind of mutated beast is this? It is so beautiful. Ling Xiaoxiao asked curiously. 7-colored crying phoenix. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. The Emperor Immortal Palace was looking at the 7-colored crying phoenix, and the 7-colored crying phoenix was also looking at the Dragon Souls group. The 7-colored crying phoenix was dumbfounded. Its terrifying aura instantly disappeared as it stared at Feng Wuchen's group in horror. They? What kind of race are they? How can they have such a terrifying bloodline aura? Zhu was terrified. At a glance, there were several bloodlines that were much more terrifying than his. Did Master snatch the bloodline from them? Master even refined and absorbed it. The more Zhu Qing thought about it, the more frightened he became. What's up with his bloodline? How could it be so terrifying to this degree? His gaze fell upon Feng Wuchen, and Zhu Qing was scared out of his wits. At this moment, Zhu Qing didn't dare to move. His soul was trembling as he was completely intimidated by the bloodline of Feng Wuchen's group. Swish! Swish! At this time, the patriarchs and elders of the 5 races, as well as ancient venerable Yan Chen and first elder He Qing, as well as top experts like Chu Shi, came one after another. Clearly, they were alarmed by the terrifying aura of giant. A strange ancient beast. Xianxia's group also looked at Zhu Qing. Ancient immortal venerable Yan Chen frowned and said, very frightening power, even more frightening than a gold-titled ancient god. Are they the mysterious people who helped Fen Tianji raise his cultivation? The Xianming tiger frowned and guessed. Swish! At this time, Guing appeared with an arrogant face. This bastard. Long Qing gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. Long Qinghuan's fierce gaze also stared at Gu Ying as he said coldly, "This bastard made me feel the pain of death. If there's a chance, I'll definitely pay him back tenfold." Such a big temper. Gu Ying sneered with disdain. Feng Wuchen looked at Gu Ying's hand and sneered, "Is the burn not healed yet?" "You." Gu Ying instantly exploded with anger. His ferocious face twitched violently. A white-titled ancient god was actually injured by the flames of a small cultivator from the ancient immortal world. This was simply a great humiliation. "Stop talking nonsense. Where's your young master? He should be showing himself now that he has broken through to the Emperor realm, right?" Feng Wuchen's cold gaze swept towards Gu Ying as he asked coldly. "Feng Wuchen, do you really want to see me that much?" Young Master Di Tian's faint laughter came from the void. The moment he finished speaking, a figure had already appeared silently. A handsome man wearing a white brocade appeared in front of everyone's eyes. "Is he young Master Di Tian?" Jian Chou and the others' gazes landed on young Master Di Tian. "That's right. This is the person who devoured our bloodline." Long Qing gritted his teeth and said angrily. A cold murderous aura exploded from him. He couldn't wait to eat young Master Di Tian alive. Lu Qingyang scolded coldly, "What bullshit young Master Di Tian? He's clearly a despicable and shameless person." Gu Ying's vicious gaze swept towards Lu Qingyang as he said proudly, "This is young Master Di Tian, the youngest and most powerful Emperor realm genius in the Pangu world." "Bah!" Long Qinghun said with disdain, "What bullshit genius? He only relied on devouring other people's bloodline to increase his cultivation." "How dare you say that?" Feng Wuchen glanced at him indifferently and said, "You have indeed broken through to the Emperor realm. No matter how much you try to hide, you can't fool me. You killed 2 members of the dragon gods just to break through to the Emperor realm. Brat, are you really stupid or are you pretending to be stupid? Do you think he is just after your bloodline power?" The primal chaos Xian fire beast's voice transmitted over. The moment Feng Wuchen heard this, he suddenly reacted and transmitted his voice, "You are saying that he is after your bloodline power?" "That's right. This person should have already noticed my bloodline power. If it was only your bloodline power, he would have already made a move. Why would he be so cautious?" The primal chaos Xian fire beast transmitted his voice. "Is this his real goal? But how did he know about your bloodline power? He shouldn't be on the same side as ancient god Shuechan." Feng Wuchen was secretly puzzled. Perhaps he noticed it by accident. The primal chaos Xian fire beast guessed. Young Master Di Tian did notice the terrifying power of the primal chaos Xian fire beast in the dimensional space by accident. "I'm actually very curious. You guys came from a weak little world, so how did you guys have such a powerful bloodline power? It's even stronger than my godly power." Young Master Di Tian faintly smiled as he glanced at the terrified giant. Young Master Di Tian could tell that the reason why Zhu Qing was so frightened was because he was intimidated by the bloodline power of Feng Wuchen and the others. "Master, their bloodline power is very scary." Zhu Qing transmitted his voice in fear. "Step back first. There is no need for you to make a move," Young Master Di Tian said indifferently. Zhu Qing retreated far away in fear and looked as though he would be killed if he was one step slower. "Young Master Di Tian, the bloodline power of the dragon gods is not something that can be easily devoured." Feng Wuchen grinned and said. As he spoke, Feng Wuchen had already taken out a few ancient god thumb rings. "Is that so?" Young Master Di Tian didn't think much of it and immediately ordered, "Do it." Gu Ying suddenly waved his hand and the 5 Pangu world cultivators immediately burst forth with terrifying power and swooped down ruthlessly. "My lord, be careful," Qiu Tian quickly reminded. Feng Wuchen immediately injected his bloodline power into the 3 ancient god thumb rings and summoned the titled ancient gods at the fastest speed possible. End of chapter. Are you trying to summon a titled ancient god? Seeing Feng Wuchen's actions, young Master Di Tian grinned and signaled his 5 subordinates to stop. Young Master Di Tian smiled faintly and said, "Feng Wuchen, I have been in Pangu world for many years, but I have never met a titled ancient god who can fight with me. Now that I have become a great emperor, even if you summon 10,000 titled ancient gods, they won't even have a chance to attack me." What he said seemed extremely arrogant, but young Master Tian wasn't bragging. In front of a great emperor, any titled ancient god was trash. What's going on? Jing Yan and Hong Ji's ancient god rings don't have any reaction. Feng Wuchen's face darkened. Besides the ancient god ring of the fighting soul titled ancient god, Jing Yan and Hong Ji's ancient god rings didn't have any light. If they can't be summoned, it means that something happened to them, the chaotic mysterious fire beast said. Something happened? Feng Wuchen's face changed. He immediately guessed that it was young Master Tian's doing. The ancient god ring summoning wouldn't have no reaction unless something happened. The Great Lord's ancient god ring can't be summoned, Jianzhou frowned. Ling Xiaoxiao asked worriedly, what's going on? Why can't we summon it? Previously, when the Great Lord summoned the titled ancient gods, they would appear instantly. But now, the ancient god ring isn't responding. The titled ancient gods that reacted didn't appear either, Qiu Tian said seriously. He seemed to have guessed something. Something must have happened. Long Shihun guessed. His face was very serious. With the abnormal situation, everyone in Dragon Soul guessed that something had happened. They were all worried. Feng Wuchen, can a gold-titled ancient god save you? He's just sending himself to his death, Guing sneered mockingly. Feng Wuchen, I will let you taste despair slowly, young Master Tian laughed arrogantly. It was as if everything was in his control. The fighting soul titled ancient god did receive Feng Wuchen's summoning, but they didn't appear. There was also no terrifying aura coming from the ancient god ring. In the past, the fighting soul titled ancient god would have appeared. It seems that they did something in Panga realm. The soul fighting titled ancient god didn't appear for a long time. Feng Wuchen's face became gloomier. It was obvious that he had guessed something. Are you starting to feel despair because no titled ancient god has appeared? Young Master Tian asked with a faint smile. Staring coldly at young Lord Tian, Feng Wuchen asked coldly, are Jingyan and Hongji dead or alive? Young Master Tian shrugged his shoulders and smiled faintly. I have no enmity with them, so I naturally wouldn't kill them. Moreover, they are still useful to me, aren't they? I also guessed that you might be able to summon other titled ancient gods, so I sent people to guard the first heaven of Panga realm and the gate of Panga realm. I didn't want them to disturb you. Actually, I was saving them. With their abilities, they would only be courting death if they came. Titled ancient gods couldn't be summoned, and even if they were summoned, they wouldn't be able to come. Without the help of titled ancient gods, Feng Wuchen and the others wouldn't be able to defeat young Lord Tian. Young Lord Tian was right. Even if titled ancient gods came, they would only be courting death. Looking at the three ancient god rings, Feng Wuchen kept them in his storage ring and said coldly, sealing the ancient immortal world and guarding the Panga realm. You are really prepared. It seems like you already think that you can defeat me. You don't seem to think so. Young Lord Tian smiled confidently. Can the people you sent stop a black titled ancient god? Feng Wuchen asked coldly. Then, he took out a black ancient god ring. A black ancient god ring. Du Ying's expression changed drastically. Oh? You actually have a black ancient god ring. Young Lord Tian was also shocked. He didn't dare to believe it. Temple Street for a small cultivator from the ancient immortal world to have an ancient god ring was already very unbelievable. Now, Feng Wuchen didn't just have a gold ancient god ring. He even had a black ancient god ring. A black ancient god ring. Ancient immortal Venerable Yan Chen's old eyes almost fell out. He was extremely shocked. The most powerful titled ancient god. Jianzhou, Qiu Tian, and the others exclaimed. Their eyes widened as they looked at the black ancient god ring in Feng Wuchen's hand. No one had expected Feng Wuchen to have a black ancient god ring. Bloodline power was injected into the black ancient god ring. After a while, the ring glowed with white light. At the same time, in the first heaven of the Panga realm. The moment the titled ancient god sensed Feng Wuchen's summon, he immediately took action. But when he reached the first heaven, he was stopped. What is the meaning of this? The titled ancient god asked coldly. Young Lord Tian has ordered that no one is allowed to leave the Panga realm, a titled ancient god said in a low voice. Young Lord Tian? The titled ancient god frowned slightly. Titled Ancient God Dahun, please go back, another titled Ancient God said. They clearly recognized titled Ancient God Dahun. No one can control where I go. Get lost, the titled Ancient God said coldly. At the same time, he emitted a terrifying murderous aura. Sol Dahun, titled Ancient God, you have to think carefully about the consequences of going against young Master D Tian. One of the titled Ancient Gods frowned. Going against him? The titled Ancient God sneered. So what? If you don't get lost, I will send you on your way first. Oh? I'm afraid you don't have the ability to do so. A sarcastic laugh was heard. Who is it? The titled Ancient God frowned as he sensed a strong threat. Titled Ancient God, if you leave now, I will spare you. But if you take half a step forward, I can guarantee that you will die instantly. The sarcastic voice was heard again. From his tone, one could hear his disdain for the titled Ancient God and his confidence in his own abilities. Swish. Swish. Swish, a black shadow flashed and flew past the left side of the titled Ancient God of Dahun. The titled Ancient God of Dahun stared coldly at the figure that had slowed down. The person who appeared was a coquettish man in white brocade. He had white hair and was very handsome. Even women would be envious of his face. In the next second, a terrifying aura shrouded the titled Ancient God and made him unable to move. White titled Ancient God. The titled Ancient God frowned and said, "You are Guardian Yao." "Yes, I am." Guardian Yao smiled and said, "Titled Ancient God, although you are the disciple of the Sword Soul Emperor, don't forget that the Sword Soul Emperor is already dead. I respect the Sword Soul Emperor, so I am giving you a chance. Don't be ungrateful." Guardian Yao means that I need young Lord D Tian's permission to go anywhere, the titled Ancient God asked coldly. Titled Ancient God, I don't want to kill you. You can leave. Guardian Yao sneered. A majestic voice sounded, and Protector Yao's terrifying aura dissipated instantly. Yimu is a titled Ancient God. Protector Yao's dazzling face turned gloomy. He said coldly, "Yimu, are you going to interfere with young Master D Tian's matters?" "I don't care what young Master D Tian wants to do, but I don't care what we want to do either. Young Master D Tian doesn't have the final say in the Panga realm." The titled Ancient God of Darkness said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, a man wearing black brocade appeared. It was Darkness, the titled Ancient God. His body emitted a very violent and terrifying aura. A black titled Ancient God. "Young Master D Tian, aren't you meddling too much? It's as if Panga domain belongs to him. Are you looking down on Soul Demon Prime?" Soul Fighting Ancient God said coldly. Protector Yao didn't dare to say anything when the Soul Fighting Ancient God said that. "Protector Yao, aren't you going to get lost? Or do you want to fight with me?" Yimu's cold voice sounded again, and an even more terrifying aura burst out. Before he even finished speaking, Nightfall had already appeared in front of Protector Yao. He looked down at Protector Yao from above, causing Protector Yao to be frightened to the extreme. Protector Yao felt something sweet in his throat, and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Just his terrifying aura alone was enough to injure a white titled Ancient God. From this, one could see how terrifying titled Ancient God Knight was. "Yimu, you bastard, you have become so powerful." Protector Yao cursed in his heart. He had only been proud for a few minutes when he was injured by Yimu. He was so angry that his internal organs were churning. "Back off." Protector Yao ordered, indicating for the two titled Ancient Gods to back off. "Big Brother Darkness, thank you." The titled Ancient God expressed his gratitude, and then he disappeared. "Yimu, I hope you don't regret it. I also hope you know who you are making an enemy of." Protector Yao said coldly, looking extremely fierce. The titled Ancient God Knight Curtain sneered. A look of disdain flashed across his eyes before he disappeared. "How dare you? You actually dare to look down on this protector?" Protector Yao's rage soared to the heavens. He was simply about to explode. "Great Guardian, the titled Ancient God of Soul Power has left the Panga realm, and the titled Ancient God of Darkness has shown up. I am no match for him." Guardian Yao immediately reported. "Nightfall?" In a majestic palace, the Great Guardian frowned slightly and said in confusion, The soul battle titled Ancient God has been very active in the 33rd to 35th heavens. He even summoned Night and the others. What does he want to do? Without the support of the Sword Soul Emperor, how dare you act so arrogantly? Aren't you afraid of alerting the Demon Soul Sovereign? Guardian Yao, do you know where the titled Ancient God of Fighting Souls went? The Great Guardian asked. The ancient immortal world. Guardian Yao sent a voice transmission respectfully. The ancient immortal world? The Great Guardian's expression changed as he guessed. Could it be, young master, Duhan has gone to the ancient immortal world? Because of Night's appearance, Guardian Yao didn't dare to stop him. The Great Guardian immediately transmitted a message to young Master Tian. Soul-fighting ancient god? The Sword Soul Emperor's disciple? Could Feng Wuchen have summoned a soul-fighting ancient god? Young Master Tian was slightly surprised. Swish, while young Master Tian was still in shock, the ancient god soul-fighting titled Ancient God suddenly appeared. An extremely terrifying aura swept out with an earth-shattering might. Soul-fighting ancient god. When they saw who it was, the members of the Dragon Soul sect were overjoyed. The appearance of the soul-fighting ancient god made them feel more at ease. At least they still had the power to resist. Jianzhou frowned and asked in confusion, didn't the Lord summon a black titled ancient god? Why is the soul-fighting ancient god here? Could it be the previous summon? The black titled ancient god might not be here yet. The power of the ancient god ring is getting stronger and stronger. Lu Qingyang said with anticipation. He was extremely shocked. Soul-fighting ancient god? Feng Wuchen looked at the soul-fighting ancient god in astonishment. He didn't expect it to be a soul-fighting ancient god. Feng Wuchen, why did you summon me? The soul-fighting ancient god asked. At the same time, he felt the terrifying aura from the ancient god ring. This is, the black ancient god ring. This aura, it belongs to an ancient titled ancient god. The soul-fighting ancient god exclaimed. His eyeballs were about to fall out. While the soul-fighting ancient god was shocked, he glanced at young Master Tian, Guing, and the others. He was shocked again. Young Master Tian? Guing? The Arch Realm. The soul-fighting ancient god's expression changed. He didn't expect to see young Master Tian in the ancient immortal world. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, you do know him. This person devoured the bloodline power of 2 of my clansmen and advanced to the Arch Realm. No wonder his men stopped me in the Pangu world. If it wasn't for Night's help, I wouldn't have been able to come. The soul-fighting ancient god frowned and said solemnly, Feng Wuchen, this person is very powerful. Moreover, he has advanced to the Arch Realm. Even the black titled ancient god is no match for him. Moreover, the force behind him is very powerful. Now, he is the one who came to provoke me. I didn't provoke him. So what if his force is powerful? Feng Wuchen said faintly. The soul-fighting ancient god looked at Feng Wuchen in shock. Then, he looked at the black ancient god ring and thought to himself, could it be, soul-fighting ancient god, you are here to die? With your ability, who can you save? Guing sneered. He didn't take the soul-fighting ancient god seriously at all. The soul-fighting ancient god sneered and didn't bother to reply. Young Master Tian was sizing up the soul-fighting ancient god. He smiled faintly and said, the disciple of the Sword Soul Great Emperor, soul-fighting ancient god. Your name is very famous in the Pangu world. I heard that you have gathered many experts in the Pangu world. Although I don't know what you want to do, you are too weak. It is impossible for you to take revenge for your master. Didn't Night titled Ancient God come with you? After hiding for so many years, I want to see Night's power. Young Master Tian has advanced to the Arch Realm. Even if you haven't consolidated your realm, I am no match for you. The moment young Master Tian finished speaking, Night titled Ancient God's voice sounded. Big Brother Night Curtain. The soul battle titled Ancient God was overjoyed. Night titled Ancient God? Feng Wuchen and the rest were puzzled. They looked at the void. A figure appeared. It was darkness, an ancient god. Swish. Buzz. The moment Night titled Ancient God appeared, he waved his hand. A terrifying energy light shuttle charged toward young Master Tian with an aura that could destroy the world. Black Peak titled Ancient God. He is so powerful. It is a pity that he has not advanced to the Arch realm. Young Master D. Tian smiled. Then, young Master D. Tian stretched out his hand and clenched his fist. Rumble. The terrifying light shuttle was crushed by young Master D. Tian. Young Master D. Tian waved his hand again, and the terrifying energy ripples disappeared instantly. His divine power has become even stronger. Knight titled Ancient God said to himself. A very domineering divine power. Feng Wuchen was secretly shocked. He had never seen such a divine power that could disperse the terrifying energy ripples. Even Feng Wuchen had never seen such a divine power before. Such a terrifying power, and it just disappeared. What kind of power is this? Qiu Tian was shocked. Is the difference between a black titled ancient god and the arch so terrifying? Yan Hu asked in fear. His face was extremely pale. Jianqiu was dumbfounded. This isn't a transfer. He used an even stronger power to destroy it. It disappeared in an instant. Could this be the ability of the arch? Shan Tong was in disbelief. Bailey Wuhan said solemnly, Old man has never seen such a power before. This is his divine power. A very powerful ancient divine power that can destroy all attacks. It can attack in an instant, but there is a time limit. He can't use it continuously. However, not many people know the exact interval, the soul-fighting titled ancient god said solemnly. Destroy all attacks? Feng Wuchen frowned. He was secretly shocked by young Master D. Tian's terrifying power. Night Curtain, ancient god. You have guts. How dare you attack young master? Guing stared at Night Curtain fiercely. His lips curled into a sneer. Guardian Guing, you better shut your mouth. I hate your voice. I hate your voice even more. Night Curtain said coldly. He glanced at Guing with his terrifying eyes. Guing broke out in a cold sweat. He felt as though he was being stared at by a terrifying monster. Nightfall, there's no need for you to test my strength. Just use your full strength. I will only use the strength of a black-colored titled ancient god to fight against you, young Master D. Tian said with a smile as the terrifying divine power in his body was unleashed. Buzz. Buzz, the extremely domineering divine power swept out with a tsunami-like aura. It was an aura that could crush everything. The terrifying aura stopped. At the peak of a black titled ancient god. Looking at young Master D. Tian, Feng Wuchen said solemnly, he is not simple. After devouring the bloodline of the dragon gods, his divine power is extraordinary. He can suppress his opponent. Among the black-titled ancient gods in Pangu domain, I have never heard of him losing to anyone. I have only heard of him winning, the soul-fighting titled ancient god said. This guy is really scary. I can't breathe. He's ridiculously strong. With our cultivation, we can't even imagine how terrifying he is. Everyone present was intimidated by young Lord D. Tian's terrifying strength. He deserves to be called the top genius of the Pangu realm. His strength is really terrifying. Yimu thought to himself, his face extremely solemn. Young Master D. Tian waved his hand and set up a huge barrier in the ancient immortal world. Bring out your full strength. You don't have to worry that the ancient immortal world will be destroyed by your power. Young Master D. Tian calmly said. He was planning to use the night to consolidate his immortal emperor realm. I seem to have taken advantage of him. Yimu frowned slightly. Everyone in Pangu Field knew how powerful young Master D. Tian was, so Yimu didn't dare to underestimate him. Knight looked at the black ancient god ring in Feng Wuchen's hand and thought to himself, this is a very ancient aura. He must have just woken up. It looks like he still needs some time. Buzz buzz. Thinking of this, Yimu began to unleash a terrifying power. Furthermore, he was unleashing his full strength. A resplendent blue light pillar shot up into the clouds. An incomparable aura and destructive power erupted like a primordial explosion. Chi waves swept out violently, causing the space to tremble violently. The enchantment that young Master D. Tian set up was also trembling violently. His terrifying combat strength soared crazily, and he had already reached the level of a peak titled ancient god. That level of strength scared Jianqiu and the rest into vegetative states. Is this the power of night? He has reached the level of a peak-titled ancient god. Guing was extremely frightened. No wonder he was scared out of his wits by Night's gaze. Night is also very strong, Feng Wuchen said calmly. 59 Book Vault Duhan said solemnly, among the experts that I have gathered, Big Brother Night is the strongest. He will definitely break through to the immortal emperor realm within 100 years. Are the experts that you have gathered related to the Sword Spirit Emperor? Feng Wuchen asked curiously. They are my master's followers. They have been taught by my master before. This is something that happened many years ago. Duhan nodded slightly. Boom. Buzz buzz. In the next second, Night's fierce gaze swept towards young Master Di Tian. He slowly took a step forward, and there was an ear-piercing explosion. Night instantly appeared in front of young Master Di Tian. Night's fist, which was glowing with a bright blue light, punched towards young Master Di Tian fiercely. The attack was ferocious and overbearing, and the air was instantly dispersed. It was as though the entire world was being moved, and it made one feel powerless. It is just an attack, and it has such a terrifying deterrent force. Feng Wuchen was extremely shocked. Facing Night's fierce attack, young Master Di Tian's expression didn't change. At the same time, he didn't want to be outdone and countered with a punch. Boom. Buzz buzz. The two fists collided fiercely, and there was a deafening explosion. The terrifying collision force brought with it the power to destroy everything. Everywhere it passed, it turned into ashes. The terrifying destructive force once again shocked Dragon Soul and the rest. My strength has been suppressed. Night frowned as he felt a piercing pain in his arm. As expected of someone who was taught by the Sword Soul Emperor. His strength is indeed very strong. Young Master Di Tian smiled. Your divine power is much stronger than before. It seems like you have devoured other powers. Night frowned again and immediately launched a fierce attack. Boom boom boom. Buzz buzz. An intense hand-to-hand battle unfolded. The two of them were extremely fast, and no one could see them. They could only hear the deafening explosion and unimaginable power. Swish swish swish. After an intense hand-to-hand battle, young Master Di Tian directly gave up on attacking after a minute. Relying on his astonishing speed, his figure flashed at a terrifying speed and dodged all of Night's attacks. His strength and speed aren't below mine. His reaction is extremely fast, and he dodged all of my attacks. He is simply toying with me. Night's heart was burning with anger, and his expression became extremely ugly. Pah! Night stopped his attacks and clasped his hands together. His eyes flashed with ruthlessness as he shouted, Panga technique. Heaven-defying Xianxia. A terrifying and almost transparent airflow instantly erupted. This is heaven-defying Xianxia. Young Master Di Tian's expression changed as he immediately retreated. You won't be able to escape. Night curtain suddenly appeared behind young Lord Di Tian and blasted out a palm across the air. A terrifying white air current burst out. Humph. Young Master Di Tian snorted coldly and struck out with his palm. Boom. The instant the palm struck out, Night's white airflow was forcefully destroyed, and his strength instantly disappeared. The titled ancient god Night thought to himself, finally activated? Then how many times can you destroy me? Night's cold voice rang out, and a monstrous killing aura swept out. Swish, 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 hundreds of Night-titled ancient gods appeared around young Master Di Tian and struck out at the same time. Streaks of terrifying white air currents shot out, and every white air current was hundreds of feet long. Night forced me to use my god power, but it was just a feint. This is the real attack. The heaven-defying mystic chi is very strange, and I must not be hit. Young Master Di Tian's expression turned grave. Young Master, be careful. Guing exclaimed. Swish. Pfff. The moment Gu Ying's voice fell, a terrifying white air current shot out and instantly penetrated Gu Ying's body. The terrifying power caused Gu Ying to spit out blood, and he couldn't move at all. It was as if he was nailed to the void. I have already said that I hate your voice. I believe the cultivators in the ancient immortal world hate your voice as much as I do. If you dare to say another word, I will kill you. Night-titled ancient god said coldly. He was venting his anger for the dragon's soul. Is this the heaven-defying mystic chi? I can't move my body, and this air current feels like it is going to tear me apart. Guing was shocked and in great pain. This is... Seeing this scene, Feng Wuchen was shocked. The battle soul titled Ancient God said, this is a wind elemental technique, which is also the most powerful power of the Curtain of Night. Once hit, the wind elemental power will form a terrifying wind pressure to trap the opponent. The extremely powerful whirlwind can crush the enemy's power. No wonder young Master Di Tian would take the initiative to avoid it. Such a powerful skill art can completely negate young Master Di Tian's power suppression. As expected of a black titled Ancient God. Feng Wuchen nodded and was once again amazed by Knight's strength. At this moment, young Master Di Tian's escape routes were all sealed, and he could only face Knight's attack head-on. The heaven-defying mystic chi shot out from all directions. Just by getting close, young Master Di Tian already felt a very domineering wind pressure. His body was already starting to be suppressed to the point where he couldn't move. Young Master Di Tian's face became distorted, and he looked strained. Pengu art. Ice sealing heaven and earth. Young Master Di Tian let out a loud shout as a terrifying ice attribute energy burst forth. He planned to use the ice attribute to counteract the wind pressure. However, it was a pity that the moment the ice attribute erupted, it was torn apart by the tyrannical wind attribute and was unable to resist at all. I can't hold on any longer. The heaven-defying Xianxia is actually so powerful. Young Master Di Tian was secretly shocked. Swish. Swish. In the next second, dozens of terrifying white air currents pierced through young Master Di Tian's body one after another. The terrifying wind pressure caused him to be unable to move, and the godly power he summoned was also instantly weakened. Very good. He was hit. The soul battle titled Ancient God was overjoyed. Young Master Di Tian, your god force is truly powerful. However, my wind god force is able to weaken your strength. You need time to activate your god force. You should be regretting that you didn't activate it earlier. Nightvale coldly spoke as he shot out with explosive speed. Panga Mantra. Wind Shadow Soul Shattering Fist. Yimu roared out once more as he punched out in the air. Tens of thousands of energy fists materialized and blasted towards young Master Di Tian mercilessly. Master. Zhu Qing was extremely worried, but he didn't dare to make a move. He could only watch in horror. Guing couldn't move, didn't dare to speak, and couldn't say anything. He was getting more and more terrified. Nightvale's strength had exceeded Gu Ying's imagination. Boom. Boom. Boom, buzz. Buzz. Booknet, tens of thousands of terrifying energy fists landed on young Master Di Tian's body. Explosions rang out incessantly as terrifying energy ripples swept out without restraint. Seeing this scene, the Dragon Soul members were both shocked and excited. Their hatred had been vented. The heaven-defying Xianxia is suppressing young Master Di Tian. He is unable to defend himself. Big Brother Yimu's attack should be able to injure him. The soul battle titled Ancient God laughed. Not necessarily. Feng Wuchen shook his head slightly and said solemnly, young Master Di Tian has already broken through to the Arch Realm. Even if he is only using the power of a black titled Ancient God, he still has the body of the Arch. Yimu's power won't be able to injure him. Boom, in the next second, there was a sudden explosion. The destructive energy was instantly destroyed and disappeared. Young Master Di Tian appeared in everyone's vision. He was completely unharmed. As expected, he isn't injured at all. Furthermore, he has activated his god power. Yimu frowned deeply. It was obvious that he had guessed that he couldn't injure young Master Di Tian. Feng Wuchen frowned and said, he can activate it so quickly? This isn't easy to deal with. Such powerful god power is definitely not ordinary. It should be close to the ancient god power. The body of the Arch is indeed extraordinary. Even Big Brother Yimu's powerful power can't injure him, the soul battle titled Ancient God said with a frown. Such terrifying power, but he isn't injured. Xiao Tian said in shock. Even though he had seen it with his own eyes, he still couldn't believe it. He is ridiculously powerful. Even the ancient god Yimu might not be able to defeat him. Bailey Yufeng was extremely shocked. That lad is the arch. No matter how powerful the black-titled ancient god is, he can't injure the arch, the heaven-devouring tiger said solemnly. Young Master Di Tian was completely unharmed. The Dragon Soul members were shocked and in disbelief. That kind of power was beyond their comprehension. His heaven-defying Xianxia is indeed extraordinary. If I hadn't broken through to the arch realm, I might have been injured, young Master Di Tian said with a faint smile. The god power can only be activated for a short period of time. It is basically impossible to deceive him again. Moreover, with my power, I can't injure him at all. I have no chance of winning, Yimu said with a frown. He couldn't injure young Master Di Tian, and young Master Di Tian still had the tyrannical god power that could forcefully destroy power. This was the most troublesome thing. Yimu, come on. Let's continue our battle. I am starting to get a little excited, young Master Di Tian said with a faint smile. An intense battle intent burst forth from him. Boom, as soon as he finished speaking, young Master Di Tian suddenly stepped into the void. With a loud boom, his body turned into purple lightning and shot out. His extremely violent aura made everyone feel that he was invincible. At that moment, everyone present felt as though they were being suppressed by dozens of planets. They couldn't move at all. So fast. The ancient god Yimu's expression changed drastically. His power has increased. Feng Wuchen frowned and said, it should be said that the arch realm is becoming more stable. His fighting power has increased. Boom, young Master Di Tian's speed was extremely terrifying. The ancient god Yimu actually couldn't detect it immediately. With a loud boom, his chest was struck by a palm, and his body shot out like a cannonball. What tyrannical power! The ancient god Yimu's heart trembled as his blood churned violently. Swish, boom, in the next second, young Master Di Tian appeared again and struck Yimu's back again, sending him flying again. Young Master Di Tian's speed is much faster than Big Brother Night Curtain's. This is going to be troublesome. Seeing that Night Curtain didn't even have a chance to react, the titled ancient god of battle soul was extremely worried, and his palms were sweating. His fighting power is constantly increasing, and he is using the battle to consolidate his realm. Night Curtain can't win against him, Feng Wuchen said solemnly. The difference between them was getting more obvious, and anyone could see it. Even a titled ancient god like Nightfall was unable to fight back. Young Master Di Tian's fighting power is constantly increasing, and his speed is also getting scarier. In terms of strength, Night Curtain is still being suppressed by his divine power. The black-titled ancient god summoned by the High Lord hasn't arrived yet. If we don't hurry up, Night Curtain won't be able to hold on for long. The Dragon Soul members were getting more and more worried. If Night Curtain was defeated, young Master Di Tian would definitely attack Feng Wuchen. The titled ancient god of battle soul wouldn't be able to stop him. The body of a great emperor is very strong, and his divine power is also very domineering, far stronger than Night Curtain's divine power. In this situation, I don't know how Night Curtain will deal with it, Feng Wuchen thought to himself. What's wrong? Night Curtain is a titled ancient god. You shouldn't be so weak, right? Young Master Di Tian smiled faintly, and his arrogance was slowly revealed. Perhaps it was because of the excitement of the battle, but young Master Di Tian had become much more arrogant. Young Master Di Tian, you have the body of a great emperor. My power can't hurt you, Night Curtain spread his hands and said with a smile. If I want to hurt him, I have to break his defense and avoid his divine power. There is only one way. He only needs an instant to use his divine power to destroy. I have to be faster than him, Night Curtain thought to himself. He had already thought of a way. I haven't been so excited in a long time. I know you haven't used your full strength yet, young Master Di Tian said with a smile. Night Curtain grabbed the air, and a longsword that emitted white light appeared. Wisps of air swirled on the surface of the longsword. The air swirls didn't seem to be very eye-catching, but they contained terrifying wind attribute power. When the sword appeared, Night Curtain's fighting power crazily increased, and his aura became even more terrifying. 8 Panga Sword. His battle prowess has increased by quite a bit. Young Master Di Tian was slightly astonished, and his battle intent became even more intense. This sword is extremely terrifying. It is even more powerful than Jing Yan's sword, Xiao Tian said with a frown. His combat strength has increased by such a large amount. Chu Tian was shocked. Even so, the titled ancient god Nightfall might not be able to defeat young Master Di Tian. The gap between them is too great, Yi Qingyu said solemnly. Nightfall is a titled ancient god. He knows that he can't win, but he still used the 8-star Panga sword. It seems that he has an even more powerful move. Chu Shi guessed. The divine weapons of the Panga realm are naturally more powerful than those of the Saints' world or the ancient immortal world. I can sense a powerful weapon soul, said Zhang Junlan. Ancient Abyss Grandmaster frowned and seriously said, this young Master Di Tian must have such a powerful weapon. Perhaps it is even more powerful. Everyone's gaze landed on Knight. No one dared to confirm if Knight had the ability to defeat young Master Di Tian. Knight held the 8-star Panga sword and pointed it at the void. His aura was monstrous and domineering. He stared at young Master Di Tian with a sharp gaze and said coldly, young Master Di Tian, at this moment, your divine power should be able to activate destruction again, right? What? Do you plan to clash head-on with my destruction? Young Master Di Tian asked with a faint smile. The Wind Shadow Sword can increase my speed. I don't know if my speed is faster, or if young Master Di Tian's destruction is faster, Knight said coldly. At this moment, he had already poured all of his power into the Wind Shadow Sword. An extremely terrifying sword intent and energy spread out. That level of terror made people's scalps go numb. They felt that Knight had also stepped into the Emperor realm. You can try. Young Master Di Tian was not afraid at all. His expression did not change at all. Young Master Di Tian could naturally feel Knight's terrifying sword intent and the terrifying power that spread out. However, he could still remain so calm. All of his power is concentrated on the tip of the sword. Does Big Brother Knight really plan to clash head-on? The Soul Warrior titled Ancient God was shocked. Knight seems to be very confident. The power of this sword is definitely very strong. Feng Wuchen looked at Knight. He could feel Knight's arrogance and confidence. What terrifying power! Prisoner Tian and the others were so nervous that they held their breaths. They did not even blink. Boom! Knight suddenly stepped on the void and shot out with the Wind Shadow Sword in his hand. He turned into a bolt of lightning and created tens of thousands of clones at the same time. There were so many of them that it was dazzling. It was hard to tell which one was the real one. Knight, titled Ancient God. Old tricks. I will not fall for it a second time, young Master Di Tian grinned. Young Master Di Tian grinned and said. With a single glance, he could tell that Knight Curtain was planning to trick him into activating the divine power destruction before launching a ferocious attack. Boom! The moment he finished speaking, young Master Di Tian suddenly shot out with an intense ear-piercing boom. His speed was extremely terrifying. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared without a trace. What? Knight's expression changed instantly. He had lost his target. My movement technique is an ancient skill. In terms of speed, it is above yours. If you want to win with speed, you have no chance. Young Master Di Tian's illusory voice transmitted over. It was impossible to tell the exact location. Knight frowned and thought to himself, his movement technique is very strange. His aura would appear and disappear at times. It is impossible to tell the exact location. If he were to attack, I might not be able to react in time. Swish, swish. Swish. Swish, young Master Di Tian's illusory image would appear and disappear at times. It was very strange. Knight slowly closed his eyes. The numerous clones all stopped and used the wind attribute to sense carefully. He had to lock onto young Master Di Tian's location. This sword was very important. Once it failed, it would mean that he had lost. On the surface of Knight's titled Ancient God body, a large amount of white air started to spread. This was the heaven-defying mystic chi. The same move will not work on me. Young Master Di Tian's illusory laughter rang out again. Found it. Knight suddenly opened his eyes. He held the Wind Shadow Sword and rushed in a direction. He used all his strength to stab out ferociously. Oh? You can actually find me? Young Master Tian said in surprise. His body also materialized. As expected, he is not simple. Feng Wuchen's lips curled up slightly. He was very surprised. Knight asked coldly, Young Master Tian, will you use divine power destruction? Have you guessed that I am going to attack for real? Yi Mu's question instantly stunned young Master Tian. Was Knight's titled ancient god sword real or fake? Knight was undoubtedly disturbing young Master Tian's heart and making him worry. However, time didn't allow young Master Tian to think too much. He had to make a judgment as soon as possible. He knows that the same move is useless, but he still uses it. If it is different from before, then he is betting that I won't use divine power destruction. However, I am going to use it. Young Master Tian thought to himself. He had already made a judgment in an instant. End of this chapter, a terrifying divine power burst forth instantly. Young Master Tian stretched out his palm and gathered a domineering divine power. Divine power destruction. Didn't you say that he wouldn't fall for the same trick? Knight thought to himself as his lips curled up. As long as he could trick young Master Tian into using divine power destruction, Knight would be able to use this opportunity to launch a ferocious attack with his astonishing speed. Knight's speed was astonishing, and he instantly closed in on young Master Tian. However, he suddenly disappeared. Didn't you plan to compete with me in speed? Young Master Tian grinned. What? He didn't use it. The instant he disappeared, Knight's expression changed drastically, and his eyes widened. Young Master Tian stretched out his palm. It was actually a feint. Young Master Tian didn't even make a move and had successfully fooled Knight. This is bad. It's a feint. The titled ancient god Veil of Night was tricked. Young Master Tian didn't make a move. Feng Wuchen, the battle soul titled ancient god, and the dragon soul titled ancient god exclaimed at the same time. Young Master Tian had successfully fooled Knight, which meant that the initiative was in young Master Tian's hands. Knight, didn't you also not know whether I would make a move? Since you didn't know, you should observe first before making a move. My feint is quite effective. Not only did young Master Tian not make a move, but his aura also locked onto Knight. Oh no. Knight's heart trembled again as he sensed an intense aura of danger. Swish, the instant Knight appeared again, young Master Tian's figure had already appeared strangely in front of Knight. Knight's expression changed drastically. Eh? Feng Wuchen raised his eyebrows as though he had discovered something. Not only did I manage to deceive you, but I also managed to find your true body. Young Master Tian said with a faint smile. Then, he ruthlessly punched the titled ancient god Yi Mu. Divine power destruction. Young Master Tian said indifferently. Knight had no other choice, and it was impossible for him to dodge. He could only swing his sword fiercely and hope that he could match Tian's attack. Boom, the ferocious sword strike collided with Tian's divine force. With a thunderous boom, the terrifying attack of Nightfall was directly destroyed, disintegrating into nothingness. The titled ancient god Nightfall was sent flying by the domineering divine power. That sword strike contained all the energy in it. The might of that strike would definitely be extremely strong. However, what a pity. Young Master Tian laughed. There had never been anyone who could withstand the might of that strike. Young Master Tian is able to pass off the false as the genuine. Do you think I can't? The cold voice of the titled ancient god Knight suddenly rang out from behind young Master Tian. What? Young Lord Tian was shocked. You also know that I have gathered all the power in my body, but why didn't you think that I only have one chance? Before you unleash your destructive divine might, could it be that young Master Tian thinks that I would gamble with my life? Night Veil coldly spoke as he ruthlessly slashed out with his sword. Boom. Buzz. The violent and terrifying power of the sword beam exploded out at zero distance and landed solidly on young Master Tian's back, causing him to be sent flying. That sword strike can actually injure me. As expected of someone who received guidance from the Sword Soul Emperor. He is indeed impressive. Young Master Tian was secretly astonished. I hit him. The titled ancient god was elated. Too strong. Just now, it was actually a clone. He even tricked young Master Tian. The might of that sword strike is indeed terrifying. The explosive power is extremely strong, and young Master Tian was injured. Even the body of a great emperor can't withstand the terrifying power of that sword strike. The titled ancient god Night Vale is indeed ridiculously strong. It is a pity that his opponent is a great emperor. Otherwise, young Master Tian would definitely lose. The members of the Dragon Soul Division exclaimed in shock. After using that sword strike, the titled ancient god Night Vale's face turned pale, and he didn't have much divine power left. I only suffered light injuries? The great emperor realm is indeed powerful. The titled ancient god Night Vale laughed bitterly. He had used all his strength and only suffered light injuries. The difference between them was obvious. You should be proud that the titled ancient god Night Vale was able to injure me, young Master Tian said indifferently as a trace of blood could be seen at the corner of his mouth. However, to young Master Tian, this minor injury was negligible and did not affect him in the slightest. Just as he finished speaking, young Master Tian's figure had already flashed over. I can be sure that the attack just now was your original body. How did you transform into a clone in an instant? Young Master Tian asked curiously. It is indeed my original body. However, the power was transferred to the clone, the titled ancient god Night Vale said. Using the clone to attack? I see. This is what it means to pass off the fake as the real thing. Young Master Tian smiled and said, if I hadn't broken through to the great emperor realm, the sword strike would have severely injured me. After receiving guidance from the Sword Soul Great Emperor, your attainments in the sword principle are indeed not simple. As he spoke, young Master Tian's palm had already gathered domineering divine power again. Boom! PFFF. The divine power exploded, and the titled ancient god Night Vale spat out a mouthful of blood. He was already unable to resist. Big brother Night Vale. The titled ancient god Night Vale immediately flashed over. Young Master Tian didn't kill the titled ancient god Night Vale. Perhaps it was due to his respect for a powerful opponent. He only severely injured the titled ancient god Night Vale. Titled ancient god Night Vale, since you have gathered so many powerful ancient gods, why don't you call them all over? You alone won't be able to stop me. Young Master Tian smiled faintly. Big brother Night Vale, how are you? The titled ancient god Night Vale asked with concern. I'm fine. The titled ancient god Night Vale smiled bitterly and said, Brother Night Vale, this isn't easy to help. The titled ancient god Night Vale smiled awkwardly. He supported the severely injured Night Vale and descended. His injuries have recovered. Feng Wuchen thought to himself. Feng Wuchen, you have been summoning for so long. Are you still not able to summon him? I also want to know which titled ancient god you have summoned. I might even know him. Young Master Tian smiled faintly. He was indeed looking forward to it. Young Master Tian's anticipation was completely based on his confidence in his own abilities. To be honest, I don't know either. However, you will know very soon. Feng Wuchen grinned coldly. Young Master Tian shrugged his shoulders and smiled faintly. I didn't intend to give you a chance, but I have changed my mind. You can summon whoever else you want. Feng Wuchen sneered calmly and said, I hope you can still be so confident and arrogant later. Buzz. Buzz, after a short while, the power that emanated from the black ancient god ring suddenly increased by several times. It spread wildly. The ancient aura that was filled with the accumulation of time gave people a strong sense of oppression. Everyone's fearful gazes landed on the black ancient god ring. This is the Arch Realm. The titled ancient god Night Vale's expression changed drastically. An ancient arch? The titled ancient god Night Vale looked over in shock. An ancient black ancient god. This aura is very unusual. It seems like he has already broken through to the Arch Realm. Young Master Tian's expression turned grave. End of this chapter, Great Emperor Realm. The ancient god ring of a black titled ancient god summoned a great emperor. Where did Big Brother Feng get such a terrifying ancient god ring? It's been a few million years, right? Otherwise, how could a black titled ancient god become a great emperor? In the Emperor's celestial palace, Jian Chou, Lu Qingyang, and the others exclaimed in shock with their eyes wide open. How is this possible? My husband can summon a great emperor expert. Ling Xiaoxiao was stunned. Since when did her husband become so terrifying? This aura is very ancient. It must be an ancient great emperor. Long Sherhun said with a trembling voice. His old face was filled with shock. How could he summon an ancient great emperor? Guing was shocked and looked at Feng Wuchen in a daze. The black ancient god ring in Feng Wuchen's hand was emitting a terrifying aura. It was certain that it belonged to a great emperor expert. The ancient god ring that the Sword Soul Emperor gave me seems to belong to an ancient great emperor, Feng Wuchen thought to himself. Everyone held their breaths and stared at the ancient god ring without blinking. Who could it be? I have never felt such an ancient aura. Young Lord Ditian frowned. This ancient aura was too unfamiliar. After a while, a white light appeared and condensed into a man in white. He was a very young and handsome man. The terrifying ancient aura was coming from this man. The whole place was dead silent. Even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Who was this man? A great emperor from the ancient great emperor was so young, no one knew him. Even Duhun and the titled ancient god had never seen him before. I have never seen this man before. He should not be in the Panga realm. His bloodline is very terrifying. His strength is definitely not simple. Young Lord Ditian frowned and looked at the man. I have never seen him before. Yimu shook his head. Feng Wuchen was also looking at the man. He did not expect him to be a young man who looked similar to Feng Wuchen. The white-robed man looked at young Lord Ditian, Zhu Qing, and Gu Ying before looking at Do Hun and Yimu. His expression didn't change. Finally, he looked at Feng Wuchen with a smile on his handsome face. He cupped his hands and asked politely, "I'm Yi Jun, may I know your name?" He actually didn't know Feng Wuchen, other than the titled ancient god of fighting souls. Everyone else was dumbfounded. Their puzzled gazes shifted to Feng Wuchen. Where did this ancient god thumb ring come from? Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly, sorry to disturb your cultivation. Yi Jun smiled faintly and said, Brother Feng, you worry too much. I've been sleeping for millions of years. It's not bad to come out for a walk. Yi Jun looked around and said, if I'm not mistaken, this should be the ancient immortal world, right? Yes, the ancient immortal plane. Feng Wuchen nodded. Since this is the ancient immortal world, why are the titled ancient gods of the Panga realm and the great emperors here? Yi Jun was puzzled. He looked at young Master Ditian and the others again. I'm Ditian, from the Panga realm. Young Master Ditian smiled faintly. Say no more. I don't want to know. I don't know you. Yi Jun interrupted him directly without giving him any face. Yi Jun guessed that Feng Wuchen had summoned him the moment he appeared. How dare you? How dare you be rude to the young master? Gu Ying shouted angrily. Swish, just as Gu Ying finished shouting, a terrifying white light flashed and instantly pierced through Gu Ying's shoulder. If you dare to say another word, I'll kill you. I haven't killed anyone for millions of years. I want to try it. Yi Jun smiled faintly. Gu Ying was so frightened that he almost peed his pants. A mere titled ancient god dared to shout at a great emperor. He was courting death. Feng Wuchen, I didn't expect you to be able to summon a great emperor expert. Young Master Ditian smiled faintly. He wasn't afraid of Yi Jun. Young Master Ditian, do you want to try? Feng Wuchen smiled and asked with a hint of sarcasm. A battle between great emperors might alarm the Panga realm. Young Master Ditian hesitated. He wasn't afraid of Yi Jun, but he didn't want the experts of the Panga realm to know. If the news of Feng Wuchen's terrifying divine power spread out, it would definitely attract many experts. At that time, it wouldn't be easy for young Master Ditian to seize power. Master, this person's bloodline is very powerful. You must be careful. Zhu Qing transmitted his voice in fear. Brother Feng, you summoned me to deal with him, right? Yi Jun smiled and asked. It seemed like he wanted to attack. That's right. This person's strength isn't simple. The force behind him isn't simple either. Do you dare to touch him? Feng Wuchen nodded. Boom, Yi Jun blasted a palm at young Master Ditian. A powerful force soared into the sky. It was unparalleled and filled with oppression. This was Yi Jun's answer. How arrogant was he to attack without saying anything? Feeling the terrifying force, young Master Di Tian's expression changed slightly. The domineering force forced young Master Di Tian to take a few steps back. You are quite capable. Young Master Di Tian's expression turned cold. A cold killing intent flashed in his eyes. This was the first time he was angry. He wanted to give up temporarily, but Yi Jun was angered by him. Yi Jun floated into the sky and said indifferently, "You have just become a great emperor and have yet to consolidate your cultivation. I will be a good person and help you consolidate your cultivation. Let me experience the joy of battle that I haven't experienced for millions of years. Although you have an ancient bloodline, my divine power isn't any weaker than yours. If you want to fight, then come at me," young Master Di Tian said confidently. Although Yi Jun was strong, he wasn't weak either. Buzz. Buzz. While speaking, young Master Di Tian had already activated his divine power. The domineering force was like an erupting volcano. The monstrous aura surged crazily, and the huge boundary shook violently. Young Master Di Tian's combat strength rose crazily. Young Master Di Tian had to go all out against Yi Jun. Is this his true strength? In the Panga realm, other than those old monsters, there aren't many great emperors who can reach this level of strength. The ancient god Dahun frowned. His eyes were filled with fear. His strength is indeed very strong. Feng Wuchen couldn't deny it. Senior Yi Jun, be careful. His divine power can destroy all attacks, but it needs some time to activate it. The ancient god Yi Mu quickly reminded. His divine power is indeed very strong. Yi Jun grinned. An intense battle intent burst out. Boom, Yi Jun stepped lightly in the sky. Immediately after, there was a loud boom. His body turned into a white lightning bolt and shot out. The indescribable aura made one's hair stand on end. Young Master Di Tian didn't want to be outdone. He also shot out. Boom. Boom. Boom, buzz. Buzz. In an instant, the two great emperors engaged in an intense battle. Their strength and speed were extremely terrifying. The space shook violently, and cracks started to appear on the boundary. In the sovereign celestial palace, everyone was dumbfounded. No one moved. They had never seen a battle between great emperors. End of chapter. I can't see anything. What kind of power is this? Even a top expert of the ancient immortal world like Qiu Tian was stunned by the battle between the great emperors. The gap between us is unimaginably huge. We can't keep up with their speed. Our strength is unimaginable as well, said Hualing Tian, dumbfounded. We can't see anything either, said Chushir Tian, dumbfounded. Big brother Feng, can you see? Lu Qingyang asked with a trembling voice. It was his first time witnessing such a terrifying battle. Feng Wuchen nodded. My husband can see? Ling Xiaoxiao asked in shock. She stared at Feng Wuchen with wide eyes. Feng Wuchen could indeed see. His ancient devil eyes were very powerful. Barely. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Are you kidding? I can't see anything, said the soul-titled ancient god in a low voice. Boom. Boom. Boom, buzz. Buzz, above the void, earth-shattering explosions rang out incessantly. Immeasurable energy ripples rolled out wave after wave like raging waves. The intense battle was evenly matched. However, young Master Di Tian's battle prowess kept rising. Great Emperor Yi Jun is really helping young Master Di Tian consolidate his cultivation base. Yi Mu's scalp went numb as if he was struck by lightning. Young Master Di Tian's strength was definitely terrifying. However, Yi Jun was still helping young Master Di Tian consolidate his cultivation base. How confident was he in his own strength? This person is really helping me consolidate my cultivation base. Is he really that confident? Young Master Di Tian's expression was extremely sour. He felt humiliated. After a while, young Master Di Tian's battle prowess reached its peak. Yi Jun stopped attacking. Now that your cultivation base has been consolidated, I won't bully you. I'll only use one hand, said Yi Jun with a faint smile. He actually kept his left hand behind his back. Young Master Tian was instantly enraged. Yi Jun was humiliating him. Seeing that young Master Tian was very angry, Yi Jun smiled faintly and said, "Little brat, don't be angry yet. From the battle just now, from your moves, I saw the shadow of the Sky Sect. Your name is Tian. That Di Wuyun should be your grandfather, right? You know my master and grandfather?" Young Master Tian was rather shocked, but he had no impression of Yi Jun at all. Yi Jun smiled faintly and said, "It turns out that Tianzong is your master. No wonder. Come on, show me your real ability." Yi Jun didn't explain further. Young Master Tian grabbed at the air, and the 9-star plate ancient artifact battle halberd was brought out. His battle prowess and aura surged crazily. 9-star Pengu artifact. Do Hun and Knight's expressions changed drastically. What a terrifying power. Young Master's aura is close to Great Emperor Tianzong's. Guing was incomparably shocked. He didn't expect young Lord Tian's true strength to be so terrifying. Come on. Yi Jun smiled faintly without any change in her expression. You will soon know the consequences of angering me. Young Master Tian coldly spoke. His countenance turned completely ice-cold and was filled with a cold, bloodthirsty killing intent. The green murderous aura spread out wildly, forming a huge storm. Just looking at it was enough to make one feel endless fear. Materialized killing intent. Do Hun and Knight exclaimed again. Their eyeballs were about to fall out. How is this possible? Guing was also dumbfounded. This was the first time he saw young Master Tian in such a terrifying form. What a terrifying killing intent. It can materialize. Feng Wuchen was also shocked. Is this killing intent? Xiao Tian and the others were dumbfounded again. They had never seen killing intent materialized. Young Master Tian held his spear tightly and injected terrifying divine power into it. The spear glowed with purple light, and an extremely domineering spear light burst out. Whoosh, buzz. Buzz, young Master Tian swept out his spear, and a 1,000,000-foot-long purple spear light rushed toward Yi Jun with destructive power. The entire ancient immortal world was on the verge of collapse. Crack! The barrier that young Master Tian had set up earlier immediately collapsed. The furious young Master Tian couldn't care less anymore. He had to defeat Yi Jun. This was the true destruction of the world. How terrifying was this power? At that moment, all the cultivators in the ancient immortal world felt the true aura of death, and it was the aura of death that had already descended upon them. This was just a spear strike from young Master Tian in anger. Very good. Looks like your strength is close to a heavenly sect. I'm not bullying you by letting you use one hand. Yi Jun smiled faintly. Then, she waved her hand and set up an even more terrifying barrier. After all, the ancient immortal world couldn't withstand the power of a great emperor. As she spoke, Yi Jun activated her bloodline power and reached out with her right palm. It was just a simple movement, and the 1,000,000-foot-long spear light that was shooting toward them instantly stopped and became motionless. What? Guing and Juqing were shocked. This is Master's bloodline power. Do Hun and the titled ancient god were shocked. They stared at Yi Jun in horror as they thought of something. Feng Wuchen thought to himself, the ancient great emperors are indeed very powerful. Hiss, Yi Jun's simple movement made Dragon Soul and the others gasp. Shocking. Extremely shocking. However, Yi Jun's next movement made them even more terrified. Yi Jun waved her hand lightly, and the domineering spear light dissipated. What bloodline power is this? Why is it similar to Feng Wuchen's bloodline aura? Young Master Tian frowned deeply. Yi Jun smiled faintly and said, these insignificant tricks can't deal with me. Boom. Young Master Tian held his spear and shot it out fiercely. His attack was domineering and powerful, and he seemed to be invincible. Young Master Tian arrived in an instant and struck his spear down at Yi Jun Ding. Yi Jun clamped the spear tip with 2 fingers and instantly dissolved the power of young Master Tian's spear light. Not a single energy wave spread out. Her bloodline can suppress my divine power. How is this possible? I've devoured the bloodline of the dragon gods. Young Master Tian's expression changed drastically. Young Master Di Tian didn't know that Yi Jun's bloodline came from the Sword Soul Great Emperor. Yi Jun grinned. Her two fingers suddenly moved, and a domineering force forcefully snatched the spear from young Master Di Tian's hand. Young Master Di Tian couldn't resist at all. How is this possible? Young Master Di Tian was shocked. How terrifying was this? Bang! Yi Jun swept out with her leg and sent young Lord Di Tian flying. Swish! She waved her arm, and the spear shot out like a bolt of lightning. Show me your true strength. The Heaven Sect should have imparted you some ancient techniques. Yi Jun smiled faintly. Before she finished her sentence, she had already arrived in front of young Master Di Tian. At this moment, young Master Di Tian finally realized how terrifying Yi Jun's strength was. In the entire Panga realm, there weren't many people who could fight against Yi Jun as expected of an ancient great emperor. Your strength is indeed extraordinary. However, don't underestimate me. Young Master Di Tian said coldly. The divine power in his body burst out again, and his eyes were bloodshot. Yi Jun smiled faintly and said, use your strength to speak. End of chapter. The look in his eyes has changed. Feng Wuchen grinned. This guy is getting serious. Yimu frowned. He really wanted to know young Master Di Tian's true strength. The soul battle-titled ancient god also looked at young Master Di Tian seriously. You can try to block my battle halberd with 2 fingers again. Young Master Di Tian said coldly. He shot out again and struck Yi Jun with his spear. This guy is indeed not weak. The power of this battle halberd is completely different from before, Yi Jun thought. Yi Jun dodged it perfectly. Young Master Di Tian snorted and attacked fiercely with his battle halberd. Every move was ruthless and aimed at Yi Jun's vital points. Unfortunately, even though young Master Di Tian was as ferocious as a tiger, he couldn't even touch Yi Jun's collar. No matter how ruthless and tricky young Master Di Tian's moves were, Yi Jun dodged them perfectly. Young Master Di Tian was so angry that his internal organs were churning. Yi Jun didn't fight back. In young Master Di Tian's eyes, it was an insult to him. Attack! Young Master Di Tian couldn't take it anymore and roared. His murderous aura multiplied and turned into a storm. Being impatient is a big taboo. Yi Jun smiled faintly. Being impatient is a big taboo. The soul battle-titled ancient god was shocked and said in a daze, this is something that Master often tells me. Who is he? The soul battle-titled ancient god tried to recall, but he couldn't find Yi Jun in his mind. You are courting death. Young Master Di Tian gritted his teeth and said angrily. Seeing Yi Jun's calm smile, young Master Di Tian became even more furious. He stabbed out with his battle halberd again, carrying an extremely domineering spear light. Boom! Buzz buzz! Yi Jun met it with a palm, carrying the domineering power of her bloodline. With a boom, the two destructive forces collided and burst out with immeasurable energy ripples. The space trembled even more violently. The battle halberd's power is much stronger than before, but it is still lacking. Yi Jun smiled faintly. Divine power destruction. Young Master Di Tian roared. The domineering divine power instantly destroyed Yi Jun's attack. Emperor Yi Jun, be careful. Yimu was shocked and hurriedly shouted. Feng Wuchen said in surprise, oh? How could this be destroyed? Looks like it has something to do with the bloodline of the dragon gods. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to destroy the bloodline power of the Sword Soul Emperor. Is this the move that can destroy all attacks? Yi Jun was slightly surprised. While Yi Jun was still in shock, the energy within Di Tian's battle halberd had already erupted, not giving Yi Jun any chance at all. Rumble. Buzz. The domineering and terrifying power of the battle halberd bombarded Yi Jun at 0 distance. The terrifying energy turned into 1,000,000 feet large, crossing the void. The bright purple light completely covered the dim world. The dazzling scene and the terrifying energy all represented fear and destruction. Everyone from the dragon's soul watched with trepidation, their souls leaving their bodies. The two titled ancient gods, Duhun and Night, became extremely nervous. Without any defense, no one dared to say that Yi Jun would be unscathed after receiving young Master Di Tian's tyrannical divine power at such a close distance. As expected of the young lord, Too powerful. Even the great ancient emperors are no match for him. Gu Ying's blood boiled with excitement as he watched. Zhu Qing also heaved a sigh of relief. Although your bloodline can suppress my divine force can destroy your attacks. In a situation where you don't have any defenses, even if you are extremely powerful, you wouldn't be able to withstand my attacks. Young Master Di Tian coldly spoke. He finally vented his hatred. Oh? Is that so? Yi Jun's faint laughter could be heard from the terrifying energy ripples. Young Master Di Tian frowned slightly. From the sound of her voice, it seemed that Yi Jun was not affected at all. But how was that possible? Young Master Di Tian's power was definitely terrifying. Without any defense other than the few old monsters in Pangu domain, he believed that no other great emperor would be unscathed. Swish. 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 Boom. Boom, boom. Young Master Di Tian waved his battle halberd continuously. Streaks of tyrannical spear light shot out and exploded in the center of the energy ripples. The large-scale energy ripples rolled and spread out once again. The terrifying scene caused everyone who saw it to feel a chill rush up from the bottom of their feet to the top of their heads. All the blood in their bodies froze. No one could say a word. They were all numb from the shock. In just a short while, an extremely tyrannical sword intent spread out from the energy ripples. Sword intent. Young Master Di Tian frowned deeply. He could clearly feel how terrifying the sword intent was. Sword intent materialization. Feng Wuchen said in surprise, I didn't expect Yi Jun to have also comprehended some sword intent materialization. This sword intent is much stronger than Qiu Tian's. Swish. Buzz. Buzz. A horrifying sword intent energy sword that was several meters in size suddenly burst out from the energy ripples. It brought along a sharp and ear-piercing sound. Sword intent materialization. Young Master Di Tian's expression changed drastically. Young Master Di Tian slashed down with his battle halberd ferociously. Boom. After the fierce clash, young Master Di Tian might have destroyed the sword intent energy sword, but he was also sent flying for dozens of meters. His hands that were holding on to the battle halberd felt numb. Such a tyrannical sword intent. Young Master Di Tian was secretly shocked. In just a short while, Yi Jun stepped on a sword intent energy sword and shot out from the energy ripples. She was unscathed. How is this possible? Young Master Di Tian's face was filled with disbelief. She's unscathed. Guing and Zhu Qing were stunned. Do Hun, Knight, and Dragon Soul were also stunned. Isn't she too powerful? Does she also have an immortal body? Yi Jun formed a sword finger with her right hand, and countless sword intent energy swords instantly formed in the void. A rain of swords filled the sky. What? Young Master Di Tian's expression changed drastically again. Even young Master Di Tian had never seen such a large-scale sword intent energy sword before. This? Do Hun and Knight were scared out of their wits, and they broke out in cold sweat. Everyone instantly felt as if they had fallen into hell. An energy sword materialized from sword intent was already terrifying enough. The sky was densely packed, and there were at least hundreds of thousands of them, who had seen such a scene before. Emperor Yi Jun was too terrifying. Brat, your divine power should have recovered by now, right? Let me see how much you can destroy. Yi Jun smiled faintly. The reason why she took so long to come out was to give young Master Di Tian time to recover. Swish swish swish. Buzz buzz. Yi Jun waved her hand lightly, and hundreds of thousands of densely packed sword intent energy swords shot out like a storm of pear flower needles. An ear-piercing explosion caused everyone's eardrums to hurt. Divine power destruction. Young Master Di Tian shouted in panic. The tyrannical divine power was released, and it instantly destroyed a large number of energy swords that shot over. However, for hundreds of thousands of energy swords, the destruction was completely negligible. Looking at the energy swords that didn't seem to have changed in number, young Master Di Tian was a little dazed. For the first time, he felt helpless. There was no time for young Master Di Tian to think. Facing Yi Jun's sword rain, young Master Di Tian could only try his best. Because there was no way out. Unless he ran away, however, young Master Di Tian couldn't afford to lose face. He had just used divine power destruction, and time hadn't recovered yet. Even if it recovered, it couldn't destroy all of them. He could only rely on the ancient method. Panga method. Myriad souls. Young Master Dition suddenly roared. He injected all of his divine power into the halberd. He held the halberd tightly with both hands and swung it out. Swish, buzz. Buzz, the million-foot-long purple energy halberd shot out with the power to destroy everything. It was earth-shattering and intimidating. Boom. Boom. Boom, puff, hundreds of thousands of sword-intent energy swords collided. Under everyone's horrified gaze, they shattered the energy halberd and made young Master Dition spit out blood. Master! Zhu Qing shouted in fear. It wasn't over yet. After the energy halberd shattered, hundreds of thousands of energy swords rushed toward young Master Dition. The sword-intent energy swords were invincible. How is this possible? Young Master Dition was dumbfounded. A strong sense of helplessness surged in his heart. Ever since he became a great emperor, young Master Dition believed that his strength was terrifying. He could definitely enter the top 10 great emperors in Panga realm. However, facing Yi Jun, who only had one hand, he felt powerless. Young Master, be careful. The terrified Guing shouted, Yi Jun. If you dare to kill young Master, you'll die with him. All of you will die. Yi Jun wasn't threatened at all. Swish, what awaited Guing was a domineering sword-intent energy sword. It instantly pierced through Gu Ying's chest. It's over. Guing was completely desperate. He was shrouded in the aura of death and fell into a world of darkness. The speed was too terrifying. Guing, who was a titled ancient god, couldn't react in time. I just said that if you dare to speak again, I'll kill you, Yi Jun said coldly. Guing fell from the sky in fear and despair. He completely lost his breath. Yi Jun killed decisively without hesitation. Guing was killed. Do Hun and Knight exclaimed. It's too fast. I didn't see it. Xianxia said in shock. Emperor Yi Jun's strength is too terrifying. The 100-kilometer heavenly realm expert took a deep breath. Yi Jun's cold eyes glanced at Zhu Qing, causing him to tremble in fear and his soul to leave his body. Don't be afraid. I won't hurt you. Yi Jun suddenly smiled. At the same time, young Master Dition roared once more. He took out his battle armor and executed the defensive Pangu art. Boom boom boom. Buzz. Hundreds of thousands of sword-intent energy swords crazily bombarded young Lord Dition. The large-scale attack directly drowned young Lord Dition. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Why is he so strong? Young Master Dition was extremely unwilling to accept this. As a top genius and expert of the Panga realm, he was suppressed and even injured by an unknown great ancient emperor right after he broke through to the great emperor realm. How could young Lord Dition be willing to accept this? Young Master Dition's aura has weakened by a lot. Knight said in shock. He defeated young Master Dition just like that? The battle soul-titled ancient god was dumbfounded. Wasn't this too simple? If Yi Jun had used her full strength right from the start, wouldn't she have been able to defeat young Lord Dition in one move? Husband, did Great Emperor Yi Jun win? Ling Xiaoxiao asked weakly. Yes. Feng Wuchen smiled gently and said, Yi Jun's strength crushed young Lord Dition's. Young Lord Dition's aura has weakened by a lot. Jianzhou instantly woke up from his shock and was filled with joy. Too strong. As expected of an ancient emperor. He defeated young Lord Dition so easily. Everyone from the Emperor's Celestial Palace cheered loudly. My lord, young Lord Dition's aura is recovering. Qiu Tian quickly said. Does he also have an immortal body? Yi Qingyu didn't frown. Feng Wuchen shook his head and said, this isn't an immortal body. It has something to do with his Dao body. He should have a special body constitution. This is a regenerative body constitution. Sky-devouring tiger said. But his body constitution is much stronger than mine. His strength can also recover. Wild leopard said, although it isn't as strong as an immortal body, it is still very strong. Such an enemy isn't easy to deal with. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, "This person is indeed very strong. But Yi Jun is stronger." "Indeed." Long Shirhan nodded his head. Lu Qingyang sneered in disdain. "So what if he has recovered? Didn't he still get defeated? He will just have to suffer one more time." "Master, your strength should be able to suppress Ditian's strength, right?" Fairy Yu Yan asked. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and didn't answer her. In the void, young Lord Ditian came out from the energy ripples. His clothes were torn and tattered. Although he was in a sorry state, he had almost recovered. "Are you still not going to admit defeat? You are just like your grandfather." Yi Jun smiled faintly. "My grandfather?" Young Lord Ditian frowned and asked, "My grandfather fought with you before?" "Yes, we did fight before. But that was a few million years ago. At that time, he was still a titled ancient god. Your grandfather was very strong." Yi Jun smiled faintly. If that was the case, Ditian's grandfather was also an ancient emperor. It could be seen how strong the force behind Ditian was. "But he still lost to you?" Young Lord Ditian asked in a low voice. "That's right." Yi Jun smiled faintly and replied. "Who exactly are you?" Ditian asked. Yi Jun stroked her chin and said, "A few million years ago, my name was." Let me think." Hearing this, many people from the Emperor's celestial palace fell to the ground. "What kind of joke is this? You don't even remember your own name?" Long Xianxia was stunned. Feng Wuchen smiled awkwardly. "I remember now. I was called Blood Demon Lord." Yi Jun smiled faintly. "Because I didn't think this name sounded good, I didn't take it to heart." Blood Demon Lord? Young Lord Ditian had never heard of this name. "What? Blood Demon Lord?" The titled ancient god widened his eyes and said in shock, "Demon Lord Great Emperor." "Demon Lord Great Emperor." Yimu was so frightened that his body trembled. He said in horror, "The Demon Lord killing god who terrorized the Pangu world back then." "What Demon Lord Great Emperor? Call me senior brother." Yi Jun scolded the Duhun with a ferocious look. "Senior brother?" Everyone was shocked. Emperor Yi Jun is the titled ancient god's senior brother. Jian Chao's eyes almost fell out. Sword Soul Great Emperor's disciple? Feng Wuchen looked at Yi Jun in shock. He couldn't believe it. "Senior brother." The titled ancient god called out awkwardly. "That's more like it." Yi Jun smiled happily. "Although I haven't seen you before, I know that Master accepted you as his disciple. After that battle, I fell into a deep sleep and didn't have time to see you. Actually, I should have known that you were my senior brother." The titled ancient god smiled embarrassedly. "You guys can leave." Yi Jun said to young Lord Ditian, "You're no match for me. There's no need to fight anymore." "What? You want to let him go?" Everyone's expression changed drastically. They were simply unwilling. "Before I leave, I want to return something." Feng Wuchen grinned. "Things?" Young Master Ditian's cold gaze swept towards Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen activated his bloodline power and forcefully suppressed young Master Ditian's divine power. Feng Wuchen's bloodline is indeed terrifying. I can't even activate it with my divine power. Young Master Ditian was astonished. In front of Feng Wuchen's bloodline power, young Master Ditian's divine power was completely out of his control. Feng Wuchen extended his palm towards young Master Ditian, intending to retract his bloodline power. He smiled faintly and said, "The bloodline of the dragon gods isn't something that anyone can devour. I'm asking you to return it now." As Feng Wuchen spoke, he had already forcefully absorbed the bloodline of the dragon gods in young Master Ditian's body. Feng Wuchen possessed a bloodline that surpassed the Demon Emperor. It was easy for him to absorb his bloodline from young Master Ditian's body. How is this possible? Can he control the bloodline of the dragon gods? Young Master Ditian was extremely terrified as he looked at Feng Wuchen in disbelief. Young Master Ditian couldn't believe that Feng Wuchen, a cultivator from the ancient immortal world, could forcefully absorb the bloodline of the dragon gods. The bloodline of the dragon gods had been refined by young Master Ditian. How could it be absorbed back? Young Master Di Tian endured the pain and tried his best not to scream. His face was severely distorted. The bloodline power has been sucked out. Yi Jun, Do Hun, and the others' eyeballs were about to fall out. Humph. The bloodline of the dragon gods isn't something that you are qualified to devour. How is it? It doesn't feel good, right? Long Qinghun sneered as he looked at young Master Di Tian with a gloating expression. Lord's bloodline power is too terrifying. He can even absorb the bloodline that has been refined. Xianxia was shocked and overjoyed. So what if you're the arch? Aren't you helpless in front of Big Brother Feng? Lu Qingyang sneered with a smug expression. TSK, the arch has lost all his face. Shan Tong shook his head. The Crimson Emperor and the others scolded and mocked, occasionally laughing loudly. His bloodline is too terrifying. Zhu Qing was extremely frightened and didn't dare to make a sound. He could only anxiously wait. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. I wonder if you'll still be able to maintain your emperor realm after withdrawing your dragon god's bloodline. What? Young Master Di Tian's expression changed drastically as his heart thumped wildly. What? You seem to be very afraid. Feng Wuchen sneered. Immediately after, he unleashed an even stronger bloodline power, increasing the speed of absorption. Feng Wuchen, don't forget who has Jing Yan and Hong Ji. If you don't stop now, their lives will be in danger. Young Lord Di Tian started to panic as he hurriedly shouted at Feng Wuchen. He stared viciously at Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen sneered, then use your life to exchange for it. Exchange my life for it? Haha. Young Lord Di Tian couldn't help but laugh maniacally. He said savagely, Feng Wuchen, do you really think that Yi Jun can do anything to me? Even if I'm not as strong as him, if he wants to kill me, you'll have to ask him if he dares to do so. Young Lord Di Tian was almost roaring at the last sentence. Although Yi Jun could defeat young Lord Di Tian, it wouldn't be that easy for him to kill young Lord Di Tian. Yi Jun shrugged and didn't say anything. Feng Wuchen frowned slightly and said coldly, the arch-expert actually used hostages to threaten the ancient immortal world's cultivators. How disdainful. Feng Wuchen. Stop now. Young Lord Di Tian shouted angrily. More than half of the dragon god's bloodline power had been absorbed, and his cultivation level had dropped significantly. It wasn't easy for young Lord Di Tian to break through to the arch realm. How could he not panic? If he really dropped to a black-titled ancient god, wouldn't young Lord Di Tian go crazy? Aren't you very confident in your own strength? As an arch-expert, why can't you resist when I take back the bloodline? Feng Wuchen mocked. Master. Zhu Qing looked on in horror. He didn't dare to do anything. He couldn't do anything. Feng Wuchen. Young Lord Di Tian gritted his teeth. His eyes were bloodshot, and veins were bulging on his face. He looked very scary. After a while, after young Lord Di Tian endured extreme pain, the dragon god's bloodline power that he had absorbed was completely taken back by Feng Wuchen. Young Lord Di Tian panted heavily. His face was pale, and he was still in indescribable pain. Young Lord Di Tian didn't expect that Feng Wuchen would take back the bloodline power by force. At the same time, young Lord Di Tian's cultivation level dropped significantly. Fortunately, he was still in the arch realm. Moreover, he had just broken through the threshold of the arch realm. If Yi Jun hadn't helped him consolidate his cultivation level would have dropped to its original level. Feng Wuchen. I won't let you off. Young Lord Di Tian roared ferociously. He was furious, but he couldn't do anything to Feng Wuchen. Young Master Di Tian was so angry that he was about to explode from anger. You are lucky to be able to maintain the arch realm. Feng Wuchen grinned. Feng Wuchen could have killed young Lord Di Tian directly. However, Jing Yan and Hong Ji were still in young Lord Di Tian's hands. Feng Wuchen, we will meet again. I hope that Yi Jun can still protect you at that time. Young Lord Di Tian said coldly. His eyes were bloodshot. It was obvious that he was trying his best to suppress the anger in his heart. After he finished speaking, he floated onto Zhu Qing's back and left with a lot of unwillingness. After young Lord Di Tian left, the matter finally came to an end. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. However, everyone knew that young Lord Detian was completely infuriated this time. With young Lord Detian's power in the Pengu world, he would definitely take revenge. It would be a terrifying revenge. The ancient immortal world was no match for the Pengu world. Brother Feng, it is not a wise decision to let the tiger return to the mountain. This person's revenge will definitely be terrifying and fast. Shan Tong sighed helplessly. I know. I also don't want to let him go. However, his anger cannot implicate the ancient immortal world. I also don't want countless cultivators in the ancient immortal world to lose their lives because of this. Moreover, Jing Yan and Hong Ji are still in his hands. The power behind this person is probably able to ignore the order of heaven and earth. Feng Wuchen shook his head helplessly. Brother Feng is right. The power behind him is indeed able to ignore the order of heaven and earth. If we kill him now, we will definitely anger the power behind him. They will definitely attack us. If we let him go, we will at least have time to think of a solution. To be honest, I don't dare to kill him now. I might not be able to kill him either. He probably hasn't shown his true strength yet. Yi Jun said faintly. His true strength? Feng Wuchen and the others looked at Yi Jun in surprise. Yes. I am not sure about the details. He hasn't shown his true strength yet. I also don't know what he is worried about. Yi Jun nodded. With senior brother's strength, why would he be afraid of the power behind him? Didn't his grandfather lose to you? The titled ancient god of Duhan asked. End of chapter 34:25. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.